Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart, and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Good morning. In Berkeley, we're looking for partly cloudy and 67 today.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey. And together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off your graveyard shift. If you're on the roadways, good morning to you on this Thursday morning. We got Warriors and Heat tonight at Chase Center. Warriors trying to bounce back from that loss. Well, I love when that Snoop Dogg hits in the background. That feels good. That feels good. That hits the soul really well. Warriors trying to bounce back from that loss against Phoenix where they gave up 134 points. Heat coming off a back-to-back. They beat the Blazers last night. Blazers suffered their first loss, so that'll be an interesting game. We already know what Spoelstra and company does. They play physical basketball. They will not beat themselves, so it should be a fun one at Chase Center. But I want to pick up on the conversation Kyle Matz and Joe Shasky was just having during the pregame show. And Kyle Matz was doing a great job this morning. I was hearing him break it down.
Superman 2? When he loses his powers?
No.
Well, we were talking about that.
Superman 2?
You remember Superman 2?
Yeah.
He gets married.
Well, I may have missed that part because I was coming up the elevator.
Okay.
And I didn't have my key card, so it took me a while to get upstairs.
We were talking about the 49er offense not being able to complement the 49er defense.
I left off when you were talking about the 2002 Bucks, where they had Keyshawn Johnson, Keenan McCardell, Ken Dilger, Joe Juravicius, Michael Pittman, Mike Allstott. They were loaded on offense.
Well, they were loaded on both sides of the ball.
Right.
It was kind of my point. And yet, we dismissed them because of their quarterback. Yet they had Hall of Famers across the board.
Ballers.
But
They're ballers.
What I was saying was that, Superman, there was the Superman movie where it was number 2. Number 3, he was with Richard Pryor. Number 2, if you remember correctly, Bonte, he wanted to marry Lois, all right? And so he went into the crystal chamber, and he went in there, and they took away all of his powers.
Right.
And he became a mortal man, and he went to the trucker stop. Right. And he went to the trucker stop, and the guy tried to take the seat and hit on Lois, and him and the guy got in a fight, and the guy beat him up, and he saw his blood for the first time. It feels like the 49er offense this year.
Wow. Well,
they just lost all their superpowers.
Well, they really didn't have that many superpowers.
I know.
You got to have a Superman at quarterback, and they don't have that. But, I was looking at Shanahan. He's on our screen here, and I was listening to his presser on the way home last night, and I was just like, damn, he sounds sad.
Dejected.
He sounds sad. He sounds dejected. But I want to pick up on the Jimmy Ward stuff.
Yes.
Because Matson was bringing up Jimmy Ward, and I read those quotes yesterday. I was like, that sounds like a guy who's not happy about his role right now. Now, he's played some great free safety for the 49ers the last 2-3 years. He's played the nickel back last week. You see him in the slot trying to bump the rug, Travis Kelce. And when you think about that, a guy with a club on his head, playing in the box on defense, trying to bump and run Travis Kelce. To me, that sounds idiotic.
Well, they also had Hufanga on him, so I think they're trying to mix up. Can we all both agree? I agree with you on the club thing, but no matter who they put on Kelce, it's a mismatch.
No doubt.
He's the best player on the planet at that position.
But I need Jimmy Ward back at free safety.
Okay.
So for him to lose his spot because he's injured to Tashawn Gibson, who's been here since the end of training camp.
Well, he did jump a route on the first drive and got them an interception.
Got them an interception, and then he got beat deep.
Oh, no.
All day long.
Yeah, he got beat the rest of the game.
The rest of the game.
So did the rest of the defense.
So we need Jimmy Ward back there, who's a quarterback of that defense outside of Fred Warner Jr. And so for him to say what he said yesterday, basically, like, look, I'm just doing what I got to do for the team, blah, blah, blah. One, it sounds like this locker room is starting to break apart. It's starting to fall apart. George Kittle, you got Brandon Ayuk, and now you got Jimmy Ward, who is a captain. And I heard you say, Shasky, who the hell is Jimmy Ward to talk like that? Who the hell is he after only having 2 great years and who was an afterthought for so long? Well, I'll tell you who Jimmy Ward is. He's a leader on that defense. He's a leader in that locker room.
More so than Fred Warner?
And he's right there with Fred Warner.
Okay.
He was named the captain, right? He was named the captain for 2 straight years. This guy is a leader in that locker room. So no matter how we feel about Jimmy Ward, because I have thoughts on Jimmy Ward. Sure, do I like him talking about Matt Stafford? I'm going to pick up Matt Stafford. He talked a lot.
He's talked a lot the last couple of
He's talked
seasons.
a lot, but he had a subpar NFC Championship game. I agree. But I don't mind talking. You know what? He's talking, and for the most part, he does back it up. And he has backed it up. He had the pick 6 against Matt Stafford last year.
I know, one
on
of
Monday
his
Night
4
Football.
career interceptions.
Yeah, on Monday Night Football. So, you know what? Jimmy Ward in that locker room means something. So for us to say, you know what? Who the hell is Jimmy Ward? Jimmy Ward needs to be at free safety. And you know what? That locker room, that team looks at Jimmy Ward. They look at him as a captain. So if he says something like, oh, man, I don't like, I just got to do what I got to do for the team. Get him back at his natural position at free safety. And let's go. Who the hell is Tashawn Gibson? We're going to give Tashawn Gibson his job just because Jimmy Ward was out for a little bit? That, to me, doesn't sit right.
Well,
and
he's been out all year, basically.
That tells me, though, that this locker room is starting to fight against each other. And Ray Ratto was saying something yesterday on Damon Ratto. Shanahan's been here for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is this message starting to fall on deaf ears? You remember what the great Bill Walsh says? What he said?
About 10 years. That's what he said.
Well, today's
even
age?
Bruce Bochy, he said, I was there 13 years. He's in a
Right.
different sport, but he was like, I was there 13 years, and my message had run its course.
Well,
Whether you believe that or not.
Right. Well, in today's era, where ADD is high and people can't stay on we see the data with YouTube videos. People go to YouTube videos for 6 seconds. They don't like what they say. They're gone. The 10 years from 20 years ago, I believe is now 6 to 7 years. And we're at that threshold. We're at that limit with Shanahan to where if this thing doesn't turn around, it's going to be more than just George Kittle. It's going to be more than Brandon Ayuk. It's going to be more than Jimmy Ward speaking out about their roles, about getting the ball, about the offense, about guys not playing hard. That's 2 weeks in a row now. And now we're going into the Rams game, and you got a captain on the defense not happy about his role.
Well, I think that there's obviously him staring at his own free agency and his NFL mortality, which is understandable. But the other part of this is this is the regime that helped find him some money. I mean, they moved him to free safety when they got in here. And I believe 2019, to me, was the year that he finally put it all together. Yeah. Now, he was okay in 2018, but 2019, because the rest of the defense looked so good, felt like, boom, he finally put it all together. And then he hit free agency there. They paid him, obviously, in that particular year. And then because they paid him and Armstead, that was part of the move. Right. It wasn't just Armstead. It wasn't just drafting Kinlaw. It was also re-signing Jimmy Ward. They brought him back. He was awesome last year. Right. Awesome last year. You look at his numbers, awesome.
He was good in 2019, too.
Hurt this year.
He was good in 2019.
Hurt all year. Outside of the Chiefs game, he played one snap.
Yep.
I mean, so I know that he feels like it's his position. You can't lose it because of injury. At this point, I'm trying to get you on the field in any spot that I can. And I think they're doing the math this way. We think Gibson at safety is better than having, or Gibson at safety and Ward at corner is better than having Ward at safety with Womack at corner. That's what they think right now.
Yeah, and that's a mistake.
Why?
That's a mistake. Especially when a guy's got a club on his hand and he can't even get his hands on you. He can't get his hands on you. And then when it comes to tackling, how's he going to tackle with that big old club on his head?
Well, couldn't I say the same thing for him at safety?
He's not going to be in the action as much at free safety as he is in the box. You're in the box, you're taking on blockers, you're taking on pulling guards, pulling tackles, tight ends, guys crack backing, down blocking. You're in a lot more action down in the box at nickel playing bump and run than you are at free safety.
But didn't we already establish, and especially when you're going up against veteran receivers like they are this weekend, didn't we, and you were one of the people saying at the beginning of the year, you can't trust rookie corners. Womack is so unproven.
Yeah, he is. But
and
you know
I'm not
what?
some Tashawn Gibson stan. I don't
but
really
you know
care
what?
one way or the other.
At this point, is Sammy Womack III better at nickel corner without a club on his head than Jimmy Ward?
I wanted to see him play earlier in the season, so I'm open to seeing him play. I just don't think that Jimmy Ward is owed anything. I think that they've paid him handsomely. He had a really good year. The way football works, they're going to try to get their best lineups out there. Maybe they believe or seeing things in the tape that Gibson's doing that I am unfamiliar with in terms of the nuances that they're asking for. I'm not that outraged over it.
So here's what Jimmy Ward.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying I'm not that upset. Jimmy Ward, I really, okay.
Yeah, but he means something in that locker room.
No doubt. He means more
something
in that locker room than what he means to me in the stands.
And
I agree with
something.
that.
So here's his quote yesterday down at when the 49ers opened up practice on a Wednesday. Jimmy Ward on how long the 49ers plan for him to play nickel. I don't know, Jimmy Ward said. I'm just doing what my coaches are telling me to do. It's my last year under contract, and I'm just trying to be a great team player. He mentioned a contract. He mentioned him being a team player.
Well, you can't say I'm trying to be a team player and also
mention a contract.
And then, and also complain about playing the position. If you're reading between the lines, those two things can't coexist simultaneously. It's no disrespect, but Bunte, you're ugly. It's no, I just disrespected you by calling you something. So I don't know. And I hear where you're coming from because I take a step back, and if I was in his position, I would probably feel the same way.
And you know what? He has been a captain. Captain shouldn't lose his job at free safety for a guy who wasn't even in training camp. Sean Gibson came late in training camp. All right? Late in training camp.
Yeah, but
he can't get his spot back at free safety when he's obviously been the best free safety for this team in a very long time.
I don't dismiss that, but this thing that you can't lose your job because of injury, I just don't agree with that.
He shouldn't lose his job to Tashawn Gibson, who got burnt off.
I don't even know if Gibson's any good.
Especially coming off of that game.
Well, that one game was bad, but he's played pretty good this year. I mean, he's been one of the...
okay.
Well, I mean,
it's been okay. Hufanga's been dude.
Oh well, of course Hufanga's been really good, but like I don't feel the need to cape up for Jimmy Ward.
I think it's more. I'm going to cape up for him because he's a captain on that football team, and I guarantee that defensive locker room, that defensive meeting room, is saying, "Damn, our guy Jimmy can't get his spot back. He's out there playing compromise, playing in the box. He can't do anything." So now. That's another player, another marquee player on this team. You can say he's the 5th best player, 10th best player, 15th best player. Fact is, he's a captain. He's a captain. When you look at the wallpaper and they're presenting the 2022 49ers, they had the captains up there. Kittle, Bosa, Armstead, Jimmy Ward, who else? Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk. He means something to that locker room. He means something to that team. That's now the 3rd marquee player. Speaking out about their roles, speaking about the team, and I think that's an indictment on this locker room where it's at right now.
It might be, and maybe I'm the one who's completely wrong here. If he was not on the field at all, I would understand it a lot more, and maybe he feels more comfortable at safety position than anyone else. But I'm watching. This is the same team. All right, the same exact team that took Debo from wide receiver and transitioned him to running back. All right, and I didn't hear a peep out of him. All right, and so I have a hard time saying Jimmy Ward, like we're still going to have you out on the field. I feel empathy for you. I mean, we're just touting last year in the playoffs, like Jordan Poole starting, then Curry's coming off the bench. Then they flip-flop. Why? Because the ultimate goal is about winning. And you can't say that you're about winning and then bitch and complain because you can only play this position. I don't know. And everybody says that Gibson sucks. I mean, he's been okay. He's been fine.
Okay. He's been fine. I got no problem with Gibson. But it's just, I think it's an indictment on this locker room here as they get ready for the LA Rams in a big-time game on Sunday. 650, I love this. Morning Roast, have you ever heard of positive affirmations? All y'all do is talk about negatives all day long. Bonte, you must be the #1 rated GM on Madden with this cause. So positive for once. Positive talk. Speak something positive.
Here's something positive. The bye week is next week. Maybe all 78 of their injured players can get slightly healthier.
Oh, man.
I'm asking sincerely. Look, let me ask all Niner fans. 888-957-9570. Have at it. Tell me something positive.
Yeah, give me something positive. Well, I came in on Monday.
Because I'm feeling good about McCaffrey.
Listen, 650 on Monday. 650, Xfinity Mobile text line. Monday, what did I tell you? I even told you this Sunday night on Warriors Postgame Live. I got a positive for you. The Niners are 1 game behind the Seattle Seahawks for first place in the NFC West.
Wow.
Right now, they're the 7th spot in the NFC. That's 2 positives.
All right.
2 positives. What else? I got a 3rd positive. Let me see. Christian McCaffrey. He's playing running back for the 49ers.
Did you hear? They were going to hire Gabe Kapler as a ceremonial defensive assistant this weekend so that he could communicate to Jimmy Ward why he's being platooned at cornerback.
That was a consideration.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We actually like him against left-handed wide receivers.
Oh, my gosh, man. Those are positives for you, 650. Is that good enough? 3 big positives. Big picture, 1 game behind the Seattle Seahawks for first place in the NFC West.
Let's just throw it in a vacuum, okay? Hypothetically. Let's just hypotheticals. Sunday, it's Cooper Kupp in the slot. Do you feel more confident? I know where I'm at. Do you feel more confident with Jimmy Ward at corner? Or are you more confident manning up against him? Or are you more confident with Womack going up against him? Those are your 2 options.
I don't feel confident with Jimmy Ward with the big old club on his hand guarding Cooper Kupp.
So you feel more confident in Womack?
I don't feel confident. I would rather move Ward to the slot and just have him follow Cooper Kupp wherever he goes.
Well, that's kind of what they're doing. Or at least that's what we think they're doing.
But then again, on the outside, you got Diamador Lenore and Ambry Thomas. Do you want to leave those guys on the island on the outside against Allen Robinson? Here's
that's
the thing.
Where I feel like they're at process of elimination.
You're screwed.
That's where I'm at.
Here's the thing. You're screwed without Emmanuel Mosley. No
doubt. But that's kind of one of my overarching themes this week where I know everyone thinks we're being super negative. You have to just look. I look at their healthy actives and inactives every day. Who's practicing, who's not.
Right.
And it's hard to be encouraged. Eric Armstead, for example. I have zero idea what the exact injuries are. It's
plantar fasciitis, both feet and an ankle.
And he hasn't practiced. Madsen, when was the last time he practiced? Eric Armstead.
Week 4.
When was that?
Week 4.
So, okay, we are in week 7, 8. What is this, 8?
Week 8. Week 8.
Week 8, because we haven't had a bye.
Right.
So, he hasn't practiced for 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And what did Shanahan say about Charvarius Ward, who didn't practice all week this week and then played in that game?
Right.
Oh, man, it would have been really nice to have him practice out there. How are they going to stop the run?
Madsen, is Jason Verrett back on the practice field yet? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if Verrett, so he had to be activated yesterday or he would have been done for the year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if they activate him, let him practice this week, give him the bye week. So have him inactive Sunday, give him the bye week, and then try and get him active for the Chargers game.
I feel like we're getting really deep inside football.
No, Jason Verrett. No, Jason Verrett is fun.
Covering Cooper Cup. Hypothetically.
Our audience is not dumb, though.
No, I'm not saying they are.
That's a Danny. Our old assistant program director used to always tell me, Bonte, dummy it down for the offense. And I'm like, yo, our audience is smart.
No, I agree.
They understand what's going on.
You signed Charvarius Ward, and you were hoping that you could throw him on a guy like Cooper Kupp, right?
Right.
So in this particular scenario, who are you more confident in? Stafford's under center. You look to the left, and in the slot is Cooper Kupp. Is it Jimmy Ward covering him or Womack? Who are you more comfortable with right now?
Ward, for sure.
Okay.
With the club on his hand.
Okay.
I mean, maybe.
The club, to me, like, if you're going to be out there, like, whatever. I don't even know. I mean, I'd rather have him on the field than not.
Here we go. Let me read some positives, too, from 650. Something positive. Xfinity Mobile text line. We're playing the Rams, who we dominate. We need to get right this game. Another positive. They're not going to lose next week. Jimmy will not throw a dumb ball next week. So you're telling me Jimmy's not going to throw? We need Jimmy no throws to Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey has been sniffing him out for 2 straight years now.
You want another positive note?
Go ahead.
We have one of the more seasoned stadiums in the league. Did you see the renderings this morning?
Levi Stadium?
No, Buffalo is putting out a brand new stadium, and it looks sweet.
Oh, my gosh. So now you got Nashville, Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
The Titans are going to get a new stadium, which already looks dope.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo's going to get a new stadium. So you mean to tell me not even 10 years in, and Levi's is probably the 20th best stadium in the league?
That might be generous.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey,
We're back to, hey, this is what's hilarious here, because we're going to get into the Warriors. You know it's bad for the 49ers when we start reverting back to stadium talk. I've never, like, out of nowhere, I'm seeing all these Niner fans saying, Levi's is such a dump, and you started it with the thread, which is all point.
I was talking about was the restroom. Look, to me, a good stadium, all right, I don't care where you go. Of course, there's lots of amenities. The basics, to me, any stadium you built, the most basic things. Ingress, egress, meaning getting in and out. Once you're like scan your ticket, getting in and out of the stadium from your seats. I think it's very difficult at Levi's. They have small walkways, the bridges.
Oh, it's not good.
I don't like it. I think it's very dangerous, especially when you walk with really young people or really old people. I think it's way too many people in a small, congested area, especially in the COVID era. Number 2. You have to be able to easily get food in a small amount of time.
It's been a nightmare.
It's been 20 to 30 minutes to grab
food. Easily.
And you're only allowed, if you're a season ticket holder, it was a good idea to have 4-item limit. But if you even if me and you go to the game, Bonte, and I say, hey, I got a 4-item limit. We're going to get 2 hot dogs, 2 waters.
I don't even go do that. I've never done it because the line is too long.
It's ridiculous.
It's too long.
But like I do it all the time, and I'm saying to myself, well, what if I want to get peanuts?
Yeah.
What if I want
Nachos.
M&Ms? They go, you have to get back in line and wait. And I go, absolutely not.
Yeah.
So like in novel theory, what if you had 4 people? Because I know a lot of people have 4 tickets. Okay, so you're telling me the one person is waiting in line and they're only allowed 4 items?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's a nightmare.
Last thing, restrooms. Every stadium should have restrooms galore, okay? This is why I love troughs. I know everybody hates troughs because they're a little invasive, but troughs allow more people to use the restroom at one time. The key to a good restroom, can I get in and can I get out?
Well, you know what? I got to say something. I got to push back on that. The restroom right under Section 227, I get in and out.
That one's way bigger than the one upstairs. We're in the party deck area where there's 5,000 seats and 5,000 people standing.
That's a problem.
There's
a problem.
7
the
urinals.
bathroom I go to?
Yeah.
There's only 7 urinals?
I counted this week because my grandfather's 87.
Well, see, the one I go to got urinals galore,
but that's
and I'm in and out.
So and then it's not just that there's only 7 urinals. It's that there's no radio feed in the bathroom. And so not only are you waiting to use the restroom, you're missing the game.
So you get no touchdown, San Francisco.
Ayuk, or whatever that call was.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by BMW Fairfield. More 49er talk. Also, Warriors and heat. I'm excited for this game tonight. Miami put it on the Portland Trailblazers last night.
It's a culture class.
Yeah, Tyler Hero had a solid game. They had all their starters didn't play 30 minutes either. So Bam Adebayo, another challenge from James Wiseman. All of a sudden, I'm seeing I saw some things last night on Twitter.
What?
Trading James Wiseman for Jacob Podol, whatever the hell his name down in San Antonio.
Poetl.
Yeah, Podol.
I don't even know how to pronounce it.
Jakob Poeltl.
Yeah.
Jakob Poeltl.
But there's no R in it, but it's pronounced with an R?
Poeltl. Jakob
it.
Poeltl.
Got it.
People are quick to just dismiss James Wiseman. They just want to get rid of him.
People are quick to dismiss everything.
All right, so I want to get into some Warriors ball. Also some Giants talk as well. The Air Judd sweepstakes heating up. A lot of people getting excited about that. So we'll talk all about that. Now, BMW Fairfield, sponsored by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Where can you holiday shop for anything you want, any way you want? Lowe's, actually. From the top tools to the top tech, find deals from all the top brands. Like a Craftsman 20-volt two-tool combo kit. Was $149, now only $99. Then save time with more convenient ways to shop. Check back daily for deals during Black Friday month and start saving now at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/2 while supplies last.
The new Michelin silicone plates last through everything.
On a world record-breaking drive from Alaska to South America in unpredictable conditions.
Thunderstorms, ice storms, they just don't quit.
Rainier Zeidlo chose Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades with advanced Quad-Tech 4-layer coated silicone that repels water, snow, and ice and lasts 2 times longer than other blades.
It's coming down in sheets.
Real world proven. Extreme weather wiping performance. Upgrade to Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades today. Only at Walmart.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, welcome back. Hey, we got some cool things happening here at 95.7 The Game. Some really cool stuff. Got merchandise now.
I know.
We got T-shirts.
Tell people where they can go to find that.
957thegameshop.com. 957thegameshop.com.
Shop.com.
And you can buy these T-shirts. You got a T-shirt for the Morning Roast. You got a T-shirt for Willard Dibs. You got a T-shirt for Steiny Guru. And you got a T-shirt for Damon Ratto.
I'm looking at one right now. Let's put the rat on the table.
Not bad.
Oh, my God.
Not bad.
Oh, my God. Steiny and Guru, they rat on a table. Literally.
What does ours say?
Let me go back. I'm going back. I see Oi Oi Oi. That's from Damon Bruce's show. I see Holy Cannoli. That's pretty cool.
That is
Holy
cool.
Cannoli. I see The Hell with the Kids from Matt Steinmetz. Let me look for some more here. I'm sorry. I'm
Nothing
like,
for the, we're not selling anything for the Morning Roast. Sorry, folks. Sorry, roasters.
My bad.
We have no gear.
We're making an I Hate Jimmy Ward t-shirt.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a morning roast. This is what it says right here.
What does it say?
It's our picture. Wow. It's our pictures, the morning roast. Oh, baby. And then come on, doggy.
Ooh.
That's actually kind of
See,
long
SFA
sleeve.
Jumper said, I've never heard Butcher say, here, doggy. No, you always say, come on, doggy.
Always.
Come on, doggy.
Speaking of doggies, did you see who got into the Radio Hall of Fame?
Mad Dog Russo?
Yeah.
Good for him.
I know.
Good for him.
We kind of consider ourselves the West Coast version of them.
You do.
Well, I want to be
Not
them.
me.
They're my. I'll admit it. I would love to be them one day.
I mean,
if
had
we
a
had
hell of a run.
1/8 of the success,
They had a hell of a run.
3.5 ounces of the success that they had, I would feel like we had a hell of a career.
You know, remember when the Yates used to get skipped? You get like 3.3, or somebody would just give you 3.5 of the time. You'd be like, come on, man. Throw a little more pitch in there.
Shout out my homie Kenny Zuba. He used to give you the 4 O's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but you had to meet him near a fast food restaurant at all times. The Burger King here, the McDonald's there. He's passed away. He's one of the OGs from the Mission. 26 and Poplar, dude. I miss that man.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, get your T-shirts, man. How much are they selling for? We need to get our T-shirts so we can rock them. I haven't even got a T-shirt yet. We need a hoodie, T-shirt. I want it all. Thermal. Give it to me all.
You know,
does anybody wear thermals anymore?
Well, what I've noticed, no, nobody wears thermals.
Because remember you used to get the liquor store thermals?
Oh, yeah, all
the
day.
gray, black, white.
For sure, all day.
Nobody wears thermals no more, huh?
But I'm looking at the Steiny Guru. They got multiple shirts here. The Hell with the Kids, with a bunch of kids on it. I'm going to refrain from buying that one. And then they got the rat on the table. I might get just a basic 95.7 The Game yellow shirt. That looks pretty sweet.
Right.
Yeah, there's some really good ones. I like these. I'm going to get some.
All right, I'm gonna spend my money
so
on some
95.7 The Game
shop.com. 95.7 The Game shop.com.
Wow, there's some really cool stuff. We should say, you know what? I'm going to buy some of these things and we're going to give them out to people.
Yeah, we should. Let's put the right on the... Damn, they got a hoodie with this one.
I know.
Damn. Oi, oi, oi. David Bruce.
I know.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Look at the big old rat on the table. Holy cannoli. The Hell with the Kids. That's actually not a bad shirt. It's not a bad sweater. Hell with the Kids. It's not bad.
You know what? I'm looking at this one at Willard and Dibs on the shop. What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing? That 95.7 game
It's
blue
sweet.
hoodie is pretty sweet.
Right?
I like that.
Yeah, I think
Actually
the long,
like that
I
a
think
lot.
the long fleece crew neck sweatshirts.
I like that a lot.
In my
I like that
future.
a lot. Let me see. Yeah,
Boy,
these are
lots
good.
of different. Let's put the rat on the table. Shirts.
I like our faces on the shirt though. That's pretty cool. That could be like a billboard on the beauty bus. Morning roast. Oh baby, come on, doggy.
Yeah.
Or your other favorite phrase.
Huh.
There's nuance to it. There's more nuance to it.
There is.
There's context to it.
There's layers.
There's layers. And then you come with like no layer at all.
Oh, here we go.
Like you act like your takes are 7-layer dip or something, and they're like 2 layers.
Who doesn't like 7-layer dip?
I love 7-layer dip.
Are you the guy that just skims the sour cream off the top?
Absolutely.
I hate you.
Absolutely.
You're the worst.
But no, sometimes I go to the guacamole
That's
and the
what
refried
5-year-olds
beans.
do.
Yeah, but
They just skim the top.
Hey, and I double dip. And I know George Costanza will be pissed off about that. But there's nothing wrong with a little double dip. You got to be quick, though. You got to be quick with the double dip. You got to look around and then boom, double dip. I am that guy, especially in my own household. Especially in my household.
Like honestly, once you know you're going in for the dip, you kind of realize this is a zone like you can't be worried about germs and COVID.
Right.
Once you've made the attempt to go into the chip dip or the artichoke dip with the loaf of bread, you have to just assume that there are germs everywhere.
Yeah, but don't double dip. That's disgusting. The fact that you look around before you do it lets you know that you know it's bad.
Well, everybody, who knows who's going to the dip, though? There's people putting their fingers in there. You know, like some people dip and their knuckles hit the dip.
That's
And,
disgusting.
yeah, I mean, it happens,
Well,
though.
that is disgusting.
This is
But
why
it
I always bring
happens,
my
though.
own 7-layer
It
dip.
happens, though, because people don't know how to just dip. Sometimes they're not looking. They're just putting their chip in the dip, and it gets all, it scrapes their knuckles, and then they got knuckles in there. They're licking their nipple. It's all bad.
That
Community dips are all bad.
Yeah, I agree. But you know that going in.
Yeah, so that's why I double dip. I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what? It's all bad. I'm going to double dip anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my money's worth on this chip.
There's like this cheesy, artichoke-y, like garlicky thing that my sister makes that comes out like it's piping hot out of the oven.
Yeah.
And I will take like a whole loaf of French bread and rip off, like a huge chunk.
Yeah.
And I like scoop it in. So we had this big party. Remember my dad's retirement party?
Oh, yeah.
So my cousin invited some rando, and he was like, yeah, my buddy's in town from I don't know whatever state. This fool literally cut the artichoke dip like it was pie and came with a full plate and ate all the artichoke dip. My dad was ready to kick him out.
Oh, that was funny. Hey, by the way, your dad looked like a Mexican mobster at his going away party. He had on all black with the Mexican button-up shirt on.
Like he could double up for a bowling shirt.
Oh, man. Put a spoon in it from the 707 Xfinity mobile text line. Problem solved. You just use the spoon to scoop. Also, let you get the perfect amount. Oh, also, people were saying we should have a Jonathan shirt. We're here and they're there.
I kind of like that.
I kind of like that, too.
Robin could have her own store.
Pie chart of culpability.
See, I like that.
I know you like that.
I like that.
And it's like Shasky faces.
It would be a 0 for me and then blame everyone else.
Oh, yeah.
It'd just be like literally blame everyone else.
That's a Shasky special,
Yeah.
literally. Blame Bonte for everything. No, I'm kidding. It's a lot of fun. All right, time for Kerr's Corner here on the Morning Roast.
It's time for Kerr's Corner, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Here's Bonte Hill.
Oh, thank you. All right, Steve Kerr the other day was talking about Klay Thompson and the trash talk. Remember, the Warriors are back on the practice floor today for shoot-around before they take on the Miami Heat at 7 p.m. at Chase Center. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the trash talk from Klay Thompson the other night in Phoenix.
In a moment like that, it's entirely appropriate. Like, if two guys are talking trash, you got the ultimate counter. We won. I won. That's always the ultimate counter. Now, that's not going to help us win a fifth. It doesn't mean anything as it relates to trying to win, this coming year. But, it's definitely something you can use in a trash talking conversation.
Ooh, I like that beat. And Steve Kerr is right, Chasky. You agree with Steve Kerr? The ultimate flex. Hey, I've got 4 of these babies. Now, some people had a problem with Klay Thompson saying that he had 4 rings. He didn't need to stoop to Devin Booker's level. But you know what? Devin Booker and Chris Paul were chirping all day long against the Dallas Mavericks. You got to let them know, like, yo, pup, you've been to the finals once. I've got 4.
I liked it. I had no problem with it. I will also admit it was totally out of character for Klay.
Yeah, it was.
Which is kind of why I liked it.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. Now, some people can start to psychoanalyze it and say, oh, my God, why would you stoop that low? What's going on with you? And blah, blah. I just didn't think that deep into it.
Yeah.
I know it was just two dudes being machismo and one guy being like, yeah, check the scoreboard.
You got the old fogies.
In terms of like the ring scoreboard.
Yeah, scoreboard. 4-0.
Yeah.
Actually, I have 4. Phoenix as a franchise has 0. Not just you, Devin Booker, your entire franchise. So that's that. That was Kerr's Corner. Also a T-shirt. 415 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. I want to shout out somebody, but I forgot her name. I forgot his name. It's not bad. Good ideas. Come up with some more ideas, text line, YouTube, as well as Twitch. And we're going to get some T-shirts away in the next couple of weeks. We'll explain why on the other side.
And I also put into the YouTube chat for everyone the link to the shop right now.
Yes.
So you can go on there and start ordering T-shirts and whatnot and support the people, that make the station rock and roll, baby.
Yeah, 957thegameshop.com. We are live. We are live on the shop. We're going to be like Casey and D-Lo. Casey and D-Lo's got about 35 different T-shirts.
I know.
They're rolling in their new studios up there at ESPN 1320. But we got something for that ass, KC D-Lo. We're coming with some gear, baby.
The JMC on YouTube. I would rock a Bonte, you a nobody, my dude shirt.
I love that idea. I love that T-shirt. I would wear that T-shirt every single day.
Of course you would, because it says your name on it.
There's no doubt about it, baby. Who's the humble one around here? All right, we're coming up on the morning roast.
That's the secret sauce. Everyone thinks I'm the screamer and yeller, and then I'm the one with all the ego, when the reverse is true.
No. You have the biggest ego in the world. People listen to the sideshow. Let me know if you listen to the last sideshow and tell me who has a bigger ego. Just asking the butcher.
That was the slip of the moment.
Don't let me get Ernie Chavez from Concord in here talking about your ego from the sideshow. By the way, we got to release another one soon. I would definitely rock that shirt, though. But I'll tell you, nobody might do. Great idea, JMC. Even though you hate me, I love that one. And thanks for the $2. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's get more into the 49ers. Don't forget, Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Jason Aponte, 8:30. We got a jam-packed show here on the roast on a Thursday morning.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290. And I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair is coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. Thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
50 Cent is out there in Italy right now.
Doing what?
Concerts. He's in Prague. He's been to the Czech. Wait, Prague is in Czech Republic.
My geography in Europe is not anywhere near what it should be.
You know how you love Master P, how you feel about Master P, and I felt like that for a long time.
Yeah.
That's how I'm starting to feel about 50 Cent.
Why is that?
Because not only is he still making hits, but he's got the power shows, BMF, Power, Raising Canaan. He's got he's got his hands into everything. I'm like, man, this guy's really a vocal. And it feels like it was yesterday when Get Rich or Die Trying was released.
It's still a classic.
And it still hits.
Yeah.
It still hits. So 50 Cent, one of my favorites. I love 50. Love 50 Cent. I also love the Warriors. And they're back on the floor tonight at Chase Center. I call the Warriors now during football season palate cleanser. Palate cleanser. Because it takes us away, it shifts our focus away from the 49ers for a second. And not that we want to shift our focus away from the 49ers, but when we discuss the 49ers, as the 650 said on the Xfinity Mobile text line at about 6:10 in the morning, you guys are always negative. You need positive affirmations. So we're going to sit on the positive affirmations of the NFC West is still attainable. They're one game behind the Seattle Seahawks. They're going to SoFi Stadium, which they're going to take over. We get to see Christian McCaffrey in the white number 23. There's positives. And then they get a bye week, which is a great positive. We all get a break for the 49ers. And now we set the stage for the Golden State Warriors. And the thing with the Golden State Warriors, it's about the rotation, right? The second unit, defense, transition points, who's going to play, who deserves minutes. So I'm excited to see this game against the Miami Heat tonight, Shasky. Against one of your favorites, Eric Spoelstra.
You know I love Spoelstra.
Filipino.
Absolutely. Started cutting up film back in the day and has worked his way up the ranks. I believe married a cheerleader, too.
He did. Married a Hito.
Yeah, he just had his first kid maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
No, he's got 2 kids now.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like...
Oh, yeah. They're married and everything.
And he was talking about how it wore on him as a head coach and whatnot, and he was still out there doing it. I believe him and Popovich, the 2 longest tenured head coaches
no doubt.
In the NBA. yeah, even though Pop obviously had a bigger jump on him, Spoelstra does a really good job of making the most out of the least. Right now, they've got kind of a situation where a lot of people want to see them move off of Lowry and Duncan Robinson. And so there's a lot of different trade ideas out there. And one of them, I don't know if you were paying attention, was Russell Westbrook for Lowry and Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, Lowry looked like he was in shape. But you know what? Westbrook would be a good fit down there in Miami.
Him and Jimmy Butler, they'd get along?
The one thing about Westbrook, he does play hard. Doesn't always play smart.
Well, this is also going to be a really nice matchup of two guys that just got extensions from the same draft class, and Tyler Hero and Jordan Poole. And both were later picks, if you will. I think Tyler was 14th overall, maybe 13th overall.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole was 28th. And it just goes to show you, defense is optional if you want to get a $130 million extension. And I'm just excited to see this particular matchup.
Well, the members of the Miami Heat, the starters last night against the Portland Trailblazers, nobody played more than 29 minutes. Now it was Caleb Martin, one of the Martin twins.
Nice.
Who scored 16 points and had 8 rebounds. And they shot well last night against the Portland Trailblazers, 50%. But they've been off to a slow start. They're 2-3. They deal the Portland Trailblazers their first loss. But you got Jimmy Buckets, who, can be erratic from the three-point line, but he's one of the best two-way players, I believe, in the association.
And he's an insane practice person.
Insane practice player. And does he still have the long dreadlocks?
No, I think he had a mustache too, and he did like that for the photos for the year. And I believe he got rid of those.
So he just wanted to do it for the photos?
Yeah, so that the rest of the year he has a goofy photo. That was kind of his little inside joke.
With the trance.
Yeah. They also have Bam Adebayo, who I guess is, if Draymond Green is this evolutionary step forward, Bam Adebayo is somewhere on this evolutionary track as a guy who's a big, who can switch out on the perimeter, who's a positionless basketball player, very athletic, can facilitate offense. I think leaves the Miami fans wanting more on the offensive side.
They want him to be that number 2 superstar. They're really on a great team. I think he could be a 3, that third will, not that second will.
Exactly. I love Bam Adebayo's skill set.
I do like his skill set a lot. He is solid. Kyle Lowry, we'll see what type of shape he's in. Remember Pat Riley called him out after the season. Was like, we're going to see what type of shape you're in. Because it's like he wasn't in shape last year. And he looked awful.
This Lowry's the guy who said that he would stand in line at a McFlurry at 2 a.m. And this is true. This is his words, not mine. And they wouldn't serve him because he wasn't in a vehicle.
I know people who've tried to walk through the drive-thru without a car, and they deny you. What if a brother just wants to eat? Walk through the drive-thru. You're not going to serve me and take my money?
Yeah, I find that a little ridiculous.
That is a little ridiculous. All right, here's Steve Kerr. He joined Damon Ratto yesterday, as he does every single week here at 95.7 The Game. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the Warriors' defensive issues.
Overall, through 4 games, our defense is non-existent, and it's just tough to win games when you're not defending well. So I thought we did a good job to hang in there in the game. We closed the first half decently offensively. We're making shots. We're spreading them out. But when you're not getting stops and you're giving up easy points, either through transition or the foul line, it's just really hard to stay in a game, especially against a great team like Phoenix. So it just showed how much work we have ahead of us. But, it's a long season. We'll get there.
I think they will get there. There's 4 games in, Shasky, and there's a lot of talk about the defense, especially I'm seeing all these different lineups about James Wiseman and his negative net rating. I got a call from Bully yesterday. We're talking about Wiseman and the team, and that's what
I know, but the negative net rating.
Yeah.
So God.
So this Bully was like, dude, it's not Wiseman. When you give up 40 points, 37 points, 36 points in a quarter, how can that all be on James Wiseman? All right? Dribble drive penetration has been a problem for everybody. I watched Friday night. Bones Highland cooked Dante DiVincenzo. Blew by him all day long. So now the help's got to collapse on him, and somebody's open on the weak side. It's not just James Wiseman. So these 2-man lineups with James Wiseman and the net ratings just picking out him like he's the worst defensive player in the league. All right, he's not a great defender right now. But we're ready to give up on a 21-year-old who could get buckets at will? Isn't that what the game is? What Bill Russell say? The game's about getting buckets. He gets buckets.
Okay. It feels like analytics is now bleeding into the coverage of basketball. And what I mean is that when I watch a Warrior game now, we can't even have and this is where social media does just a terrible job. It's the 140 characters on Twitter. It's not a great way to consume, sports and whatnot.
Right.
We can't even have normal sports conversations anymore.
Right.
Now, this is the way people communicate their sports opinions. They take a screenshot of plus minus. They take a screenshot of offensive and defensive net ratings, and they post that on like it's some profound, exploration that they've come across. I've struck land. Look how smart I am as a basketball player. Let me tell you this right now. I guarantee you that when Steve Kerr and Steph Curry are breaking down what kind of play or what to stop in a huddle, they're not screen capping the net rating of the team that they're going up against on how to beat them. They're getting out the whiteboard, all right, and they are thinking about the X's and O's. Does the data play in to how they want? Of course it does. We have jumped the shark in terms of criticizing people, not on what our eyes are telling us, but on ridiculous numbers that show no context whatsoever. All right, they just group a bunch of guys together. We don't even know who they're going up against. I could have 5 bench players going up against 5 starters, and you're going to go, look at their net rating. They can't stop anyone. Well, are they going up against the 92 Dream Team? Or are they going up against, the 5 guys off the bench for the Kings?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm so done with the net rating things. First off,
it drives me crazy.
This team, more than any other team, cannot be calculated during the regular season.
No, they can't.
Okay.
It's all about development. It's all about planning youngsters and getting them seasoned. Because guess what? In the playoffs, the rotation is going to be shortened to 7, 8, 9, and half these guys won't even be playing.
I mean, it's October 27th. When's the first playoff game?
Yeah, April.
November, December, January, February, March, April.
6 months away.
6 months away.
6 months away.
Now, does it look good right now? No, it doesn't look good. It's a work in progress.
Here's the other thing.
But they're not like the 11th seed Lakers that have to fight, scratch, and claw to get in. This is a team that can work it out on the fly. You're trying to get people feeling good about themselves and about their NBA spots. Like, I'm listening to Steiny Guru, and they made a lot of great points. They're a championship core. Guys, everybody, it's October 27th.
Yeah, you're not going to get me freaking out. And that's why I think the tone of our show on Warriors Pre- and Post-Game Live, we're hitting on the defense. We're talking about the critical points, but you got to ease into the season. It's a tone. It's like, look, we're not going to be screaming and yelling, oh, my God, they gave us 72 points in the first. I get it. They've given up 70-plus points in the first half in 3 straight games. It's also, they just got back from Japan. They're here at practice. It's a championship team that just ended playing in mid-June. I don't want them I want them playing hard. I want them practicing good habits. But this is the same thing we discussed last year. They were the 3 seed last year. Does anybody remember that? And everybody said, oh, my God, Memphis has home court in the second round. I don't care. The Warriors could be the 5 or 6 seed. Just finish in the top 6 because that guarantees you a couple things. One, it guarantees you don't have to play in the playing game. Don't have to play in the playing game. Then it guarantees you a best-of-7 series in the first round. And guess what? Nobody wants to play the Warriors in the first round of a playoff series. They will still game 1 on your home court or game 2, and then they'll come back home to Chase Center, win the next 2, and then they'll knock you out in 5 or 6. Like, home court advantage no longer means anything for the Golden State Warriors. It does not. It really doesn't.
They're a work in progress, and I'm not worried about where they're at right now. I just want guys feeling good. I want certain roles to slowly get carved out and developed. And here's the irony, B. What roles are carved out now really won't matter in January.
No, it won't.
Which also the January roles really won't matter in March.
Nope.
Because once April comes around, it gets tightened and screwed, and who are we playing against?
Exactly. Top 8 guys. Wiggins and Clay's going to be playing with that second unit. Moody may be playing. We'll see about Wiseman. We'll see about Kuminga.
Did we know that Kevon Looney was going to drop 20 points in a playoff game?
No, we didn't know he was going to grab 22 rebounds either.
And be a crucial component for what they needed?
I'm glad you brought up Looney because around this time last year, 5 games in, people were ready to start Bielitsa over Looney.
Bielitsa is a great example. Like, that's the other thing when you talk about Wiseman. Like, Bielitsa had, 6 moments all season? I'm asking you sincerely.
6 moments.
Right? Like, we've already seen more from Wiseman in 4 games than we saw from Bielitsa in
No
the
doubt.
six moments all throughout last
No
year.
doubt.
And Bielitsa was a giant liability defensively.
Giant.
Okay? We have carved out this lovable Mo Spates role. And we all love Mo Spates. And he was fun. He was a lot of fun. Mo Spates couldn't guard a trash can.
Yep.
And I love Mo Spates. Why does James Wiseman have to come in and be Bill Russell in his prime day one?
Now, I would have wanted to know, because I'm seeing my family, Steiny said Warriors will not win as a 5th or 6th seed. Why not? Why does home court matter for this team? When your top 6 is Steph, Clay, Dre, Looney, Wiggins, Poole. Insert, I love Gary Payton II, but he had a couple moments in the playoffs. Remember, he didn't play a lot after.
He broke his arm.
He broke his arm. And against Boston, he had a couple moments.
Yeah.
At times, he was unplayable.
I know.
He was hit or miss in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Otto Porter Jr. was hit or miss in the playoffs. Hit or miss. Bielitsa, hit or miss. So my top 6 guys in that lineup so far has been scoring at will. Wiggins, Poole, Curry, Clay, Draymond. Problem is they can't get stops. They will tighten up in the playoffs.
Last year, when they started off 18-2, there was a guy by the name of Andre Iguodala who we were all like, oh my God, he looks like he's hit the fountain of youth.
Right.
And then we didn't see him for the rest of the year.
The rest of the year.
I mean, what did he do outside of the first 20 games? What did he, and I'm not ripping him, I'm saying sincerely, think of how dramatically different we viewed Andre Iguodala as he was getting ceremonial minutes in the final couple of claps of the finals versus the 6-month gap in between the first 20 games and what ended up happening at the end.
I do wonder if anybody's worried about the Golden State Warriors. And there's a lot of hype. Oh, man, Wiseman.
Oh, plus
giving
minus.
up buckets. Plus minus.
Plus minus.
Plus minus. I get it. I get the plus minus. I don't give a damn about plus minus. We never cited on pre and post game shows for a reason. Because what if Steph is playing with Ty Jerome? Right? What if he's playing with Ty Jerome, Wiseman, Kuminga, and they get blown out by 15? All of a sudden, Steph Curry's got a minus 20. We're looking, oh my gosh, Steph Curry was a minus 20. Look at who he's playing with.
I mean, last year, Otto Porter Jr. was awesome. And then he had like a 2-month stretch where he was horrible. And I love Otto Porter Jr.
Otto Porter Jr. had a stretch where he hit like 5 threes in 2 months.
We act like everything was perfect all year long. Yeah. What did Steph, Clay, and Dre played, like 5 seconds together in the regular season?
They played 5 seconds together.
No, I'm serious.
No, I'm dead serious too.
Yeah, what was it, like 12 seconds?
They played the Boston game, which was like 8 minutes.
Okay, 8 minutes before Curry got hurt with the Marcus Smart play.
Exactly.
I mean, guys, it's a marathon. Everyone out there, take a deep breath.
They won a championship last year, the Warriors, and I get this last year. I'm going to play some sound about that from Steve Kerr. But they won a championship when they went into the playoffs knowing that Curry had missed 18 games, Draymond had missed 36, Clay hadn't come back until January 9th against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and there's all these moving parts. And what happened? They smoked the Nuggets at 5. They beat the Grizzlies in 6. They beat the Mavs in 5. And they ended up winning the championship against the Boston Celtics. All right? They're 4th in 8 years. So and the other thing about that too,
and we actually have to beat everyone in the league. You only have to beat who you play against.
But they started peaking during that last couple weeks of the season. Remember they lost to the Phoenix game at Chase Center. Yeah. Then they won the rest of their games, and it was like, all right, we're ready to roll. We're ready to roll. So anybody freaking out in the month of October?
It's just the key right now is health. And then getting the young guys feeling good about their game.
Let them play.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to see the growing pains. Again, we talked about this with Trey Lance. It's the same in basketball. When you are on a bad team and they just throw you the ball and you're allowed to, and Steiny was making some great points about how Kuminga would have been playing on the old version of the Warriors. Right. He would have already had a full year in his belt, and either he would sink or swim, and we will see. And maybe he develops bad habits like a Corey Maggette, and he's not a winning player, or maybe he's Anthony Randolph, or something in between. Maybe he's good, maybe he's not. Now, obviously, they've got a championship, core, but this guy's trying to find a role on a good team. He's trying to play quote-unquote winning basketball, and he's trying to find himself in the league.
Right.
Hey, do I even belong? I know we all think that they belong, but sometimes you go out there and you're doubting yourself. Where do I even fit on this team? And that's not just Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman.
And you know what? Moody's carving out a role for himself.
Oh, he looks fantastic.
And the thing is, Wiseman has only played 43 regular season games. Are we really going to make a determination on James Wiseman? after 43 games.
How did JaVale McGee become such a fan favorite? I know he was getting paid very little.
He played 9 minutes a game, Shasky.
That's what I'm saying.
Honest to God,
people
he played.
pretend like he was Wilt. It's wild, and I love JaVale McGee.
I love
he
him
cracked
too.
me up.
He played 9 minutes a game.
Led the team in net rating 2 years in a row.
Oh my God! See, there you go. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. You are listening to 95.
Not in that context.
Thank you.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are here. I'm going to play more cuts real quick.
Just 1 second before you move on. Could you imagine, like, Kobe, we can't play Rick Fox. Have you seen his net rating offensively when we're out there together?
Yeah.
We cannot play Derek Fisher because his defensive net rating when me and him are on the court is just not good enough.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's the way we talk about basketball is just absurd. The nerds are ruining sports. I've been saying this.
Yeah, well, you know how I feel about that. You know how I feel about it. And look, I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We're kind of cool nerds. We're, nerdy, dorky, whatever.
But people don't talk about basketball that way.
No,
Nerds need to stop ruining the fun of sports.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nah, it's too much. The net rating stuff with Wiseman is too
minus,
much.
All of it.
It's too much. I get it. He's
tool.
not a good defender right now. He's not. The guy's also played 43 games. Now, can we speak about some of the... You want positives? I saw him alter some shots Tuesday night. I saw him go straight up without fouling. All right? The guy's learning.
Bonte. Jokic is one of the best players in the NBA.
Can't play a look of defense. Can't play a look of defense.
Luka Doncic is one of the best players in the NBA.
Can't play a look of defense.
And yet we're crushing the kid coming off the bench for why the team gives up 40 in a first quarter?
Unbelievable.
Take a cold bath.
Here's what Kerr had to say about moving on from last year.
The bigger point is that over the course of the next couple of months, we have to move forward, from last year, from the last 8 years to this one, and to recognize this is a totally new team, and we're relying on a lot of new players and young players, and this is going to take a lot of work, and for all of us. When we recognize that, we're going to be on a good path, but it's going to take a while for all of that to come to fruition.
Here's another key quote from Steve Kerr with Damon Ratto yesterday about being in a situation without too many veterans coming off that bench.
You think about this run that we've been on, we've always had veterans coming off the bench who were stabilizers. Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, Zaza Pachulia, David West, David Lee. We've had these guys who have been around for a long time, who were helping guide the team, helping lead the team. Now we have a group of guys coming off the bench who are just trying to figure out what's what. And so it's a very different leadership dynamic, very different roster dynamic that we're looking at this year, and that requires different leadership from within and a different way of looking at things.
So he also is all very interesting. And he also, real quick, Shasky, last cut here from Steve Kerr on Damon and Ratto about patience. Because I think the P word, patience. A lot of people need to exhibit some patience when it comes to this basketball team.
I think what we need is patience more than anything. 4 games in, it's way too early to determine something like that. I think you look at Phoenix last night, they're buttoned up, they are ready to play, they're angry from what happened in the playoffs to them last year. They're playing all vets. You can see they have their identity, this is who they are, and they're going to win a lot of games. But for us, it's a matter of developing the young guys and implementing them into the fabric of a group that's been together for a long time. And that in itself just takes a while. And but the exciting thing is we've got talented players. These guys are gifted. And so as they catch up to the ways of the NBA and to the schemes and the things we're trying to accomplish, the ceiling gets higher.
So, okay. There's a lot of people that are still GP2 losing their minds. GP2 is a one-tool weapon. Now, he's great at it. I am not denying him. He's a defensive lockdown player on the perimeter, okay? No doubt about it.
It's a big loss.
Offensively, doesn't do a whole lot. Now, he did hit a couple of big threes,
he did,
but that's not the signature of his game.
And he was good in the dunker spot.
Absolutely. To open up room for Moses Moody, you had to let a guy like GP2 at his price point walk away, because now you're trying to develop him as one of those lockdown perimeter defenders. Now, I don't know if people were paying attention or astute to it. He was up in Booker. Yeah. Booker is as stiff of a test as you're going to go up against. Now, not the best player in the league, but really good. All-star level offensive scorer in the half court and can do a lot of different things. I thought he did a great job defending him. I also think Moody offensively brings so much more to the table than GP2. And this is not an either or, but what I'm saying is when you have a piece like Moody to allow him to mature into what we believe he can be, it's okay that a guy like GP2 leaves.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, he had to get his money. $30 million. Warriors weren't going to pay him that. Are you going to really pay him $30 million for a guy who may play 15 minutes one night and 7 the next?
No.
Yeah, so you move on. He's replaceable. I get it. His a niche, and some people are just freaking out. They're elevating Gary Payton. The second he was the 9th man on the roster. All right?
Yes.
The 9th man on the roster.
Yes.
It's okay.
But he was an energy guy, and I'll give him that, and the team did feed off of it. But what you're hoping, and again, he was 29 years old, and they found him in the G League.
What you're hoping is that Kuminga can one day be GP2, and maybe this season. Moody is maybe that guy. And
Moody spaces the floor better offensively for them.
And people with Klay Thompson, because I do think there's a topic conversation about Klay Thompson. Go watch that third quarter back. I watched the game back a little bit last night.
He was up in Booker.
He was up in Booker.
Especially well beyond the three-point line.
Yes, so Klay's going to be just fine. Let's relax about Klay Thompson. There's nothing to freak out about the Golden State Warriors. You want to freak out, go freak out about the 49ers, because they have issues, especially at the quarterback spot. Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. More coming up on the roast.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and we are 11-3 on weeknight pro football releases this year after the easy winner on over Chicago, New England Monday night. Tonight, we have our one and only Thursday Night Football game of the year. It is absolutely free at TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com. Baltimore, Tampa Bay, must win, or you will receive the next 30 days of our top-rated plays absolutely free. Just visit TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com. Again, we are 11-3 on weeknight pro football plays. These games have been gold for us. These games have been gold for our customers, and they will be gold for you tonight. Thursday Night Football, game of the year for free. Baltimore, Tampa Bay. Just visit TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com. Get this pick for free at TakingVegas.com.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get the Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Live life in the fast lane with 95.7 The Game and win tickets to see the Eagles. February 21st, 2023 at the SAP Center. Head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team, station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. We'll transition to some 49er football in just a second. They play the Rams. They've had the Rams number. They've won 7. What did they win? 7 in a row? They won 6 in a row. Lost, right? Am I wrong, Kyle? 7 in a row, 6 in a row. I lost count.
I think it's 6 during the regular season.
6 during the regular season.
Because it was
now
3
7.
straight years.
So now 7 straight in the regular season.
Yeah.
With the one loss coming in the NFC Championship. So
7-1 in the last 8.
7-1 in the last 8.
And that includes the NFC Championship game.
So they've won 7 straight regular season games against the LA Rams.
I would trade all of those 7 for that
one. For that one NFC Championship. Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? By the way, Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. He's going to join us to see if we should all be worried about the Warriors' defense alongside James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga. We love Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast. He's tapped in. He breaks it down. Should we be worried about Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody in the Warriors' defense?
You were playing earlier a bunch of sound from Steve Kerr, and my big
Who's on with Damon Ratto?
Yeah, my big takeaway from Steve Kerr. I was thinking about this the other night when I was watching Mike Malone. I don't know how many people watch other coaches, and I don't pretend to watch like, we were talking in the break. I don't watch the Charlotte Hornets. I don't have time for that. Now, if the game's on, maybe I'll watch a little New Orleans because I want to see, Brandon Ingram healthy when he was out there, and Zion Williamson and all that. Like, no doubt about it. But I look at some of these other coaches around the league, and I use Mike Malone as an example. There's different skill sets. I watched Mike Malone coach a game, and I go, my God, he's on edge. Just on edge the whole time.
It's almost too much.
Yeah, he's micromanaging every second of the game. And then I watch Steve Kerr. I think at times He can not micromanage, but be very rigid. I think at times he can be really demanding. I also think at times he can be very patient. Sometimes too patient for my liking. Sometimes too rigid for my liking. But he's very dynamic in terms of his personality for this team. Some nights he needs to be fiery. Some nights he doesn't. Right. But I think at the end of the day, him having the patience and that cool hand to have perspective, to take a deep breath and look back at things, I think it's very underrated. And I think he's the perfect coach for this organization during this time. And I was just, basically contrasting that with like someone like Mike Malone. Anybody can win with this team.
No, you can't.
No,
you can't.
No.
You could run,
Steve Kerr's great.
No, Steve Kerr's just fine. Steve Kerr's fine. But he also mentioned with Damon Ratto yesterday how it's hard to play everyone.
Yes.
I mean, this is a deep roster. It's hard to play everyone. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that.
You can only play so many guys. It's really hard to play more than 10. Even 10 can be a stretch. We've generally played 10. So if you look at our group, you're going to reach 11 when you look at the players you'd like to see out there. So we don't have enough space when everybody is healthy. But 4 games in, we've got a couple back-to-backs coming up. There's likely to be guys, sitting, likely to be, guys getting banged up. There's going to be plenty of time for JK, for Moses, for Wise. This is all part of development.
It's all part of development. Would you rather be the LA Lakers right now? Or would you rather be the Golden State Warriors when it comes to developing? All right.
I mean, of course. But regarding the playmakers and who plays and all that stuff, I think it's very easy to like, and I do this all the time. I freely admit, I raise my hand, where it's like, oh my God, this lineup's not working, go to another one. But I also understand that when you're trying to come up with ideas of how to plot out minutes,
you have to play it out.
And also you have an idea in your head, and like, let me see what this lineup can do against this team, and maybe we can go to that in certain situations down the stretch. And you're almost doing like process of elimination. So like, for example, I'm frustrated right now with one lineup. When I see JaMychal Green, Kuminga, and Wiseman on the floor together.
And we haven't seen them much.
It's clunky.
Right. But we haven't seen them much.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is am I furious that he tried it? No, because he should try it early on in the season.
Well, he should try it a lot. And these are coaching moments for you.
Exactly.
This is tape. So when you grab the tape and you see these lineups, whatever lineup you don't like or like, and Steve Kerr takes the tape, goes back to practice. Okay, this is what I liked here. This is what I don't like. And he goes meet with Kenny Atkinson. He goes meet with Chris DeMarco and Rod Adams and the rest of the coaching staff. Okay, let's tinker this lineup with this guy. Let's tinker it with this guy. Like, for example, I didn't like the second unit with Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, Dante DiVincenzo, and Jordan Poole. I thought the backcourt was too small.
Yeah.
I thought it took the ball out of Jordan Poole's hands. And then Dante DiVincenzo, I think he can hit open threes, but when you look at his percentages, it's like a career 35% three-point shooter. To me, when Clay gets right, when he gets in shape, and Wiggins starts to play more minutes, and he plays with the second unit, all of a sudden they're going to go from DiVincenzo, Kuminga, to possibly Poole, Clay, Wiggins, alongside Wiseman, and maybe Moody or Kuminga. You know what I'm saying? So that lineups going to tinker. But you need all these different variations early in the season to see what works and what doesn't work.
Totally.
And early on, it's okay. I'm okay with this through the first 20 games.
I mean, Bonte, we're through the first 20 games. Come playoff time, depending on the matchup, don't we sit here in between games and obsess about what's working and what's not against specific lineups?
There could be series Wiseman doesn't play at all.
It's an ever-evolving thing is what I'm getting at. And then the other part of this is that I think because of, like, I know this as a coach, like, what happens is, like, today I want to get this guy run at this position with this group of guys. And then what ends up happening, well, in the first quarter, player X gets multiple fouls, or player Y has actually a hamstring strain, and all my pre-planning is out the window.
Right.
You know, the other night, Looney picks up 2 quick ones.
Right. Now Wiseman's got to play right away.
Exactly. And that throws off your rotations a little here and there. And so I think it's a lot easier for people to, like, scream and yell about Kerr's rotations and how quick or how long he leaves a lineup out there. It's a lot harder to actually sit there and do the job on a day-in, day-out basis and have to face these guys and say, hey, John and Kuminga, this is why you're not playing.
Right.
This is why you are going to play. Moody, this is why you're going to get this run.
Now, with all that said, I do want to see some minutes for Kuminga. I do want to see Steve Kerr. Now, I don't know what's going on in practice. I think he's working hard. I see him working out with Andre Iguodala after practice, shooting shots. He's talking to Andre Iguodala on the pitch. Kuminga's a wild card.
Yeah.
He may be your most athletic player on the roster.
He might also be your most erratic.
At times, yes, he needs to carve out a role, no
Yes.
doubt. But he is special. He has raw talent that needs to be tapped into. If you're not going to play him, I would like to see him in the G League. He's not going to get better not playing. Like Wiseman's going to get better playing.
Let me
He has
ask
to
you.
play.
Let me ask you this: you will maybe have a better feel for his personality than I do. When Jordan Poole in his second year got sent back down to the G League, and I don't know, maybe looking back on it, maybe I've thought differently about, was he mentally capable of accepting that and going? Like now it looks back in retrospect, we're like, yeah, that really worked.
Yeah, he went down there and cooked. He also had Jeremy Lin beside him to maybe help him out as a veteran. Said, "Hey, young man, use this to your advantage." And I think with him playing with Patrick Baldwin Jr., Ryan Rollins down to the G League, I think that's a good experience for Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, play. We just want to keep you active. Want to play through it. I think his confidence is going to be fine. Because if it's not fine, then you can't play on this team.
Well, we're already, I mean, again, I don't even know if it was a real report or not, but like Stephen A. talking about his attitude regarding work ethic and stuff, I'm a little worried. Not worried, I guess.
I'm not. From what I hear around the practice team, that was bogus.
Okay.
That was bogus.
Okay. Yeah, again, you have a better feel than me.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, okay, well, if you send the guy down, does he become jaded and angry and want out?
No. And
even though he hasn't done anything in the league.
He went down to the G League last year. I know he didn't like it.
Is that unfair for me to say that?
No, it's not unfair. He didn't like it last year. I know that. But he needs to play. And it is what it is. If you're not playing on the big boy club, then you know what? Go down and get some reps. Work on your game. Work on your free throws. Work on your moves. Work on your defense. It's not a bad thing to play. That's what the G League is there for. Well, I think it's perfect for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga if he's not playing with the big boy roster.
Well, and you also got to think, and this is just me, spitballing for the next couple of months, there's going to be specific rest nights for like Draymond, for example.
Well, this weekend.
Or Looney.
This weekend, they play Charlotte and Detroit on the back-to-back.
Okay, so Dre will definitely play in Detroit.
Probably.
Right?
He didn't play last year in Detroit.
He didn't?
He didn't.
Okay.
Remember, that was one of the games where the youngsters won.
the youngsters did. That
was a culture win.
That's right.
Detroit, South Beach,
Cade
Miami.
Cunningham.
South Beach, Miami. Remember, they had the culture win down in South Beach, Miami a day after losing to Orlando, San Antonio. So Kuminga's going to play at some point this weekend. But if he's not going to get consistent minutes, I would like to see the young man in the G League to work on this game and come back with a new perspective.
Interesting.
And Jordan Poole's right there to say, hey, young fella, come here. Yeah. This is where Jordan Poole steps up.
Well, it
this
does
is where
feel like
Wiseman steps up.
When I look at Kuminga on the bench, I'm just going off of what I see on the television. He does look disconnected is not the word, but he looks like he's alone, like emotionally, like not that he's like angry or anything. He seems like he's very subdued.
I don't think he's happy.
Well, I don't blame him for not being happy. He's a young player who wants to play,
and I have no problem with that. I have no problem with a young player wanting to play. That's a lot. It's a problem with a lot of youngsters in the NBA. They get their money and don't even care anymore. This guy wants to play and he wants to be great.
But his spot on the team right now, if you're just looking between Wiseman and Kuminga, because I think they have overlapping skill sets in ways, I think they're best used right now, both as guys who attack the rim, and it feels like they're occupying similar space. In preseason, when Kuminga was at the 4 and Wiseman was at the 5, I thought they moved the ball well and their spacing was good together. For some reason, that hasn't translated into the regular season.
Playing a lot more JaMychal Green.
Yeah, and I get it. I would like. I'm just thinking long term. Like I would like to see Kuminga get some of those minutes.
I want to see him play with Wiseman.
Yeah,
I want to see him play with Wiseman in the 2-man game. So Warriors back on the floor tonight. Tonight at Chase Center against the Miami Heat, coming off a back-to-back. They beat Portland last night. Portland was 4-0 going into that game. They suffered their first loss of the season. Let's go to Anthony in Fairfield. Anthony in Fairfield. He's on the roast. What's happening, Ant?
Top of the morning, fellas, man. So I was listening the last few days, and I was a little irritated by like the fans, like either judging Jordan Poole or just coming up with different stuff, like or saying Kuminga wasn't working hard, or
I don't like
just
that.
Coming up with outlandish stuff, and it's just 4 days. And like one of the things I remember is that Jordan Poole had went down to the G League because he wanted to get some reps. And I think it was Jordan Poole and James Wiseman may have done that. And so I do think, just from the outside looking in, that really would be a good idea for Kuminga to, like you're saying, Bonte, to just, to get him to get some reps down there and to keep his legs fresh. But I also just wanted to say, man, like, we got to stop as fans, like, battling. We all like the same team. And they just won a championship last season, man. Like
the reigning champs.
Dude, and it makes no sense that here we are 4 months later, and I hear callers saying, like, I wouldn't have gave JP the money, I would still move James Wiseman, and it's like, chill out.
Yeah.
We got to trust the process of, like, just Steve Kerr knows what he's doing. And last season and seasons before, we all know, we watched closely, that Steve Kerr uses the first 20 or 40 games, maybe like 20, 25, to really tinker, like you're saying, Bonte, tinker with the rotation and to see what's really going on and to see what he has.
Right.
Because we do have an older team, and we're trying to do two different things at one time. We want to keep our old guys fresh, but we want to give our young guys the reps and give them the experience that they need, to help us in the playoffs, because like somebody like Moses Moody did kind of help in the playoffs.
Right.
And you also got to remember, people who are calling saying, like not agreeing with Jordan Poole getting his money, like it's not your money. That young kid worked his butt off to get where he is. And remember, the stories were coming out that he was burning that key card, getting in that gym and working out over and over and over again. So I just wanted to call and kind of give some perspective, because, like, don't worry about his bag. He deserved that bag, and he earned that bag. But overall, as a fan base, we are champions. So act like it and trust that Steve Kerr has the best interest in all the players. I want to see Jonathan Kuminga as well, but I do think right now, if he isn't on the floor, there is a reason, but it doesn't mean he's in a doghouse. It might just mean that he needs to show a little bit more, but I don't think he's not working, but I do think that it's hard for Kerr to give minutes to everybody. So
No doubt, Anthony, no doubt. Good call. Kuminga, he has some things to work on. I think it's unfair, though, to psychoanalyze him and say whether or not he's engaged, whether or not he's connected, whether or not he's into it. Like, we don't know. How the hell do we know? The young man's watching the game on the bench. He's not playing. He's trying to learn. He's listening to Andre Iguodala. He's listening to the coaching staff. He's trying to pick up tips. He's trying to pick up notes. The guy's connected. Like, I thought the report by Stephen A. Smith in the offseason was so irresponsible. The guy plays for his country. This guy's playing for his country. You know what I'm saying? He didn't look too bad there, right, in the African Cup or trying to get to the Olympics or whatnot. So this whole thing about, Kuminga's not working too hard and this and that, like, come on, man. Like, let's stop with that.
Don't you think people jump to conclusions because he's not getting minutes? And
they jump to conclusions because of an irresponsible report by Stephen A. Smith.
Okay.
On First Take.
When I see, was it Ty Jerome or whatever get in before him?
Steve Kerr said he needed a point guard. That's what Steve Kerr said.
I know.
Steve Kerr said. Now,
I'm trying to read between the lines a little. And, and maybe because of the impression of what Stephen A. put out there, that I'm more inclined subconsciously to lean in that direction.
Right.
I do feel like this is a guy who was one of the first guys off the bench last year toward, the end of the year in the regular season. And then the fact that he's like the last guy off the bench now, he does feel like the odd man out. And people want to know why.
Yeah. Ty Jerome, that spot, I do wonder about Quindary Weatherspoon. That was an interesting cut.
Well,
I like Quindary.
Yeah, but again, I think they view Kuminga in this role as a 3 at times.
Right.
I don't. Like, Quindary to me would have been that logical guy at the 3, way at the end of the bench.
Who could play a little point, though?
A little.
Like, Ty Jerome to me is not an NBA player.
No.
So that one's a little weird too.
No, and I don't want to, crush the guy.
I'm not trying to crush the kid.
Yeah, it's out of left field.
It is out of left field. Let's go to is this call. Should I take this call, Kyle? Line 2, is it good? No? Well. All right, give me 1 second.
We're on fire.
We are on fire. Transition defense. I want to see that get cleaned up. I don't think the Miami Heat will run as much, but the Warriors, if they give up 70 points in the first half today, then I'm going to be a little alarmed.
Well, the pace of play that the Heat play with is
way too slow.
Yeah, it's not going to be that way. So I'm excited for this one. I think that the Heat culture, which is a thing down in Miami, and the Warrior culture, I mean, this is a clash of teams that have very specific principles. And, I always go back to one of the great coming out parties for the Warriors was beating LeBron James in South Beach.
Yeah, no, that was great. The Draymond Green layup.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that game. Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. All the way in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Fellas?
What up, Tim?
What's up? Guys, I mean, the previous caller hit it right on the money. I'm flabbergasted how this kid came to this country at 15, away from his parents 5 years. Everything he's got is self-made, but now because there's a little bit of a language barrier, the guy never gets up and really says anything, and then this Stephen A. thing to just hammer this kid this way, and then we just take it, and now as fans, we're almost pitting our rookies against each other for absolutely no reason. I hate what I see, and I don't want to call the guy out, and y'all listen to him. He's out on the station, but just listen to some of his podcasts. Monty Poole has some kind of agenda when it comes to Kuminga, man. He talks negative about this kid all the time. And it's just, to me, it's just sad to see a self-made guy who's never been a role player learning to adjust to being a role player. Wiseman, never been a role player, always been the guy a big man on campus. It has been an easier transition from Moody. Moody was a role player since high school with Cade Cunningham and Scotty Barnes. Then he was a role player in Arkansas.
Montverde Academy, he was a role player with Cade Cunningham.
Right, exactly, Bunty. So it has been easier transition for him. This kid, Kuminga, you can see the growth. You can see him not being as out of control as he was early in the year. He's playing the offense. He's moving the ball, and he's not forcing things. Even when they put him in there when it's a blowout, he doesn't go out there trying to get his. He's adjusting. And, I mean, guys, we have to be patient. I remember I called in. The mentality as fans and the mentality as this team, they are now the hunted. Hunted.
That's true.
What a great call.
That's a great call. They are the hunted. And you know what? In a way, they were almost the hunted last year. When teams see that Warriors uniform, see, the problem is psychologically, the Warriors damaged a lot of franchises during their run to 5 straight NBA Finals. And a lot of people haven't forgotten about that.
Clippers, Rockets.
I mean, OKC.
Memphis.
The first
time.
Dallas. You know what I'm saying? Denver.
Yeah.
Portland.
Cleveland.
Cleveland. By the way, Cleveland, not bad. Donovan Mitchell over there. They got a nice little roster. They've wrecked a lot of teams. Mentally. So, yeah, they're going to come hard at the Warriors, and that's fine. Steph Curry and company knows when to turn it up. They're a championship team. Who the hell is worried? Like, that's the thing. I've seen all the freak out over 4 games about these youngsters. The youngsters need to play. Because by the trade deadline, let's say by the trade deadline, these guys aren't ready to roll, and they're regressing instead of improving. Then Bob Myers will probably have to make a decision. He'll probably have to look elsewhere for veteran help. He'll probably have to say, you know what? Maybe these guys don't have it. But you got to play these guys. Got to play them. Play them.
The point about being the hunted and the other teams not liking the Warriors, wasn't that evident with the Klay Thompson-Booker situation the other night?
Absolutely.
And
Phoenix wanted that game so bad.
Well, it was their Super Bowl. I mean, come on.
They wanted that game so bad. It was a statement game for them.
Of course it was.
For the Phoenix Suns, it was a statement game.
Because they've been simmering for 4 months about how they got bowed out.
Chris Paul was 1-for-11 from the three-point line going into that game. He hits 4 threes. You heard Eddie Johnson on our show Tuesday, color analyst for the Phoenix Suns. Oh, no, we got y'all. COVID got us last year. COVID. You know, it's all good. That was a fluke. It was a fluke losing by 30 on your home floor in Game 7. That's not fluky.
The Kuminga thing, people just want to see him play, and they like Kuminga, and they think that Kuminga can be an ascending type of a player. I don't know what his talent level can be ceilinged at, but we all feel like he could fit this team. And when you go like at the ethos of the Warriors over the last decade, small ball and guys being positionless and being versatile has been at the top of it. Athleticism and power that he has, very rare. They had a little bit with Iggy. They had a little bit with KD. And this guy presents something so new and so different than what they're accustomed to. It's tantalizing. And I think a lot of fans are tantalized by the athleticism and the power, and they want to see him play.
Yeah, no doubt. And we also got to remember he's 20 years old. These guys can't even drink. Moody can't even go into a bar and drink legally. Kuminga can't go drink legally. This guy's 20 years old playing with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay.
And in terms of pitting people against each other, we have done this as a society And it's not just the Warriors.
It's the Niners, too.
Oh, Matt Cain or Tim Lincecum.
Oh, my
Remember
gosh.
for years?
Oh, yes.
It was Lincecum or Cain. Cain or Lincecum. 49ers. Go back to Jerry and T.O.
Yeah.
Why did we have to move off of Jerry again? It still doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Where are we at in society today?
Are we only playing one wide receiver? Why couldn't we have both of them?
Right. No, I'm with you. Let's go to Austin and San Jose. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas, thanks for having me on. Enjoying the show, guys. I haven't talked to you other shows, but hey, Bonte, I want to thank you for bringing up the Kuminga thing, man. It's well said, and I think that I've been feeling the same way. I think the fans, as Joe said, though, do have a certain kind of feeling. I think he has the most unique skill set on the Warriors right now in terms of being one of my friends said Jay Rich is a comparison maybe to Kuminga. I don't know how
It's
you
interesting
feel about that.
Different positions, but I see the explosion.
I see what he's saying, though, because Jason Richardson came in. He couldn't shoot. He really couldn't shoot.
He couldn't dribble.
He couldn't dribble
or
either.
shoot.
And Kuminga has those same issues there. Go ahead, finish the call, Austin.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing I wanted to say about Kuminga, I've been watching the league pass this year, guys, for the first time. I get a chance to see a lot of the young guys, and I'll tell you what, man, there's some bad young guys on these teams. So that's the one thing I'm concerned about is our young guys are going to have to make an impact a lot faster than everybody's thinking. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about. The other thing I want to say is you're right, Bonte. The Warriors have broken teams, man. That's part of the angst they feel every time they go into another arena. They broke teams and they changed the NBA. But I'm all in, man. Thanks for letting me on.
Anytime, Austin. And he said something about the young guys playing. We're going to see Detroit this weekend. Kay Cunningham, Jaden Ivey. Those youngsters get to play because their teams aren't any good.
And they get to play through mistakes, foul trouble.
The Warriors, going on the Warriors, and that was the problem last year with the deadline, right? You had two different timelines. You wanted to develop and win championships. Well, they got it done.
Yeah. but part of getting it done was diminishing the roles of the rookies as time went on.
Exactly. And you may have to do the same this year.
Maybe.
But one of the young players did get run, and that was Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
So Jordan Poole knows what it's like to play. Booty, we all forget, Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks. Big impact off the bench. Remember that? Got to play a little bit. He got to taste it. He got to taste the playoff. He got to see the bright lights of the playoffs. So they will get more playing time, but that's the problem when you're playing on the championship team. You don't get to play through those mistakes.
Well, I'm convinced that if Kuminga was playing, I'm just throwing out hypothetical teams, the Houston Rockets right now.
Oh, he'd be balling.
Well, I don't even know about balling, but we'd get 2 or 3 dunks a game in blowouts, and we'd be like, oh, look at these dunks.
Look at this guy.
Look at this viral moment. And I don't even know if he'd be a good player or not. I don't even know.
Before we get back out to the lines, Kevin Harlan did join Willard and Dibs yesterday. And here's what Kevin Harlan, who calls basketball games for TNT, also calls football games for Westwood One Radio, CBS. He's all over the place. Here's what Kevin Harlan had to say about the two timelines the Warriors are dealing with right now.
Part of what is so difficult about bridging, what is still a sustainable locomotive in those 4 guys who have won and trying to find the replacements with on-the-job training so that you're not missing a beat. That's a tough thing to do. And it's tough because you can see other teams have tried it and have failed. This team is right on the cusp of making that happen and probably not that far away from having a lot of this click. But right now, it can be uncomfortable. And last night, the reaction was probably not what Steve wanted to see from the ejection.
And then Kevin Harlan talked about the difficulty of the Warriors' young players tipping the balance of the team.
I know Steve just feels right now that, we talked to him before the game last night, that, the core that is so experienced and decorated is outnumbered by the group that needs to really, pull the rope and keep their hands on the rope. And that probably is been a little tug stronger the other way as opposed to the core 4, core 3 players that have had such a nice, push. Looney and Clay and Curry and Draymond are forceful guys, but just by sheer numbers, you're relying on Poole and Moody and Wiseman and down the line, and the young players probably right now are tilting that balance a little bit.
So there is something to that with the balance and when they come into the game and you see what's happening defensively. But here's the deal. The moneymakers are Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney. They're not setting the tone defensively in the first quarter.
No.
So when Wiseman does come into the game and Moody does come into the game, teams are already rolling. First time out against the Denver Nuggets, Denver was 8 of 10 from the floor. Is that on Wiseman? No. It's on the starters. Starters have to set the tone. And right now, look, it's okay for the starters to coast. They're champions. We understand what's happening. It's game 4. They've been to championships. You know how hard it is for Steph Curry in his 14th year to get up for a game number 3 against the Sacramento Kings? He still goes out there and play hard. He's never going to admit it, though. So the starters have to set the tone and then set the example for the young fellas. Can't just put it on the young fellas. All right, young fellas, stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. Play some defense. Because that's not going to happen. And you're going to give up a lot of points if that does happen. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you guys play defense and I'll coast.
Right.
All I want to do is bomb threes.
Right.
Well, and you brought up like the most expensive players on the team, and I think in a roundabout way. I mean, let's call it what it is. Steph, and then Clay, and then I believe Wiggins, and then Draymond, and then Looney. Like that's how the finances are set up on this team. So they need those guys to play like it, you know. And right now, I think that obviously Clay is working himself back, but he's nowhere near one of the best players on this team right now. At least his impact hasn't been as such. I thought Draymond, if you want to look like silver lining from the Phoenix game, him being aggressive and shooting a little around the rim, to me, was the most encouraging thing that I saw.
Sign.
He put the ball on the floor. He tried to make a couple of bad passes and then realized, I've got wide open layups, and then took a bunch of those. So I'm encouraged, and I'm hoping that he can continue to be more aggressive offensively. A couple of shots a game. I mean, a couple of little bunnies, little runners. It just opens the floor up for his passing.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. You're absolutely right. Let's go to the lines again. Our boy, Tamir in Oakland. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing well, buddy. What's going on?
Not much. I'm doing good. I hope y'all are too. I just had to call in because, before, back in the day, I used to be the biggest Fiddick, whatever. I'm about to say he's got 4 chips. We just all need to relax 4 games in the season. And, I heard, Joe, you were saying how Kuminga sometimes he doesn't look like he's into the game and stuff. I coach young dudes. That's how they all look nowadays when they're on the bench and they'll ask questions and stuff. They all look like that when they're into the game. It's not how it was like when I was in high school or whatnot. Like, it's different ways they interact and everything. And I'm like, everyone's complaining about the way the players are. Everybody knows Kerr puts all the young dudes in like a hockey substitution and stuff in the beginning of the season.
That's true.
Tinker with stuff. So all we have to do is just relax, let him do what he does, and then we'll be fine, and everybody will be cheering in the playoffs. And this Twitter stuff, I'm not even on it no more because fans are starting to, like you said, they're trying to pick apart young dudes and stuff. Half these young dudes will scrape everybody that's playing basketball right now. It's T100. So, everybody just needs to relax, let Kerr and the staff do what they do, and we just watch our team play basketball.
No doubt. The Wiseman stuff, thanks for the call, Tamir. This guy just missed the season. Played 3 games in college, 39 his rookie season. It was game number 43 for him. And the way I see him discussed, he's not a good defensive player right now. Below average. He's got to get better.
I think he's gotten a lot better, that's the scale that I'm on. Yes, I don't think he's a great defensive player by any stretch. He has gotten better from his first year.
If you can't see the improvement, I think Guru had a tweet. You can't see the improvement, you're blind.
Or you're not looking.
Offensively, man, he's getting better and better offensively by the game. The pick and roll between Jordan Poole and James Wiseman and Steph Curry and James Wiseman is nearly unstoppable. All you got to do is throw the ball up. Vertical spacing. Wasn't everybody bitching and moaning about vertical spacing last season? We don't have any vertical spacing. Well, Wiseman gives you that. He gives you that. What are you not seeing? Defensively, he will get better. How better? How much better? I don't know. You heard Saintly yesterday. Gary St. Jean joined us yesterday. He said, man, Pete Newell, longtime head coach of Cal Bears, Pete Newell, big man camp. It's going to take you about 2 to 3 years to get right for a big man. It's going to take a while. Do you give up on him right away?
I've got a couple.
21.
I got a couple quick questions for you. All right. First one. Of the 3 younger players on the team right now, I'm not going to put Poole in this bucket. Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody. By year's end, who will have the most impact on this team in playoff games?
If I had to guess, it'd probably be Moody.
I would agree with you on that one. And why do you say that?
Ball handling, defense, interchangeable, can fill any role. Demeanor, wing defender. Probably Moody.
Versatility.
Played that 1 year at college, too. People underrate that. Playing for Eric Musselman, an NBA head coach in college. had him ready to roll. They ran a similar system than like the Golden State Warriors, so I think they're fine.
And, we don't really like to do a lot of scripting or anything like that.
No,
you and I, we like to talk sports.
We're organic.
I'm seeing on the rundown, and I noticed this morning, Guru says that Steph will win the MVP this season. Are we fading or riding the goo on this one? Because you kind of have a theory whenever you see Guru put something out on Twitter. Maybe you can explain it to the audience.
Well, Guru puts out these bets. He has the lock of the day in the NBA. And I saw that he started like 0-5 or something like that with the lock of the days.
Oh. Ouch.
So I got a cut from Guru in the second. I want to get to these calls, and then we'll play this Guru cut in the second. Now I'll let you know if I'm going to fade Guru or not.
Steph MVP. That's what Guru says. Are you riding or fading the goo?
I always fade the goo. Dirty.
Why are you giving it away?
And Allen
How
Rock.
the sausage is
I'm
made?
just saying. I usually fade the goo. I want to listen to the cut, and I'll let you know if I fade him. Dirty and Allen Rock. Then we'll get to Coach Adam.
I'm riding the goo.
Dirty, what's happening?
You already know, man. Love the show. So, want to say this, man.
Thank you.
You guys keep pounding it into the fans. It's Game 4, and I could see if these guys came out because the mainstream media really hammered Clay tonight. And I want to say, as a long time, very, very long time, 3 decades worth of time, Warrior fan, and I loved what I seen from Clay. And if I'm not mistaken, guys, on the play that the trash talking really started, Clay swatted
Devin Booker.
Devin Booker.
Knocked the ball out of bounds.
Now these guys are over here saying that Clay's done.
Yeah,
washed,
that's a joke.
Passing the torch to somebody who has no rings. No, I'm not going to let that be. No.
Yeah.
Mainstream media, you know what they could do. I'm not going to say it.
Right.
But I'm going to say this, though. Steve Kerr, he experiments with lineups, and when the stakes are high and we need our guys in there and they're fresh legs, the reason why is because we tested everybody. We gave everybody a run. He's figuring lineups out right now. This is Game 4. I'm not tripping. If we were to land in the play-in game, I don't see nobody in front of us. Yeah, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? So thanks, guys.
I'd like to avoid the play-in game.
I want to tell everybody calm. Thank you.
Yeah, good call.
Hey, Dirty, you're absolutely right. He swatted the ball out of Devin Booker's hands and then he's cooked on defense. Go watch the third quarterback. Clay got motivated, Clay got jacked up, and he was in Devin Booker's grill. So this whole thing about Clay defense being washed, again, people are tell me you're not watching the game, but tell me you're not watching the game. Like, you're not watching the game.
No, the thing with Clay, too, I think that there's a misconception that when he's streaky and he's not hitting shots, that he's useless. And that's I don't agree with that.
It's just flat out bold-faced lie.
Well, and even if he's not hitting shots, let's just say, and his defense slips, let's follow me down this path. He still is a guy you have to absolutely account for in the half court because you know you can get hot at any moment. In terms of teams putting coverage and a specific guy on him and not leaving him out of the corner or on the perimeter. It opens up the floor for others.
No doubt. Let's get to my man, Coach Adam. Coach Adam out here in the city. What's up, Coach?
Hey, Coach.
How's it going, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Is this Adam DeQuisto?
Yeah, you know who it is.
What's up?
Don't give out the government name. It's Coach Adam.
Coach?
The streets know who Coach Adam is.
I need a couple of new inbound plays. You got to jot me down some, all right? I got my season coming up.
I got some good ones. I ride them best on cocktail napkins. So,
hey, you know what I need, Coach? I need gear. I need gear.
Oh, that's it.
well, it just came in, and I need some of that 95.7 gear. So maybe we do a little swap or something.
I'm feeling that.
I'm in on that.
Yep, I'm feeling that.
What you got, man?
All right. Well, so my whole feeling with the youngsters on the team is, they just you got to defend.
Yes.
You got to come in. And that's your job right here, is to be the energy on the defense and the rebound. And I was just out back east with one of our guys who graduated last year, Devin Sapp. And, he played for us 1 year. Now he's at D1. So he's got 3 years left, right? And he's on a team that has 6 fifth-year seniors, right? And so he's fighting. He said he's about the 7th, 8th man. I said, well, don't worry about shooting because that's what that's his specialty. I said, you go in, you defend, you don't turn over the ball, and you rebound. said you're gonna gain some minutes, and I think that's kind of probably what their role should be. Kuminga, get in there and lock someone down.
I agree. What do you think his position? Like, if you were, and I know this is very positionless basketball, but like, where do you foresee him? Do you see him being more of a post player, more of a perimeter guy? Like, where do you got him moving forward?
I got him hopefully basically taking over Draymond Green's position.
See, that's kind of where I'm at.
Being kind of the do-it-all. One day, hopefully, he'll be able to bring the ball up, make the right read, make the right decision. And with his length and athleticism, once he figures out the rotations defensively, I mean, come on, he's going to be protecting that rim along with Wiseman. I mean, you got some great young talent that are going to be protecting that rim for hopefully years to come here.
Coach Adam.
More from you.
Yeah, Coach Adam. I love Coach Adam. Former neighbor, Coach Adam. Miss living on that block. I'm not going to give up the block, Shasky, but I miss living on that block. By the way, Guru, talk about being hot. He is ice cold right now. He's 0 for 5 in his NBA locks of the day. Last night, he took the over in the Nets and Bucks game, and that went way under. Way under. We'll play his clip about the MVP a little bit later. Don't forget, 957thegameshop.com. We have T-shirts.
Merch.
We have hoodies. You heard Coach Adam. We got to get them. We're going to have City College all decked out in Morning Rose gear.
I'm ready.
No doubt about that.
Yeah,
the whole damn team, coaching staff, you're all getting Morning Rose gear. All of you.
We got to go to some games.
You got to go to some games.
Oh, I
go to games.
I know.
I go to the Bruce Mahoney game. I go to De La Salle. I go everywhere. Where's Shasky at? Oh, he don't go to high school games.
Oh, that's a lie.
He ain't about that life.
I went to every single JV SI girls basketball game last year. I didn't see you in the gym once.
I didn't even have a schedule.
Yeah.
SI don't want me there no more. They told me I talked too much trash about SI. They don't want me in their gym no more. What is it, Dugan Court? No, not Dugan Court.
Leo LaRocca.
Yeah, Leo LaRocca Court.
Give respect to one of the great athletic
It's a great
directors.
gym. It's a great gym. Yeah. I love their tournament, too,
The
during the
Sand Dune
holidays.
Classic.
The Sand Dune Classic's awesome. I love the Sand Dune
All right,
Classic.
get to the injury report.
All right, get to it.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
957thegameshop.com. Go right now. We got all the gear. Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs, Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto. We all got gear. We all have the gear. Yes, Guru's 0 for 5 in his NBA locks of the days. Fade to Goo. Deebo Samuel, he was not at practice yesterday. He continues to deal with the hamstring injury. Kyle Shanahan did not have much to say about Deebo's status for Sunday, only that he is making progress. As of right now, Samuel is listed as day-to-day. He's been dealing with this latest hamstring injury since he reported to practice on Monday. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider, to talk about the Dubs and their defense. That's coming up here on The Roast.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. details. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use my code JOEWASH to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 Woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags. And stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart. And get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Festivals, football, flannels. Some say fall is their favorite time of year. And this fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against COVID-19 variants. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster shot appointment as soon as you're eligible. And don't forget to enjoy the foliage. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to Wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
All right, good morning, everybody out there. Oh, baby, Thursday morning, Warriors Heat coming up at Chase Center. Got Niners Rams on Sunday. We'll get back to that in just a second. People claiming I stole the stat about Guru. I was looking at his Twitter page, but I'll give credit to YouTube for having it as well. But I'm looking at his Twitter page, and he has all his locks there. And now Guru's 0-5 when it comes to locks in the NBA. So do we trust Guru? Do we want to fade Guru? Bonte's troll? I'm sorry, troll. I didn't mean to steal your stat. I promise you I was looking at Guru's Twitter. I apologize. Good credit, though, for paying attention to the show. I'll give you credit for that. By the way, before we get to Anthony Slater, let me read this from Forbes magazine. The Warriors are now worth $7 billion. The article starts with, the NBA is golden for the first time in more than 2 decades. When Forbes began valuing NBA teams, a team other than the New York Knicks or the LA Lakers is the league's most valuable. This year, the Warriors take the top spot, worth $7 billion, 25% more than last year. Last year, they generated the most revenue, $765 million after paying their revenue sharing check, and the most operating income, $206 million in NBA history as they won their 4th title in 8 years.
So that's a valuation. So if they wanted to essentially if this were a home, right? They bought the home for $100,000. I'm using round numbers here. Now the home's worth $3 million, right? And if someone wants in on the ownership group, you would have to refinance based off that $3 million, right? So that's how they're building their equity. So I believe they sold shares before the pandemic.
Right, maybe. Yeah. Brian Windhorst is talking about that.
And it was a couple $100 million that they generated.
We got Slater on that. The money man, Anthony Slater, he knows all the numbers. By the way, the Warriors made league financial history by raking in $150 million from arena sponsorships and advertising, double any other team, and by pulling in more than $250 million from premium seating, by far the most in the league. Let's bring in our 95.7 The Game insider, Anthony Slater. He knows the Warriors inside and out. Man, they're worth $7 billion, Anthony. Must be nice.
Their salary cap's about worth $7 billion.
There's no doubt about that.
Isn't that what they did a couple of years ago to generate some money? It'd be like the equivalent of going IPO or the equivalent of refinancing when your home has built a ton of equity. They got someone to buy in on some of their shares, correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not like super expert in the whole like Goldman Sachs, I guess, realm of this world. But yeah, I mean, generally it was done during the pandemic because there was a lot of money they thought they were going to make that they weren't making, but they could pitch to, I guess, lenders, you would say, like, hey, money will be coming.
Right.
And, eventually fans will be back in this sparkling new arena. Concerts will be back in this arena. And as we all know, they own 100% of it. So concerts, they make money too. And they were correct, and they were correct in a big way because what we didn't foresee, and maybe even lenders or whoever didn't foresee, was they were coming back with an NBA champion. And that's been the big thing. Like, they're back as like the dynasty brand when we didn't know that they would kind of, maintain that.
Well, the dynasty brand is taking a hit the first 4 games, Anthony. As you know, as everybody knows at this point, they've given up 70 points in the first half in 3 straight games, 70, 71, 72. They've given up at least 36 points in the first quarter, the last 3 games, 40, 36, and 37, of course. So defense seems to be the theme, and Wiseman continues to get the brunt of the blame when it comes to defense, although I think the starters, Anthony, haven't set a good tone when it comes to defense.
Well, I mean, the starters together actually have a really good defensive rating. I believe it's like 99.1, which is, elite, really. So together, the starters are fine. They're very plus for the season. They're one of the best 5-man units. Now, they are within other units that are terrible defensively, right? Basically, any other Warriors unit is bad right now.
Right.
You put Jordan Poole in, you put whoever in, they're just not defending at all. Now, James Wiseman is the worst plus-minus on the team. I think he's like second worst in the league at this point. He was worst entering yesterday, minus 54. Pretty much all his lineup combinations have been very bad defensively, whereas Looney's been on the floor. I think it's about 82 minutes. Maybe I'm underselling him, but I know his defensive rating is 102.1. So, I mean, look, it's a 4-game sample, but we also can go back to Wiseman's rookie season. Like, when he was on the floor, they were not good defensively. They would swap Looney for him. Remember how many times they would flip-flop those two in the starting lineup?
Right.
They were just sturdier defensively, which shouldn't be a surprise, right? Looney is probably one of the most underrated big men defenders in the league. And Wiseman is super young. And, I mean, you go back to DeAndre Ayton year one, terrible defensively. Year two, not great, but better. And I kind of consider this year two for James Wiseman. And he got better. And, you do expect Wiseman to get better long term, but better doesn't mean great in game 43 of his career, I believe was his last game.
Right. Yeah, no, 43 games, career games for James Wiseman. Offensively, he's starting to look a bit more polished. Is he, at some point, will he become unplayable due to the plus-minus of his defensive stints here?
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. It's like they're 2-2 through 4 games. They have a stretch of, very beatable teams coming up. They're not going to obsess. We knew this coming in, right? This was they don't care, to get the 1 seed over the 3 seed, and because of that, they're going to play every game like it's a playoff game. There's going to be games coming up. Particularly back-to-back, they have a Charlotte, Detroit back-to-back this week.
Yeah, Sunday.
Probably going to rest some guys. I mean, they haven't announced that, but I don't imagine Klay Thompson's playing on both sides of back-to-back. They have a couple back-to-backs on the backside in New Orleans in the next month. Probably going to be a young guy heaven, right? I mean, this over the course of the season, they're going to go through rough patches and they're going to go through rest patches. And, this currently is a bad defensive stretch, but at the same time, they need to get these young guys as ready as possible for later in the season. If they do deal with injuries, if they do have to go to one of them in a playoff series, we know if tonight was game 3 of a playoff series, the minute allotment would look a lot like game 3 of the finals looked, which is 42 minutes for the main guys, 36 minutes for Poole off the bench, very tiny minute totals for 2 or 3 other guys, and probably an 8-9 man rotation. But why would Steve Kerr play regular season game 5 like that? We all understand that concept. But I also know in the moment, it's very angsty when they're 2-2 and they're defending the 22nd best team in the league.
What'd you make of the Klay Thompson outburst the other night and the ejection?
I mean, he's frustrated. It felt like just boiling frustration that goes back to preseason when, he admitted, kind of that mental block that had him behind conditioning wise because he couldn't scrimmage over the summer, and then this minute restriction that even you go back to last year when he came back when his body was in a lot, I guess, worse place in a sense, if he hadn't played in 941 days. He would be so frustrated with that 20-minute total and the fact that he would play the first 5 minutes of a half and basically get ice cold sitting for 15 minutes and before he came back. So I think it's some of that. He's not shooting well. I think just the sight of Devin Booker, who Devin Booker has become. Devin Booker used to look up to Klay Thompson. I want to be like Klay Thompson in the league, and he's kind of, in a lot of ways, come back to a league where, just from a stature standpoint, Devin Booker has leaped him in the 2-guard rankings, right? I mean, if Klay, who believes he can be an all-star again, is looking at whose all-star spot he can maybe take, I mean, we're talking Devin Booker, right? I mean, he's usually 3rd, 4th guard in the league. On a winner, 2-guard, he kind of defends, and he shoots at a really, high-efficient clip. So I think there's some of that. And he wasn't playing well. He's 1 of 8. I think it was a frustrated moment. It was a road game. It was the first time Klay played in Phoenix at all. And I just think, it's like a teapot, right? You just kind of boil over, and we've seen it. We've never quite seen it like that with Klay, but we have before. Remember Zach Collins in Portland?
Yeah, right before the All-Star break. Yeah, KD's last year in Portland. He was talking big to Zach Collins. And we haven't heard from Zach Collins since.
Yeah, well, you're going to hear from him in San Antonio. He's been part of that.
I like Zach
start
Collins.
for the Spurs.
I thought he'd be a lot better at this stage of his career. I did like him coming out of Gonzaga.
Who is Klay Thompson currently? I know everyone, he's coming back, and he's going to be old Klay. But forget old Klay. Who is he right now as a player?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's an elite floor spacer. You put him in any lineup, and you're spread much wider open. Just by him being on the floor, because defenses know who he is. He is capable of getting hot at any moment, detonating. I mean, the opening game of this season, he had, I think, 18 points in 20 minutes. Not many 20-minute per player, 20-minute players in the league can score 18 points. So he's kind of a microwave scorer. At times, if his jumper's off, he's kind of an inefficient chucker. So that can hurt a team. But he's always been like that. He just
agreed.
He is no longer the elite defender he used to be from a lateral standpoint. You cannot throw him on the best players in the league for 37 minutes a night and say just hound them, chase them everywhere. He's more, you could put him on those guys in spurts. He's still extremely competitive. The play that actually sparked the argument with Devin Booker the other night, remember he stripped him on the sideline. It went out off him, but you could tell he was like, after he did that, he said something to Booker, like probably like, I still got you. I don't know what it was, but he still has that within him. And I thought you saw it in the finals. He defended pretty well in the finals. And a lot of that was two things. Number one, I don't think, I think he's better now guarding the slower, skilled, bigger wings, like the Tatums, the Jaylen Browns, even the Bookers, like the Ja Morants. Like, those days are over. You got to put Wiggins or somebody on him. But also, he's just like that competitive environment kind of just brings that dog out of him still. And I still think he's, a very, very fine third, fourth, fifth type best player on a team. And he showed that last year. He was third, fourth, fifth best player on the title team. Like, he just was that. So I think he still is that.
No doubt. Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game Insider here on the roast on a Thursday morning. Warriors get ready to host the Miami Heat. They won last night in Portland, so they'll be on the back-to-back. Although their starters didn't play more than 29 minutes last night in Portland as they blew them away in the second half. Anthony, as fans pick apart James Wiseman and his defense, a lot of fans also concerned about Jonathan Kuminga not playing too much. We saw Ty Jerome get into the game Tuesday night against Phoenix. We see Moody getting a lot of playing time, well-deserved playing time for Moses Moody. What do you make of the Jonathan Kuminga situation? Do you think a G League stint maybe in his future to maybe get some reps?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he'd have to stay out of the rotation for a lot longer. But again, like I mentioned, I do think there's rest nights coming, which should open more minutes for him. But also, he's just, to me, his biggest problem right now is he is a power forward. I think in the NBA right now, his best position is a power forward for this Warriors team. It's a small ball power forward. It's a power forward next to Draymond Green. Remember in the last preseason game when they did go small, it was like Kuminga with, I guess it was the starters. He was in Looney's place, so he was the 4, Draymond was the 5. They put him in the dunker spot. He had like 4 dunks in like a 5-minute stretch. That's who he is. But the problem for this team is, where are the 4 minutes available? You're starting Draymond and Looney. You're bringing JaMychal Green off the bench, and Kerr seems very, motivated to play JaMychal Green 20-something minutes right now. And then James Wiseman's playing the 5, and like he could take JaMychal Green's minutes. He could take Wiseman's minutes. Maybe you could pick one of those two. But when they've tried to play him, especially the first couple games, it didn't work. They try to play him as a 3, as a small forward. And when he's out there as a small forward, I feel like he's trying to dribble too much. He's trying to create too much. I just don't think he's a 3 right now. Maybe long-term, when the dribble gets a little bit more polished, when just his offensive game blossoms a little bit more, maybe. But he's kind of a Pascal Siakam type, 4 in a small unit. And, like, just those minutes, the way Kerr is deploying his rotation right now, are not available. We could sit here and argue maybe how it should be tinkered, because I do think Jonathan Kuminga should get more minutes. He's too talented.
Yeah.
But it's just not there right now the way he's... And you saw Ty Jerome the other night, and I think fans from the outside looking in are like, why would you play Ty Jerome over him? But it's like, without DiVincenzo, they needed a ball handler out there, in Kerr's opinion. So he's going to Jerome because, you're not going to put Kuminga... The problem is if you put Kuminga in those lineups, he's like the 2-3. Like, that's not what he is.
Yeah, I'm with you on that a lot. The tension that we had going into the season, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, and now it feels like the tension is like young guys versus the old guys in the timelines. Are these both going to be storylines throughout the year? Because it feels like every broadcast is referencing both of these things.
Yeah, look, I can't, I guess, disparage anyone. I wrote like a 5,000-word piece, like deeply looking at the 2 timelines entering the season, because I did think it was entering this like transition phase.
Right.
Because last season we talked about it playing, because I do think like they made the loud statement at that Kuminga Moody draft, like, no, we're not trading the picks. We're prioritizing the future. It's not all about now. You can win now with these max contract guys, but we're not just, mortgaging everything to help this era. So that was like the statement that this was going to happen. But we all remember in the playoffs last year, no Wiseman for the entire season, no Kuminga, mostly no Moody. Like, they won with vets, but we knew this year the young guys had to play, and we knew the young guys had flaws, and we knew the veterans would probably, roll their eyes a little bit as the young guys make defensive mistakes and all that. And it's just, even though we know going into the season to see it play out on a nightly basis, for you guys to have to talk about it every morning, like, yeah, that is going to remain the conversation. Yeah. And depending on if they win or lose, it's going to be viewed in a more positive or negative light. Game 1, they kill the Lakers, and some of the young guys look good, and we're talking about, like, the deepest team in the league. They're growing the next, and the era. And then 3 games later, they're 1-2 in their last 3, and we're talking about, like, can they win? It's just how the NBA season works.
No doubt. Anthony, we'll see you later at Chase Center tonight. Good stuff as always, buddy. We love your work at The Athletic. 95.7 The Game, Anthony Slater. Take care. I'll see you later.
See you, buddy.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Anthony Slater, always good stuff with him as he talks about the Golden State Warriors and their defense and some of the young guys playing. But he agrees. Kuminga's got to play somewhere. He's too talented not to play. Too talented.
All right. What? So, like, JaMychal Green, I'm not trying to pick on him at all. Kerr thinks higher of him than I do, especially early on.
I knew you might hold back with JaMychal Green earlier today.
I mean, he's just not, like, this thing that he's like, you know, going to be some key piece of them winning. Not really. Like, I think he'll have his moments, and I'm not ripping him or anything. He's a role player, right? And so are all the young guys. The young guys are role players to me. They're not centerpiece players.
Right.
The centerpiece players are Steph and Draymond and Looney and Wiggins, right?
Yep.
In whatever order, and Klay Thompson, obviously, as well. And so, like, you're going to be tinkering with these, but he said it right there, like, he's hell-bent on playing him 20 minutes. Why? Just because he's a veteran in the league and maybe he does certain things at practice. And there's probably things that he does that I'm unaware of, or things that he's doing in between games that Kerr really likes. Or maybe there's just a teaching lesson that's grander than what I'm looking at in terms of just minute allocation that Steve Kerr's trying to get across. For my money, I'd chop into JaMychal Green's playing time with Kuminga because I'm looking at it big picture, and you have to be able to sacrifice one over the other.
Right.
And if you're asking me, JaMychal Green helping this team win now versus Kuminga's long-term future with the team, I mean, the die is already cast.
Yeah.
We're going with Kuminga. So if he's the guy that has to suffer a little, Green that is, then so be it.
And here's the deal.
Am I wrong for feeling that way?
No, because I tell you why you're right. JaMychal Green's a veteran. He's 32 years old. He's played in the playoffs before.
That's what I'm saying.
I think he could pick up the system. I don't think he's a dummy.
Yes.
He could pick up the system. So you know what JaMychal Green is. I would caution it like this. Hey, JaMychal, we want to have you ready for the playoffs. In case of an emergency, we're going to break glass. That's who Otto Porter Jr. was last year. That's who JTA was, Juan Toscano-Anderson. That's who Damian Lee was. In case of an emergency, we're going to break glass or we're going to play you. But right now, we have to find minutes for Jonathan Kuminga. And I would play Kuminga over JaMychal Green as well. Now, is JaMychal Green a bad player?
No, that's not.
No.
Yes, that's not what I was
over
getting
the course
across.
of the regular season, we keep discussing how Steph and Wiggins and Poole, they don't need to be, hey, man, lock in. No, I want them to play hard. I'm not saying that. But we know what they can do.
Yes.
JaMychal Green, I kind of put him in that category to where, okay, I know you could be a good role player for us, but I also can't give you 20 minutes. I need to play one of these youngsters.
That's what I'm saying. And he'll have his moment at the end of the year.
He'll have his moments.
Yeah.
Play Kuminga. Kuminga's too damn good.
Yeah, I agree.
He's too damn athletic. And the one skill set that this team has a problem with, that has had problems with in the past, is getting to the free throw line. Well, Steph has done it early on this season. Jordan Poole could get to the line. So can Jonathan Kuminga.
He's one of the few that can.
Right. He gets to the cup and he draws fouls all day long.
Yeah.
Attacking the rim. So I got to play Kuminga.
The hidden aspect in all this, which I can't account for nor have any feel for, is the earning it part. And I get it from when you have all these young guys, they have to earn it. And we had a coach on earlier who was basically saying you got to earn it through defense. And I do philosophically agree with that. But the player has to meet you in the middle, right? The coach also has to be willing to give you those opportunities to play the defense. And what ends up happening when you've been sitting on the bench for a long time, you go out there, and the only way you feel like you can have impact, because you've been an offensive primary scorer probably for your whole life, is with the ball in your hands. And I get that. And that's the tug and pull. It's a completely different role for him. You know, that caller who called in talking about, Moses Moody playing basically a role.
Marverde Academy.
Yeah, in high
prep,
school. That's a very interesting point that I didn't really consider.
Who was the other guy? It was Cade Cunningham.
It wasn't Ivy. It was somebody else.
No, it was somebody else. And Mount Verde Prep. Look this up. By the way,
the point being is that Kuminga was the number one everywhere he's been, whereas Moody has been a 2 or a 3 everywhere he's been. And even when he went to Arkansas, I mean, how many guys have been drafted from that Musselman program lately?
A lot of guys. They're pumping guys out.
I understand that Steve Kerr has been Yoda when it comes to this team in terms of squeezing the lemon for every drop. I did think that they were playing with fire toward the end of last year. Out of necessity, they had to play Otto Porter Jr. as much as they did, and we all kind of knew, like, oh, you're flirting.
Just got a text. Scotty Barnes.
Who's awesome.
That's Philmo Mike. What up, Philmo Mike? Scotty Barnes, Kay Cunningham. By the way, real quick before we go to break and go to Jason
Kuminga's got to play better defense.
He's got to play better defense.
I mean,
get him on the court.
For him, it starts on defense.
But has he played atrocious? Is this defense less than JaMychal Green's defense?
He's lost a couple guys baseline.
But you got to play.
I know, but you can't
fix that.
You can't give up backdoor layups.
You got to play.
That is like criminal.
You have to play.
I know, but B, when you jump onto the court and you give up a backdoor layup, everyone's looking at you like, "What are you doing?"
He's 20 years old. He's got to play.
He's
got to play.
I know. There's give and take.
He's got to play. By the way, you said Fade Guru on this. Let me hear the cut.
I didn't say Fade Guru. I said, what should we do? I'm going to go with Guru.
Shasky's troll / Bonte's troll. I'm going to give him credit. Guru's 0-5 in his NBA lock of the day. Now, I'm going to fade. Guru. Let's see what he says about Steph Curry winning MVP.
So I was having this conversation Sunday as I watched Steph Curry just splash against the Sacramento Kings. And I thought about his career. I thought about the loss in the play-in game to Memphis, to where I was like, you know what? Can they get back on top? But at 34 years old, and the non-slippage I see from Steph Curry, he's going on a list of 3 guys that have done what he's about to do. I'm predicting them to do, and that is, people, Stephen Wardell Curry will be your 2022 NBA MVP. Take that to the bank.
Yeah, I'm fading Guru. You see his NFL picks? You see his NBA picks so far? I'm fading the Guru.
That's not why I would say he's probably not going to win. I like Goo's prediction here.
I like the prediction, but I'm fading
the country will not allow him to be the MVP. There is just a love for Ja Morant that is unreal. The media loves Ja Morant. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean,
if Ja Morant gets Memphis within the top 3 seeds this year,
well, they were a 2 seed last year,
and they wanted to give it to him last year.
All right, what's coming up on the game?
He had a
sponsored
historic Jokic season.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Jason Aponte, 49ers blogger, of course. Sprint Right Pod. He's been doing a great job. He's coming to roast once a month. He'll join us to talk about Niners and Rams, plus your phone calls, 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 18777 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
18777 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Good morning. In Berkeley, we're looking for partly cloudy and 67 today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Pitch it to him. His first carry is a good one. McCaffrey has a first down, and this crowd is feeling it. So welcome to your new digs, Christian.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby. What is happening? Last half hour of the show. We'll get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. But first, we need to talk to Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, Sprint Right Pod. Jason Aponte. Oh, he's on Zoom. Look at him. He's on Zoom. He's not wearing a Yankees hat because the Yankees got swept in the ALCS. We won't bring that up. And the Giants are about to steal their home run hitter. Wow, how about them apples? Jason, good morning.
I mean, other than that,
Jason. Uh-oh, unmute yourself. We got him up. We can't hear him.
Yep.
Oh, there he is. There we go.
Yeah. I love that for Aaron Judge, honestly. And anybody who has watched this team knew that Houston was always going to be the team to do that to them. Houston is so good. Hats off to them. They deserve to be playing in the World Series. They were just a better team.
Well, what do you make of this Niner loss over the weekend? I mean, look, no one is saying that you got to go out and beat the Kansas City Chiefs. It's just they felt light years away from them, to take a Warrior term. It was a very uninspiring performance. Clearly, the defense couldn't get a damn stop. And then offensively, it feels like they can never stay in a game with just their offense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the most frustrating part, is that this game was always going to be a litmus test for what you thought this team would be down the line, which is a Super Bowl contender, right? So this game wasn't necessarily a must-win. I labeled it as a much better if you did win, a much cooler if you did win game as opposed to must-win. The must-win game is now Sunday. But yeah, I mean, it's the same issues over and over. Here we are talking about offense, talking about execution, talking about penalties, talking about, just undisciplined play at certain times. It's 7 weeks in. I do believe that this team is talented enough to turn it around. But why do we always have to be here 3-4, 3-5 before the light bulb goes off? It would be a lot cooler if they would hit the ground running a la 2019.
Yeah, you telling me, Jason. I mean, telling all of us here. And it always goes back to the quarterback. Now the defense, they gave up 44 points. That was not good. All right, they gave up 44 points. They gave up 4 touchdowns in the second half in a matter of 12 minutes. That's what it commute. While the Niners go 80 yards and take about 8 minutes to go 80 yards and not score any points. But it always goes back to the quarterback. And in a gunfight like that against Patrick Mahomes, I just have no faith in the quarterback being able to keep up. And I thought the Atlanta game was a very good indicator for the 49ers. Can the offense pick up the defense with them being shorthanded? And the answer is no, Jason. So in the long term, or in the grand scheme of things this season, I don't have any faith in the quarterback in this offense helping the defense win big games.
Right, and this is the NFL. No matter how good your defense is, there's going to be games where you're out game plan. You got to take your hat off to Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo. I hate to say it, but they outcoached the hell out of DeMeco Ryans and Kyle Shanahan. And I'm sorry, but at the same time, the offense is going to have to pick up that slack here and there. And I think the biggest concern with this offense is you want these 8-minute drives, you want 8, 9, 10 plays, but you have to be almost perfect on these plays. And what I mean by that is you take a sack and you're back on 2nd and 25. You're off schedule now. Like, everything has to be precise. That's why in the Atlanta game, you saw back-to-back drives where the 49ers were able to go right down the field and score. And then when they're not executing, miss a block penalty, they're all of a sudden 3rd and 15, 3rd and 20. That's when the trouble comes in. So, Patrick Mahomes is able to make these shot plays. He doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. Even if it's down on 3rd down, that's why he's so special. That's why he is who he is. That's why there's only one Patrick Mahomes. But yeah, the offense has to somewhat be perfect on these drives to put points on the board and not just field goals. Obviously, that's not how you beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
So Kittle and Ayuk come out, and they're kind of criticizing not being able to put up enough points, not getting the ball in playmakers' hands. Then yesterday, Jimmy Ward, hey, I'm not really a slot corner. I'm more of a free safety. I'd like to go back to my normal position. What do you make of that? Is he losing the locker room, Kyle Shanahan?
No, I just think the frustration is building, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, when you look around with the weapons and you look around with how talented the offense should be, I think the frustration is starting to build. I mean, you score as many points as you do, but many of them come on the back of field goals. It's just straight up frustration that I feel. I don't think he's losing the locker room in any way. I do think that last year does give you that glimmer of hope. And, stop me if you guys have heard this before. Embarrassing loss at Levi's, playing the Rams, need a shot in the arm. Sounds like what happened last year with Deebo Samuel becoming wide back, and now enter Christian McCaffrey, and you hope that he's that shot in the arm for the offense, even though Deebo is nursing a hamstring injury going into this one.
Jason Aponte, Sprit Right Pod. Niners Nation does a great job covering the 49ers. Great content on Twitter at Jason Aponte 2103. He's here on the roast breaking down Niners as we get ready for the LA Rams. Also, George Kittle talking about position groups not playing hard, not playing 100%. Kyle Shanahan debunked that right away. So you bring up the Rams. Where are the Rams at? Because I know you watch the entire league. Offensive line looks like they're in shambles, but this is a big game for the Rams at SoFi Stadium. Where are the Rams at right now? Because who's going to guard Cooper Kupp for the secondary with Mooney Ward with the groin injury?
Yeah, well, it's off the bye. Sean McVay's record isn't exactly like Andy Reid off the bye, which is what made me so nervous getting into the Chiefs game. Like, his numbers after a loss are absurd. Yeah. Like, he literally doesn't lose back-to-back games. It doesn't happen. So they're not exactly juggernauts out of the bye. They are returning their center, Allen. They are getting Van Jefferson back, who might be just a little bit of what cures them, just a little bit. And it doesn't mean that he necessarily has to contribute.
Takes that top off the defense.
That's it. He just needs to be a threat at this point. I don't think that there's any magic answer to stopping Cooper Kupp. He's going to get his, and he moves around so much that Mooney won't be able to follow him. He'll be in the slot. All of those things. Like, you're going to be able to somewhat limit him. Like, the best way that I could put it is, Cooper Kupp is probably going to end up in this game with 10, 11 receptions, but you have to keep that 10 of 11 receptions to 100 yards, 100 yards, meaning catch it and get and swarm and tackle him. Don't allow anything after the catch. And then when you look at the way this Rams offense has been, Matthew Stafford doesn't quite look like himself. They don't have any semblance of a running game right now at this point. I mean, Cam Akers wants out. Darrell Henderson's a little bit banged up. They activated Kyron Williams, who probably will see his first action. So they're in a similar spot where they're trying to figure it out, hoping that a bye week is their cure. But the 49ers should be enough on defense to keep this team in it and be able to score points. It's always just going to boil down to the offense. Last week with the defense, you put that as a one-off.
Right.
And it's just a game where, unfortunately, you didn't play well. You weren't disciplined. The game plan wasn't exactly sound, and Patrick Mahomes is really good. Chalk that up as a loss. That's fine. But this game, you know this opponent very well. You know what the formula is. It's all going to boil down to how many points can the offense score.
All right, so let's get optimistic. People get mad at me and be like,
we're not positive enough, Jason. We're
not
negative.
Positive. So I loved what I saw in the very little bit from Christian McCaffrey. I know, you don't trade for running backs. This dude's special. He's next level. He already brings a juice and a dynamic to the run game that they haven't had since Mostert. We're really optimistic there. What are you most optimistic about when it comes to the 49ers?
Right now, I do think that that's the reason to be optimistic, right? Like I said, last year, Deebo Samuel becomes a wide back, your explosive plays come. The explosive plays are not going to come vertically. They're going to come horizontally. So what you do is you're going to be able to throw the ball to Christian McCaffrey in the slot, get him into space, and get him to move around. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Shasky. He is the most explosive running back the 49ers have had since Raheem Mostert. And he just showed that juice. And anybody who watched that game in his limited touches, you have to be excited for what he brings to this offense. And you have to understand that with a week, I was surprised at how well he grasped the playbook. The kid's very smart. He obviously went to Stanford. So now the game plan now, especially if Deebo Samuel's not going to be playing, has to be Christian McCaffrey, who is returning to SoFi after he just put up 158 total yards, with P.J. Walker starting, by the way, and being the focal point of the Rams' defense. So he still has that juice. I understand the hesitance with all the picks that you gave up, but this offense needs a shot in the arm, and hopefully Christian McCaffrey is that.
How big is the loss of Kyle Juszczyk this week?
It is big. Again, we talk about positionless football. We talk about what he does very well, which is create angles in the run game and get in front for blocking. And you know, if you need to throw him the ball, he's almost a guarantee to have at least one or two long catches. He presents so many matchup problems. It is a bigger loss than I think people are willing to admit. But at the same time, when you, I hate to downplay it, but when you're taking Kyle Juszczyk away and adding Christian McCaffrey, there seems to be a little bit more that Christian McCaffrey can probably give you. So, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not, the end of the world.
If they fall to 3-5 after this weekend, what? If they fall to 3-5, is the sky falling? Like, are they able to dig themselves out of this the way they did last year? Because to think that they can, I know, 7 spots, NFC is down, but like, man, that would be a gut punch losing again this weekend, heading into the bye, and everybody's hurt.
Yeah, this feels more like a must-win just because you can stay undefeated in the division.
Yeah.
2-0 against the Rams, and that's going to be your tiebreaker going forward. This bye week feels like it's the perfect time because now reinforcements are going to be here, getting healthier. You hope that there's a week of preparing the offense. And I think when you look around at the schedule, I think we talked about this the last time I was on. When you count the schedule and you're looking, you're like, well, this is a win, this is a loss, this is a win. I don't really see too many tough games in terms of like, wow, the 49ers are in trouble facing the Arizona Cardinals or
the Chargers at home.
Yeah, like even the Chargers, right? Like you would think the Chargers are lighting the world on fire. They haven't exactly played well. No. They're injured as well. So it's funny how the league kind of shifts with a few injuries and such. It wouldn't be that the sky is falling because if you take solace in the fact that this team was 3-5 last year and turned it around and went on a run, okay, I hear you, but why do we have to keep like pointing back to last year? And well, they did it last year. That's usually not how you get it done. So yeah, you do have the precedent of what they did last year. That could probably make you all warm and fuzzy, but I was dead on when he said last time that I was on here, 4-4.
4-4.
It's an absolute win.
4-4 is a win, I think, for this team. Before we let you go, Jason Aponte, Sprint Right Pod,
do you
Niners
believe
Nation.
In miracles?
Do you believe in miracles? Well, the miracle here is Jimmy Garoppolo. What? I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jason, you have at it. I mean, we could talk all day about Jimmy Garoppolo. Or can he get better this year? Can he just improve a little bit? Can he throw the ball away? Can he not take sacks? Can he improve his pocket presence? Because that's what it's going to, like, fans hate us for ripping on Jimmy or, like, talking about him. But, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, Jason. You need good quarterback play. Right now, they're not getting good quarterback play.
But unfortunately, Jimmy is who he is. So I've stopped getting upset now at this point. When he throws up an interception and when he throws up an interception in the red zone, I'm like, well, there's Jimmy. Right? Like, it doesn't really, and there's going to be games where Jimmy plays very well, and there's this meme on Twitter of like the circle, right? Jimmy plays bad, guys call for his job, he whips on another team, and then you start the cycle all over again. Look, there's a reason that Kyle Shanahan moved heaven and earth to get Trey Lance. He realized that this wasn't enough. This was never the plan going into it. It was a nice little safety net to have him here. You can see some sort of offensive competency with him. But at this point, I don't get mad about Jimmy Garoppolo anymore. He is who he is. And, as far as improving, you're 8 years in. I don't know what exactly you can improve on in this offense at this point.
See, Jason, I get mad at Shanahan. Shanahan because Jimmy's still here. And it's like, we've been talking about this thing since Super Bowl 54. Super Bowl 54.
That's fair. But again, if this was Nate Sudfeld, if this was Brock Purdy, then we have nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
like with the 49ers. So we could at least say that there was some semblance of an offense, right? You could win a game or two here and there. I still think that there's a way for this offense to click. Has to start this week. But trust me, if it was Brock Purdy or if it was Nate Sudfeld, I don't know if you'd be talking 49ers on the morning roast.
No, we'd be all Warriors.
We would. Because we talked about Bitcoin Mullins.
Right.
There's so many things.
No, Money Mullins and Bitcoin Bethard.
Don't even start me. The Brock Purdy thing, on the way out the door, the Brock Purdy thing, it's for those like 7 people in the world that were Brock Purdy truthers, it's done,
more than
right?
7.
We're going to see him again, though, right? Like, we're going to get another Brock Purdy series or two.
I hope not. That means the game's either out of hand or Jimmy Garoppolo's injured. I mean, no knock on him, right? I mean, no knock on him. And I'm not a football player or anything like that, but we saw him in training camp. And sure,
he's so small.
He made some nice throws, but he's like a more mobile Jimmy. Like, he throws like a pillow ball that, like, it kind of just you're waiting for it to get there.
I never heard that.
I don't know.
We got medicine balls and pillow balls. Oh, my God.
It's like a balloon ball.
We're the night-night team.
Floats, like, and you're waiting for it to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing against him or anything like that. But if Brock Purdy has to play, that game's either gotten out of hand or Jimmy Garoppolo is completely injured.
Yeah, Jason, good stuff, man. Let's hope the Niners can win against the LA Rams. Operation 4-4. Operation 4-4, and then we all get a breather for a couple weeks.
Operation 500. That'll get it done.
That's where we're at right now.
And for you guys and for anybody listening, next week when the 49ers are on bye, go read a book, go do things, go spend time with your family. Don't let this team stress you out. I will say this, if you are a 49er fan, here is the good news. Back-to-back Sundays, you don't have to worry about the 49ers breaking your heart because they have the bye week this week, and then they're off on Sunday because they play on Monday. So, silver linings, and I'm always a glass half full type of guy.
Nice. I love it. Jason Aponte, everybody.
Thank you.
Niner Nation, Sprint Right Pod, always a pleasure, man. We'll talk to you next month. Yeah, that was positive, Jason. Good stuff, man.
See you,
positivity. See, Roasters?
Work.
There's positivity. Jason gave us some positivity. Operation 4-4 to Brock Purdy Truthers. It's more than 7. Larry Krueger told us he was, Brock Purdy.
What's funny is that, I was watching that back, the Brock Purdy drives.
I turned the game off when Brock Purdy got in.
So he's running around, and he makes a couple plays. He threw one to Ray McCloud. First off, they had Kittle and I think it was Ayuk out there running around. So I was like, get everyone out of this game.
Pull up.
What are we doing? And then eventually they did, but I was like, what are we doing? He made a couple of plays. He ran around, and I was like, he's so small. And like at least when Kyler's running around, he's so small. He's got a rocket arm. Right?
And he's got speed.
Well, yes.
And he can burn you.
And I saw him in that little number 13, and I was thinking, dude, Sean Hill might have had a better arm than him.
Brock Purdy's not good. I honestly, watching the game back, that's where the game stopped. Brock Purdy came in. I did not watch a snap of Brock Purdy. I watched it live, and I saw enough of Brock Purdy. Saw enough at Iowa State.
He stinks.
Okay, if I had to even if they're going to the playoffs, we're getting a couple more series from him at some point. In a blowout, in one way or the other, or whatever you want to call it. Like, we're going to see a little more Brock Purdy.
I'd rather see Debo at quarterback. Don't forget to shop at 95-70 Games. Shop.
Yeah,
give me use check. Yeah, run the Wildcat. Run the McCaffrey cat. What do they call it at Stanford? The Christian McCaffrey Wildcat package?
I don't know. Was it the Redwood?
What do they call it, Matson?
How do you not call it the McCatfrey?
Wow.
That's easy work.
I thought it was like wild calf or something like that.
There you go, love, man. Both of you guys are on fire.
It sounds like a baby cow.
Hey, look, we got merch here. Before we get to the lines, we got merch. 957thegameshop.com, 957thegameshop.com. Get your favorite t-shirts from your favorite hosts. Steiny Guru got some great gear. Right on the table, to hell with the kids. Don't worry, the morning roast will come with some heat.
Oi, oi, oi!
Hey, we got Damon Ratto. We got Willard Dibs. What are you doing?
San Francisco not in one of the top 5 cities in terms of most rat-infested major cities in America.
That's good.
Do you know what number 1 is?
New York.
Nope.
L.A.
Nope.
Chicago. Really?
Isn't that crazy?
That is. Well, they got nasty subways.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Subways are nasty.
Yeah.
It stinks.
Oh.
It's not good. Not good.
It's the L train, dog.
It's not good.
Well, all I know about is the El Terraville, homie.
There you go. I took the El Terraville to Herbert Hoover Middle School.
And to go one joke further, the El Terraville to the El Burrito Express. Hard shell tacos on point.
All right.
Only place in the Sunset, besides Gordo's, to get a good, decent taco.
Love me some Gordo's. Had some Gordo's a couple weeks ago. We got lines lit up here. People want to talk some Niners. We got some Warriors. So we got about 7 minutes to the flex of the show.
Rat-a-tat-tat 'em.
Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, starting with Rob and San Bruno.
Hey, Rob.
Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, you know what? I'm like you, Vontae. All them players that were saying that ran to Mike Silver, Jimmy gives us the best opportunity to win. Well, y'all better go out there and play y'all asses off. I'm not blaming Jimmy. I know what he is. We all know what he is. I want to know who them players is, and they better be playing their asses off because this is on them. When Jimmy messes up, that's them. And one more thing. I think next year, because Trey will be the starter, future superstar, I still believe that. We just go in the draft and get a quarterback with his same ability. We can't have Trey Lance and then have a Brock Purdy or a Jimmy Garoppolo if he gets hurt. That don't make no sense to me.
I'm with you.
Yep. You're absolutely all fire, Rob. They better play their asses off this Sunday against the Rams. Operation 4-4. I don't care how you win. Again, this is one of those games.
That's the saddest operation ever.
You know what? Hey, Operation Glendale's punted. That's in the closet. That's not coming out for a while.
That's as sad as the Blue Ribbon Committee that Rob Manfred and Bud Selig put together to help find out whether the A's were going to get a stadium or not.
You know I'm not.
Still haven't gotten the results.
No, we still haven't. In Buffalo and Tennessee, they're all getting stadiums. The A's can't get anything. Look, I'm not a Capri Sun and fruit snack guy. But again, I understand the situation. I told you this 3 weeks ago. Just get the 4-4 by the bye week. Because I saw what was happening with this football team. You knew they were going to split on the East Coast. You know they're going to lose to Kansas City, even though I guaranteed it. They put out there and top 44.
When Mike Nolan took over the Niners, he put the stickers and like those posters he would put in the locker room, and it was like "Win the West." Remember, and everybody was like, "Yeah, win the West." The Niners get to 4-4.
Get to 4-4, baby.
Come on, man.
Operation 4-4. I don't care if you win a game 7-3, 10-9, 11-10. I don't care. Just get the 4-4. If it takes overtime, crying out loud, just get the 4-4. Beat the Lambs. All right,
I want winners.
By the way, someone told me that Mike Singletary got fired from a high school coaching job.
Oh, yeah, 2 years ago. He was 1-16 or something like that, or 1-21.
I think he went 0-6. I think he went 0 for 2 years.
He was awful.
How is one of the greatest linebackers in the history of the game so bad at coaching?
No winners in high school.
What?
No winners in high school.
I missed that joke. My bad.
That one flew over your head.
Yeah. One flew over my cuckoo's nest.
So they got the high school record up here. 1-21. Trinity High School, 2018, he went 1-10. 1-10. The next year, 2019, 0-11, and then got fired.
He's like the Hugh Jackson of high school football.
And it was sad, too, because on his football life, he had all the film. Remember, he was breaking down the film on his football life? He had the film.
Well, we got to look at the film was his famous thing he said in every press conference.
We got to look at the film.
They would ask him, like, did you think that Alex played good today or Troy Smith played good today?
By the way, the anniversary of his I Want Winners rant was yesterday.
Oh, the pants dropping.
Yeah.
Pants on the ground.
Can we, Lubman, I need you to do me a favor before we get to the flex. Find that sound.
I'll be real with you. I bought a Mike Singletary I'm Faithful shirt in the parking lot, and I really did think that God was going to help the Niners win.
I watched that presser with Pierre.
Not kidding.
My guy Chuck Zilla, front office, and I almost shed a tear because I said, the Niners are going to be back. Well, we got our coach.
When he banished Vernon Davis.
I thought we had our coach.
I was like, yeah, that's right.
I thought we had our coach.
I'll give him this. He did salvage Vernon's career in terms of making him focus.
He turned it around.
Because Vernon dropped so many passes. I mean, I could hand him this piece of paper and it would go off his chest.
Yeah, off the shoulder pad.
Oh, my God.
But you know what? He started balling. All right, let's go to James out in Jersey. New Jersey. James, what's happening? You're on the roast. Find that sound, Lubman.
I really thought God was going to help us. What's up?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, James?
I just want to start by saying Jimmy is Jimmy. We all know Jimmy. He's a headache waiting to happen. But at the same time, something that I wanted to point out is the fact that in the red zone, I feel, okay, so Wilson is open. We understand the play call, right? Wilson is open against the zero. But at the same time, what is going on to where Kittle and McLeod are in the same space?
That's a great point.
It happens way too often on this team.
Oh, James is gone?
By the way, if Debo doesn't play, who is going to be that other receiver? Is it Ray over Danny Gray?
Oh, my gosh. Ray.
They're going to beat the Rams.
He threw the pick. By the way,
Ray.
That was a very astute point by James. why Kittle and Ray were in the same vicinity in the end zone.
Well, that's happened a few times.
And Jimmy said, I was trying to throw it to the back of the end zone. Great effort, dude. Great effort.
Well,
but he also threw the duck. He threw the duck to Ray for the touchdown. I don't think he was trying to throw to Ray. I feel like Jimmy was trying to throw it away. Wow. And that was a quacker. Did you see that ball?
I know. Chuck Knobloch was happy with that throw.
Tom Kaviati.
Actually, it looked more like, I was going to say, it looked more like Tim Wakefield knuckleball than it did anything else.
Tim Wakefield
I thought
was
he trapped it.
Dude, Tom Kaviati was very impressed.
Well, that's another thing. When you're paying money to go to the game, can you show me some more replays?
Please. Yeah, the replays.
All sports. You have to make the in-stadium viewing experience as
Warriors do a great job with
good
replays.
as being on your couch.
I'll give the Warriors credit. They do a great job of replays.
I don't care if the soft officials feel slighted.
No.
Show me all the replays.
Show all the replays. That's what we're there for. Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to kind of get to the crux of, I think, what the biggest problem with the Niners is, and I don't see it getting fixed. And it's kind of obvious, is this dynamic with Shanahan and Garoppolo. It just, I think it's ran its course. It's like a yo-yo of blame, because if you're Kyle Shanahan, you can say, hey, I'm calling these limited plays because I think I have a limited quarterback. You know, case in point, that pick he threw in the red zone. Hey, I called the play, Wilson's open, but my quarterback don't read it. I have to keep the plays limited. But if you're Jimmy, you can say, hey, this guy, he micromanaged me, my confidence, he doesn't let me have free of the offense. You know, he wants me to throw to the read. He practices read all week, so I throw to that read. So I think this whole blaming thing, it's kind of getting outplayed. I just think this dynamic, them two together, is too much to overcome. You can add McCaffrey, you can add Justin Jefferson, you can add all these other pieces, and this dynamic is just not going to work. The trust is not there. As long as they're there, I don't see this team winning the Super Bowl. Will they win games? Sure. Whatever winning games means, if that's what you want is winning games, yeah. If you want to win a Super Bowl, that dynamic will not work.
All right. Well, you just depressed the hell out of me. Way to be positive there. Would it be positive, Dave in Fresno? I thought we were supposed to be positive. Damn. He's right. But
Monte, what do you think of this one? From the 650, the line busted down on that play. He couldn't even see that Wilson was open. Go watch the tape, bro. Team loss.
Bonte's even negative when Jimmy throws a TD. Or maybe, Bonte, you should try out to be the quarterback. Yeah, okay. Okay. Nice one. Ching. Or does Damon say, zing.
Zinger.
You got me. You got me. Great comeback.
Well, Damon does no 650.
Very funny. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Very funny. You know what is very funny?
What?
This.
I would rather play with 10 people.
Yes.
And just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them. Cannot win with them.
Can't do it.
Cannot coach with them. Can't do it. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
I shed a tear, and I was like, let's go.
Dude,
this is my coach for the next decade.
I got choked up, and
We all did.
I said, we will win a Super Bowl next 4 years. I was so convinced.
We all, I almost want to hear it one more time, but honest to God, when I heard him up at that podium, I remember saying, that's my coach. That is my coach. And I remember Jed texted Adam Schefter in the locker room.
Oh, yeah, we will win the NFC West.
Yes.
And they were 0-5 or 0-6.
Remember that?
How do I remember it? I bought it. And then Troy Smith came in, and he won against the Rams in overtime, and he broke down the team.
Yes.
And I was like, yes,
I thought we found a gem in the former Heisman winner. Remember he won that game in London? Was that against the Dolphins?
Broncos. I think they were down 17-0. He threw a great bomb,
sick.
dude.
God.
Oh, man. Woo.
Honest to God, that was one of the seminal moments of a 49er fan during a dark time. I believed he was going to be that dude.
What the hell is wrong with this fan? Be positive about the Niners. I'm saying Operation 4-4.
I want a win on Sunday.
I want to win.
All right,
I want to win.
town. Need papers when you get them.
Not
The flex.
See, that was positivity. That was positivity. Positive, positive, positive. We're all positive.
Kumbaya.
Kumbaya. The Niners, hey, I'm not guaranteeing a win this Sunday, but let me say, I feel good about the 49ers against the Rams. That's positivity. They get to 4-4. Guess what? They're 500 and maybe tie for first place. That's positivity.
So it was 14 or 15 years ago, the Singletary sound.
14 years ago yesterday.
Can we hear it one more time? I honest to God, I'm not joking. I remember coming home that Sunday night, Tom Jackson, Chris Berman, they replayed it, and I was like, that's my coach.
When
I
I watched
blown out in that game.
They got blown out by Seattle. The fullback. Who's the fullback? Was it?
Norris.
Norris had the 2 long touchdown catches. 2 long touchdown catches in Seattle throwback.
He was our best weapon besides Fred Beasley for about a decade.
No doubt. And so they lost that game. I saw that on the point after. Not the point after. What's the KPIX one? Fifth quarter with Dennis O'Donnell. They played it live. And I was like, oh, we got a coach.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a coach.
That.
Here you go.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else. Rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team.
Vernon Davis.
It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
All right, so the best part about that game was him telling Vernon Davis, hey, you forgot something. Go get your helmet.
So
Go get your helmet.
Go get your helmet. That was on my side. I remember watching, and I remember my boy Mikey C's turn was like, look what he's doing to Vernon. That's how you discipline this team. And we all thought that was the way that you should run a team.
Oh, man.
I really thought he was going to be the one.
Oh, man.
He was the one season. So you had it right.
Before Harbaugh, that was the high water mark.
Yeah, it was.
The Vikings game, when Brett Favre threw that touchdown pass to Greg Lewis, changed everything. It changed everything. They win that game. I believe they're 3-1 going into a Rams game. Then they're 4-1 playing the Atlanta Falcons. Flipped everything that season. Flipped everything.
Frank Gore, high ankle sprain. Glenn Coffey was the running back.
Sean Hill threw 2 touchdown passes to Vernon Davis there.
Sean Hill was my dog. That was my guy, dude. Don't even. Sean Hill was my guy.
Have you guys ever had a conversation about what's wrong with the two of you? There is some. You're like the Rain Men of 49er football.
It's so weird.
Like it's wild.
I know.
I mean, I have no I watched all of it and I forgot all of it. All of it.
I'm with you.
Well, every time you say it, I go, "Oh yeah, that's right.
That's right."
I could not have pulled that.
That's right.
If I had cargo pants, I couldn't have pulled that out of any of the pockets. I mean, my gosh, what is the matter with the two
Mike
of you?
Singletary thing, though, guys? That's how dark and sad it was. Because you got to remember, Mike Nolan had alienated Alex Smith. He hurt his shoulder. He came back. Alex was done for 2 years.
Yeah.
There was the Mike Martz experiment where Martz wanted the team, and then JT O'Sullivan was quarterbacking. We were in a
Friend
dark
of the show.
Yeah, we were in such a dark place.
So it's Mike Martz.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
And then Jay York tweeting Adam Schefter, texting Adam Schefter, we're going to win the NFC West.
Yeah,
and Schefter tweeted it. I remember that. I was like, damn, okay.
See, I don't remember these details, but here's what I do remember, and it's one of the reasons that sometimes it sounds like I'll just excuse anything Kyle Shanahan related. I do remember how all this crap felt.
Oh,
and
it's so low.
And for 20 years, this organization, outside of Harbaugh, for 20 years, this organization felt like it was a wayward ship.
100%.
And it usually does not feel like that now.
Well, when I look at
that's
the
one
Lakers,
of the reasons I support Kyle.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I look at the Lakers right now, and they've got LeBron, right, and that masks everything. Other than that, they're a mom and pop's organization. They're run basically by a sports management team.
They run it like still the biggest voice in the room is Jeannie Buss, and she runs the whole thing with a voice in her head, which is
her father
who's passed away. Buss. And so that man, that is a window into why, by the way, because she's
Isn't she friends with what's his face's wife as well?
Who?
someone else's wife, Rambus's wife.
They're best friends.
They make tons of basketball decisions together.
One of her best friends. Yeah, they just.
It's very odd.
They're so. And it's not their fault. Like, if you get to sort of see it from the inside out, I understand why they put their past on a pedestal.
Yeah.
It is one of the greatest things in sports is the Lakers' past.
For sure. Yeah.
But they're still running themselves on it. And you can't win that way.
But you can sell tickets that way because LA, and
for a
you
while.
know, you've been down there a lot longer than I was down there for 5+ junior years at Cal State Northridge. What a run that was. But LA is all about the glitz and the glamour. It was then, it is now. They want winners. Mike Singletary, I want winners. They want winners. But ultimately, if they have a shiny object like LeBron James, they're still going to be drawn to it. They can't help it.
Not if they're 0-4. Like, there is a line, right? There's a line where you cross where it's like, I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Their organization is embarrassing right now.
Anthony Davis did a dunk, hung on the rim, and then you see him coming up lame, and I'm just like, oh my goodness.
I mean, they're so bad. They
are. I mean, this is why, when we had that conversation at the beginning of the year before ring night, and I loved when Windhorse was on with you guys, like, this is a non-factor.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if they're healthy.
Bobby Fitts, they're tough out.
They are a beyond non-factor.
Those are facts. That's what he said.
He said the Lakers are a tough out?
He said you don't want to face them in the playoffs in a short series.
Guess what? You won't, so it's all good.
And there aren't short series
Check this out. Check this out with the Lakers. They're shooting 33 for 148 on threes this season. That is 22.3% from the three-point line. It's the worst over any 4-game span by any team within a season in NBA history.
That's incredible.
And LeBron 0-4 for the first time since his rookie year.
We're 4 games in, and there have already been just amazingly embarrassing interviews. LeBron James is sitting there going, so we can't shoot, but we got to keep shooting.
You hear Pat Bev last night?
No, what did he say?
Oh, he goes, well, we were shooting 20% coming into the game. We shot 26% tonight, so that's improvement.
We're getting better.
We're getting better.
How about
with the straight face?
How about the interview with Russell Westbrook? They go to Russell Westbrook and go, how would you assess your performance? That was pretty solid. He was 0 for 11.
I know.
And he's like, that's pretty solid.
At the crib, somebody said, hey, Westbrook, you suck. And he walked back out the tunnel and said, what'd you say? And the fan was like, oh, man, you play hard tonight, Russ. Yeah, I thought so. And I'm like, damn, Russ, just go in the locker room.
You've been toe-to-toe with Russ before.
I have. I mean, it did not end well.
Russ gives you that air of like somebody who might snap.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I thought he was going to smack him.
I've never had a girl.
We'll have to show you. I don't know if you've seen that video with Bonte and Westbrook in the locker room. I'll have to show you off.
But I know I know how he treats people.
And Bonte wasn't like pushing buttons. Bonte was just trying to be a young journalist.
Bonte had the phone out, and he like Westbrook checked him. Did you see it? And Bonte just totally, you can feel him backing up in the audio as he's responding. It's one of the greatest clips of all time.
Well, another guy, Tim Bontemps. Awesome. Tim Bontemps in the background's laughing, and Russell Westbrook looked back at him and was like, yo, what? And Bontemps stopped laughing, and another guy asked Westbrook, hey, blah, 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 blah. Westbrook goes, what'd you say, huh? And go, guys, never mind. By the way, he was like, never mind. That whole scene, Mark Spears put his arm around me. We got to play it again.
Mark, you've never heard it? He was in OKC at the time, right?
Dude, we've played one for the thumb 89 million times.
Here it is.
Did you see it? What it look like? What it look like? Did anybody touch him? Yes or no?
I didn't see the replay yet.
Oh, you didn't see it? But why you asking about something you didn't see?
I just saw
it. Well, then, if you didn't see it, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me dumb questions. Obviously, it was intentional. So ask me, was it intentional? Nobody touched me, fell over my leg, tried to hurt me, But hey, that's how it go.
That's how it goes.
Oh my gosh!
I didn't see it. Did you see it? Did you see it?
So underrated moment. Underrated moment for me was I asked him again. I said, "So what happened during the third quarter when the Warriors went on a 45-14 run?" Right? And he goes, oh, they just made shots. We missed shots. They made shots. And he was rolling his eyes at me. You know how a girl will roll her eyes? Like, oh, boy, stop playing with me. And they will roll their eyes. He rolled his eyes so vicious. I was like, damn. And the whole thing started at this long court with the 95-70 game mic flag. And we're waiting for 50 minutes for this guy, right? And so he comes around, and the mic flag is the cord is maybe an inch off the ground. He looks at me. He's like, are you going to lift the cord up, or are you going to put the cord down? I'm like, looking at him like, dude, you could just walk over. So we had to like wrap it up. My video's all scrambled. It was a scene, dude. It was a scene. Mark Spears was like, you did good, man. You stood your ground,
I
man.
love it. Was he wearing a pink mink coat?
Pink mink coat with like some flower joggers, like green. I was like, damn.
I mean,
and then Mark Spears.
in a flannel.
I'm walking out the locker room.
You remember when he used
flannel
era?
Hey, man.
Fonte's flannel days.
Hey, your boy was balling on the budget, baby. Your boy was balling on the budget. Frisco swag, right?
Butcher Boy is loving this, by the
So
way.
he
He's
is
loving
One of the best clips ever.
No, because Guru and Shasky was doing the show the next morning. I remember listening.
okay.
We were
And
laughing
Shasky's like,
so
you
hard.
know Bonte like it. He was strutting out that locker room. No, your boy was sweating because Nicholas Brown, our former producer,
Yeah.
goes, hey, Bonte, I just heard you on SportsCenter.
He was
I'm
on
like,
ESPN.
I was like, oh, God. And they had an article with the Q&A. I was like, dear
It was
God.
transcribed perfectly, and it was like reporter asked. I didn't see it. And he went wimp, and it's just like in parentheses whimpers. You know what I mean? Like as he's backing up, it's so funny.
Dude, somebody asked him. Bontins is laughing. Westbrook looks back at him. Bontins wipes a smile off his face. Somebody asked Fred Katz, who was covering the Oklahoma City Thunder at the time, asked him, and Westbrook was like, "What'd you say?" He goes, Never mind. Right? And then after the interview, Westbrook goes up to Fred. It's like, you know better than ask me that. You know was. So then Paul George and Melo comes. So I asked Paul George the same thing. I doubled down. And Paul George goes, what did Westbrook just tell you? What did Westbrook just tell y'all? It was dirty. We all know Zaza's dirty. Yada, yada, yada.
Zaza.
And I get to the media center, and Marcus Thompson, it was him. He was the one after Westbrook. And of course, these guys ran with it. One of my most embarrassing moments. But I got to say, my former co-host at the time had my back. You did good, young man. You held your ground.
You earned your stripes.
But to this day, true story. Go ask Whitley Sandretto. We saw Westbrook on Christmas when he played for the Rockets. I'm walking. He's coming off the court from warm-ups, and he kind of looked over, and he did a double take and looked me up and down. And Whitley goes, he totally remembers who you are. And that day they lost on Christmas.
Oh, hell yes.
That was the win of the year.
That was the win of the year. And Westbrook left the locker room, right? Because I think he got ejected that game.
Yes.
And so we're waiting for Westbrook, the PR lady for the Rockets. Westbrook will not be speaking. Then he comes out of nowhere. He's like, all right, what y'all got? And of course he goes and does a Westbrook thing.
That was the Eric Paschall game?
The Eric Paschall Draymond game.
The one game, remember?
Yeah, wow. Man.
What a Christmas.
What a lost
What a
year.
Christmas.
No, of course he remembers
Why
you.
was I even at that game?
Of course he remembers you. I mean, this is somebody, like, go back to ring night last week. This is a guy who is playing just embarrassing basketball for $47 million. And then when he breaks through down 20 to lay a ball in, he walks almost halfway up the stands to like pound his chest and yell at people who are just sort of getting back from getting popcorn. Like Russ, no one's challenging you, but that's the way he looks at everything.
Yeah.
He doesn't treat people nicely. My least favorite NBA season was when that dude won the MVP.
So he came in that year.
Because I was like, stop getting so wrapped up in empty numbers. He's not good.
No, you're right. But like he came in, I remember OKC came into Golden State. It was at Oakland, and Kevin Durant was playing obviously on the team, and it was after the cupcake thing, right?
Yeah,
it was after they came here. And I remember he showed up, and me and my niece went to the game. We got there super early, and he is like a WWE, like Hulkamania, like sticking the ear out to the crowd as he's doing his pregame warm-ups, and I was like, this is the most entertaining pregame I've ever seen in my life. No, I'm not kidding. It was amazing.
Because he's always dancing on the
he's
sideline,
like
stuff like
People
that.
were booing him, and then when he hit a shot, we boo, and then when he'd miss, everyone's cheering, and he's like, yeah, louder. Like, he's insane. He got kicked out of that game.
Dude, he scored like 21 in the first quarter one game against the Warriors. He was lighting up Patrick McCaw, lighting him up. He scored 21 in the first quarter, and I think he ended up with like 27 because he just started bricking everything. Everything. Dude's a clown.
3 rings from McCall, by the way. Don't
in a row.
Yeah.
And by the way, Westbrook happens to be one of Darrell Wright's best friends. So I kind of told Darrell about it, and he was like, you know, Brody, man, he's actually kind of cool. He's actually good in person.
I'm sure he is, yeah.
Nope.
But you probably know him a little bit from covering him, but yeah.
By the way, I got to get this. Somebody spent $9.99 to say this comment on YouTube. $9.99. Fear the Great. Fear the Great. This is James from New Jersey that got cut off on the call earlier. The rest of what I was saying is, why can't we do a simple goal line fade? 6'3" Juwan Jennings, Ayuk, Kittle, such a simple thing to do. He's talking 49ers. I
No
gotta
more
get it. He
fades.
spent $10 for that. I gotta read it.
No, and I respect it. And, the red zone inefficiency to me is the biggest stain on Kyle Shanahan as we go all the way back to what Mark was talking about, the low lights of the the Singletary and everything that came before him. You look at Shanahan, and he's got more pros than cons, but to me, one of the big cons is what the hell are they doing in the red zone? Because this red zone offense is terrible. They don't score touchdowns.
Last year, they were one of the better teams in converting touchdowns, percentage-wise.
Right.
But it feels like when you're watching them this year, it's like, they feel so stagnant. First down will be a decent play. Second down, super predictable. 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, or whatever. 3rd and goal from the 6, 7, 8. And it feels lifeless. Here's my thing. Forget the play call. Can they just throw it into the end zone? How many throws into the end zone have they had?
Well, they had one last week.
McLeod,
he got caught by the other team.
Well, that was the interception.
And Ray actually tried to throw it to the grass, it looked like. And Ray's like, I should probably run over and grab this.
It's just like, and maybe I'm just tripping, but I feel like I watch other teams and they throw into the end zone.
I think that's always been, this is kind of a weird marker, I think, for quarterbacks in the NFL. You can tell when you've got the really good ones based on what a play caller will call when they've got 3rd and goal or 2nd and goal at the 9.
Yes.
Because it's the most dangerous place to throw the ball. That's where it's the field is tighter and you've got more interceptions that happen and all of that. And so when you watch a team just try to run it in, or now we're going to try a jet sweep, or now we're going to try a bubble, or now we're going to do all this, it's because they don't trust that they can have a quarterback just drop back, look, and throw into tight windows in the end zone. The Chiefs do it. The Bills do it.
Brady's done it forever.
Brady has done it
Mike
forever,
Evans.
right?
Whoop,
or
back
Gronk,
shoulder.
Gronk for years, no matter what team he's been on.
Yes.
Or do you have some other weapon? You watch the way the Eagles and the Ravens do Lamar and Jalen with what to do in the red zone. The 49ers, that's not a comfortable zone.
No.
It's the red zone. It's a discomfort zone also.
It's the dread zone is what it is.
That's sad.
That's not good.
See, I'm trying to get positivity here. These guys talk about the red zone as dread zone.
Hey, don't worry.
You know what, okay, go year one. I remember when Marquise Goodwin popped onto the scene, right? And everyone was like, wow, Marquise, almost 1,000 yards in X
Scored a
amount of
touchdown last week, did a backflip.
No, I know, but I remember distinctly a play against the Rams where he lined up in the backfield, he went in motion, lined up in the backfield, then boom, they throw it to him out on the edge, and I'm thinking, wow, this is the brilliance we've been looking for. And they had elements of that, but it just, with all their playmakers, you don't see the creative, wow, wide open, easy, 6.
Yeah.
And maybe that's asking too much.
And part of it, too, is what I think Mark was talking about, where other teams have that threat of a run, and this is where when Trey Lance comes back next year in the red zone, you at least feel like if he looks, read 1, read 2, not there, he can break coverage and he can maybe make a play on his own. And that's the thing about Jimmy Garoppolo that will continue to haunt us throughout the course of this year. He's really a one-read guy. If you watch the 49ers, and I know you guys watch it more closely than anyone, as evidenced by your memory, shout out Glenn Coffee.
I have a dilemma this week.
He's a one-read guy.
100%.
So he looks at his first read, and if that's not there, and if the check down is covered, now we've got issues.
Yes.
Now we're going to hold it, and we're going to look for the back of the end zone, and we're going to look to wander out of the back of it.
What's your dilemma?
Warriors are playing the Pistons 3 p.m. Sunday. So we'll be on pre at 2 o'clock. So I'll watch the first quarter, go on pre, maybe look at the score here and there, watch a little bit during the game, then run home after the game and watch it back over.
It's no dilemma. You don't even check the score. It's a record. It's like a draft and stash. You record it, and you got to stay blind.
Well,
I know it's tough to stay blind.
Especially at NBC
business,
Studios. Jonathan Sackey's going to be there. Oh, Niners this. He can't hold water, man. I mean, that's my producer. That's my guy.
Jeez.
But he's like Sackey. He's like Shasky.
Him,
and then Shasky's going to be texting in the group chat. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about anybody.
This is not called a dilemma. This is called a great life.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what it's called.
I know it is. It is a great life. They get paid for
Come
it.
on,
Not
man.
bad.
Come on, man.
Frank Ocean, sweet life.
Okay, so guys,
Sunday to me.
Debo doesn't play this weekend. How are they? No, is it just ride CMC till the wheels fall off? What's the recipe for winning?
I heard you guys asking a few minutes ago who's the second receiver, and that was the first name that came to mind. Was Christian McCaffrey.
I think he's the feature player.
Debo Samuel, if he is out, it's a big loss. You don't need me to tell you that. But with the way that these two teams will approach the game, like the Rams outside of Cooper Kupp don't have anything at all that scares you either.
No.
They have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Both teams are a little bit compromised on the offensive line. The 49ers is actually a better offensive line than the Rams offensive line. No one's going to play this game 30, 40 yards downfield. Both of these teams are going to do the same darn thing. Like
Hey, Jefferson, though, may be back. He takes the top off the defense.
Yep, he can.
Cooper Kupp can go deep, too.
Well, and is Ward, able to not let people run right by him? All that stuff is going to be the question. But they should be able to move the ball even without defense.
You don't sound too confident, Mark.
It's a Shanahan game, though.
My point is they've got plenty of people.
But no use check, and he loves to go 21 personnel. They run it more than any other team in football, and now you're gonna be compromised. It's gonna be a lot different offensively.
But if you're an offense, if you're a quarterback and you go, oh boy, all I've got is Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, and Jawan Jennings. Oh, shut up. There's tons of teams out there that don't have that.
The Packers would die to have any one of those weapons.
Right, exactly.
Right, so there's no excuses.
I'm with you there.
Well, and again, to me, this is a Shanahan game because he's going to have to scheme and design different than he normally does because normally he loves use check. He loves going 21.
They got to do some other stuff.
So you're going to have Kittle in the backfield. You're going to see, I think, Charlie Warner in the backfield at times in the fullback spot. You're going to see two backs back there with CMC and with Jeff Wilson Jr.
This is when a creator creates.
Exactly.
So
That's why this is a Shanahan game to me.
This is way better than Debo getting hurt in the first quarter and getting yanked out when he's a big part of the game.
At least they can scheme into it.
Exactly.
Like, if you're a creator, let's create.
What did you guys make? We've talked a lot about Kittle and Ayuk coming out in press conferences and talking about, hey, we're not getting the ball, whatever. And then Jimmy Ward yesterday. Jimmy Ward yesterday is talking about, hey, I'm a free safety. They got me in the slot. It's a contract year.
Look at you. You're leading us right to our lead.
This is where we're starting. And
this is our starting point.
This is where we started the show.
Let me read the exact quote for people who may not be aware of it.
Prince has a song called Controversy, which is one of my favorites.
Jimmy has been playing nickel corner. He has been one of the best safeties in the game the last few years. Sure, he's hurt, whatever. Tashawn Gibson has come in and played really well. But Jimmy was asked, is the move to nickel corner permanent? Quote, I don't know. I'm just going to do what the coaches tell me to do. It's my last year on contract, and I'm just trying to be a team player. And then Ward added that going back to nickel is, quote, a challenge, but, quote, I've just got to figure it out.
With the club on his hand.
That is dripping with negativity, with anger, with sort of a dismissive type of a feel. The fact that he could be asked a question about his position on the field and within the second sentence is talking about his contract.
Yeah.
You add that in with George Kittle 2 weeks ago and then Ayuk and Kittle last week. I've never heard in the Shanahan era comments like this coming out of the locker room.
So what are you making of this, Dibs?
Well, if they beat the Rams, it's much ado about nothing. Shout out Shakespeare. If they lose to the Rams, you head into the bye with a lot of head-scratching controversy about what the hell is going on. You would have lost 3 in a row, and these comments are comments. And Mark's right. We haven't really heard this much overt commentary about what's going on. And when Jimmy Ward, by the way, and Mark,
the captain of the defense, by the way,
and Mark mentioned this in the green room, as Goo likes to say, this organization has had his back 17 times to Sunday. I mean, every time the fans want him out, they've kept him. And Jimmy Ward's played well.
Yes.
He's been hurt. He's come back and played well.
Switched positions
and, I mean,
before
so
this
many,
year.
His arc has been like, the Pacific Ocean. There's been so many ups and downs, and yet now he's going to come out and say this.
First game ever was his first game at Levi Stadium. Brandon Marshall
it was the
baptized.
first game ever at Levi Stadium.
Yes.
Regular season game.
Yes. He baptized him with 3 touchdowns as a cornerback when he was drafted.
In the slot.
In the slot.
Who'd you go to that game with? Where were you sitting?
I didn't go to that game.
He didn't go to Levi. I had to drag him to Levi's.
Right. You wouldn't go to Levi's for years.
I had to drag him to Levi's. I dragged him to Levi's Stadium. He was like, oh my God, Bonta, I got to get season tickets. Now he's hooked on Levi's. No, he was a slot corner. Now you want him to be in the slot guarding Cooper Kupp with a club on his hand.
Hooked on golf.
Like, I want Ward.
Mitch Jurison.
I want
all
Ward.
3 of you out there.
Yeah, I want Ward at free safety. But it is alarming to me. That's what I took away. Now that's Kittle, Ayuk, and now Jimmy Ward. 2 of them are captains.
Yeah, it's just a different vibe. It's a completely different vibe. And so you start to wonder, You wonder what the feeling is in there. And again, losing pulls this stuff out. But also time pulls this stuff out.
What's the spread? What do you mean by that?
Well, we're talking, I think it's still about one.
One and a half. Favored by one?
Yeah, the Niners are favored.
Damn.
You're talking about players. Ayuk's a little bit of a set aside. He's only in his third year, and they had a little bit of a rough patch last year. But the people we're hearing from are people who have been leaders and captains under Kyle Shanahan for 5-6 years. George Kittle, Jimmy Ward, these are people who are drafted by this group, have been the key pieces of this group. And we know this when you're not winning or when you don't have a championship in your hip pocket, voices get old. People get tired of the same message and the same result and the same this and the same that. And I don't know. You're hearing comments from people that sound fatigued in ways that they have not.
Shanahan losing a locker room?
I'm not anywhere near to that, and nor would I know that. But again, you're hearing people say things publicly that we've not heard.
Cracks in the dam is the expression.
Cracks in the jam.
Hearing Mark talk about that, and you guys probably know the answer because your memories are far better than mine. What's the longest tenured coaching career in the Bay Area for a non-championship coach? Because we look at Steve Kerr, he's got 4. Bochy was here forever. He's got 3.
Is it Dusty?
Mooch and Dusty, yeah.
I mean, Shanahan right now is knocking on that door.
Yeah, Bob Melvin's a good one.
I'm not counting the A's because that thing's a dysfunctional mess. We could talk earthquakes, Frank Yallop.
Well, we were talking. Okay, so right now Shanahan has the 6th most games in 49er history. Okay. Obviously, Walsh, Buck Shaw was up there. He didn't win anything way back in the day. Although Dick
Nolan didn't win anything.
Dick Nolan was also in that top.
It was Roger Craig with the Giants.
Roger Craig
baby, yeah.
I want to say 86 through 92.
So I was thinking about it in terms of what Mark was saying, because Mark's talking about the tune-out factor, and I totally agree with him. Jim Harbaugh, that's why he ultimately had to go, is because the organization, it kind of got old, the Harbaugh thing, but Kerr wins, you stay forever. Bochy, you can't stay forever because the new regime, we feel you need to go to Texas.
Analytics.
But, I mean, where's Shanahan now in terms of these runs of non-championship tenures?
Another good one. Danker on the YouTube, Don Nelson.
But his was was broken up because you had
it was broken
him,
up.
George Karl, he came back, and he came back again, and it was very broken up.
Still, it was a long time.
So what was Roger Craig? Was he 86 to 92?
85 to 92.
Dusty coached the first year.
Yeah.
Dusty coached the first year in 93 when they won 103 games.
Yes, him.
So Dusty was a long time. Long time.
Right. I'm just thinking in terms of, I guess, modern times, the last 25 years now as we look at it.
I've been asking this 6 years now.
I think it's as simple as this word, whether, what cracks in the dam. There's frustration that I don't think that they've felt at any other point of these 6 years because the first half of the Shanahan regime was just building. You're just building. Then you get to 2019, and it's like, okay, we're there. We've arrived. We didn't get over the mountain, but we're here. And then 2020, you've always had a reason since then. 2020, okay, he's hurt.
Bosa,
right?
Garoppolo,
Then you come back, and then even with what they go through last year, boom, they rally. They get to the NFC title game. This is as far away as they've felt since they arrived, while also being healthy at the quarterback position, which I say sort of.
Well,
because we know this has been a unique quarterback year as well. But do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do.
At no other point in the last 4 years has Jimmy Garoppolo been healthy and the 49ers have felt further away from the Super Bowl.
I agree with that statement. The other thing I keep thinking about is certain guys run their course on your team, right? It's like Andy Reid has done a really good job siphoning off guys off that roster, and there's only a couple of guys that have held over from that Super Bowl win just a couple of years ago on that offensive side of the ball. I don't know. That's a good man.
All right, we got to run real quick, but PointsBet Sportsbook is paying out people who bet the under on the Lakers win total. Lakers suck right now, so we're paying out everyone who bet under 44.5 and under 45.5 wins for them this season. PointsBet Sportsbook paying out the under on the Lakers win total. Already. And by the way, we're selling
amazing.
Gear. By the way, we got merch.
What? Yeah.
957thegameshop.com.
We'll tell everybody about that too. And also, by the way, Mike Silver at 10 and Randy Miller, who wrote that article about Aaron Judge and the Giants, is doubling down on it, and he's joining us in an hour.
Oh, can't wait to listen. Willard Dibs coming up till high noon. Have a good day, everybody.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% 10% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
I don't know. I hate to do this to both of you. You Dibs and you Kyle. I mean, I know both of you have spent the last 2 weeks just, cozy, getting all the sleep that you can every single night. I'm coming in a little bit short on sleep tonight, and so I want everybody to, feel sorry for me. It's very difficult when you only get, 5 hours, 5.5 hours. It's a tough night.
I don't know how you're making it.
Yeah, so I might need you to carry me through the 11 o'clock hour.
No,
not that that's any different.
I got you. I got you. We'll get you the food at 11 and,
Thank you.
The what are you eating portion of the program. We'll get you there because I'm living on 5 hours of sleep. Is pretty much my baseline these days, although shout out baby Mila. Gave me a good 4-piece right off the top last night.
See, there you go. Yeah. Mila's giving you what Pete Townsend is taking from me. Me and the lovely Christy up to Golden One Center in Sacramento last night to catch the Who, and then hightailed it out of town and back home by midnight, which was amazing. Getting up to Sacramento is much harder than getting back from Sacramento when there's no traffic. Just thought I'd throw that out. Hashtag the Causeway, wide open, rolling through town. So anyway, it was a whole lot of fun, and saw some listeners and had some fun out there last night. So good to see everybody, and good to be in here today, where we've got an interesting day here on 95.7 The Game for multiple reasons. Willard and Dibs, your calls. 888-957-9570. YouTube, Twitch, you're already hot, running, rolling, commenting. Thank you. We see you. Xfinity mobile text line as well. We've got merch. We got merch that we'll tell you about.
I'm just checking it out
right now. If somebody needs a hoodie that says, "What are you doing?" on it, we got you covered.
Yeah.
Although I'm starting to feel like I don't know. I think I might keep the company alive. I'm going to go buy all of this stuff. So our merch shop is open. More on that coming up. Mike Silver, 25 minutes coming up. Randy Miller, NJ.com. The guy who apparently doesn't just think that the Giants are going to sign Judge. He knows they're going to sign Judge, and they're going to sign Trey Turner, and they're going to sign Carlos Correa, and Anthony Rizzo. He's Oprah with Giants free agents, handing it out to everybody. He's doubling down on it. We'll talk to him coming up at 10:30 as well. But 49ers first, and I just get a yucky feeling right now when I'm listening to 49er veterans talk.
Kind of like when you burp and a little bit comes up. It's not like you're throwing up, but there's a little bit of that, a little bit of that acid reflux kind of vibe.
What do you make of this comment? And Nick Wagner, our buddy, I think a few people had this quote, but this is where I saw it first on Twitter, Nick Wagner, ESPN. And he says Jimmy Ward was asked if the move to nickel corner is permanent. Quote, "I don't know. I'm just going to do what the coaches tell me to do. It's my last year on contract, and I'm just trying to be a team player." Oh my gosh, how is this not getting more pub? This is someone who has been with the 49ers, this regime, from the absolute beginning. How are you going to take any piece of that quote and spin it as no big deal? And I guess that's what we can sort of play with people right now. Big deal or no big deal?
Deal but again, or no deal?
Think about if you get asked a question about anything in your professional world and your immediate response 3 different sentences. One of them is, I don't know. Okay, that's saying nobody's communicating with me.
Right, he doesn't know.
Your next one is, I'm just going to do what the coaches tell me to do.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Right? Like, I don't know. I'm not the boss, so I don't have any options here. And then immediately, it's my last year on contract, and I'm just trying to be a team player. I mean, this clearly sounds like someone who feels like he's being totally dismissed. And when you add it into what George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk were saying after recent games, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going Shanahan's lost the locker room. I don't know how to define this.
That's too dramatic for me.
I just know that the 49er veterans don't sound like they feel as good as they used to feel.
They don't normally say these types of things. And again, this is not that inflammatory to me. We can read into it and see that maybe he's not thrilled with his spot. But think about it. He lost his job. He's not a starting safety anymore because of Hufanga, and Gibson's come in and he's not in the same spot that he was, in part because of injury and the rest of it. So now he's being pressed into duty in a spot where he knows is not his best spot. It's not his skill set. So he's a little bit frustrated, and I admire the honesty with which that he delivered his answer. And honestly, Mark, he didn't come out and say, this is a bunch of bull, I'm a safety, I shouldn't be playing corner, I don't know what they're trying to do to me. But he did, kind of approach that with the way he intimated that he's not happy.
I mean, listen, to me, when you ask somebody a question, and within the span of 15 words, they bring up their contract, that's a thing. That's a thing. I don't really know. And by the way, it was thrown out on social media yesterday that this could in a free agent year, you don't want to be put out on tape in a lesser position.
Absolutely.
This is a less expensive position. You went from one of the best free safeties in the game, and now you're going to tell everybody in a contract year you're a nickel corner?
That's a problem.
I know exactly how that gets processed by players. It's like, dude, you're costing me money. If you don't want me to be your free safety anymore, okay, but don't put me in this light because this is going to be bad for my money. If somebody
Especially if you get cooked, by the way.
Right.
If you're not, because being a nickel corner is a unique skill set. You have to have swivel ability in your hips in both directions. You have to be very versatile as an athlete, quick, the ability to cover wide receivers, tight ends. Nickel corner has become a very difficult, critical part of a defense. And if you're used to being a safety, and he hasn't played corner really regularly since 2016, now you're putting on tape bad stuff, and you're not putting safety play on tape.
I just know that what we've heard and what we've witnessed with the 49er locker room, the entire Kyle Shanahan era, and some people don't love this because they're like, I don't care that everybody likes each other. Go win the Super Bowl. But they do go hand in hand to a certain degree. We've heard the comments like they don't allow knuckleheads in this locker room. This group likes playing for each other. They think Kyle Shanahan is the man. Like they play for him. There has been success, not the ultimate success, but there's been success. Of your list of worries with 49er football, never was one of them the locker room, ever in this era. And now there's that combined with, let us remind you now, okay, 2 weeks ago, George Kittle in Atlanta.
We're the San Francisco 49ers. We have a standard that we play at. I mean, we play at a very high level, a lot of energy, 100% effort on every single play. And, I haven't watched the tape yet, but I don't know if we gave that today, at every single position. And, we had a lot of young guys play. We had some, like you said, we're missing a lot of guys. And we just got to make sure that we're playing at that level every single snap, or otherwise that's going to happen, especially when you are down guys. You can look at his, we're down, how many ever, 7, 8 starters, or you can look at his, that's a lot of young guys with an opportunity to go out there and, make big plays and, get their names known. So we've dealt with it before. It's not easy, but, I'm not going to use that as an excuse. We have a very talented team. Our offense still has a lot of talented guys on it that can, get a lot of yak with the football. And, we got, I think, one of the best linebackers in football, Fred Warner, and our safeties are playing pretty well too. So, and the D-line's still good. So I just think we should have played better.
At the time, I took that as George is taking an opportunity to speak to the young guys who he did not feel were up to the level that it's going to take to succeed in the NFL. So it was like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
He's calling out effort, but I sort of took that as a veteran pointing at the young guys, right?
After the Atlanta game where they didn't play great across the board, Kittle had a nice game, his first really good game, but across the board, the team got pushed around. They got pushed in, and you got beat up by a lesser team in a second game of a 2-game road trip. So I like a veteran calling out his teammates in that spot. But in light of other comments, it's starting to feel a little bit differently now 2 weeks later.
Other comments, you say?
We have plenty of guys that make plays. Ayuk, Debo, myself, Christian, Jeff Wilson. We have a lot of guys out there. Juwan. We have plenty of guys that can make plays, and unfortunately today, I think it really showed that we just couldn't get the ball into those guys' hands.
Okay, we couldn't get the ball into the playmakers' hands. Brandon Ayuk was right across the room.
I just feel like we got too many people that can change the game to score 23 points. People can ask about the defense, but at the end of the day, we got to score more points than the other team, so that's how I feel.
I'm not trying to make the point that anybody doesn't like Kyle Shanahan. I actually don't think that's the case. I don't think he's lost the locker room. I don't think that they're splintered. I don't think this, that, or the other. I think you're hearing veteran players have an unprecedented level of frustration in this era. That's what I think. And I do tie it on some level to the quarterback position in two ways. One way is what I just said on the changeover a short time ago, which is that with Jimmy Garoppolo being healthy, this is the furthest the 49ers have felt from success in the last 4 years. 2019, made it to the Super Bowl. 2020, he's hurt. 2021, made it to the NFC title game. 2022, yep, it was Trey. We get the story, but here he is, and he's healthy, and they're losing. They have a losing record. They have lost to the Bears. They have lost to the Broncos. These are the worst teams in football. They have lost to the Atlanta Falcons by double digits. So they feel further away from success than they have in 4 years with Jimmy Garoppolo healthy. And I also tie it even back to the beginning, and Mike Silver will be perfect on this in 15 minutes because it was his story that sort of broke it. I wonder if some veterans came into this year with questions about Kyle Shanahan they had never had before because of the way the quarterback position was being handled.
And now the way it's been handled subsequently is you've got the lesser guy in some people's minds in Jimmy Garoppolo, and in other people's minds, and Mike Silver had this in the piece, and unnamed 49er players, or Kyle Juszczyk was quoted saying, Jimmy gives us a better chance to win. Well, it turns out maybe he doesn't because you haven't necessarily won with Jimmy Garoppolo. So I wonder how much of a divide there is in the locker room based on the quarterback position alone. But what we're finding now, Mark, is as time has gone on in this season, you lost to the Bears, and you shouldn't have. You lost to Denver 11-10, and I have to point that out every time because nobody loses 11-10 unless you're in Major League Baseball in a game in July.
You were so off before that game when you said they were going to lose 12-11.
Yeah, I don't regret it. I'm kicking myself because I thought it'd be 3 field goals, a touchdown, and a field goal on the other side. I didn't account for the safety, and that's on me, Mark. I need to be better.
It was a bad prediction. Anyway, go ahead.
I think we always talk about the ultimate deodorant in sports is winning. If you go to LA to SoFi and you beat the Rams, you go into the bye, and all of this stuff, it washes gently away down the storm drain. But if you go to LA and you lose a game 15-14 or another kind of ugly game, the defense shows up, but the offense doesn't do it, we might see more rumblings into the bye.
Big deal or no big deal? 888-957-9570. I'm Brandon Ayuk, okay? Let's try to get into that.
Boy, can you run a route.
I'll tell you what, I am talented. All right, I'm Brandon Ayuk. Let's think about the career so far, okay? You get drafted, and you're a rookie, and you come out and you pop. Nothing crazy, but like, 49ers found something there. He looks like a good player. All right, cool. Following year, start the year in the doghouse. Okay, you come back, you pat yourself on the back, you're not hitting the work level. Kyle comes down on you hard, takes all the way to the second half of the season until you can sort of look right. But even then, it's sort of like, fits and starts, and Deebo Samuel right and Deebo Samuel left and Deebo a big contract is kind of the way the rest of that year plays out. Now you come back and you're told, okay, dude, year 3, it is time to shine. Oh, but we're going to give you a rookie quarterback. And we're not really going to throw the ball all that much because we don't really trust this first-year starter to be able to really push the ball down the field. Then he gets hurt, and now you're right back to Jimmy. And as Jimmy ramps up, by the way, Brandon has had his stuff the last 2 weeks. He's getting his targets, he's getting his catches, but he's clearly mentally still not feeling good. You know, remember the one where he broke out to the sideline wide open for a touchdown? Jimmy didn't even see him. And so this has been his experience. And it feels to me he's got to be someone who's going, dude, do you realize as I approach the end of my rookie contract, do you realize what I would be up for if I were playing for the Chiefs, if I were playing for a team that didn't approach its offense this way? That's the kind of thing. It's not I've lost the locker room. It sounds to me like guys are starting to think, here's Jimmy Ward, my contract. Brandon Ayuk, we're not getting people the ball. It sounds to me like
George Kittle, guys aren't playing hard.
We're going to individual places, which is obviously the opposite of a team.
Right, and this is what I was talking about in the changeover in terms of the natural evolution of non-winning, non-championship winning situations. And we go back to the Giants, and I think about Dusty Baker, 93 to 2002, the last non-championship tenure of some length for a team in the Bay Area. And it was Dusty Baker, who, by the way, is a fantastic manager. He might win a World Series this year.
Hope so.
What do we know about 2002? He gives the ball to Russ Ortiz when he takes him out. You were there. Giants lose Game 6. Rally Monkey. Angels win. That's it for Dusty. He's gone.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan now, longest tenure as a 49er coach since George Seifert. He will match Mariucci after this year with 6 years. Next year when Kyle's back, he will surpass that. And what do we know about this tenure? They haven't won a championship. Mariucci didn't win a championship. And by the way, Steve had more regular season success than Kyle's had, but you get to a certain point in time where if you don't have that success, it's natural for things to slowly break apart. I'm not saying he's lost a locker room, but we are seeing things now that we haven't seen before.
It's time to roll. It's time to roll. Like you can't lose 3 in a row. And then you got to sit there with it for the bye. And I know there's injuries, some of them big. Debo might not play. I get it, but that's all that this says to me. Is if you go back to when they were in a very similar situation last year, it felt like, okay, we are at a crossroads. And so we're going to go a different direction if this doesn't turn right now. And they were going to bench Jimmy Garoppolo, but then it went a different way.
Right.
And they rallied. This isn't that level quite yet, but it is similar in that because the difference here is that there's no quarterback to bench. They're not going to Brock Purdy. But the future of a lot of different pieces of this puzzle, I think, are sitting on the next 2 to 3 weeks of 49er football. Because also, in addition to just the obvious stuff where people think about the coach and, like they just brought in Christian McCaffrey and there's been no discussion of him restructuring a deal. And if he doesn't restructure a deal over the next year and a half, there are names on this team that you think are just a part of this team that aren't going to be a part of this team. I'm telling you that right now. If McCaffrey doesn't redo his deal, start reasoning and reckoning with the idea that Brandon Ayuk will not be back, or that Deebo Samuel in 2 years would be traded, or something. Something like that is going to have to give. And so that, to me, all of this leads to maybe a little bit more. I knew there was urgency. There's always urgency in the NFL, but man, this feels like we're at a different kind of crossroads at the same point of the year this year as it was last year. They have got to get this thing going right now, or else decisions that they don't want to make are going to start getting made.
Without a doubt. And I think Brandon Ayuk is the most fascinating one for me because you draft him, and when you draft a player that high, a wide receiver, you want him to get to his second contract. But just look at his year this year. First 5 games, 17 catches. Last 2 games, 15 catches. So maybe he's trending in the right way. And with Debo out, assuming that Debo doesn't play. And if I'm the 49ers and I look at the situation, Debo with the hampered leg, I sit him out knowing that you got the bye on the backside, because if you play him and he tweaks it more, he might be out 4 to 6 weeks.
Yep.
And also, you brought in Christian McCaffrey, so if you lose Debo, but you add in a full game McCaffrey, you're not missing anything to me in terms of what that means offensively.
You have enough to win this game. Without Debo.
With Christian McCaffrey.
You have enough to win this game.
Absolutely.
You have,
and even though you don't have Juszczyk, I think Kyle Shanahan can be creative with using Kittle as a fullback at times, using Warner as a fullback at times. You're going to see split backs with Jeff Wilson Jr. and McCaffrey in situations where you don't have a fullback, but you do have 2 running backs in the backfield. This is up to Kyle Shanahan to scheme it up without Debo maybe, and knowing you're going to be without Juszczyk.
If Trent Williams is playing like Trent Williams, they have all they need to block the Rams and win the football game. That's the only thing they need to do. I don't care who the skill position guys are. If you give Jimmy time, this Rams defense is not going to win that football game. And the 49er defense, as we know, against the Rams has what they need to beat them. We'll see about their health. Jonathan in San Francisco here on Willard and Dibs. Mike Silver is coming up in about 8 minutes. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
I'm just enjoying this lovely day. It's sunny right now and just bringing warmth to my day. I just want to say, guys, I don't think they're necessarily, the 49ers. They're beginning to speak out like that. I don't like it. Pointing fingers usually leads to no good. But I don't think they're pointing their finger or calling out Kyle or their teammates. I think it might be, this is just me, okay? It might be the position coaches. Because, Kyle, over the years, because they were so good and the coaching staff, 2-3 years ago, they had all these, young geniuses, and they're all left, and it took a lot with that leaving. They were gone, and also they probably took a couple of other guys below them. So now you got Mike McDaniels leaving, and who they replace him with? Anthony Lynn. And Anthony Lynn got fired from his last gig because he wasn't any good. So I don't know, man. That signing now is questionable.
Yeah, Jonathan, actually, Anthony Lynn has been a very successful position coach in his history. Thanks, Jonathan. Always good to hear from you. The other side to this, I know when people point to Mike McDaniel, it looks fun in Miami. All that's great. Kyle Shanahan now, who supposedly taught Mike McDaniel all the plays, doesn't know how to call the plays. It's not the plays. It's not the plays. Okay?
It's the players. And that's where it's gotten interesting, because Kyle Shanahan has kind of said it's the players, and yet now the players are slightly clapping back. So at some point, there's got to be accountability from the coaching staff to say, no, it's not the players, it's me.
That's the slippery slope. I watched Mike McCoy in San Diego with the Chargers years ago essentially get fired because after every game, he's like, well, I did everything I was supposed to do, and the players messed it up. I mean, it was way worse than how it is now, but players do not take well to that, I can promise you. All right, 888-957-9570. Mike Silver joins us next. We've been talking about the merch. Go to 957thegameshop.com. 957thegameshop.com. You need a Willie and Dibby, what are you doing t-shirt? That's where it is. Or a hoodie. If you need that from any of our shows, 95.7 The Game, the new merch shop is open, 95.7thegameshop.com. Go get it sent to you, take a picture of yourself in it, send it to us.
A lot of work.
And then, and then just beautiful things will happen. So more on that coming up. Mike Silver next on Willard and Dibs.
It's game day, Dub Nation.
Stephen Curry coming through in the clutch when the Warriors have needed it.
Lock in all day right here on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you work remote, Staples has you covered.
Stylish office decor to turn my finished basement into a complete workspace solution.
Staples has you covered.
A desk that's all business, but not too businessy.
Staples has you covered with remote workspace solutions. And now at Staples, save 25% on all desks, storage and filing products, chair mats, lighting, decor, and desk accessories when you buy a chair. Explore solutions for your remote workspace at Staples. The Working and Learning Store. Ends 10/29. In-store only. Exclusions apply.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port-in. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm living on 5 hours of sleep is pretty much my baseline these days.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's more than enough. You got that tiger blood.
Nice. And shout out Loonies. Look at Sam Lubman painting back there. I got 5 on it.
You
Mark,
do. You
5
got
hours
5
of
on
sleep.
it. You got 5 on it. Me too. Me too last night. Who
and
are
5
you?
diapers changed.
Willard and Dibs. That's who. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Number 5.
Merch shop open, 957thegameshop.com. Go check it out. What are you doing? T-shirts, hoodies, and beyond. All 4 shows across the board here at 95.7 The Game, which is also the home on Thursdays of our buddy Mike Silver. Great article in the San Francisco Chronicle. Mike, great to have you, man. As always, want to jump in just because I feel like a few weeks ago when you had that article that got so much attention with regard to how guys were feeling in the locker room about the quarterback situation. Let's extend that now. George Kittle in Atlanta. I see some guys not trying as hard as they should. Kittle and Ayuk last week. Hey, we got players who aren't getting the ball. Jimmy Ward yesterday. Hey, I don't know about being a nickel corner. This is the last year of my contract. I'm just being a team player. Is the 49er locker room down this year versus recent years? There he is. There he is. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah, go ahead. Now you're on.
Well, first of all, when you're losing, people get frustrated, so that's normal. Secondly, we lived in this weird situation where everything was on Zooms and in press conference settings during the pandemic, and some of us who have phone numbers and relationships were able to report things outside of that during that time, and fans just didn't want to hear it or assumed it couldn't possibly have happened because, we saw the press conference and we know that this happened in a training camp practice because somebody was counting completion percentage or whatever. But in a more normal world where we have access to people in potential one-on-one settings, you're going to find out more. So it's a combination of increased access and frustration over losing. Do I think it's some crisis situation independent of that? No. I had a column that ran yesterday where Jimmy Ward basically said they weren't as prepared as they should have been against the Chiefs, so you could read into that as well. But bottom line is you have a lot of proud people. They're all in. They have a belief that they are Super Bowl caliber, and they're 3-4 with 3 bad losses on paper and a whooping by the Chiefs. And so, you better believe there's frustration. You're seeing it in Green Bay, you're seeing it in Tampa, and you're seeing it with the Rams as well.
And the beauty of this year's NFL, though, is you're 1 win away from, hey, we're back in the playoff picture, just like that. Mike, I want to ask you about how a locker room is lost. And I'm not saying this locker room has been lost by Kyle Shanahan, but you've been in enough locker rooms to where you've seen a coach lose a locker room. How does that happen? Does it happen in drips and drops, or does it happen all at once?
It depends. But a coach can lose a locker room if the players don't believe the coach, if the players believe there's either inconsistency or a deviation from the message, a sharp deviation, or if, but usually when a coach is perceived as genuine and real and truth-telling, it goes a lot better. And I think Kyle Shanahan falls into that camp squarely. So that's the good news. But, when a team underperforms, and you have a lot of proud people in that locker room, it's natural for frustration to fester. And, certain locker room cultures, invite players to kind of voice it. The great Seahawks teams of the last decade, the Ravens have a culture where that's more tolerated. And then you have cultures like the Patriots where, it's there, but everybody is scared of a legendary coach and how he might react if they say something that he doesn't like. But, regardless of the culture, losing breeds it. And again, we have a situation where you're finally having players and media people interact in a more normal way. So I just believe naturally you're going to see all kinds of emotions and thoughts coming out that weren't coming out for a while. And, fans out there say they want access and want to hear from players and coaches of the teams they love, but then sometimes when that happens, it freaks them out because then, there might be things going on that they don't see on the surface, and that disrupts their sense of all-knowing fandom.
Mike Silver with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Mike, Jaquiski Tartt, former 49ers, the only one who put sort of a face on this over the last couple of weeks when he sort of insinuated that the 49ers hit too much and do too much in training camp. The Eagles didn't do that, and maybe that's why the injury bug keeps hitting them. Here we are now, Deebo Samuel, a question mark for this weekend. Have you talked to anybody on this particular team that seems to put something other than dumb luck on injuries?
No, but, that's kind of a long-running, football conundrum, right? You've got the coaches who believe you can't get football ready without contact, and in today's era, there's so few opportunities to have padded practices relative to the old days that, you need to maximize those to get into shape. And then you have coaches who believe it's not worth it because it subjects you to undue injury risk, but it's not necessarily a correlation. If you told me that Bill Parcells was coaching one team under the old rules and running the Oklahoma drill and grinding guys into submission versus, someone coaching under the new rules where you're barely hitting and one team was getting injured and the other wasn't, then I would say, okay, maybe we can, talk about that. I think, what you're seeing just in general is a shift toward a new way of preparing. And, let me give you an example. Last year, the Raiders had a little bit of a renaissance under Rich Bisaccia after John Gruden was fired. And he did a great job. Greg Olson and Gus Bradley, his coordinators, did a great job. They had adverse, circumstances. Gruden's abrupt firing, the Henry Ruggs situation, it was a lot. But talking to guys on that team, one of the things that changed was that Gruden was a much more old school coach and liked to hit in practice and be a little more physical and grind on players. And Rich Bisaccia pulled it back, and they felt fresher. And so these teams that had faded down the stretch in recent years were suddenly finding a little more juice in those, during that stretch run and ended up getting into the playoffs and giving the Bengals a great run for their money. So that would be an example of when dialing it back can really be a benefit. I'll dig into this a little more as I talk to people, but yeah, I am not sensing some sort of crazy, desperate situation in the locker room where people are turning on each other, offense is turning on defense. They're down on the coaches more than they usually would be down on bosses who grind them. But I am sensing a lot of frustration because they're not winning. They obviously are geared to win now. It could all blow up. You saw the all-in trade on McCaffrey. It could all go really bad if it goes bad. And I think, when you get embarrassed like that, albeit by Patrick Mahomes and a really good team, you start to get pretty upset.
back-to-back bad defensive games for this 49er squad, and I think back, and I was reading your piece, Mike, and you put it so well, 27 days ago from when the game comes this Sunday, they dominated the Rams, but it feels like this defense is a different group now. Can you pinpoint why this defense is a little bit different after the last couple of weeks?
Well, I'll give them a pass on Atlanta. They really only gave up 21 points. 7 of those were scoop and score. They did get pounded, but they really were impacted by injuries, and I'll give them a pass on that one. But obviously, what we saw Sunday was brutal. I think schematically and physically, they got dominated. They really miss Eric Armstead a lot and Kinlaw on the inside. They obviously, had gotten a different Charvarius Ward those first 5 weeks than they got in this game against his former team. But, honestly, I just don't know. I think they have so many good players on offense and defense that they should be better than that. And the Rams are they're the Super Bowl champs, but they are a reeling team. They lost their left tackle, John Noteboom. The line was already a disaster. They may get Brian Allen, their center back, but the line is rough. They over-target Cooper Kupp, I think out of necessity, and Tyler Higbee to some degree. They paid Allen Robinson a bunch of money. He's been a non-factor. They're hoping Van Jefferson could come back and give them a little juice, and they really can't run the ball. So that offense is there for the taking. By the way, Matthew Stafford, 8 interceptions, second only to Matt Ryan. So the 49ers, if their defense is close to what they believe it is, they ought to be able to jump on a team like that again. Now, there will be adjustments. It's not the same as the first game, and they've got obviously some great players, starting with Cooper Kupp. But on paper, if you didn't know the Rams had won the Super Bowl and you didn't know the names and you just looked at their film for the first 6 games, you'd go, yeah, this team should swallow that team up and do really, really well. So we'll see what happens.
Mike, speaking of all that, I know you've got your most recent article saying that the 49ers will go as far as their defense takes them. Can you expand on that? And if you're led by defense, can that even work anymore in this NFL?
Well, could you go into Lambeau Field and win a playoff game where you don't give up what if it 7 points in that game? So, yeah, I mean... Right,
but could you beat the Chiefs and the Bills?
I mean, the offense didn't carry them in that game. They, special teams got the winning touchdown, and defense was defense, and that was against Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field in the playoffs. So, yeah, the Chiefs and the Bills, I hear you. But, they're looking at last year's blueprint, which is a dangerous game to play. Last year they were 3-5 and lifeless, and then they shook it up with Devo running the ball and Armstead moving inside, and they got on a run with no margin for error. Jimmy Garoppolo, let me remind you, was down 7 points at the end of the regular season with a playoff berth on the line, and they had to drive down the field, force overtime, and win just to get in. They won in Dallas, fueled by defense. They won in Green Bay, fueled by defense. They were on the verge of beating the Rams, fueled by defense, when a player you mentioned earlier in this segment regrettably did not catch an interception. That wasn't the only reason, but I'll just remind people they were on the verge of going to the Super Bowl, and I think having a great chance of winning it with that blueprint. Do I think it's an optimal way to approach life against Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes? If you get that far, not necessarily, but they're obviously mindful of it. They brought Jimmy Garoppolo back when they knew it would cause potential drama because they had to hedge on their quarterback plan. They just traded 4 picks for a boutique running back receiver mismatch guy, which is awesome. He's a explosive player, Christian McCaffrey, but that's an all-in on offense trade. And they have 2 receivers they really, really like, and a tight end that they pay a ton, who's a great blocker and a playmaker. So it's not as simple as, the defense will carry them, the offense will do nothing. They're obviously mindful of it, but I just don't see a team, based on what I've seen, that can go out and go touchdown for touchdown with the best offenses in the league. And they're not fast. and that's that's Kyle's prerogative. That's the way he thinks he can best take advantage of opposing defenses. But they got the ball with 10:42 remaining in Atlanta, down 14, and sucked 8 minutes off the clock. Didn't score, by the way. They're not a tempo team. So the Bills and Chiefs are like boom, 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 score, score, score when they need to. The 49ers are not constructed that way. They're, they have a fullback and they, try to come at you heavy and grind you down and out-scheme you, and it's cool. But if they're going to win, it's going to be more of an old-school approach, and that's defense-driven.
Yeah, Mike, I get that. Yeah, no one's ever going to accuse the 49ers of being in a hurry. And so maybe we should take the season.
But they are in a hurry to win now.
To win, yeah, I get it.
Made the most aggressive. I mean, they've arguably made the two most aggressive trades, if you look at capital, since March of 2021.
Yeah.
They traded 3 ones to get from, or they traded, depends on, this is a terminology.
Oh, we love this one, Mike.
They used 3 first-round picks to get from 12 to 3.
Yep.
And take a guy who played at North Dakota State, and they just traded a 2, 3, 4 next year at a 5 for a beaten-up running back who, theoretically could juice up their offense. So they're trying.
Yeah. I like the first time that you talked about Christian McCaffrey. This time you called him beat up. The first time you called him boutique-y, which is a fun word.
He's a beat-up boutique.
If you said we can get Derrick Henry 3 years ago, that's not boutique-y. That's identity. That's the best running back in football who will change your offensive identity. Christian McCaffrey, he's had great days as a running back that seem to be waning because of injuries. He is really explosive and can give you big plays, but it's more of a, wow, we could split him and we could split him wide. We could motion him into the slot. We could really mess with those defenses, and that's cool, but they give up a lot.
2,000 touches between Stanford and Carolina. So, yeah, that's a lot of tread off those tires. Thanks, Mike.
Great stuff, Mike. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate it.
All right, there it is. Mike Silver on the 49ers, San Francisco Chronicle.
He's a beat-up boutique.
Boutique-y.
But he's also beat up.
I'm yelling boutique-y when he goes into the end zone this weekend.
It's pretty cool.
That's what I'm going to run around the house and yell. Boutique-y!
He is boutique-y when you think about all the different ways where he will line up in this Sunday's game. He'll be in the slot. He'll be out wide. He'll be a single back. He'll be a split back. It's a lot of fun to watch Christian McCaffrey.
Big C-Mac game Sunday.
Should be.
Kind of needs to be.
Well, if Debo's out, then who is your Swiss Army knife kind of player? Because when you have both,
boutique-y.
He's boutique-y.
Yeah.
But Debo Samuel's also boutique-y, but you can't call him boutique-y because he will run you over. But at the same time, they use Debo Samuel at his best in that same boutique-y kind of fashion.
Yeah, I tell you what, what I take above all else,
Boutique-y barber.
a lot from that conversation. But all of the things we're talking about, I think they're real. And by the way, if you're just joining us, what we've been talking about is 49er players, especially veterans, seemingly talking in a way they've never talked before. The highest level of frustration. The 49ers have not felt further away from success with a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo in 4 years. So high level of frustration. And sometimes our minds go to a very worried place when we hear that. Has Kyle lost the locker room? Are they mad? Does Jimmy Ward want out? What's going on? Mike paints a picture with which I agree. This really does, and you've said it too, this goes away real fast if you just go win by win. Okay? Beat LA, bye, beat LA again, San Diego, if you will. Be 5-4, and everything's going to be totally fine, and you hear it dissipate. You're seeing what he's talking about, and he actually drew a line from the 49ers to the Bucs, to the Packers. The supposed best teams in the NFC are all 3-4. All of them are having leadership questions. Aaron Rodgers is in the national news yesterday for basically saying, everybody around me sucks. Everybody's missing assignments. And they questioned him on it. They're like, hey, aren't you throwing your team under the bus? His response is, people don't like the truth. I mean,
and he also said they don't care, and they kind of lightweight agree with him.
And Tom Brady is over here going, yeah, I don't even have time for this practice stuff. Like, I know we've got a game this weekend, but Robert's getting married. I'm about to get divorced.
Man.
I'm sorry. I don't have time for this.
One quick aside, can we get Tom Brady a sandwich? That dude looks skinny.
His cheeks are heading toward one another.
Right.
Something's going on there.
Two cheeks inside.
Big
Yeah,
time.
thank you.
Listen, if the guy did something to his face, far be it from me. Do something to your face.
But mix in,
he
instead of mixing a salad,
something's going on there.
get him a hoagie, a French dip.
I will say this.
Tell me.
You just named the best sandwich on the list.
The
by
French
the way.
dip?
French dip is
Au
the one
jus?
seed. It is the one seed. Don't put anything else on it. It's hard for people.
Maybe during the bye week we can talk sandwiches.
I split a French dip with Christy the other day. She's like, this needs lettuce. I'm like, it doesn't. You don't
guys almost break up over that?
Don't put lettuce on a French dip. You don't do that. So, anyway.
I don't like a sandwich that I have to work to enjoy.
You don't have to work.
You got to dip it.
No, you just got to get underneath it. And then it makes a big mess
watch
all over
me
your
dip. We'll talk sandwiches
When
during
I
the bye
dip,
week.
you dip.
Thank you.
We dip. But anyway, I want you to watch the game tonight, okay? I got something for you. I'm going to give it to you early.
An early lock?
The Bucks are going 4-4.
What?
The Bucks are going to stop complaining tonight. The Bucks
stops here?
The Bucks losing streak stops here because it's time. It's time for Tom Brady to go, all right, right the ship. It's time for Aaron Rodgers. They're not beating the Bills this weekend, but you're going to watch them in the second half, figure it out. And I think you're going to watch the 49ers in the second half figure it out because the cream rises to the top. And I'm not going to sit here and look at the NFC and go, yep, well, that's it. The Giants are just better, because they're not. We can see in this conference who's got players. The Niners have players. The Packers have players.
Packers have one player.
Well, but it's a really big one. The Bucks have players. The Eagles have players. The Cowboys have players. For my money, those are the teams.
And you're still doubling down on your pack Bucks Niners parlay. All three.
They're all gone
in the playoffs, but they're all three not going to win this week.
The Packers, I think the Niners will. I think the Bucks will. I think the Packers won't. The Packers are playing the Bills.
Yeah,
in Buffalo.
I think I'm going to take the Ravens and get the 2 on the road against Tommy.
You're going to get the 2? Are the Bucks favored?
By 2.
Yeah.
Tampa by 2.
I don't care.
By the way, over-under's 46, and I've been a big fan of Thursday night unders. This one's a little scary on the under tip, although Tampa Bay's offense, you stink.
They have stunk.
Yeah.
But we thought that about Chicago, and then
you thought that about Chicago.
I knew that about Chicago.
I had Chicago in our spread formation.
You didn't think
I had them outright.
33 points. Get out of here.
You're the one who was betting under 14 and a hook.
You're damn right I did.
Went south
and
in a
I'd
hurry.
do it again.
Yeah, you would.
Hadn't it been for you stinking kids. Anyway.
When you think about those 3 and 4 teams, the Niners, if they win, they're in a great spot. Atlanta's going to have their hands full with Carolina.
Atlanta's going to roll them.
I don't think
They're
so.
Gonna roll
You're
them.
down on Carolina.
How could you not be?
Because the dead cat bounce. When you fire your head coach, teams play well.
No, don't get excited about what Carolina did that last week. That's actually why I like the Bucks and the Falcons this weekend. There's a Carolina bounce going on in these spreads because they had one good game. They're terrible.
Carolina wins, Tampa loses. Carolina is your first place team at 3 and 5. How about that?
Not happening.
I know.
Not happening. Speaking of not happening, boy, do I keep hearing people say that when it comes to the Giants and Aaron Judge. Not happening, Mark. They're not spending money. Cheap Farhan. What are you talking about? On the margins, taxi squad, going to acquire some more AA players from the Mariners. Aaron Judge, what a joke. Why would he do that? Okay, don't take it from me. Let's talk to Randy Miller. Who works for NJ.com, that stands for New Jersey, not No Judge. And he covers the Yankees out on the East Coast. And this guy's not just doubling down. Dibs, he's tripling down. This guy doesn't just think for sure that the Giants are getting Judge. He thinks they're nowhere near stopping there. He put out yesterday, how about Judge and Trey Turner? And, oh, by the way, they're not stopping there. And for some reason, and this is why I want to talk to him so badly, he couldn't be more sure. he's convinced. It's done.
Lock it up?
He's in the public with it. He is all in that the Giants are all in, pushing all the money to the middle of the table. So let's find out why. He joins us next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Whew, this feels good!
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. Woo! So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Where can you deck the halls and the front yard? Lowe's, actually. Decorate your holiday home with pre-lit artificial trees, starting at only $99. Put your yard on holiday display with outdoor inflatables starting at just $22.98. Holiday shop your way in-store, pick up curbside, or just get it delivered. And check back daily for deals during Black Friday month. Start saving now at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Randy Miller, NJ.com in just a second. 957thegame.shop.com. By the way, if you're with us on YouTube and you're on the feed and you're on the chat, during the breaks, you'll see all the information you need to not only go to our new merch site, 957thegame.shop.com, but you'll actually see some of the examples, some of what you can put together on there.
Yeah.
What are you doing t-shirts with Willard and Dibs? You can get something from Bonte and Joe, the morning roast. You can put the rat on the table with Steiny and Goo. I mean, all kinds of for Damon and Ratto. You can do all kinds of stuff there on the merch site. So we invite you to check it out. And then, tell them Willard and Dibs sent you. Do we get some sort of a
little kickback,
a little royalty or something into this?
Little taste, as I borrow from Guru. I think we might get a little taste. And by the way,
especially if all the Willard and Dibs stuff is the only one that sells. Anyway, go ahead.
What Are You Doing is perfect, and we are showcasing the white version of the T-shirt. You can also get it in black and in gray.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you don't like a white T-shirt, and I know you don't.
Can you do hoodies? Can you do long sleeves?
Yeah,
can you mix and match and pick and pop?
It's all available at 957thegameshop.com.
We are also thankful that Randy Miller was available to us today. NJ.com with an article that has been a true circulation sensation over the last 48 hours. Randy, we are so glad to have you. Thank you for coming on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Can you explain to everyone, why are you so confident that Aaron Judge is coming to the Giants?
I know Aaron from covering him his entire career. I spent a day in Linden, talked to people close to him. I think there's a rift between the Yankees and Judge based on a lot of things. Aaron Judge was also booed in 2 home playoff games. He's not happy with his teammates being booed this year. And he's very, very close to his mother, who's still in Linden, an hour and a half east of you guys. And his wife's family is from out there. His mother-in-law still works at the school, and I think that Aaron grew up loving the Giants. I think he's ready to come home, and he also knows that I think he believes the Giants are going to pay him what he's worth. And from everything I hear from knowing people who have spoke to the Giants owners, they are prepared to make him the best offer. From what I hear from the Yankees, they're prepared to make him an offer that's a lot better than the last one, which he turned down on opening day, $213.5. I hear that they're not going to overpay. They're going to make them what they think is a fair deal, maybe go a little above. And from what I hear, the Giants will go a lot above if they have to.
How much does that play into his disgruntled state? The fact that it got leaked back in April that they offered him $213.5 and that he said no. Are there overriding hurt feelings still from Aaron Judge about that, or is it more about the booing that took place throughout the year?
Well, it didn't get leaked. It was going to get leaked. The Yankees announced it. That's what bothered Judge. And when they announced it, it was almost like they're trumpeting, look at this offer that we made Aaron Judge, and he didn't take it. And the perception was that the Yankees were trying to make Judge look like he was money hungry, and it made him look bad. And this was an organizational decision, and the organization was like, look, you guys are going to mean you're good. It was going to come out anyway. Well, that's not the way Judge wanted to come out. The booing, I believe he can handle the boos. What bothered him is the boos that Joey Gallo got this year, and they were terrible. I had quite a few where I felt like it was Dr. Phil talking to Joey Gallo, and in one conversation he told me he never even goes out in Manhattan because he's hated so much, and why would I even show my face? And I know Aaron read that story, and just a lot of the players really felt bad for him. Aaron Hicks at one point they were chanting Joey Gallo to Aaron Hicks because Aaron Hicks had a bad game. And then Judge was booed in the beginning of the year. Before he went on a home run tear, he was booed twice in the playoffs. Not a lot of boos, but enough that I'm sure it bothered him. In fact, after the one game, he said, we need the fans to be behind us the whole game next game. So that was kind of a message that to the fans. So I think they have something to do with it, but I still think that he's tugged to go home. And it's kind of a way of paying back his mother for everything she did. Aaron was adopted, came from a really good family, raised in a Christian family, a lot of values, and Aaron feels like the man that he is because of his parents from that little wee town with no red lights, and I think that he's looking forward to coming home and playing for the team that he grew up loving for. He was a huge Richie really a fan. He was a kid when Bonds went on that run there, and I think he's going home. I think the Dodgers will make an offer. I don't think that they're going to offer him what the Giants will. I think they'll offer him a lot of money, but not as many years. That's what I've heard. We'll see how it plays out. The one thing that could keep him from going is the Giants need to convince Aaron that they're in it to win it. Aaron's spoiled. Even though they haven't won in New York, they've made the playoffs every year since his rookie year. They've had a team that on paper could compete until the second half of this year. They were considered the World Series favorite. Then Houston really passed them up, and the Yankees went backwards with a lot of injury struggles. And from what I hear, the Giants owners are prepared to get a second and maybe even a third guy. It would shock me if Anthony Rizzo, who is going to opt out, I think, of his Yankee contract. He has 1 year at $15 million. He and Aaron, it would have followed him to San Fran on maybe a 2-year deal for maybe $17 a year. More money, 1 more year. One shot at Trey Turner also signed to play second base with the Giants. So I think they know that they need to convince Judge that they just don't want him to sell tickets and to sell jerseys, that they also want to win. And that's very important. And then Aaron is also very close to his teammates, very close to Aaron Boone, the manager. And it will not be easy leaving. He's loved wearing pinstripes as much as anyone has. But I think that there's some rifts in the organization. He's a very stubborn man, a proud man. And I think that ultimately the Giants will make the best offer, and Aaron will take it.
Randy Miller, NJ.com, on the Aaron Judge free agency and situation. Randy, I want to be very, very sort of careful with the way I ask this, because I'm not going to ask you, obviously, to tell us a source or even any of the background of your conversations. You've clearly done your homework, but you're talking to a fan base that sits here and listens to you say, it's going to be Judge, maybe and Turner and Rizzo, and it's literally the exact opposite of everything they've done since they've arrived in terms of money. I get it. The money's now freed up. I totally understand that. But it's also an organization that's very, very tight-lipped about what it's doing. So it's curious to many people when they hear you say, you talk to someone close to ownership who's putting this out there on the record. It seems very, very opposite of the Giants. And maybe it puts him in a bad position because it's almost telling Aaron, we're going to overbid. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would the Giants want this information out there, and doesn't it make them, it's like it puts them in a bad bargaining position, no?
Well, when the Giants owners were talking, they weren't talking to someone in the media. They didn't know it was going to get back to me. So this is just friends hanging out, and I just happened to be know somebody that is very close to owner. So I don't think that they necessarily wanted my information to get out. But from what I'm hearing, that what I was told that the conversation was between the Giants owners was, we're tired of the San Diego Padres outspending us. The Padres, small market Padres, are making us look bad. We're tired of the Dodgers win the division every damn year, except for last year when the Dodgers end up taking them out in the NLCS. And they look at the money that they made with Barry Bonds selling out every year, and Judge is a better guy than Bonds. I'm a Pittsburgher. I know Bonds from his Pittsburgh days. I could tell you guys a great Joe Montana story, by the way, when I saw him play high school basketball. But anyway, he's gonna have this relationship with the fans that Bonds didn't have. Of all my years, I've been covering baseball since 1996. Jim Thome was probably the number one guy as far as player, people, person, relationship to fans. Judge even tops Thome. I never thought I would say that. And so I think that they look at Judge as this is the right guy to do this. That everything's aligning for them at the right time, that you have a hometown guy that can sell tickets, jerseys, relationships with the fans in the prime of his career, coming off a record-setting season, plays defense, steals bases, quality person. You're never going to have anything negative about him. It's like he's the modern-day Derek Jeter. And, oh, by the way, he hit 62 home runs this year.
And still got booed in New York, which had to chap his hide a little bit. You mentioned Rizzo before. How much connectivity is there between the two? Is there a sense that there'll be a package deal in terms of both coming to San Francisco or neither?
No, I don't think that there's any. They're close. And there's a respect factor. When Rizzo came in, same type of personality, very private, work hard in the clubhouse, let your stats do the talking, but he also won a World Series. And when he came in and had that, was kind of the clubhouse leader of the Cubs World Series team, there was instant respect that Aaron had for Rizzo. They hit it off right away. I know that Rizzo, who has ties to North New Jersey, would like to stay with I think he would like for Judge and both of them to stay in New York. But if he leaves, there could be a bit of a rebuild. The Yankees are building around shortstops. Their two best prospects are shortstops. They're going to be shortstop, second baseman. So the best free agents out there, aside from Judge, are shortstops. They're not going to go out and get Bogarts. So there might be a little bit of a rebuild for the year, for a little bit. And I don't know that Rizzo is going to be a part of that. And if he's going to opt out, he's probably going to try to get 2 or 3 years. I could possibly see him going to Boston. I could possibly see him following Judge to San Francisco because of the friendship, the respect that they have, and probably the feeling that, hey, we can go win a title out there.
Really interesting stuff. Randy, you talked about what you think the Yankees will offer, how the Dodgers will do it, and what the Giants will do. What do you think it is? Where do you think this lands in terms of numbers, and namely the years it'll take to get it done?
It might take 8 times 40 for 320.
8 times 40 for 320.
Man.
I mean, I almost feel like the Giants fans and the Giants themselves can wrap their heads around 8. It's 9 or 10 that scares people. Do you think he'll do 8?
I think he'll do 8 with a vesting option. I don't know who else is going to do it. Judge is going to be 31 years old next April. So when Betts got his contract, I believe Betts was 27. Trout is even younger than Judge. You're talking about a guy he's 6'7", 270, 280. At some point, he's going to have to go to DH. We weren't in the locker room for a couple of years, but I remember before COVID years, he would get his knees iced. He's a guy that every day after the game, he's a guy that plays ferocious outfield. He jumps over walls, dives. He's a two-way player who cares about his batting average. He's a guy that runs the bases hard. So I think he's going to hurt his body to the point where at some point he's going to have to be a DH. And I think that there's that fear factor of, are we going to get Albert Pujols like the Angels did? How many years of Aaron Judge are we getting? Are we getting him for 4 years, 5 years, and then we're going to go into the Pujols years? I think Judge takes care of himself better than Pujols. He's not going to get as big as Pujols. That said, that's what the fear factor is. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of teams in the bidding here. I still think it's going to come down to the 3 main teams will be, I believe, the Dodgers, Yankees, and Giants. And I think it ultimately will be Giants and Dodgers. And I think Giants and Yankees. I think that the Yankees will be outbid. And I think that when you factor in everything else, the rift that I believe is there, the tug to go home, the booze. Now that he's married, Aaron's Aaron's mother works at the school. His family's still in Linden, giving back to the mom. I grew up a Giants fan. I think, and from talks that I've had with Aaron, teammates, friends, people I've run into in his hometown, my feeling is that he's going to the Giants.
Wow.
He
Great
could
stuff.
buy Linden for $320 million.
Hey, Randy, free agency starts from 2 weeks from today. Do you think things happen quickly, or are we talking something that's after we've opened our Christmas presents?
I think it'll happen in December. I think that he's going to take his time and see what's there. He's not a guy that just runs and gets something done. He's going to want to think it over, talk it with his family, talk it over with his agents. I can see him going to Los Angeles and meeting. I can see him maybe going to Boston to even punish the Yankees and, hey, maybe I'll go to the Red Sox. I don't see that happening. I know that people in New York, Mets fans, like, well, maybe he'll sign with us. If he leaves New York, I think part of it is to get in an atmosphere where it's more relaxed. He can handle it, but the booze, it hurts him a lot seeing teammates go through that. I don't think his family's very happy with the booze that he has to deal with. And if you go to the Giants, hey, San Francisco is one of the best baseball towns out there. I think St. Louis is probably the most supportive baseball town, the best fans, the most loyal fans. Boston for the Northeast is, in my mind, probably second, and the Giants are right there. Since they moved downtown from Candlestick, those fans are very passionate, and Judge was a part of that when he was a fan as a kid and saw what that place could be like when they win, or even when we go out there and they're not winning. It's a special place to play baseball, and it's home.
Randy, really interesting stuff. Thank you so much for hanging with us for a little bit.
All right, guys. Take care. Nice talking to you.
All right, Randy Miller, NJ.com. What do you think?
I think if he's right, then he's coming here. And if it's 8 and $320, I think the Giants will pay that. And the way Randy was portraying it, if it's family first, if it's hometown first, I know that Linden is just east of Stockton. And if his mom still works at Linden High School, or his mother-in-law, rather, family's still here. If family really matters, if he's bristling as much as Randy Miller was saying about booing not only himself but his teammates, if that's the case, then he's not going to the Mets, because Mets fans are still New Yorkers. So if you're going to leave New York, then where do you want to go? Do you want to go home to San Francisco? The only thing that makes me pause about all of this is the notion that he won't be convinced that Farhan and company will do all they can to build a perennial winner. So if he's set on leaving New York, and it sounds like he is, if Farhan can convince him that they're going to put talent around him and they're willing to pay 8 years and $320, let's get it done.
By the way, you have to convince him by doing it. I mean, that's part of what Randy's talking about waiting till December. Like, you might need to have a very active November, and every indication, even from the Giants themselves, and I've said this about 100 times on our show, I love that they've painted themselves into a corner. It's not just Randy Miller telling you they're going to be aggressive this offseason financially. The Giants have told you that they're going to be aggressive financially. So now if they're not, now you really come out of there with egg on your face, even, beyond the 81-81 boring season that they just put out there. This isn't just about baseball anymore. Farhan is really good. As we always say, whether it's in the margins or on the spreadsheet, he finds things. He can get people to overachieve 107 wins. That's what Farhan's really good at. I think this now becomes more of a collective effort where ownership, people keep saying, is Farhan going to convince ownership? Dude, it might be the other way around. Ownership is coming to Farhan and going, cool spreadsheet. Here's $1 billion. Get people in the damn stands.
Right.
Because please, no more Mariners minor leaguers. We need butts in seats. So how are you going to do it? Well, Aaron. Okay. How are you going to get Aaron? Well, we got to go get Trey. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be Trey Turner, but I've always believed this is a multi-free agent offseason for the Giants. I don't know if it's at these highest levels or not, but that's what this is about.
Yeah.
And that's very, very powerful. Ownership will spend because they're the ones actually motivated to spend because they're losing money on the other side.
Well,
I think in their
are they
mind,
losing money?
Well, not you know what I mean, making less than they think they
But
should make.
This becomes an interesting question as it pertains to ownership, because ownership is not one dude, or in case of the Warriors, it's Lacob and Goober. And I know that there are minority owners and other small pieces that play in, but it's really Joe Lacob is the owner of the Golden State Warriors for all intents and purposes. He calls the shots. He's got the big piece, etc. The Giants' ownership is not one guy. It's not one 80-plus-year-old octogenarian Herschel Walker supporter. It's his kid, and it's his advisor, and it's about 33 other individuals, including Gerald Buster Posey, who... How much say do they all have? How do these decisions get made? So in terms of making money, losing money, we know that in Major League Baseball, you don't have to spend money to make money. You can make a little bit of money by not spending money. Look at John Fisher. He makes $20 to $30 million a year by basically crapping on his own product, and he still makes money.
I've never bought that that's the direction the Giants were going,
I'm not
that
saying
they were
they
going
are,
at the
but
A's route. But
you don't have to spend $1 billion to make $1.5 billion.
No, you don't. You don't. And by the way, you bring up Buster Posey, and you better believe he's going to be part of this pitch. And just watch Aaron Judge every time he's on MLB Network and what's over his right shoulder. It's a big old Buster Posey jersey. So maybe this matters. I will say the other thing that stood out in talking directly to Randy Miller, a lot of that article was like, look, we're here in New York. We saw the interviews. It sounded like Aaron was telling people he's leaving. We saw the look on his face. We saw goodbye in his eyes. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Then you talk to Randy, and Dibs, it went way further than that. This guy went to Linden. He talking to the family. He talking to the in-laws. He talking to the people with the Giants. He's talking to people with the Dodgers. He's talking to people with the Yankees. He talking to Anthony Rizzo. He watched Aaron Judge at the end of this. That felt like a very big homework assignment that Randy had just completed. And sure, it's not a math problem where there's just a factual answer.
Right.
It's more of a thesis. He did a long piece of homework. He came up with a thesis that the Giants are getting Aaron Judge.
And it was all kind of built on the back of a conversation that he either overheard or he got a piece of information that he wasn't supposed to get.
Not overheard. I think it was someone close to Giants ownership that Randy's friends with, and ownership didn't realize that maybe that conversation was going to take place on the record.
Right.
That's what I heard him say.
A little bit of, I'm not saying snitchery, that's probably too strong, but I think that this piece of information that he has was a piece of information that the Giants probably were not thinking was going to get out, and was not going to get out in this fashion.
Or maybe they do, crazy like a
we
fox.
In a rowboat here?
Again, not a great negotiating position to send out to the world. By the way, we are here to overpay, and we will not be underbid. Okay, that doesn't make sense.
Underbid is my favorite.
But if we're talking about someone who's clearly emotional, someone who's making this decision based on, you booed my friends and I want to pay back my mom. If that, right, we're always talking about what makes a guy tick, and I don't know. But it sounds like if that makes Aaron tick, then your pitch to him isn't just 8-3-20. Your pitch to him is, we are enamored with you.
Yeah.
We love you before we met you.
You loved us before we met you.
We're going to do anything it takes. And if that's the way they want to talk to Aaron right now, maybe that's smart. Maybe that speaks to him.
Well, and if he's going to leave New York, it would make sense based on what Randy said that the Giants will get the first crack at it. If he, in fact, is loyal to Linden, and if he beloves the Giants as a kid, which we know he does, if he wants to give the Giants that first shake, he's going to at least go to Farhan and company and say, what's your offer? Not only what's your offer, but what else are you going to have around me? And that's what makes the timeline so interesting. Maybe it is a case where they have to have a big November to get to December to where Aaron Judge says, damn, I've got to be a part of this.
Okay. Believe it or not, 888-957-9570. Keep the text coming. Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube, Twitch, the chat, and the comments there. Keep them coming. We're having fun. Plus, speaking of fun, the brand new merch shop is open now. Go to 957thegameshop.com. 957thegameshop.com, and you can get your long sleeve, your short sleeve, black, white, gray, hoodie, whatever it is, for any of the shows, all the merch, ours here on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? And I think that's a great thing to put on your chest when you go out into the world. Just ask everybody, what are you doing? It doesn't need to be, what are you doing?
No.
It's, hey, what are you doing?
Hey, what are you doing?
Right, it's all over the place. So go to 957thegameshop.com. We'll take your calls next. Plus, Steve Kerr on with Damon and Ratto yesterday, and he said, many of you are looking at this Warriors roster all wrong, which we'll explain and share with you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
O'Reilly. Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus double O Rewards points. Get more fuel-saving tips from the professional parts people at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly.
Auto Parts. Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4 championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rocking and rolling on a day where we got, let's see, a new merch shop, 957thegameshop.com. Go check it out. Get yourself a What Are You Doing shirt. And if you don't, what are you doing?
Seriously.
And then also...
How you doing, by the way, over there? You hanging in there?
I'm doing great, bro.
Coming off the Who?
I'll tell you what. The Who? The what? The Who?
Exactly.
Yeah. Where?
The Who?
Why?
Jigga-Who?
It's already been an embarrassing morning. You know why?
Yeah. You want to share with the audience?
Well, let's just say that after... a little bit of a short night's sleep and a late night drive. And, go to see the Who in Sacramento with Christy. Okay, thanks, Sam. Let's just say one article of clothing that is currently on my body has been put on incorrectly.
Okay. I'm looking at your hat. Your hat's on.
Hat's on straight.
Hoodie. You got the hood in the back.
Yeah.
T-shirt. I don't see a label in the T-shirt.
Well,
I haven't really checked out your pants, but I'm imagining pants and shoes. You got the left on the left and the right on the right.
You and YouTube right now are not able to see anything about whether or not my pants and my socks and you don't. My shoes might be on the wrong feet. There are a bunch of options.
Okay,
but something on me has been handled incorrectly.
Where
is incorrect?
Where?
No, the Who.
Oh.
The Who, not the where.
Underwear?
We went to see the Who.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang in there, buddy.
Under who? Anyway.
Phaetone24 on YouTube. Your man thong is on incorrectly. Phaetone24, you got it.
Well, no, let's not give out any cookies or flowers yet. That's not...
You see Steve...
It's not entirely accurate.
You see Steve is weighing in on your jock strap, perhaps being on incorrectly. So, a lot of theories out there, Mark.
Well, let's just say I'm going to bed early tonight, okay?
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a lap, and we're going to get some sleep. That's exactly the way it's going to go. Plus, speaking of take a lap if you said run it back. In other words, remember, at the end of last year's Warriors season, we're hanging out on Market Street, and there's confetti coming out of the sky. It's very fun. I think I still have some in the bag.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so a lot of us said, run it back. Why would you not? Steph, Clay, Dre still doing enough. Young guys, here they come. Run it back. Now, to a degree, we knew they weren't because GP2 goes, Otto Porter goes. But you keep Kevon Looney. And then you bring in replacements that felt like imposters enough so that it's going to be fine. You got DiVincenzo, you got Jermichael Green, DiVincenzo.
Thank you every time. I miss Spadoni. Spadoni will be back soon.
Spadoni's coming, and DiVincenzo, and it'll all be great. I love the DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
I remember the family.
Exactly.
He said, I'm not playing until Spadone is back, okay?
Like Giancarlo Stanton.
Exactly.
Call me Mike.
Also known as Mike
Yes,
from
but
Sherman Oaks.
Yeah, thank
but
you.
anyway.
No si puesto or whatever.
Gosh, when Aaron Judge signs with the Giants, not on the first interview, the second time we have him on the show, I can't wait to ask him that question. Aaron, what the hell was John Sterling doing going into a long Italian diatribe when Giancarlo Stanton, also known as Mike from Sherman Oaks, hit a home run? Just because his first name's Giancarlo, why did we go through this massive Italian diatribe? I can't wait to ask that question, see what Aaron has
And
to
I
say.
can't wait to ask Larry Baer at what point he bought those 20,000 gavels for the first Aaron Judge gavel giveaway at Oracle Park.
Gavel giveaway?
I wonder if they already have the gavelway lightly scheduled for sometime in early July.
Yeah, perfect. But anyway, so here comes DiVincenzo, here comes Jermichael Green. And people are like, okay, same team. Boop. And Steve Kerr came on with Damon and Ratto. And he talked a little bit about roster construction because we've also bought into the idea, they're using more young guys because we got to ramp up the old guys. And you don't want to overdo the minutes early in the season. And that's all true. But Kerr comes on with Damon and Ratto and goes, hey, guys, this is completely different than last year.
You think about this run that we've been on, we've always had veterans coming off the bench who were stabilizers. You know, Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, Zaza Pachulia, David West, David Lee. You know, we've had these guys who had been around for a long time, who were helping guide the team, helping lead the team. You know, now we have a group of guys coming off the bench who are just trying to figure out what's what. And so it's a very different leadership dynamic, very different roster dynamic that we're looking at this year, and that requires different leadership from within and a different way of looking at things.
I'm glad he finished it with a different way of looking at things because that quote right there completely changed the way I watch Warrior basketball, which we will do tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Maybe listen to Warrior basketball as well, but Miami Heat in town, big Warrior game. That's going to come on largely after the Bucks are already up by 14 points in Thursday Night Football. But anyway, put that aside for a sec. That changed the way I look at this because he's absolutely right. Who is this year's Livingston? Who is this year's David West? Who is this year's Leandro Barbosa? And they
don't have them.
You can come at us with talented players, but that word he used, stabilizing. Who comes in and stabilizes the game? Like Livingston, for me, is the best example.
Right.
What would it do? Oh, gosh, things aren't going right. Well, Livingston's going to get you a little turnaround 12-footer.
Yeah.
And he's going to shoot it at about 92%, it seemed. And everything's going to be stabilized.
You know, our very own Kyle just got a tattoo of Sean Livingston posting up death himself.
I saw that.
Pretty cool art.
What I think people look at on social media when they see that, they're like, is that a picture? Is it doctored? Did you do that? Do you have Sean Livingston on your body?
Yes.
Where?
Behind my right shoulder.
Behind your right shoulder. Mm-hmm. And Sean is posting up the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
He's about to turn around 14-footer. It's cash.
Yeah, and the motivation behind this art was...
The Warriors won another championship.
Okay, fine.
Right.
But I mean...
And also, I think subconsciously Kyle wants to keep death at bay, and the best way to keep death at bay is give it to Livingston in the low block and have Sean hit a 14-footer in his eye.
Or post defender. Everybody knows it.
Dibs is psychoanalyzing Kyle. That's fun. But like...
I nailed it.
No, you might have. But my point is,
birthday.
like, why did you choose that? Like, okay, Warriors won a title. You could have done a billion different things. You chose that because...
I love Sean Livingston. He's my favorite player during the title run.
Right.
Shea Serrano, author, did a tweet one time that was like, death comes for Sean Livingston in the year 2057. Sean Livingston backs him down and hits a 14-foot jumper over him.
Got it.
So Arturo Torres, artist that works with Shea Serrano, did a piece of art based on that tweet. I have loved that art since it came out. And I said a couple years ago, I was like, man, if the Warriors ever win another title, I'm getting a tattoo of this because it's been my background on my computer for years.
Amazing.
And
so you
then
followed through with a promise. Who does that?
Yeah, I do.
That's weird. You don't live in 2022. That was 20 years ago. Where you had
and it's because subconsciously he's trying to keep death at bay.
That's right.
And the best way to do it, give Sean the ball, to your point about reliability. Because look at any of those box scores from Sean Livingston. He was either 2 for 3 or 3 for 4. And those buckets were exactly what Kyle's describing.
By the way, I can't hear the word buckets anymore without thinking of Kawhi Leonard. Does everybody remember that story? Somebody shared the way Kawhi Leonard does trash talk. Because, right, Klay Thompson, Devin Booker, this is... it's a very good impression. But it's top of mind right now, and we know the basketball vibe, the NBA vibe, Kobe Bryant, whatever. Like, trash talk is a part of how you do it. And Kawhi is so different, and he's so quiet, but he does talk. It finally got shared last year. When Kawhi gets to the hoop and lays it in, he just goes, buckets.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And he runs to the other end of the floor. That's it. He doesn't say anything about your mom. He doesn't say anything about how many rings he's got. Buckets. And that's it. Runs to the other end of the floor. So that's his word now.
That's great.
Yeah.
And when I hear buckets, I think about Mo Buckets. And it's funny because I got in
another one.
Got in the car this morning, driveway 650. Turn on the radio, to start the car. 95.7 The Game pops up. And the first thing I hear is Joe Shasky screaming, Mo Buckets couldn't guard a garbage can. And I start just cracking up. That's how my day started.
Yeah.
And just
James Wiseman has entered the conversation, by the way.
But the whole idea of buckets and just to hear, because always you tune on the radio and it's like, you join the conversation in stride. And that's the first thing I heard. I was howling at
oh my
Shasky.
gosh, that's a pretty good way to enter into the whole thing. But yeah, Kurt, like that comment sort of made me realize, I hadn't thought of that. Who's the stabilizer? And this group that is coming in they're being asked to do a lot at a very, very young age. Even Poole, some of these characters, because the Warriors are who they are, because they're on TV all the time, they're the biggest show in sports, they win a ring, and so we get to know the names all the time. Oh, Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman and Poole. And we rinse, repeat, say the names over and over. And so it feels like they've been around for a while. They haven't. They can't get beer. They are babies. They are absolute babies. So a few things to say about that. Number one, we've got to be patient.
Yeah.
We've got to let this thing unfold. And the second thing, because I'm going to just put all of them into the same spot on this, kind of put Poole aside. He's already been extended. But the other three, you got to stop overreacting about these players. You got to stop. James Wiseman's terrible on defense. Kuminga's in the doghouse. He can't play. He can't this, that. We've got to stop. And in fact, their big brother, who just got a big extension, is the only example I need to give you. 2 years ago, Jordan Poole was a bust in Santa Cruz. And now it's $35 million a year. So stop. Learn.
Can't stop, won't stop,
just
Mark.
Please,
and you can't make me stop.
You got to stop. No. Can we all learn the lesson? Give James and Jonathan a second. Can we just...
Time's up.
Can we let him breathe?
Of course.
Can we let him breathe?
Of course.
Can we let him get better? Because, by the way, if you are watching James Wiseman this year and you don't think he looks better...
He looks better.
You're not watching.
No, but to your greater point, though, about stabilizers, and when we get into March and April, are you going to be able to look at James Wiseman and Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and say, you're our guy in May in a tight playoff series? Because last year... Otto Porter Jr., he played some big minutes in the playoffs. Right, and GP2 became a very key veteran rotational piece. And you're looking at JaMychal Green.
Rotational, though. No one ever said be the guy. No one ever said be the guy.
You're talking about stabilizers.
Yeah.
And so when I look at this team right now, I see a vast amount of inexperience. And so it goes back to what Steve Kerr said in that cut that you played at the top of the segment. This year's going to look different because they need to get Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. Jordan Poole, he's already going to be there in the end. Hopefully his defense continues to improve. He's going to be an end-of-the-game kind of piece. But the other three young players, the 21-year-old Wiseman, the 20-year-old Kuminga, the 20-year-old Moody, can you get them between now and April into a spot where you can rely on them in a playoff series? Because last year, you couldn't really do it. I mean, Moody played a little bit here and there. You spotted Moses, Kuminga a touch. Wiseman was hurt. You need one of those guys. Hopefully all three can be your stabilizers come April.
Yeah, you got to find it. And that's what they're doing right now, and that's going to lead to more losses in the early season than maybe some of you are comfortable with. But also heard Anthony Slater this morning. Slates.
Thank you.
Slates.
Need it every time.
Slates came in the late innings and said to Bonte and Joe, he said, look, the starters, when they're together, are still a very good defensive team. The metrics will tell you that when you put the starters on the floor, Looney, Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, that group is playing at a very high level. That's where I want everyone to take that info and calm down, because that's your group. That's your core. With Poole coming off with points, those are your big six, and that's who's going to either take you to a title or not. Now, can you find some other people to come in and be like, I got you for 9 points tonight. Here's a couple 3-pointers. And can you play defense?
That's the part.
When one of them leaves the floor, someone else comes in and they immediately snap fingers and become the worst defensive team in the league. And that's not me going overboard. Steve said we are the worst transition defense team in the NBA right now. It's a sieve. That's not going to stay that way. They'll get in the lab on this.
Thank you, Guru.
And they don't need to get to first place in the standings or in the defensive metrics. They just need to get to good, and then they need to be really good in June.
If they're a top 5 defense, they can win the championship.
Yes.
And that's the formula, I think, for this team. And that's where I look at where they are now, and I see where they need to get to. Because right now, Jonathan Kuminga isn't getting minutes, and I don't think it's because he's not working on his offensive game. I think that he is. But you see defensively right now, Jonathan Kuminga is not a reliable piece. James Wiseman right now, defensively, is not a reliable piece. And so when you look at what Steve Kerr's talking about, your transition defense is bad. Your overall defense is bad. It's not because of those two young players. It's the totality of your team. But when you get down to nut crunching time, as we like to say, February, March, April, Steve's going to play the defensive players as far as the stabilizers. He's not looking to, Kuminga and Wiseman thinking, I need 15 points from you guys or else I can't play you. He's looking like, can you be Kevon Looney? Because that's why Kevon Looney is so important to this team.
The answer is going to be no. Like, come on, Looney.
Can you be Kevon-esque is the thing.
Can you learn a few things from Kevon? Yeah, I get that.
Because Kevon's earned all these minutes over his years, not because of his athleticism, his shot, his bag, his package, any of it. It's because he knows how to play basketball.
His brain and his defense.
Exactly.
Absolutely. All right, we have a Yankee fan on the line that wants to weigh in on Judge. Yeah, so hold that
Yankee
right there.
Fan.
Ali, stay right there because we want to get to you. But one more from Kerr first on Damon Ratto yesterday.
The bigger point is that over the course of the next couple of months, we have to move forward, from last year, from the last 8 years to this one, and to recognize this is a totally new team, and we're relying on a lot of new players and young players, and this is going to take a lot of work, and for all of us. When we recognize that, we're going to be on a good path, but it's going to take a while for all of that to come to fruition.
I think that's so important. That's big. And he's talking not just to us, he's talking to his players there. And that was the little piece. And again, just a tiny little piece of Clay running around going 4 rings. 4 rings, Devin Booker. You're right. 4 rings. Send the message to Phoenix. Your regular seasons are always adorable. That's great. So I'm glad he sent the message. But do you hear what Steve Kerr just said there? At some point, we got to stop with the whole, we've achieved this. We're the petty kings. We did it without Kevin on both sides of doing it with Kevin. 4 rings, 8 years. You got to turn the page. Not because...
Bob Seger.
Not because you want to disrespect the things or forget the things that have happened. But if you really do honestly want to win again, you have to make it about now. Yelling at the other teams that you've done it and they haven't is not going to win you a damn thing this year.
Right. And when
that's what he's saying.
And that point is coming soon in terms of, when you actually do turn the page and you start to look forward and you figure out, usually it's about 15 or 20 games into the year where you can take a look at where you are in the standings. A quarter of the year. Last year after 20, you were 18-2, and I'm sure internally they're looking around saying, we don't even have everybody. We're 18-2. We've got something.
Right.
And this year, you're 2-2 with a porous defense. Not the poorest, among the poorest, but it's porous in and of itself. You look at the schedule, not brutal, by the way. You got a couple of Sacramentos until the end of November. You've got San Antonio. You've got a relatively easy trip. You've got the Houston Rockets. You should be in a spot where you're 13-7 and looking to really gain momentum.
Nothing's easy in the NBA when you don't play defense.
Thank you, Zaza.
Nothing is easy. All right, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Glad you're with us. We got the merch, okay? 957thegameshop.com. Go check it out. Get yourself a What Are You Doing hoodie because it's awesome. That's why. And then this is awesome. Yankee fan perspective on Judge. Okay, Ali in Walnut Creek. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm actually here just contemplating, listening to you guys. And it's funny, before we go into the Yankees, that Warriors are 2-2, and I'm sitting here as a Knicks fan thinking, like, wow, there's so much panic from Warriors fans being 2-2 with all the riches that you guys have. And I'm sitting here like, we're 3-1, and we're on top of the world right now by being 3-1.
I mean,
and God knows we're probably going to play in the play-in, maybe, or hopefully. But Warrior fans, just relax. Your team is fine. You're going to make the playoffs. You'll probably be a 1 or 2 seed. Just relax.
The only team in the entire NBA that should be panicking right now is the Los Angeles Lakers. That's it. Period. End of sentence. Everything else is only 4 games. Go ahead, Ali.
110%, yeah. But as a Yankees fan, I was listening to the interview that you guys had, and I think for me, what was kind of like a tea leaf that Judge was going to leave was at the beginning of the season. I don't know if you guys remember, there was like a leaked contract when Yankees and Judge were trying to do a contract negotiation, and it kind of got leaked of what he turned down. And then from Judge's camp, like, they were surprised that number got leaked, and I actually was, as a Yankees fan, surprised that came out. I don't really remember something like that ever coming out. Maybe when it was going through with Derek Jeter. And
it got released,
let us jump in because that word came up with Randy Miller.
Yeah, he corrected me.
It was not leaked. It was a press conference, for crying out loud.
Straight up release.
Brian Cashman walked to a microphone and said, this is what we offered him, and he said no. And that's what ticked him off, and a lot of people close to the team think it is still upsetting him today. So go ahead. Sorry, we wanted to jump in with that.
And No, that was great. Yeah, and so when I actually remember that, and I was like, wow, that's not normal. And you just kind of like, I listen to New York radio, and I'm obviously love watching the Yankees. So I think hearing some of his press conferences is kind of like, he kind of says like, oh, I'm gonna miss this, I'm gonna miss that, and it's just like, okay, this guy is on his way out. And I think as a Yankees fan, as much as I love Judge, because after Jeter retired, he was kind of obviously became the face of the franchise, and he's a professional. He loves his teammates. You could just tell the guy gives it his all. I think what makes me nervous is that unless they get rid of Stanton, you're going to have Stanton and Judge, 2 guys who are built the way they are built. And when they get past 35, you only have 1 DH spot. And I think as a Yankees fan and, talking to other Yankees fans, you would be nervous having those 2 guys with a massive amount of contracts that they're going to have. And I think Yankees are probably, obviously, Cashman knows what he's doing. So long-term wise, I don't see how it would ever benefit the Yankees unless they can offload Stanton somehow. So I do think that it most likely, with the coming home story and the way that Yankee fans booed him, which was ridiculous, but not really shocking, honestly.
Yeah. Well, right. I mean, who don't they boo? Ali, you know what? You just brought up a really interesting point that I hadn't thought of.
Guy.
Yeah, go ahead and rack that guy. Why? Because Giancarlo Stanton is sitting here today. It is
no si puesto?
Yes. No si puesto parlo. 2022, he is age 32, $29 million. Do you know how many more years Giancarlo has on his Yankees contract?
I just looked. He makes 32, 32, 32, 29, 25, 25.
Yeah, 2028 club option, the first time they can get out of that.
That's 5 more years,
What
Mark.
he's saying is...
Actually,
you're not going to have two DHs north of 35, and Stanton is already signed until he's 38. So can you have 35-year-old Judge and 36-year-old Stanton on the same club? Because now I know that Aaron plays outfield, and he plays it actually pretty well for his size. But, yeah, flash forward to the second half of this contract, it's another interesting piece that might make the Yankees not want to go as high as they need to go.
Yes, but Ali misses out on Rob Manfred, the Manfred factor, and the changes coming to baseball. Pretty soon it's going to be all DHs. You'll have your team. It'll be like football. Right. You got your 9 in the field, you got your 9 at the bat.
Yeah. Or if they want the ball and play more, just no defense. So no shift.
That's not bad.
Don't put anybody on the field. If you hit it by the pitcher, it's a hit.
One infielder, one outfielder. Just a retriever.
All right. 888-957-9570. We've given you some Warrior stuff. We've given you some Giant stuff. We've given you some 49ers stuff. Feel free to weigh in on any of it. We'll take your calls. Plus, coming up next, back to Jimmy Ward's comments that raised all of our eyebrows. That's next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home as their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5.
You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rocking and rolling. That's what we were doing last night. Shout out to The Who and to everybody who's hit me up who was also there. Apparently, everybody went to Sacramento last night.
Okay.
Golden One.
Yeah. I was rocking and rolling on my own, rocking a baby to sleep and rolling up diapers to put them in the diaper genie. Sounds like you had a lot more fun than I did, Mark.
Rocking on Mila's door.
Totally.
That's what you were doing last
Pretty good
night.
Yeah. She gets a B+.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, we did have fun, though. Yeah, Christy and I, great show. And thank you, Lauren. I think he might be listening. Whoop. Maybe he's not. But yeah, whoop, definitely.
Just, you got to explain the whoop.
Well,
so a good friend of mine happens to be the keyboardist for The Who.
Okay.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. I mean, he is. I don't know what else to say. Yes, a very good friend of mine. There's some good friends last night.
You don't know Pete Townsend?
I do not know Pete Townsend. I do not know Pete Townsend.
I'm trying to channel my inner priest right now.
It was very good. You get a 3 for it.
Thank
I knew
you.
exactly what you were doing.
Yeah.
It didn't sound right, but I knew what you were trying for.
Thank you.
Did Lauren put on a 49ers jersey when he was...
No.
He did that in San Jose at SAP Center.
I
and
saw
it was
the
great.
pictures. Yeah,
it
so it was a
terrific.
Steve Young jersey.
Yeah.
And
it
then
said gold on the back.
Yeah, and then he wore, I think they did something closer to the city recently, and he had a Warrior jersey on. And so some of us in the crowd last night were wondering if he was going to rock maybe like a Doug Christie throwback or whatever. But no, it did not happen because, you know, he's not a Kings fan.
Loyal to the soil.
Yeah, loyal to the soil, or Lauren to the soil. But anyway, so
not bad.
Yeah, it was bad. Anyway, thanks, Lauren. A lot of fun last night, and it was fun to run into everybody. But yeah, if you want to see, because you saw this, Kyle, Lauren's solo is pretty jamming, and I got it on my IG story right now. His lead into Love Reign Over Me. And so if you want to see that, that's on my IG story right now, MT Willard. It's really, he's awesome. He's awesome. He's my friend. I love the guy. He's so good.
I didn't even go in as a Who fan. I don't know Lauren, and I had a blast at the concert.
Yeah, they did a great job.
Unbelievable show.
Of all the bands that are out there still doing stuff at 79 years old, they're the best. Right? Of the Rolling Stones in Chicago and all these bands who are like, we are 80 and we don't care. They don't really look 78. They look kind of like I don't know.
Like 68.
They don't look 29 anymore, but yeah, they're like 78's the new 58 for me, for the Who. So.
I went and saw Elton John. Elton John looks every bit of however old Elton John is.
How old he is. Anyway, all right. 888-957-9570. We'll get to the Jimmy Ward stuff. And, in fact, Ryan in Irvine wants to talk 49ers. Hey, Ryan, what are you doing?
Yeah, on a run on my lunch break.
Okay. Let's be quick then, man.
All right, you got it. So, as a Niner fan, I'm 35. I don't really remember the glory days. And it's like, I feel like we're just stuck in purgatory. Like the timeline of this team with two different coaching staffs, it's like we're knocking on the door, but we're never good enough. And Mike Silver just said that, you know, he's like, your question was, okay, great with all these moves, but are they good enough to beat the Bills or the Chiefs? The answer is no. So it's frustrating, you know, because there's so much talent on this team. We are a good team. We're a solid team, but it's just like, I just don't see us winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Ryan, I think you're speaking to what a lot of people are feeling, and here's one spot where I sort of, I can feel the feelings on both sides. And here's what I mean. It does feel like the 49ers, when this era is over, are going to be one of the yeah buts, right? The Patrick Ewings and the Charles Barkleys to the Michael Jordans, where it's like, dude, you're good. You're really good. You're Hall of Fame good. You kept trying good. You got almost all the way there good. You never beat him. You don't have a ring. It does have that feeling. However,
a lot of teams get that, though.
Yeah, that's my point. The other side to this is, do you really feel the need or the right or the emotion to come down any team's road when what they'll say is, man, we were very consistent, but we couldn't beat Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen? Because that is what 28, 29, 30 other teams will say. And when you get to the end of it, it's like, does that mean that you weren't good? Like,
no, of course not.
Aaron Rodgers only has one. Let's take the Ravens. The Ravens win every year. Lamar, this group, they've not gotten over the top. I know John Harbaugh did in the Har Bowl.
Yeah.
But this era of Ravens football, they're right there every year. And Tom Brady was always in their way. And when Tom Brady wasn't in their way, someone else was in their way, and now it's Patrick and Josh. I don't think that makes them bad.
No, only one team wins the Super Bowl every year, and I did the research before, and I think the number is 36. How many quarterbacks have ever won the Super Bowl? And there's only about 36 individuals who've ever done it. And now Mahomes, Stafford, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, they're active quarterbacks who have done it. But to your point, if Kyle Shanahan, let's say he coaches out his contract, which I believe is this season and 3 more. So let's take those 4 years, and let's say he does Shanahan things. He makes the playoffs in 2 of the 4. He makes the conference championship in 2 of the 4. Maybe he makes another Super Bowl and loses it, because that's what Kyle does. At the end of those 4 years, the pressure is so great. His 10-year run is over, and Jed York finally decides, or maybe John Lynch leaves, and Kyle Shanahan says, you know what, I need a break. I'm out. At the end of that 10 years, if they had made 3 conference championships, 2 Super Bowls, and had 6 winning years in a 10-year run, but had no Super Bowl championships, you're not going to look at it and say, failure. I mean, some people will. I don't look at it that way, because only one team wins the Super Bowl.
I mean, you painted a picture of him saying, I want a break. If the scenario you just discussed is real, because now I have to presume that Trey Lance took them to a couple of NFC title games over the next 4 years.
Perhaps.
Or something along those lines.
Or they tried to get rid of Jimmy, and they just, I don't know how to quit you.
If that guy says, I need to take a break, I'm Jed York. I'm chasing him out in the parking lot. Get back here. And I know that that's like, oh, gosh, you're okay with second place. No, I'm okay with a coach that gets you in the jam most years, because that's really all you can do. That's all you can do. When you get into the jam, at a certain point, it is probably going to come down to the players, okay? It's going to come down to Mahomes and Allen, and can you beat those guys once in a while? You know what I mean? Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl last year, and I will forever, and you don't need to share this opinion, Maybe you think it's because I hate the Rams. But I will forever walk away from that Super Bowl going, dude, you won the Super Bowl because the Chiefs had a really weird and awful second half. That's why. You weren't the best team, and neither were the Bengals. But that's all you can hope for.
You don't always have to be the best team.
Correct. That's all you can hope for. You're not getting Patrick or Josh. That's it. For the next 8 years, those are the guys. Doesn't mean they're going to win all the Super Bowls, but we got to stop comparing ourselves and whoever the quarterback is to those guys. That's it. It's decided. Those are the guys.
There are 7 active quarterbacks who've won Super Bowls in their career. And yes, Patrick is one of them. Tom Brady, obviously, is another. Matthew Stafford, the aforementioned. You also have
Aaron,
Joe Flacco, and Nick Foles in that group.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers and I guess Russell Wilson is still active.
Jeez.
I mean, I don't know if you want to count him.
Ask him about his plane flight. Apparently, he never sat down. He's so active.
To the point of this conversation, those are your 7. Tom Brady is the GOAT. Mahomes, some think, is the baby GOAT.
He's the best right now.
Joe Flacco was a one-off. You mentioned Baltimore. He had an unbelievable postseason. The best postseason, by the way, statistically in football history. Nick Foles, Philly specialed his way.
Also
now,
a
they
one-off.
probably weren't the best team. Russell Wilson was a tour de force. He no longer is. And then Matthew Stafford, you mentioned before, is kind of it was an odd Super Bowl that, he played well, but he had great talent around him. My point is Super Bowls can percolate up in many different ways. You don't have to have the best quarterback on the best team to necessarily get it done.
No doubt. More of your phone calls coming up. Plus, we dive into this comment from Jimmy Ward, who was asked if his move to nickel corner was permanent. Quote, I don't know. I'm just going to do what the coaches tell me to do. It's my last year on contract, and I'm just trying to be a team player. We get into that. Steiny and Goo jump in as well. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's JP with the Golden State Warriors.
Poole drives, gets down the lane and dunked it down with the right hand.
It's game day, Dub Nation.
Jordan Poole right now getting wherever he wants to go on the floor. Taylor Jenkins has to call a timeout.
Lock in all day right here on 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
In Cupertino, it's sunny. Highs near 71 today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, so good. So good. You know what else I appreciate about The Who real quick? No encore. Just play. Just play, and when you're done, you turn the lights on, everybody go home.
It's a ripoff.
No, it's not.
It's a total ripoff.
You did the encore without the break. Don't make me scream to have you come back out.
No, that's part of the thrill because we did that.
I already barked.
We did that.
I worked my butt off to get here already. I drove 2 hours to get here. I had to go through the causeway.
Yeah,
I had to live through a teenage wasteland in order to get to this moment in my life.
You do have a couple teens.
We're in the middle of it again.
Yeah. I know what you're saying about the encore, but I like the break. I like the feeling of the crowd. Yeah, if we don't make noise.
Do you honestly think any band ever has left and been like, encore time, and they're like, oh, they weren't loud enough, we're not coming back out?
Absolutely.
No.
Every time.
Never. It's all planned.
Do you like extra innings in baseball, Mark, in a playoff game?
I do.
Huh. Okay. How about overtime? You like overtime?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, both the guitarist and the drummer have to touch it.
You know what else?
Before the game ends.
You know what else I like?
Tell me.
Not sitting in parking lots waiting for other people to move so I can get out. That's what I like. I knew there was no encore.
You had inside information.
So we ran.
Because your boy.
And we beat everybody.
Mr. Keyboard told you.
Oh, we beat everybody.
As soon as my solo's over, you may want to head toward the exit.
Actually, he didn't tell me. I knew once Bob O'Reilly, partially because everybody was 70. Anyway. 888-957.
You stepped over someone with a broken hip. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Get out of my way, boomer. I got a show in the morning.
A lot of life alerts going off. Sorry, Sam, I stepped on it.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't a fast-moving crowd. Anyway, Aaron Judge, part of what we were talking about. We had a Yankee fan call in about a half hour ago, providing some insight on where Aaron is from the Yankee fan perspective, and I think we got a little bit more. Hey, Glenn, in the city, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, guys, love the show. Just wanted to follow up. I thought Ali from Walnut Creek made a couple of really great points. Truth be told, New Jersey native, diehard Yankee fan. Beyond the nice story of Aaron Judge maybe finding himself in San Francisco, one of the things I'm curious about is, do you think there are enough pieces with the Giants today to attract him to, essentially turncoat on the Yankees? Beyond the money and beyond New York City and all of that, do you think there's enough pieces right now? Granted, they won 107 wins only one season ago, but certainly 500 team this year, some instability in the rotation. Not sure who's coming back, so just want to see your take. And
I mean,
the Yankees have
super easy answer. No,
not even close.
No, yeah, no, and I think that's why a big piece of the story. Glenn, thank you so much.
Thank you, Glenn.
That's why a big piece of this story is that the Giants are, and this is where I do understand. Maybe this is why they want it public. The piece about Judge, and I've been to Linden, and I've talked to his family, and this person's close to Giants ownership, and they didn't know he was going to talk to me. All that stuff was very, very fascinating. But the part that the Giants absolutely do want out there is, Aaron, we're not stopping with you. This is not, and this is one thing I've said from the beginning, and it should be something we all accept as a way to assess the Giants offseason. You cannot give Giants fans one new player.
One player.
One.
And you don't think they just want to run it back as is?
That is not what we're doing. And obviously there's going to be new players, but I don't mean the bit parts and the this, that's, and people who are plugging in holes. You can't just go get Aaron Judge and think you're going to win. That's not how it works. This whole thing needs to be partially rethought and also partially a golf ball that needs to take another revolution to fall into the hole. My guess is, Dibs, that, and I've thought this all along, and I know a lot of you think I'm crazy for thinking it, I've always thought the Giants were going to spend. It was about when they were going to spend.
Yeah.
And they want to spend when they feel like some of the homegrown talent is ready to go. My guess is they originally thought that would be this coming year. Now it's probably not. Maybe
bad year on the farm.
Maybe Kyle Harrison. I think Casey Schmidt could play a role. Maybe Luciano by the end of the year. People like Ramos have got to reprove themselves.
Yeah.
So they're not there yet. And I think they wanted to do the big boom on the spend one more year later. Because think, even more money. Crawford Longo off the books.
Right.
But 81 and 81 and a very angry fan base. And a Dodgers and Padres group who add Freeman and Soto, it changed the calculus. And so now I do believe the big financial boom comes now. Now you have to get people to agree. I don't know if Aaron wants to come. I don't know if Trey Turner wants to come. I don't know if Carlos Correa wants to come. But I absolutely believe this. I know right now people are just going, it's like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The answer is yes, I do. I believe the boom comes now if they can get people to agree. But it's got to be more than just Aaron, or else it's not enough.
And I don't think that Aaron's going to come unless it's more than Aaron.
Right.
And that's the interesting part of the story is the sense that Aaron Judge doesn't want to be the lone big free agent piece to come in and join a roster of relative no names. I mean, Wilmer Flores, outside of this market, you probably aren't thinking that he moves the needle in terms of, whoa, what a player they have out there. And Wilmer Flores, he's a good player,
though. Yeah, he's
no
a good
doubt.
Player. They have some pieces.
Austin Slater and Mike Yastrzemski and, your various Austin Wynns and all the rest of these guys, J.D. Davis. These are just guys. So if you're Aaron Judge, you want to come to a team that has multiple stars, not 8 platoon players and me.
Right.
And that's, I think, the interesting part. If Aaron Judge is going to sit and wait and let the offers come in, what can the Giants do between the start of free agency, which is 2 weeks from today, and let's say a month from then? In the next month, can the Giants make enough of a splash to say, hey, Aaron, look at us. We're spending. Come join this.
Right. And also, are they starting to talk about the name Ohtani in the Giants clubhouse, and how can they get their hands on him, whether it's now, whether it's the year after.
But that'd be a trade now, right? Because he signed
be a trade now.
the 1 year
It'd be a trade
deal.
now. It would be free agency next winter. So who knows how they're going to do it. But, yeah, if I'm Aaron Judge, and we've heard so many people say, oh, gosh, I watched Barry Bonds. I watched the Bonds era when I was coming up in Northern California, and that's what I watched. Well, then Aaron knows better than anybody what happens when you have that kind of presence in the lineup. You know what they do? They walk you.
Right.
If I'm Aaron Judge and you put him in this lineup, when's he ever going to see a pitch?
Never.
Right. So you've got to get someone else, multiple people who can protect him in that lineup. It's not just him.
And that's the beauty of the Yankee lineup is you can't walk anybody because there's another slugger looming right around the corner.
Yeah. So, and I think, and now I do believe in the Giants' ability to put, like, as they've said, the right guy at the right plate at the right time and all of that. And so that can lead to good things around Aaron if they just keep putting people on base. But there's got to be at least one other, and maybe one develops. You know, Joey Bart was an interesting hitter in the second half of the year.
Right.
But there's got to be at least one other established stick.
Surefire,
An
yeah.
established
Agreed.
stick that's going to be in the lineup next to Aaron Judge, or else it's not fair to Aaron Judge, and he knows that.
Or else he's not going to want to come here.
Yeah.
Like you said, he doesn't want to come here and hit 37 home runs because he's walked 174 times, you know? And I don't think that, you know, where he is in his career, coming off of 62, you don't want to be a stand and watch a statuesque Aaron Judge.
Absolutely not. All right, Willard and Dibs. And again, we've been telling you about the new merch shop here at 95.7 The Game all day. It's 957thegameshop.com. You can go get hoodies, T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts. They commemorate the shows. Some of them have slogans on them. Ours is, what are you doing? You can put a rat on the table with Steiny and Goo. And we might be working. There you go. Put the rat on the table and see if we can get a free T-shirt right now, because here they are. It's Steiny and Goo. Hello, boys. How
What's
we doing?
going on?
What's up?
What's going on today?
Payday tomorrow. I'm going to get a rat on the table shirt. I'm going to buy one for my partner.
There you go.
He won't wear. See, why?
Well, now wait. You won't wear a Steiny and Goo shirt?
No.
Why not?
Even the one that says,
what about like even just during the show?
No.
For you
One
to-
time.
Why? You won't be a billboard?
No.
Why? That's so
yeah. See what I'm dealing with, man.
But so you're wearing a T-shirt with yourself on it?
I mean, Kruger's been in here doing it for 4 months.
And he got me wearing them.
And this is where I would say emphatically, that's Kruger.
I mean, I don't know. Are you above it? Is that it?
That's stupid. That wasn't a way to say it.
First of all,
he likes to endorse what he likes to endorse. He'll endorse the Atlanta Hawks.
He's coming at me right away. I'm done on the Hawks.
Basketball reference. He'll endorse
the yellow.
Rod Carew. He'll endorse Rod Carew.
Once upon a time, about 6 months ago,
Bob
you
Dylan.
sat here and looked at me. You sat here and looked at me and said, "What's up with your hats? Why do they always seemingly have no advertising or logos on them? I'm wearing plain hats. I've got like a gray hat." And you didn't dig it. And now you won't wear something because it's got a logo on it?
My logo. I can't wear my logo. I can't wear a shirt that says Matt Steinmetz.
I don't think. Do yours say Matt Steinmetz?
No, it might say, it says Steiny and Guru.
Out.
Yeah.
No, the one that says the hell with the kids, which is one of the great Steiny drops, it does say Matt Steinmetz underneath it.
I'm
like, what if I was in the shopping I was in the store and had that to hell with the kids?
I'm feeling
and
some
here's
kind
a
of
lady
way.
with her kids.
That's not a bad
I mean,
one.
because we talked about the Rat on the Table logo for our show back when we had a show, and now, Dibber out, and now you guys have
How
the
many
shirt.
episodes did we have?
51 weeks, yeah. It's 51 weeks.
It's literally called the Rat Hoodie. It's called the Rat Hoodie. Let's put the rat on the table. And then there's actually a picture of a table with a rat on it.
I hate rodents.
And then below it, it's much smaller print, says Steiny and Guru.
How much, Willard?
95.7. That's $38.
Okay.
That's $38.
So it's one of those
paydays.
You can get one of those hoodies on Gabe Kapler when he comes out to talk to Zach Littell. That's how you need to advertise that sucker.
When Susan Slusser asked him a question, he says, "We need to put the rat on the table."
Can I?
It was a consideration.
I'm not doing it. I shouldn't do it. 'Cause we had a sensitive day yesterday, but
see, that's what
you
hurts.
had one of the
didn't.
You had one of the funniest questions I've ever heard in a Hegan yesterday.
In the show meeting?
He was
post game.
No, that's today.
Oh, yeah.
He'll have 7 questions today.
You guys had yours yesterday.
Yeah, we drew yesterday.
He calls us in and tells us about the shop. And the sweatshirts and the swag and the this and the that. And Guru goes, it's going to be right on the table and this and that. And Guru goes, so where do the proceeds go? And Hegan goes, the company?
We gotta walk off after that.
Yeah, it's always tough.
The proceeds is right.
The whole, like the what's in it for me angle. Sometimes it
I guess that's what I was
falls on deaf
asking.
ears. I'm kind of
Yeah, we got a college sports issue here. I mean, you're allowed to use our name and likeness without cutting us in on it. What are we, running backs for USC now?
Willard, you were having some fun last night on a Wednesday, huh?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's right. You went to the Who.
I went to the Who up in Sacramento. Yeah, first of all, you listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Yeah, every day is Friday around my house.
That's dope, man.
Guru, so, you're
becoming one of my favorites around here. It's a tie. It's like 6 tied for 1.
Who's tied? Who am I tied with? So
everybody. Oh, my God.
Who do I need to take
Damon
out?
Ratto, Steiny Dibs, Monte Shasky.
Right.
They beat up on me this morning. Again, about my picks. I'm Russell Westbrook.
Look,
I'll admit I'm on a slow
they're
start.
not
0
good.
for 5.
Yeah, they're not
I
good.
ain't telling you I'm hot.
But you can rally back.
There
I know
we
you
go.
can do it, bro. Tonight's
Jordan
tonight.
Poole over 2.5 threes tonight.
You know what?
Plus 146. Take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Watch him go over.
What's plus 146?
Bet 100 to win 146.
Yeah, so that's precise.
It's an underdog. It's an underdog bet.
It's an underdog selection. My pick is Baltimore. Give me Baltimore plus the 2.
No.
So you think Tom's losing? Then Tom's done
they're
losing.
playing the Ravens.
Yeah,
That's a good game tonight.
Yeah. You think Tom is going to lose tonight?
The Bucks are going to win it.
I'm with you, Willard.
The Bucks are going to win it.
All right, Goose on the Bucks. I'm feeling even better about Baltimore.
How you going, Bonte?
Yeah, shout out to Morning Rose. The only thing Tom's losing more than his on-field mojo is weight. My God.
Something happened to his face.
Something definitely happened to his face.
He went and got some work done.
Yeah.
I think he's got a tapeworm. This guy's losing pounds.
Can someone help me if whether or not I read an Adam Schefter tweet last night correctly? Here, I found it 13 hours ago.
According to sources.
This does not sound possible.
Okay.
When the Bucks, his point is that a bunch of Bucks are out tonight. This is kind of more, bit players, cornerbacks, whatever, but there's a list. Injured guard, Luke Gadecki, Antoine Winfield, Russell Gage, Carlton Davis, Sean Murphy Bunting, and Cameron Braid are all out tonight. So what he says is, when the Bucks host the Ravens and try to avoid 3 consecutive losses for the first time in 20 years, Tampa will be without, and then he lists all those players. Are you telling me the Bucks have not gone on a 3-game losing streak in 20 years?
No chance.
There's no chance, right?
That's got to be wrong.
He's got to be talking about Brady.
Yeah, I thought in the Brady era.
He's been there 2 years. Right. That ain't even.
But he says 20 years.
Yeah, that's
so
wrong.
he must be talking about Tom Brady, right?
There's no
Tom
way.
Brady has not lost 3 games in a row in 20 years.
Jameis has when he was at the helm.
Hell, I feel like the Bucks have probably gone 1 and 15 a few times.
2019, the Bucks lost 4 straight from October 6th to November 3rd.
So what we have is an error tweet from Adam Schefter, which makes it more valuable.
And he's never had 4 straight erroneous tweets,
That's
so
true.
we're going to have to monitor Schefter to make sure that his streak doesn't break his
So
Thank
the Who,
you.
seriously, like Daltrey still in there and Pete Townsend?
The whole group.
Shout out Chris.
I mean, Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend both look, they look kind of 78.
Right.
But they don't act it. They don't sound it.
That's what I'm talking about.
They don't carry themselves that way. If you go to one of the concerts, the band that's been around forever and they're now in their 70s, there's a funny thing that kind of happens, which is that as they're playing and they do little dance moves, the crowd sort of, instead of getting excited by it, like when they're 30, the crowd sort of does like a, yay, they did it without falling over.
Genuine,
right, like it's like, yay, it's amazing. He spun around and he didn't fall. And it's kind of adorable and also just terrible all at the same time. That wasn't this. Like they they're old dudes, but like they just move around. They move around like they've always moved around.
That's a workout for them. They work out every day.
Totally.
Like Van Morrison just stands up there like a statue.
Well, he's not a...
pretty much
he's 78.
He's not a warm, fuzzy person. But
no, he's not.
Townsend did say one thing that caught everybody in the crowd. He goes, he's talking about just his relationship with Roger Daltrey, and he goes, last week we got to a point, I was thinking about it. We have been making music together for 60 years. Just the two of them.
Damn.
Like, go back to when they were probably 19 years old in some garage. 60 years. I'm like, if you can go 60 years and not despise each other, who knows what their relationship's actually like.
Yeah.
But,
the 49ers can't go 6 years without despising Shanahan.
6 games.
You tell me Daltrey and Townsend never had a Draymond Green, Jordan Poole?
Oh, for sure they did.
Okay.
The guy's got his own band called the Roger Daltrey Band. You don't think that was a fight once upon a time?
They probably got into fights they don't remember.
True.
All good marriages. Yeah,
Totally, totally.
you got to have something to come back from.
And they've got their pecking order. Like, they're one of those odd bands. Like, the lead singer is not the man.
Right.
Pete Townsend
Now, what
is
is
the
that?
man.
Back up, Rook. What does that mean?
Townsend.
The lead singer is not the man.
It'd be like
the lead singer.
It'd be like if this year Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins led the Warriors in scoring, but Steph Curry's over here on the side, just kind of like pick and pop, coming in off the bench. But he the man. That's who runs the damn show. Pete Townsend sings, but he's mainly the guitarist. But that's his band. It's his band.
I know we're in the Yay area. I don't know if Dibs, I'm going to ask, and him and Steiny have been to SAC. But what did you make of the cathedral there and the surround? It's happening. You got to get out there, people, if you haven't been to Golden One.
I've not been to Golden One. No.
Dude, you got to check. What did you think?
It was a great venue. It was a great venue to see whatever you're going to see, right? Like clean, open, very easy to figure your way around. The one thing that made me laugh, and I'm not trying to take a shot at the Kings here. This just made me chuckle. Well, so pre-show, we got to go to a little hospitality room, which was the media room.
Oh.
It's what is used as the media room for the Sacramento Kings. And I'm like, it's adorable. It's barely bigger than the studio we're sitting in right now. It's got 4 tables in it. And it's built for there are 6 people who cover the Kings.
Okay.
And so it just struck me. Because I'm like, the Warriors' rooms are cathedrals.
Well, they have to be.
Compared to what's going on in the back rooms at Golden One. But from a fan perspective, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Plus, it's easy. You just park across the street and walk in and walk out like it's a smaller town.
Tough acoustics, though, without any banners hanging for concerts.
Yeah, and that big open area at the one end lets all the sound out.
Totally. I can imagine.
What'd you go see there, if you don't mind me
What
asking?
did I see there?
A game, a concert? Steiny and Sacktown.
Oh, you know what? I did a show from there, but left before the game. So I've been there, but I haven't seen a game.
Did a show?
NBA show with JD.
Got it.
But when I was there, it was really early in the opening stages, and a lot of the stuff right outside I don't think was open.
Okay.
There was only like 1 or 2 of the restaurants outside.
Now it's ready to go.
And there's still not a lot.
Yeah.
You got Chipotle. You got a couple things going on out there. But, I mean, it's like...
Couple bars.
Yeah.
Wet your whistle.
Like you got everything you need. Got everything you need right there.
Now, I'm going to shock you guys because you had your show meeting. Dibs, I don't know if it's just the corporate in me, Pops being in the Navy rank, but the ultimate radio show is when it's me, E, Nahegan, look, and Steiny gives his take, and then it's all silence. Then I give mine. Like, I think that brings us together, but I got some sound for you if our guy Sam will play it, and you guys tell me what you think, because this blew me away.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you what got us the chemistry where we needed this game. So I think it was Friday night. It was me, Pat, Travis, and MBS. We were playing Call of Duty together. We were playing Warzone. And we played 3 games. We won 3 games back to back. And we got off, we was like, damn, like, it's really hard to win a game in Warzone, Call of Duty. And you could just tell, like, the communication between all of us and, like, the chemistry was just like, it was like we were in the game. Like, he's there, he's right there, he's above me, he's right here. And kind of just led into this game and kind of just showed on the field.
Steiny's going to give me an F for setup, but that was Juju Smith-Schuster talking about him, Mahomes, Kelsey, and the running back playing.
Marquez Valdes-Scantling.
Talk to me, who had a big game, playing Call of Duty, and that brought them together, and there was something tangible from that experience that they took to the field. And I'm thinking, bull crap, but they were down 10-0. And I feel like we get that from our meetings. I'm asking you 3, do you think that's where the kids at are now, to where playing a group video game at the same time, different locales, you can take that on the field or court?
absolutely.
Because if that's true, Jimmy, you get over here and we get you, Debo Kittle, a PS4 or whatever it is, Xbox right now, and y'all do that. if it's real.
Oh, and that's how kids today bond with one another. And if you think about like back in the day in the 80s and the 90s, players would go out to bars together, or they'd go out to clubs together. But nowadays,
Friday.
you know, if you're Patrick Mahomes and you've got a wife and a baby on the way and whatever, you're not going out and getting mobbed and getting cameras and social media. This is what you do in your free time, so you bond with your teammates through video games.
Yeah, first of all, especially for
I'm
younger,
the only gamer probably
younger
in here.
males,
Yeah.
it is absolutely the way that they connect. It is 1,000%.
Your son would be a great example,
yes,
right?
and this is an area of expertise, okay? Because and parents should know this, by the way. Like, it doesn't mean you should let your kids just go play video games all day, but it so often is a punishment. It's a punitive thing. No video games. If you're doing that, especially to young boys, you are literally cutting them off from the outside world, which is what we just went through 3 years ago. Please don't do that. So that's number one. But what I think he's talking about here, Juju, that I don't think it was so much the actual function of winning the video game. I think he's saying that he felt, because these two receivers are new to the team, this was the moment where the four of them started to kind of like connect.
I can finish a sentence.
And build a chemistry. Right. And then they went out on the field. I mean, I'd love to tell him that Charvarius Ward's groin is why you were so wide open, not because you played Call of Duty the other night, but I get that.
Yeah.
They bonded, is what he's saying.
I'm struggling, though, with the connection that you're drawing between the Chiefs in video games and you and the fellas in a meeting with Matt Nahigian.
Well, also, too, at the cafeteria, it's the activity of kind of...
Well, I
don't
get
do that, because I feel like there's something to that.
There's a difference between the cafeteria and a meeting with the boss. You notice Andy Reid wasn't playing Call of Duty.
For the other guys, the meeting was bad, but for me, the meeting still counts.
No,
But I could see you guys like, "Goo, that still work." But I do that and go to the cafeteria
an inebriation
and make it. No, it ain't just about it's the camaraderie that everybody took time, even if you have a good. What you get out of it, like we were together doing something different that I think helps the show.
Goo, the comp is what's happening right now. This is
the comp.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the Call of Duty. The changeovers are the Call of Duty. This is where one show connects to the other and the bonding happens and the whatever before. Yeah. No, that's how I feel.
No, agree.
That's how I feel.
As opposed to, look, guys, the tease at 10:42 was a little soft. You were late to break. Win the big
You don't
days.
hear that. You guys don't hear that.
No, and I'll say this. Yesterday, I came up with perhaps the greatest idea that I've come up with.
You had a few of them.
Wow. Don't spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil it.
Wait a minute. What do you mean he's not going to spoil it?
Don't spoil it.
I can't spoil it until it comes to fruition, but the seed has been planted.
Can you tell me off the air?
Of course, absolutely.
I'm
real proud of it.
And it's not to be
I'm real
exclusionary.
proud of it.
This is a potential our show thing.
Okay.
And
it's for one day.
It's going to involve the entire world.
No haterade here.
Normally in these show meetings, I'm like a hotel guest at 11:30. It's checkout time. Yesterday I was engaged, and I came up with a gem.
So engaged that you never even set an over-under. Which, by the way, the over would have hit.
Yeah, boy.
You got to realize things going good.
Because of your idea, by the way.
Yeah.
Business is good.
Something about having an 8-week-old baby at home makes me want to stay at work longer. I don't know what that is. You see me sometimes out there until 1:15, 1:30.
Okay, we definitely need to run this by you guys before we get out of here, and you guys tell us what you think. All right, so Jimmy Ward has asked, what about this nickel corner move, and is that something that is going to remain permanent? And let me pull it up here. Here it is. Is your move to nickel corner permanent, Jimmy Ward? Quote, I don't know. I'm just going to do what the coaches tell me to do. It's my last year on contract, and I'm just trying to be a team player.
I love it. Trying to be a team player. That's all you can ever ask out of a player.
Okay.
He's trying.
Right.
Give him credit.
No, but that's the perspective of the player, right? Like,
it's a little issue, I would say.
If you want to go true detective, we talked about it. To me, this is another calling out of what the hell are they doing to me? I'm not happy, but I give him tremendous respect for doing the company thing. But you could read between the lines to me that he's not happy.
I mean, I get.
I think that's fair.
I get. Well, not happy. Certainly not happy with the positional move. It also though sounds
you're costing
like
me some bread.
Potentially,
I'm a free agent. You're costing me some bread. I sort of read in there maybe it has not been communicated to me if this is the plan.
Don't know how long it's going to be.
I don't know. I've just got to figure it out. Kind of a vibe. So you add that in with the Kittle and the Ayuk in the last few weeks. And also, by the way, Kyle Shanahan, now to flip this on the other side, he spoke, I think it was late yesterday, with regard to the interception from Jimmy at the goal line. And he probably went about as far as you'll ever hear Kyle go in kind of calling a player out. So the question was, take us through the play at the goal line, and what about the fact that Wilson was standing by himself, wide open? And what he essentially said without the direct quote was, every time they're in the red zone, Jimmy's got two choices, and he's got to make the right choice. That was number one. And then obviously he didn't see Wilson. That's okay, but in that case, it has to be thrown away.
No doubt.
And he used the word "can't" 3 times. You can't
do it.
Make that throw.
I think he even said you take a sack if you have to.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Live another play.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're still
Get
in
the
field goal range.
Get the field
Exactly.
goal.
So that's, inexcusable. Not the only reason they lost, but those are the things that the Jimmy haters latch on to. It's like, see, that's why you can't win with Jimmy.
No, I mean, it's just, look, Mike Silver said it to us. It's just frustration that's boiling over. Does anybody, I guess that's the other side of this. Does anybody feel like if they beat the Rams, go on a bye, and beat the Chargers, is anybody upset about anything?
No, I don't believe.
Or, Steiny?
Not sure, but a win would sure help going into the bye week. Because football is like that. Like, it's like a win can kind of forestall things, I believe, because it makes everybody feel good. I just wonder if, George, I can't put this into words, but sometimes I feel like the 49ers, there's a disposability that the players can sense that the organization has about them.
That's not all football?
I think it's all football.
It may,
but like, I'm looking at George Kittle, and I like to, whatever. He's a better blocker than me. But maybe George Kittle, after 3 or 4 years of sacrificing, relatively speaking, is like, well, can I catch the ball every once in a while? Maybe that's what he was saying. Because he's obviously used to block more. I look back at Mostert. Just kind of the way they used Mostert. In that one playoff game, he ran 32 times, I think, 29 or 32.
Yeah.
It probably is a lot of football, but they kind of did it to Garoppolo, too. And I wonder if that doesn't, just galvanize players a little.
Debo?
Especially, yes, Debo. Yeah, he was on my list, too. And then also just the fact that this is out there about somebody costing
Jimmy Ward
money.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the whole thing with Debo.
Jaquaski Tart.
Yeah, Jaquaski
Tart wrote about it and said, in agreement over the idea that Jimmy Ward is, they're touching his money right now.
Right.
And it doesn't matter what sport you're in, players will get all antennas up about that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Tough one, though, with Jimmy Ward because they've stood by him.
That's true. I
Through
heard you
injury
say that,
and injury and injury. And so for him to come out and say this shows a certain level of frustration, especially when he says, it's my last year on contract.
I heard that.
Basically, I'm not re-signing. I heard him say in the quote, I'm not re-signing again. This is going to be it for me in this time.
I will say this. The quotes that we've heard from the end of the Chiefs game till now, this was always a big game. It was not a must game because the NFC is so porous.
Gotcha.
But it's always a big game. The importance of this game for me has gone up.
I appreciate
as
you
the week
saying that.
has gone on.
I appreciate you saying that. And I'm going to go for the people out there, if they were to be 3-5 and somehow drop this game, there is no comparison to last year's 3-5. Even though I counted them dead at that juncture, you said bye to your quarterback, you brought him back. I still think there's something that we can't see that's going on there. The fact that you got Christian McCaffrey and this would be the second game that he participated in that you didn't win, and now you got guys squawking, as I call it, I think that would get louder, and especially no games. You got problems on the set, Kyle, because now you got the kids of the family kind of saying things, different people, that where you know what, everything in house ain't all good.
Still, though, you beat the Chargers, which they're not as good as we thought. And you've got Arizona, a team that is
kind of owned you though.
Yeah,
with
Hopkins
back.
If you win both of those,
And
all of a sudden
Anderson.
you're 5-5. I don't think that a loss to the Rams, even heading into the bye, a third straight loss, I don't think that puts you in any.
Well, are you
real
disappointed?
peril.
When do you get disappointed though?
I get disappointed when they're not going to be a playoff team. If they're 3-7,
3 and 5's worrisome.
3 and 5 is worrisome.
Yes. Okay.
But if you're sitting at 5 and 10, that's when you're really worried.
Then you're eliminated.
Well, do you guys think what Steiny said about Kittle?
9-8's going to be good
Do you
enough.
think that's why the volume's getting a little louder, or he's saying more with the losses that are piling up? This is not acceptable?
For the moment, I just think they're really frustrated. As all the fans, because they should be better. They should be better. They know it. We know it.
They should be 5-2. You
Yeah.
shouldn't have lost to Chicago.
Look at
and
him going,
the Denver debacle. You shouldn't have lost to Denver 11-10. So if you're George Kittle, you're thinking, hey, how are we not 5-2 for God's sake? Fine, Atlanta shoved it down your throat. Nothing you could do about that. You got dominated, and Kansas City's flat better.
All right, there it is.
Real quick, can I? You guys
Go
may
ahead.
as well stay for
Go
this.
ahead. I'm so exhausted. I was up late last night.
Why can't they stay till 26?
We kicked it last night.
No, go ahead.
He
Go
tired.
ahead. No, we're good.
We're tired, Steiny.
We're
Telling
good.
you.
We're good.
I got nothing to do but console a crying baby. I'll stay till 2.
Yeah, I've got nowhere
He told
to
us
be.
to get out.
Okay,
No.
here's one thing I thought,
I
and it
listen,
relates to the
Kyle.
40.
We're going to go to Costco. but
49ers.
It's not going to close or anything.
Guys,
Anyway.
by the way, thanks for
likes
sticking
you.
around.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna need 5 minutes. It's gonna be that roundabout.
All right.
First game of the year, Cleveland Cavaliers. You might be like, what does this have to do with anything, Steinmetz? I'm looking at
What
the
does
box
this have
score.
to do with anything, Steinmetz?
I'm looking at their box score, and I noticed that Donovan Mitchell took 21 shots, and no other player took more than 9. And I'm thinking, he just got there. What are the if Christian McCaffrey is healthy, he's going to touch the ball 18 to 20 times a game.
That feels a little hot, but okay.
I like where you're going.
I know where you're going.
If Debo's out, let's say he touches it 22 times.
Right.
Like Jeff Wilson's got a role this weekend. Jeff Wilson's in the game.
Let's say it's 14,
And in my fantasy lineup.
14 carries and 8 catches
right.
for McCaffrey. 22 touches.
But this week's not going to, Debo's not going to be there. So it's not really going to be, there is a thing about, if Kittle and Ayuk don't not getting the ball now, I think he's going to use Christian McCaffrey. The real guy who's going to get hosed is Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell,
I think that we are putting the Christian McCaffrey we've known in Carolina, plugging him into the 49ers and thinking they're going to do the same thing, and I don't think that's how it's going to look.
18 touches is only 12, 13 runs and 5, 6 catches.
Yeah, that's a lot in today's NFL. If you look around, how many people get more than 12 or 13 carries? To think that he's going to get 8 catches feels very much like Cam Newton, who's just like Christian. I don't think they're going to try to do that. I'm not saying he couldn't get to 20 carries or 20 touches, that is. But the 49ers. The 49ers are not going to be Christian right, Christian left.
Thank you, man.
Because
they've been Debo right, Debo left.
They were last year.
And that's a problem.
They
You
were
got
last
more
year.
than
To
Debo.
Steiny's point.
Somebody's going to get less.
And I think it's an interesting notion of if Christian McCaffrey comes in and is instantly the number one toucher of the ball, and Brandon Ayuk, 17 catches the first 5 games, 15 the last 2 games. So Ayuk's targets and catches are on the rise. If he goes back, if Ayuk gets 4 targets and 2 catches,
so
I would be hot.
Right?
The money would be on, if you were going to say who's going to lose touches, the money would be Debo.
Right.
I know you're saying that he probably won't be in the, we don't even know if he's going to be in the game this weekend.
Right.
But we just spent an off season where all of these tweets are coming out about how Debo wants fewer touches. And I don't know
fewer
if
carries.
But Debo's one of a kind, though, Willard.
Usage was the word.
He's one of a kind, the most unique player in today's game. So don't go away from that.
No.
We just want less, but the dude's special.
Well, to me, though, if I'm Debo, and we'll see how it plays out, I want this. Because where doesn't it feel like we've reached this year, when Debo's in the backfield, the defense is all looking at each other going, Debo. We're all going.
Only happened once last week.
So now I've got Christian on one side and Debo on the other. Now defense, what are we doing? That helps Debo. Maybe it's a couple fewer touches, but the touches you do get are more open.
Because he's leading the league in drops again.
Yep, there's that too. I mean, that's a big answer with all of these guys who are like, we've got all these playmakers, you can't get them the ball. They're also leading the league in drops.
Right, but I just
As
think
a team.
Catching a hard pass. I'm going to just add that.
And I like your Jonathan Mitchell comp. It's a little different because he comes in as the unrequited offensive force. McCaffrey comes in as an ensemble, and if you're Ayuk and already you're a little bit annoyed, I wonder if it ratchets
I feel like
it up.
Kyle looks at McCaffrey and says, "Oh, he's my guy. I finally
I hope
have."
that's not it, man.
We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet.
But let's But the track record fits that it could be like that.
I think he's going to use the hell out of McCaffrey.
Now here's one other thing.
I'd be hot.
Here's one other thing with a comp with a comp from NBA to NFL. NBA teams are built with a pecking order. You're the one.
Yes.
You're the two.
Yeah.
NFL teams aren't like that. NFL teams are largely built. Football players want to win. Now, it does not mean that they don't care about like wide receivers or divas. I get that. But largely, a football team, George Kittle would absolutely take 6 targets and a win over 10 targets and a loss.
Absolutely.
No doubt in my mind.
4 years he's done that.
But he doesn't want to take 6 targets and a loss.
That's true, too. So, but I don't, if Christian comes in and the 49ers win 31-17, you're not going to hear a peep. You're not going to hear a peep.
But if you lose 11-10 and Brandon Ayuk gets 4 targets and 2 catches, and he's open
they
another 6 times.
They deserve to be mad, Dibs, if that's the case, if it plays out like that.
Thanks for sticking around, guys.
Of course,
Yeah.
anytime.
Willard said
Can we go now?
Fight for my life.
All right. Now we're going to go. Bye-bye. Charvarius Ward's groin is why you were so wide open.
Oh, there's no rush.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's.
It's Fiberon decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Are you ready?
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. And you know what's usually helpful in this case?
What is that?
If you plug your microphone in. My bad.
Oh, I thought you were looking at me. I'm like, I'm ready to go. I got mine in, but I couldn't
hear my voice in my ears, and of course I wasn't.
And producer, he was panicking.
How much dead space was there? And don't be afraid to jump in and be like, "Hey, what's up?"
I didn't know.
It's your show.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Okay, well, I'm back. And
all right.
Sorry about that, guys, because my computer was blocking it. Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, Goo. Warriors play the Miami Heat tonight, and the 49ers play the Rams. But closer to our time than that, Bob Myers, 1 o'clock. Bob Myers in a half hour. He starts the executive show today. So we'll talk to Bob Myers about what's going on with the Warriors, 2-2 start. Then Cam Inman coming up at 2 o'clock. And we'll talk some 49ers with him. But here's one thing I was thinking about today, just to kind of get into it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking about for the last, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. We've been talking about Draymond Green, punching Poole, and Klay Thompson kind of losing his cool the other day. And George Kittle is in the 49ers locker room talking about touches and Ayuk, and now Jimmy Ward. And one of the things we do is we talk about what's going on with these teams and whether they're together or not.
Yeah.
And a lot of times on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Goo, there'll be a lot of responses about you guys are just talking to talk. You're creating stuff.
That bothers me.
Well, my question is this. It feels to me like both the Niners and the Warriors have drama right now. Okay, so how serious is it? How much drama is really going on? Is it nothing at all on a scale of 0 to 10? Is it a 10? All these things, and I just kind of made a list of a couple of them. Jimmy Ward, obviously, his
playing
comments.
out of position. Yeah.
Jimmy Ward upset. So you had the Draymond punch. You got Clay's slow start. The Warriors obviously have some contract situations. We talked about the generational thing with the Warriors and the two timelines. 49ers, it feels like we had the Lance injury that we can't ignore, and that had something to do with Kyle's usage. Kittle, Ayuk, now we got Ward chirping.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say Kyle Shanahan right now is being questioned more than he ever has. We got the quarterback situation still in flux 6 years. I'm just going to throw it at you, Goo, and it's my long way of asking you. Throw it out there. I mean, what is this much ado about nothing for both teams? And I'll throw it out to Warrior and 49er fans too. 888-957-9570.
I appreciate the question, Steiny. And for the Warriors, I'm sorry. This is just who I am at heart. I feel like you get that championship hangover. Now, the punch with Poole and Draymond, they had a decision. They did their math, their Warrior math, and some stuff could have jumped off. Somebody could have been moved. That didn't happen. They came out and told us they're going to put that behind them. So 2-2, I'm not worried. It's new. You got new youngsters getting bigger roles. We talked about it yesterday. So I'm not worried about anything Warrior related. I swear, even the Poole and Draymond whole thing until we're notified that something's going on that we don't see. But the 49ers, you know what, Steiny? They don't get the benefit of the doubt. And you talked about it. And we went 15 rounds about Kittle. Guru, this is what he does. He likes his assignment. He doesn't want to be Kelsey, or he's okay not being Kelsey. Are we so sure now? Because it's festering. And as losses pile up and the fashion that they got embarrassed with last week, are we seeing the real George Kittle? And I'm not mad if we are. About, what, damn it, I need to be used more. Other guys that are dynamic need to be used more. And now we got Ward, who has a contract, incentives to where he can reach bonuses if he plays his position. Now you're asking him to do something not in that position that can affect the chicken. He's saying something without saying it. And again, I went Dick Tracy on you. Ayuk, Kittle's comments. We're hearing things a little louder, and I feel like it is something. And if they go to LA and lose and go 3-5 into the bye week, that vase that we talked about this week, that Brady Bunch vase, it could bust. So I am really worried, and I'm monitoring what's going on in Ninerville way more than I am with the Golden State Warriors. And my cherry on top with the Warriors is David West told us they had some stuff going on, and they got past it, but it wasn't a punch that the world saw. But I'm just not there with the Warriors. But the Niners, Steiny, I'm on an 8 in regard to behind the scenes what's going on.
And the Warriors is like a 2?
2.
So I was talking to Evan before the show. We kind of talked about the same thing. And he said, where are you with the Warriors versus the Warriors? I'm sorry, Warriors versus Niners. Who's got more pressure on him to win? And who do you believe in more? And it's impossible to take the 4 rings out of the Warriors equation. It's impossible. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt. And that's one of the things I'm thinking about as we go through this Warriors season. After what they did last year, I don't think anybody's going to panic. Not in November, not in December, not in January, not in February, because it's clear that because they've done it before, they've got the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, I said, man, it's just so hard to take out of the equation the Warriors championships that they have in the past. But if you do it, then I think you say, we got 2 teams here that have some adversity. They got to fight through, and we have no idea if they can do it. But again, you can't really do that with the Warriors. This might be the year where they can't get it done, but because they've gotten it done in the past, they're not going to come under the scrutiny that the 49ers are coming under, right?
Yeah, and I think that was well said. But I also think, too, Kyle Shanahan has a problem with calling plays outside of the scripted plays. And I wonder if we know that and the public is privy to that, the players know it. So I see something that has my word, Steiny, last couple of months, ingredients to implode. And again, last year they were 3-5. I wrote them off. I was wrong. They went to the NFC Championship game. That doesn't mean this year is going to mimic last year. And that's what's concerning. And you got guys saying, we got the talent. Why is it not happening? So we'll see. And that whole scenario you went with, you were speaking my language. I'm stealing from Drake about Donovan Mitchell. If C-Mac were to get the Debo touches, the whole problem for me with the Niners is it's not strength in numbers. I believe it should be, but you got ultra talent. Why is it just Debo left, right? Why is that the only thing working? So now if McCaffrey comes to town, what did you really get if he's going to take Debo's place? And it's not Debo. It's not C-Mac. It's not a mixture of Kittle and Ayuk. Damn it, Kyle. The 49er fans want to see all of it. And that's when it's 4th of July on the scoreboard. So I'm watching this Sunday to see if that manifests. But if it's just Debo, if it's just C-Mac and it's less Debo, what did you really get?
Well, if you win more and your offense is better because McCaffrey's a level above the other guys who are touching it, I mean, that would work.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I'm
like,
not
let's
mad
just
at
say
you, but you lost already.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
He didn't play a full game.
No, but I'm talking about, let's say Debo doesn't play against the Rams, the 49ers win, and McCaffrey has 100 yards rushing and 100 yards receiving.
Oh, okay. Right.
Okay, then here comes Debo 2 weeks later. Are you really going to give McCaffrey all the... we'll see. It's going to work itself out, but I think, you know how you asked me before the year, who's going to lead the 49ers in rushing? And I said, Trey Lance.
Right.
Who's going to lead the 49ers in touches from this point on? I'll bet Christian McCaffrey.
See,
and you know what? I don't think it's going to be close.
What if I told you this? Now, no, there's no way you got an all-pro with Debo and you got to the heights of the NFC Championship game. What if I'm yearning, that's the word, what if I'm yearning for what the Warriors did with Curry, Durant, and Clay? You looked at that box score night. Everybody got fed. Everybody ate. So that's what I want for the Niners. That could be Kittle. It could be, give me 3 or 4. But not just one trick pony again to where it's, I know we're just watching McCaffrey. It can't be that. Kyle's too smart. So the end result will be.
I mean, what if it works?
Well, technically it worked last year, Steiny. They got all the way up to and they got a 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game.
No, but you're talking about if you don't expect McCaffrey to carry 20 times.
And Debo only can't carry it. Like Debo only had 1 touch in the backfield.
Right.
Maybe he was happy with that. I don't know, but I don't think that's going to be consistent. Like, don't go away from Debo too, Coach. You know?
I don't know.
And the end result to me is when we come in on Monday, how many points did they score and did they win? Okay.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man? Don't forget, Bob Myers, 15 minutes. Bob Myers, president and general manager. Hey, what's going on?
What's happening? What's happening?
What do you got?
Guru hit it right on the nail. You got to score points. You could have all pros on your team. If you're not scoring points, you ain't winning. And that's what I think the Niners are coming up on. Is that we ain't going to go hard because we ain't scoring enough points anyway. We don't got a team that can score 34, 35 with the big dogs. And they're going to say, you know what? You went out and got McCaffrey, but what's that going to do when your quarterback can't throw?
Thanks for the call.
And I said something.
Is it that simple?
I said something in the changeover. I'm going to ask you this question, Steiny, about that. You think I'm being unfair to Jimmy, and I respect Jimmy at the same time for even coming back and doing what I couldn't do. Do you think some of the drops and maybe some of the inefficiency of the offense is the quality of ball he throws?
No.
So you ain't buying that?
No, that's ridiculous.
Like if it were Mahomes
Jimmy Garoppolo's
or
ball is harder to catch than the other quarterbacks in the NFL.
There's some duds.
I'm not going
Okay.
there.
All right.
I'm not going there. I mean, that like, to me, that is looking for something.
I get it.
That's all. Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on, man?
Hey, I just wanted to say something about this whole Warrior two-tier thing. It's like, a lot of these guys are going on 2 years or 3 years in the league. I mean, back in the day, like when LeBron and Kobe were coming up, and they were good. And these guys are older, like 30-some years old, and everybody's going Clays, lots of stuff, whatever. Take it. Don't just sit there and say, oh, you got to get given it. It should be just, you're just that good. You're number one picks. I mean, it's either play or, just maybe it ain't. That's all I got to say about that. And I'll say one thing about the Niners. Debo's gone up this year. McCaffrey got his touches, bro. No other great receiver does, like any great receiver you ever seen, they run it 4 or 5 times. Give me a break. That's crazy.
Thanks, Rich. What the hell was he talking about with the Warriors?
that was the one I was.
Can anybody tell me what Rich was talking about with the Warriors?
I was going to jump in. I did enough jumping in yesterday, so I'll just let that go.
If I had to try to interpret that, I would say what Rich was saying was, hey, man, the Warriors have old players. These young players, they want it. They got to take it. They can't come in and be lousy and just expect to play.
Well, they're not taking the OG's jobs. Their job is to solidify their spot. And, when the second unit comes in, they can still, keep it going.
What do you think about Debo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey duplicating each other in some respect?
Was it this week or last week? We had a caller come in and say next year, and I know it's not about next year, but, Debo could be moved or somebody could be moved. That was intriguing, and I'm not trying to start anything, but I don't think Kyle Shanahan looks at Debo Samuel and they gave him that new contract with his new chicken thinking he was going to be out of here. If I were any type of ball coach, this is what I would want, Steiny. Jordan didn't win until he got help, Pippen. And my point being Horace Grant, there is a strength in numbers. And that symbolizes to me you got more than one option. And the Warriors are an example of that. It ain't just Steph, it's Clay. It was KD, it's Trey. So damn, one shouldn't have to go. Kyle, I am watching you and everything that I said you were about play design to be able to spread this thing out.
That's supposed to be his strength.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in San Jose. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey guys, how's it going? Listen every day, drive a lot. So
Thank you.
Listening to you.
Sweet.
Just a question as a guy who tends to wager quite a bit on football. If I looked at the 49ers heading into the season, I live here, so I like the 49ers, but I don't live and die with them. So I've never been able to find one position on offense or defense where they improved in the offseason. Not one. So I'm questioning why everybody thinks they're better. Their offensive line got much worse. I mean, they lost really good players and signed good players because that's all that was available. But where did they improve? Except for CMC this week. What name one position on offense or defense where they got better? I can't find one.
What about Mooney Ward?
Look at you. You say that with pride. But
Mike, what about Mooney Ward?
But how unfair is that?
Okay, then we'll go one.
All right.
That. But that everybody thinks this team is 13-3 or whatever they always think they're going to be.
Well, Mike,
you're talking my language, actually.
But
I don't know where
my
it came
question
from
to Mike is, they got to the NFC Championship game. You are right when you say the offensive line is porous and they got a center that retired. But, man, when you get to those levels, where did you really need to improve?
Well, you don't need to improve, but they didn't stay the same. They signed people that were lesser players. That's all that was available. You can't possibly say this offensive line is good. I mean, that would be impossible to say.
No, and I'm not.
Yeah, Mike.
But that doesn't take Super Bowl or bust off the table.
Well, I'm going to pop.
You got Trent Williams on there, 99 on Madden.
What a
99
joke.
on Madden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 99 on Madden. Yeah, 49ers are good in Madden. They're tough to beat in Madden. I'm going to take it a step further. What was my guy's name?
Mike.
Mike, you listen all the time. Thank you.
That's a P1. Get a hoodie. 95.7 The Game shop.com.
Here's the thing that I think people are missing.
I'm hoping I said it right.
You're and where I got you said, well, this is a NFC Championship team.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, last year they were also a 3-5 team last year. Like they weren't some juggernaut. Like it's very possible to look at the 49ers last season and say, man, they were lucky to get to the postseason. Now, that doesn't mean they didn't deserve to make a run. But if you're not willing to look at your team objectively and say, we were close to not even being a playoff team, so maybe this Super Bowl or bust is a little bit unrealistic considering we were 3-5 last year.
I'm not mad at that, but
there's too big a discrepancy between the people who think this is a great team and the people who think, well, they were 10-7 last year and they got on a run in the postseason and they got to the NFC Championship. Good solid half a year and playoffs.
I'm not mad at that, but I'll say this, and you can tell me, anybody out there listening, I'm living in the past. It wouldn't be the first time. But Steiny, they were in the Super Bowl in 2019. Now, I know it's a different team, but it's the same coach. It's the same quarterback. Then you got injuries in 2020 when your quarterback went down. And then you are right. Are you telling me you think right now on this date, Goo, it's a coin flip on they're closer to the 3-5 we saw last year? Because right now they're 3-4.
Yes, they're closer to 3-5 than
going
10-7.
On a run again.
Yes.
But now that you got C-Mac and the court, and to Mike's point, the coach told you he felt like this team was ready to win it, that he'll go say night-night to draft picks and go get a hot rookie and implement him, and they could get to greener pastures. We saw how that worked out, but the team is still around that quarterback, around Garoppolo. I ain't saying they're missing the playoffs. And if they got back to the NFC Championship game, you telling me Dallas and Philly are in their way, Minnesota?
Yeah.
I'll bet on the Niners until I see it really bottom out, because I don't believe those other teams.
All right. But they didn't win it all last year.
No doubt.
So
they got up off the canvas. 3-5, Steiny. I thought they were done. That loss to Arizona and Indy, done.
Here's what I'm starting to think. Like, and because I'm gonna, Mike, you know what? Maybe we should put the rat on the table.
38, yeah.
The 49ers may have gotten worse at the quarterback position. I just don't. There's
Write
something about Garoppolo. I don't care what the numbers are. There's something. He's an average quarterback. It feels like everybody's finally acknowledged he's an average quarterback, and they're starting to realize we can't do it with him.
Let me say this, because you asked earlier and you said, the Niners or Warriors are their issues. I'll say this about Jimmy, and I'm standing up from him from this standpoint. If he is what you call him, he's the worst quarterback I've ever seen. Brad Johnson, Trent Dilfer, they had their run. It was a one-trick pony, and they got it done. Jimmy's taken this team, and maybe I got to give Kyle credit. He's gotten to the NFC Championship twice. So if he's that bad, it's bigger than him. It's bigger than him, and maybe Kyle's failing him too. I don't know, but he's the worst quarterback I've ever seen, because he got you to the Super Bowl with a lead and got you to the NFC Championship game just last January, with a lead.
But he's a running coach. He likes to run the football. See, I think that's another issue here, even though they didn't run it last week. Anthony's in Concord. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? So I'm taking my $38.99 and I'm putting it on the table because Mike is onto something. And I called a few weeks ago during the beginning of the season, and I said we did not get better in the offseason, and that was this formula for teams to win the Super Bowl or to get really far or get there. You have to get better in the offseason. And Mooney Ward, that's great. That's one piece. And this is not the same 3-4. And if we lose on Sunday, it won't be the same 3-5. And everything is showing you that. The other part of what I want to say is, like, Jimmy didn't get us there. It was good defense, and it was a really good running game. We really have to stop saying that because he is average, and he shows you that he is average week in and week out. And I will also admit that it's the coach and it's Jimmy. Pure point blank, they go hand in hand. Whether Kyle went to get his shiny new toy and broke his foot, whatever the case may be, Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan go hand in hand. Jimmy has not gotten any better under Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle Shanahan has regressed as a play caller, a play constructor, and a situational play caller. So, like, I think it just goes hand in hand. And I just don't see how we can say we're the same team or, like, we were here last year. This is not last year. And there are teams around the NFL and in our...
Thanks for the call, Anthony. By the way, I'm getting a lot of heat on the text line for cutting callers off. Half the time, it's not me. It's an executive decision. It's above me.
But do you get heat for cutting me off? That was some material.
The Warriors return to the court tonight at Chase Center against... What? Now, who does these? Seriously.
That's me.
Why?
And I love heat on.
Why do you do this?
I'll just catch you by surprise.
Okay.
Who he play for, Steiny?
The Warriors return to the court tonight at Chase Center against Udonis Haslem and the Miami Heat. He did play 2 minutes last night. 2 minutes more than Iguodala. Tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage with JD and Warriors Live at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Bob Myers, president and general manager of the Golden State Warriors, makes his executive show debut. Yes, sir.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas. Their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port-in. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, QGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7.
Looks like we had a new promo for Bob Myers.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me welcome in Bob Myers, President of Basketball Operations, General Manager of the Golden State Warriors. Debut. You nervous?
Yeah, but you can't sleep last night. This is tough.
All right, I got a question for you. So I'm reading that the Golden State Warriors are now worth $7 billion, more than the Knicks or Lakers for the first time ever. This is a serious question. Like, what does that mean?
Depends on who you're asking. I guess you're asking me, right? What does it mean?
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, I think how I hear that is I know who we were growing up and kind of how we were viewed franchise-wise. The money depends on how you choose to value money. The money part's great. It's a sense of value. That's what people put value in the society. A lot of it's based on the money you're worth. But I look at it more as far as our brand and how respected it is, and it signifies that to me. But it can mean whatever it wants to mean. I think it's symbolic of what Joe and the ownership group, the bet they made when they bought the Warriors. I think it was at $450 was the most that had ever been paid for a team. So it's a hell of an investment, and they earned it. And the people that back that up financially have done extremely well, and that's because most of them are really smart and already had a lot of money, I guess, in the first place. But what a great bet, and it's tremendous. I guess that also allows us, if you're asking the GM, one reason why we get to spend a lot of money, I guess, is we're worth a lot of money.
Yeah, it's like Patrick Ewing. We make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money.
I thought that was pretty well. What's up, Bob? I haven't talked to you since you won the chip. And, I know we'll get to business at hand this year, but I got to say this, man. This is why you get out of bed. We get out of bed every morning. You never know what life is going to throw at you. You were on Damon and Ratto, might have been Bonte and Shasky, and you said before last year's playoff debut against Denver, you and, to paraphrase, you and Coach Kerr were kind of like, you kind of knew where the team was at, but you didn't know if you were going to win it all. And then you go and win it, Bob. Can you just share with us what that felt like clinching in Boston in that fashion?
Man, I think what I said and meant, and hearing you paraphrase it, is that we didn't know our team. And that's pretty unusual heading into the playoffs to not know what you are and what you're not. And to not have played together. Usually that doesn't work, to figure out who you are in the playoffs. Is not a good recipe to win a championship. And we hadn't really been in that spot before. We had some really good teams and seen them gel earlier, Goo, but this team heading in was a big question mark. We didn't know. And so, having been through it before and won and lost, it was just kind of like, let's see what we are. I kept using the word internally, let's find some clarity. Let's see how good we are or not. We're going to figure it out. And we know we're going to ask questions about this team, too, and you ask questions about every team in the middle of the season. That's your guys' job. What you want to see is you want to see a team that's healthy to decide, is it good enough or not? And we didn't get to see that until the playoffs, and then it just the momentum kept going. We became who we were in the playoffs. That's usually not the place to figure out who you are. And then in Boston, Steve and I, at one point, Goo, he said, I just want this one so bad. And I said, more than the other 8 that you have? Why this? And he said, for Curry, for Steph. He said, I feel like we're here now. This one's for him. And it can be whatever it wants to be. I could ask you what it meant to you guys. I don't know. Or any of this stuff. It's very personal. I always tell people what a championship means to me might be very different than it means to you or a player or a fan. So for that one, what did it feel like? Really happy for Curry, for a guy that had to answer all these questions and doubters. And you tell athletes, don't listen to that stuff. They're human beings. They hear it, and the way he responded tells you that he heard it.
He told us he hears everything, Bob. The
thing that's tough now is there's so much media, and it's fine. I don't resent that at all, but there's so many voices out there. Inevitably, you're going to get a lot of criticism. And how do you move through that? Do you ignore it? Do you let it motivate you? And Steph, he's heard it, though. It's not the first time. And for him to kind of come out on top and answer a lot of those things was really, for me, I guess, I love seeing that.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He'll join us every Thursday, and we'll switch off between him and Zaza Pachulia at 1 o'clock. What do you think was going on with Clay the other night?
He's can you say he was pissed off, just to his own, I think you can say that on the radio, right?
Yeah.
That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. He's frustrated. He's not playing the amount of minutes, and that's not directed at our training staff or Steve. It's just what's going on. And he holds himself to a pretty high standard, hates to lose, hates to not play well, and that's how it came out. And the guy's been through a lot. There's other stuff going on that he's going through, and it came out in that way. And so that's what we saw. And it happens. I'm surprised he took that long to get kicked out of a game. A lot of people are on edge these days, I feel like. There's a lot of that going on. So short off season, I don't know. But so, he definitely, I think that was his competitiveness. And he takes a lot of pride in what he does, and he was watching somebody compete at the same level, and I think he got frustrated. But look, we got 78 more games. He'll have a chance to get back to where he can get to.
Bob, so we're 4 games in, and you talked about that media vessel, that medium, and everybody's going crazy. I'm not, Bob. I'm taking a deep breath. It's early, 2-2. But I told Steiny this morning in the green room, I said, I'm going to ask Bob, we haven't seen this team complete. When can Warrior fans expect Iggy back?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not allowed to say because he wants to say it. So I think he did media today, and he said he'll let you know. I got to give him that respect, though, Guru.
We're all on edge. We're all on the edge of our seat, Bob.
See, Simon, I know that. I hear the sarcasm in that.
There you look at it. He knows you.
I appreciate you not panicking, though, Guru. Simon, he doesn't care one way or the other, so it's fine.
No. Hey, let me ask you this, and I don't know how well I'm going to formulate this question, but I'm going to try it anyway. Yeah. Steph Curry alluded to it 2-3 weeks ago that you have a lot of stuff going on. You have the Draymond Poole aftermath, and he said this very upfront. He said you got young players trying to make a name for themselves. There's some guys want contracts, some guys just got contracts. So people ask me, what do you think, Warriors? And I said, it just feels like they're not as together. It feels like we're starting to see, let's face it, the beginning of the end. People get very upset about that. But my question to you is, how do you know when something is too big to overcome? And how do you know when something is something you can overcome and still win a title?
Not yet. Not yet. But you do know, I can't say what day or month of that season that is, but it's like a football team, week 12 or 13, you have an idea, even though sometimes you end up being wrong. If you had asked me at certain points last year, Matt, after going 18-2, everybody started saying, this team might win it.
Right.
And then we went on a little rut. I don't know if we're 500 the last 20 games, and a lot of people thought we'd be out in the first round. And that's not a shot at anybody. We had internal discussions like, geez, man, this could be rough playoffs. We weren't playing well. I think in a basic level, I don't know what this team is yet. And I don't think anybody knows what their team is yet, 4 games in. But at some point you find out. And a lot of times around the trade deadline, last year we talked about getting a big, and we looked at it and we thought Wiseman was coming back, and we thought we do need one, but we thought it would be James, and it turned out we didn't. And not that that's some genius stroke.
Right.
It's more like you don't know sometimes, and you fall back on what you do know. So what do I know? The starting unit's pretty good. They're good. They have proven to be good. Clay will get back to where he was at the end of last season. I believe that. Draymond's already playing pretty well. Looney's Looney. Stuff looks in great shape out of the gates. Wiggins has played really well. Poole is a 6th guy. So now what after that? And I don't know. And nobody knows. So we got to see what happens from 6 guys on, because none of them have really proven it yet with our team. And so we'll find out, Matt. But I can't say when that'll be.
Hey, Bob, so, what we do here is not obviously the NBA, but I got a boss. I got a Steve Kerr. I got a Bob Myers. He'll call me in and say, hey, you're being too hard on Steinmetz. Ease up. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. So I go do that. My question is about the youngsters, Moody, Wiseman, and Kuminga. I'm a Kuminga fan, but, Bob, when I'm watching, I can tell there's some days, he doesn't get the minutes. Outside of, doing it on the court, what can one of those younger guys do to kind of earn that trust? Is it just all how you perform on the court?
No, but it's, you do all the stuff off the court, Goo, and hopefully it shows up on the court. And Andre's really done a lot to take Kuminga under his wing lately. You guys don't see that stuff. You wouldn't. There's no way you could. That really matters. And people say, why'd you sign Iguodala? There's no one else that can kind of grab him and do that. There's somebody that could, I suppose, but nobody we think as good as Andre. Kind of showing him how to be a pro. He's pretty young. I mean, he's just turned 20, and it's a little bit tougher with us as a young guy. We don't throw our young guys out there for 30 minutes and watch them make 25 mistakes. They get a short window, and when it doesn't work, they got to sit down, and that's tough. And it doesn't mean he also has a ring. So as a young player, you either probably get too long a leash, Goo, or too short a one. It's never perfect. And then eventually you got to sink or swim at some point in your career. But you'll get it at some point in your career, and at some point with us, Jonathan will get bigger minutes. I believe that, because that's just how the season goes. But until then, it's just the path of a young player. Very rarely do people walk in. I mean, Matt knows, he was writing stories when AC Law was finishing games and Curry wasn't. That happened. People don't. That's a fact. And so you look back and you kind of smile at that. But he was playing, though. Steph was playing, but those teams weren't very good. So it's all, even when we drafted Clay, we threw him out there. That team wasn't good either. We started getting better, but also those guys had more school, more college. So everybody has a different path. The challenge for us is how do you keep guys' confidence? How do you keep them focused? And our coaching staff and player development is constantly doing that stuff. You don't see that stuff, but that's where we hope when he does get the big minutes, it shows up on the floor.
All right, Bob. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks.
Looking forward to the next one in a couple weeks.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us every other week for the executive show. Next week, we'll get Zaza Pachulia, and then we go back to Myers.
Easy.
And then we go back to Pachulia.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
See, this is he's hitting. I'm detecting a theme here. I think the Warriors are sending a message to their fans to not get behind us or get out.
Right.
But they are really they're setting up. This is a pivot point in a little way this year. It feels like. I want you to take a listen to what Steve Kerr said yesterday to Damon and Ratto.
The bigger point is that over the course of the next couple of months, we have to move forward, from last year, from the last 8 years to this one, and to recognize this is a totally new team, and we're relying on a lot of new players and young players, and it's going to take a lot of work, and for all of us. When we recognize that, we're going to be on a good path, but it's going to take a while for all of that to come to fruition.
What I think they're saying, and Bob Myers said the same thing. He said to us a minute ago, I don't know what our team is right now.
I heard that.
And that's kind of where I'm coming from. I feel like, yes, this team's obviously got championship pedigree. Curry. We know the names. But what I really do think we're forgetting is this team is different. This team hasn't done it before. Of course, Curry and the big boys have. But I think what the organization is saying is the big boys alone cannot win it for us this year. They cannot. We've got to have Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, and Poole all take another step up, including Jordan Poole. And there's no guarantee that can happen because that part has not happened before.
Right.
Curry's going to get 30 a night. We know that. But they've got to turn Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody into championship role players. And that's a challenge that I kind of think sometimes we think is easier said than done to overcome.
And I think the other day when I made that bet, Warriors go back-to-back or the field, hearing you break it down like that, I'm not backing off that bet. But now it's like, I'm not worried about Steph Curry or Dre part of the bet. Now I'm worried about what you're talking about. Can the other step up? I got my popcorn ready. I know they're champs, but they were in a lesser role, the youngsters. But this is going to be exciting. And I heard Kerr say something yesterday, too, because Bob said something about Clay. Did you catch it? And there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I did catch that. I can play you what Kerr said yesterday about Clay.
Okay.
Here we go.
In a moment like that, it's entirely appropriate. Like, if two guys are talking trash, you got the ultimate counter. We won. I won. That's always the ultimate counter. Now, that's not going to help us win a fifth. It doesn't mean anything as it relates to trying to win, this coming year. But, it's definitely something you can use in a trash talking conversation.
He's talking about Clay's getting into it with Booker. See, I have a little different take than Steve Kerr there.
Want to share with us?
Yeah, I think when a player like Clay says 4 rings, that means he's out of ammunition.
Okay.
Means he's totally and utterly out of ammunition.
I feel that.
And it's in the same way Shaq does it with Barkley. Barkley will say something and Shaq doesn't like it. And it's just back and forth.
Right,
Shaq
exactly.
4 rings.
Yeah.
Okay, well, clearly you don't have anything else to say. And I got to tell you, it kind of bothers me that Shaq can hold a championship over Charles Barkley. Like, why should he be able to do that?
See, that shocks me if Barkley was Kenny Smith or Robert Horry. Shaq was one of the bad. They're equal.
Shaq had Kobe Bryant along with him.
Yeah, but
who was Barkley's best teammate?
Kevin Johnson. Who was at the game the other night? But
there you go.
But I kind of like. I hear you say there's layers to it, but I kind of feel like those are two superheroes. So it does have some. Okay, you could say that to me, Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Because you were a badass.
Of course, Shaq can do it, but the fact that Shaq views himself as on a level above Barkley because of 4 rings.
Right.
They might have been a better player than Barkley was. It's like, I'm sorry.
Barkley was badass.
Barkley's like no less of a champion just because he didn't I don't know.
Yeah. Were you a trash talker? I was going to ask you dudes that day at the cafeteria. I forgot to ask.
No.
He just ran back on D?
I didn't talk till after the game.
Well, yeah.
Actually, no. I could.
But you got to be bad to talk. Yeah.
Bad isn't good.
Michael Jackson bad.
Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Hey, Rob, what's going on?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, I'm not the real biggest Warrior fan out here because I really believe that 70% of all Warrior fans are old Laker fans. But that's neither here nor there.
Wow.
But I just feel like, Warrior fans need to relax, man. Y'all just won another championship. You won one unexpectedly. People complaining about Klay Thompson, man. Let Klay Thompson be Klay. We do this every year, and every time Klay's been in the line the last 6 years, the Warriors been in the finals. So I don't want to hear nothing about Klay. So talk to me about Klay in June. But then I want to talk about Kuminga. I think Kuminga, he's not a player the Warriors have ever had played with like that before. This guy has talent. Like, I feel like the offense they run is for the guys they like. I don't think Kuminga fits that bill. I think Kuminga, he needs to be on the team. We can go out and just fly. Go be young. Go out there and use your athleticism because that's his gift. His athleticism. And I think the Warriors, they ball movement, they want to shoot it in skill, but that's not Kuminga. Kuminga's a guy, he got to go out there and fly, entertain the fans, and use what his God-given gifts. And I feel like they're not allowing him to use that with the Warriors, which is not a bad thing because they're playing a different style and they're a championship team. So I just feel like Kuminga, he might be traded by mid-season. I think it might work out for the best for both people involved, in my opinion.
Man.
Thanks, Rob. This segment, by the way, is brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Here's where I'm at with and this is kind of what I mean.
What Rob said
there are a ton of Warrior fans out there who, like even Rob, you guys got to relax. Everybody's got to relax. Well, you're going to be telling everybody to relax for the next 5 months.
Oh,
what could possibly happen? And I'm being sincere here. Take injuries out of the question. What could possibly happen in the next few months that would lead a Warrior fan to say, man, we might be in a little trouble this year? Like, because of what they did last year, nobody's going to say that for the most part. Or a lot of people who are big fans are going to rely on last year and say, I'm not panicking at all year. So, like, Goo, I think you and I are going to have to deal with that all year. But that's where I'm a little different.
Yeah.
This is a different team. It's completely different. 7 through 10, and those 7, 8, and 9 got to play.
And you know why? That's why I started the interview asking Bob about last year what he said. He had veterans last year. He had GP2, the 18-2 start, and yet before the tip against Denver, game 1 in the offs, they still didn't know. But now, Steiny, I guess here we go. I'm gonna break it back out. There's 2 scoreboards with this Warrior team. It's the youngsters. How are they picking it up? Are they going to be able to handle it? And it goes back to the Niners. And I know you keep making that parallel, but I'm doing it now. 3-5 last year ain't 3-5 this year. A lot of stuff has happened and went down, and just because you got past it last year, if the Niners slip up, doesn't mean you can do it this year. This is a different story. And now I'm going to ask you this question. Do you think it's 4 games in, the numbers that they're giving up defensively is because this is a newer team outside the big 3?
I think that's part of it.
Because it ain't Draymond.
I think it's part of it. But this is like, here's the other thing. Like, we shouldn't have expected this team to get off to a fast start. Last year, I kind of get it now.
They were mad.
This year, again, Draymond Green isn't going to, in Draymond Green's mind, he's not going to play a meaningful game for 5 months. So how are they going to get through the first 2 months? You know how? They're going to lose some games. That's how. I think, because they know, and that's what I mean. There's no scenario to me outside of injury where on January 1st, anybody is going to say, we might be in a little trouble this year. Even if they're 14-11.
Okay, but I got something for you. This concerning me. Last year, Clay came in January. They had their identity. Poole stepped up. Him starting was great. Clay has earned everything he's going to get in regard to these opportunities moving forward. And I'm not being negative, but what if he's 32% Clay from 3, and what if the frustration that we saw in Phoenix the other night follows him and he's not up to his like, it ain't just this Warrior team will be different from that vantage point because he can't get back to what he was or what he was when he came back. Like, that ain't on the youngsters.
If Clay can't get back,
because he's going to let him go.
Well, Clay can't get back to the level he was at last year, they're not going to win it. Because even though it'll maybe feel like it's imperceptible, I think that Draymond and Steph are also declining. Again, it may not be very noticeable, but if Clay can't get to last year's level, no, I don't think they can win it.
I know it's 4 games, 28% from 3, 4 games. I get it.
He does get off to poor starts. He's had that happen to him in the past.
When we were doing pre and post, we were worried years ago, and then he just got hot.
Yeah.
Kobe!
We'll see. Miami in town. By the way, we got to go. Hey, by the way, you know how I always make fun of your guessing?
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't really... Have you made 5 NBA bets this year? What's your record?
I'm 0-5.
Okay, you're 0-5.
Like the Lakers.
I'm going to tell you right now, you know I don't do this, but when I do it, I'm serious. Okay. I got a winner for tomorrow.
Well, I need one tonight.
I mean, it's tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's tonight.
Gotcha.
You collect tomorrow. I got a winner for everybody.
I'm waiting.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-490-8291. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-490-8291. That's 800-490-8291. Again, 800-490-8291.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
And a little bit of chicken fried. The Zach Brown Band is coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Wishing I was deep in the water somewhere. For your shot to win tickets, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
I'm Team Guru for life.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. Coming up in a half hour, Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, 95.7 The Game, 49ers Insider. You look like you have something on your mind.
Dude, you know me.
I do.
So I'm in a good mood. I had a visit with Dr. Matthew Wong at Kaiser in Union City to get my eyes checked.
All right.
Dude, I got 20/20 vision, and I told him, hey, Doc, when I go to a restaurant and it's kind of dim lighting, things look blurry. Do I need the readers? He said I was good, gave me a prescription if I needed, but Norm said once you get in the system, it's over. So I didn't go get the pair. I'm holding out hope.
You don't need a prescription for readers.
Oh, he gave it, yeah. I'm 0.20. That's what I would get if I were to pick up some reading glasses.
You can just go to Walgreens and get a 2.0.
Oh, wow. But I want to get the fancy, the Gucci frames.
Of course, we're partners with Zenny, so you would like to get those nice Zenny prescription
But I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to ride it out till I really need it, because I still got, you have your readers on.
You know what's funny, Goo, is I think I know how old you are, but I'm not really sure because you've said every number under the sun in the last 8 years.
It's what you feel.
Yeah. Okay.
Hair 28.
But the fact that you don't need readers right now, that's
okay.
At your age, just take it.
I'm going to take that as a dub.
Just take it,
He
man.
goes, I listen to you every day. I said, I'm going to tell Steiny hello, Dr. Wong. Yeah, he said that.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Wong. Appreciate it.
What's wrong with my unit?
Who listens to us in a doctor's office?
Well, he's probably at lunch. Odyssey.com, Odyssey app.
I'll tell you what when he's watching? He's watching when he's keeping some patient waiting 15 minutes like they always do.
Hey,
Wong,
I didn't say that.
get your timetable.
Hey, man.
Get your timetable right. Yeah. All you doctors out there, get your timetables right. Dentists,
we're going to get to it. This is what I don't like, because I'm getting the hoodie as soon as the deposit hits tomorrow night, tonight. What brand are the hoodies? What does it matter? Support the cop.
It matters.
So you're going Gucci frames on me.
Well, by the way, let's throw the website out.
957thegame.shop.com.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
look at your boy.
And apparently they have
Fonte and Shafsky got the best.
Their
merchandise. Faces. Those dudes, they look better than the actual guys. They got that. We got the rat on the I hate rodents. And Willard and Dibs, what are you doing? And I don't think I've heard Damon say "oh doy."
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh,
that's his trademark.
I never heard of it.
It's almost like
and I'm a P1.
Sports don't develop character; they establish it.
I think you got that.
Revealing character.
Help us out, E.
Hey, take this to the bank. My last, Dibley. Look, if you just join us for the first time, I'm going to clue you in on something. If you're a regular listener, you know what I'm. Guru, Willard, and Dibley, all they care about is betting. That's all they do. That's all they care about. That's all they talk about. I'm not a big bettor, but every once in a while, I'll see something and I go, and you can cut this. I go, boom. All right?
That's a 4.
And about, did the Raiders start out 0-3 or 0-4 this year?
I'm going to be quiet.
Which one? 0-3.
0-3.
They start out 0-3, heartbreakers, and everybody's saying, they may pack it in now. How can they recover? And I said, bet the house on the Raiders, week 4. There's no way they lose. And they won. They covered.
Yes.
Let me tell you, I have another strong feeling about a game tonight, and it's my theory. Now, the number's a little higher than I thought.
I'm putting this in.
But I'm going to have somebody make a bet for me today on the Golden State Warriors to beat the Miami Heat by whatever the freaking
it's 6.5 last I looked.
Okay.
Miami on a back-to-back. Beat Portland.
I have a theory. I cannot stand, and it happened game 1 against the Lakers. I cannot stand watching teams that cannot score. I can't stand it. So I'm figuring the Warriors, they know that they're 2-2. They're going on a road trip. They know their defense hasn't been buttoned up.
Mm-hmm.
They know Miami's a good team, so they better not mail it in. The firepower difference between these teams is drastic. Take the Warriors. Did you say end the points?
Yeah.
Take the Warriors
to cover.
and the points.
But damn, Matt.
I never do that, right? I don't do that often.
Miami was in the Eastern Conference Finals with their staple of defense. So now when the second unit comes in, So you saying put that one in?
Yes, Evan.
Who do you think scores more points tonight? Sixth Man of the Year Tyler Hero or Jordan Poole?
I'm taking Jordan Poole because I got him to over 2.5 threes. Somebody said you got 20/20 vision, Goop, but you can't see a lot.
That's a good one.
That is a great 0-5. I'm Westbrook.
Are you going to take my bet, or no? You got to go on your own, right?
Yeah, I got to get this first one.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you say take the Warriors, lay the points.
Look at you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're blushing like you're a gambler at heart.
I love to gamble. Like
you called me and I helped you. I walked you through something to get you a seat at the table.
Yeah, Bovada.
And then you left it alone.
And that
sweet.
All right.
Shout
I
out
want to bet. I want to bet. I want to bet online. But the last time I opened an account, only time, I put in I think $300.
You went big
for Bovada.
Yeah.
And it was up to 4, then down to 2, and then I was like, you know what? I want to take 100 out of here or something. And then it was it cost $95 to take out $110.
Well, they use Bitcoin now, Steiny.
Well, I have no idea what that stuff is.
I could give a class on it,
I
but
told you about my big tip. I can't do the Bitcoin thing.
Yeah. My wife's like, what are these receipts? Oh, Bitcoin stocks. She really do. Oh, she ain't listening.
Some call it funny money.
Yeah, that's great.
So anyway,
all right, you Warriors. Now, if you come in here tomorrow and lose, then the show looks bad because of me. Well, hopefully I get off the mat.
Oh, yeah, because I haven't been wrong before. And I haven't been wrong before, and people haven't given me grief. All I do, when Guru sniffs after talking, don't trust it.
Wow. Sounds like somebody I might know.
Warriors Heat tonight. Let me remind you. Dwayne Dedman's coming into town.
That is great. That's a great bit he's got going.
See, yeah, I guess it's fine. But
it's truth.
Yeah. Warriors Heat tonight. JD pre and post. That starts at 6 o'clock. Tip off at 7 o'clock from the Chase Center. Then the Warriors go on the road. I think for 5 games.
Man.
5-game trip.
Yep.
In 6 nights.
By the way, did you ever check on that 49er thing that you were talking about in the green? 5 straight home games?
I've never seen that. Now, one was in Mexico, E told me, but 5 in a row? Kyle.
Well, no, they play at Mexico City.
Well, 4, but they're the home team. So
I think Atlanta's the home. Cardinals are the home team.
That's where I laid off. Like, okay, you got 4 games in a row technically. But, dude, that was like, wow, you ain't got to go nowhere.
Wait, so they're home, Mexico City, home, or something like that?
4 straight homes in Mexico City.
Okay. They better win. You came in today saying this is the closest thing to a must-win they've had in a while.
Yeah. You know what? The McCaffrey factor. And the fact now that the streets are talking about, what do you think it is about Kyle? We know he's smart. What's happening after the scripted plays? That's telling me he doesn't have the think on on the fly. He doesn't have that mechanism. Like, you can go prep it, but then when you gotta go off a feel and what's happening, how are you striking out, Kyle? Like, how would he answer that question? Let me tell you who ain't doing that. McVay, who I thought you were ahead of. He's got his ring. Why is the Niner offense kaput after the scripted plays?
I don't know. I know they're averaging 1.9 points in the third quarter.
And then what's the 0-47 trailing by 4?
Here's
in the fourth. That's just
one of the things I always like to push people on is, okay, so the 49ers, let's say they don't do well in the third quarter. And so then everybody says, Kyle can't make adjustments. Well, I need to know what the adjustments are that he's not making. You know what I mean? Like, don't just say there are adjustments. Like, I'm not saying you're doing it, but like, what are the adjustments? Should they have gone to a 3-man front? Should they have employed 2 tight ends to combat the other team's defense? Like, I don't know enough about football. There you go. There you're getting another drop. To know what the adjustments should or shouldn't have been.
Well, I'm specifically talking about offensively. Why is your output more in the first half? And it's not just a fall off, it's a drop off majorly. And you can't. So when your team gets behind, the identity of Kyle Shanahan's team when you're the head coach is it's a wrap. So we're just going to blame Jimmy on that? And that's why I keep saying the worst thing for Kyle was the few games we saw him with Trey Lance. It was still stagnant. There were no home runs. And for the people in the back, I know we got a bunch of football left. I think Florio was on with the Morning Rose. Oh, and he didn't say this, but, Trey Lance next year, get excited, buckle up. Not so fast, Jack.
What do you mean?
Like, we got to solve this Jimmy issue. If you can't.
What do you mean?
The second half and the fall off from the Niner offense. If you're going to take that to the rookie, how are we going to? Yeah, we're going to blame Trey. Yeah. It ain't Trey's fault. He ain't been infected yet. It's Kyle.
I thought you meant like there's doubt about Trey Lance. Or something
no,
like
it's doubt about Trey Lance because of Kyle.
Jimmy's a lame duck. We all know that. Like that's
but
one.
Kyle's not, huh?
That's one of the reasons that I hear everybody's frustration with Garoppolo, and I don't think he's that great either. I mean, he's an average quarterback, but it's like, he's performing exactly how we feel, like exactly how we know he's going to perform. So if you think he's the problem, then he's still going to be the problem. If you think he's not the problem, then he's not going to be the problem. But
okay,
I'm
going to say this to you because I think about you sometimes when I eat dinner, and I think about the show and Evan. Bill Barnwell wrote a column and said, the Niners will re-sign Garoppolo and trade Trey Lance.
He said they will do that or they should do that?
They should. He thinks it's going to happen.
Okay.
Kyle can't do that. And if I was York and you went and maxed out the credit card in regard to drafts, telling me this dude was going to be it, you don't get to do that. It was super be over because now
I made a mistake.
You identified this guy as the next.
Yeah,
and went and spent the house, and now you're telling me.
But we got a first rounder back for Trey Lance in the trade, maybe.
Mo Steiny, that's it. The story should end right there.
So you're going to fire me because I had a bad draft.
What about the 10-point leads in 19 and last year's NFC Championship game? And we don't know where this is going to end. You can't do that, even if you wanted to. Well, I don't even want to hear those words come out your mouth.
But hold on, though. Hold on.
James, Dave Chappelle slap.
But if you know and I don't think they're going to do that either. I think Trey Lance is going to be the quarterback week 1 next year. But if they don't think Trey Lance is any good, then they have to do that. They cannot. Okay. Like,
where's the penalty for thinking Trey Lance was good?
Maybe there's a penalty. Maybe there may very well be a penalty. But what I'm saying is, what you cannot do is play the worst quarterback. Like, you have to admit the mistake first.
You wrote that. What if Jimmy's out of here?
Like, well, then Trey's going to be the quarterback, right?
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't be able to facilitate that anyway because Jimmy's like, I only did this to put on my resume and I needed work. I'm up out of here after this
get
year.
To the playoffs, they win a game, lose a game, Garoppolo goes and signs somewhere else.
Right.
Okay?
And he'll probably get blamed for that loss for them not making it to Super Bowl.
It won't matter because he'll be gone. And then Trey Lance starts next year.
Right.
Okay.
So Bill would be wrong with this assumption because Jimmy has to want to be here. And I don't think Jimmy wants to stay here.
Well, if 49ers offered him the most money and a starting position.
You think, huh?
I don't think they'll offer him that, but I would stay for that.
I think the story was also based on a hypothetical. If the Niners got back to the conference championship game, it would be very difficult to move off of a starting quarterback that got you to that kind of place back to that year. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they already fired him. Bye-bye. Night-night. Remember we recorded the bye-bye Jimmy stuff?
I didn't do that.
I heard you do it.
I thought it was dumb. Why'd you ruin the bit?
But
I know I did it.
I was like, is management listening? I thought it was dumb, but you did it.
But we never did it, did we? I stunk today.
Where is that from? That might have been one of our meetings.
The boss apparently has it on a loop.
Right. What? Can I hear it one more time?
I know. I stunk today.
Dude, that sounds like a free-for-all.
Hypotheticals.
That wasn't on air.
It was. Tomorrow's the free-for-all to Payday Friday.
Yeah, we going ham.
Connor. Connor in San Rafael. Something may happen tomorrow. I'm just getting everybody. I'm just getting everybody ready for it.
Yeah.
Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey, don't we agree that the Chiefs can put up points in a hurry, right?
Yes, we
all
can.
agree on that, right?
Yes, sir.
I love this.
All right, so how come I have to keep hearing you harp about how we lost a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl? I never thought we were going to keep that lead. I just, a 10-point lead in the NFL, it's not a lot. So I think you should cool it down on that analogy a little bit.
Connor, you
I'm showing restraint from yesterday. You were Priest, and I love you, Priest.
Well,
I was just going to retort
he's
if I
right.
can. No.
Now, I feel the same way Connor
defensively,
does.
They dominated that game and had the offense put it
you're
to bed. It would
factually
have been
correct.
over. Right.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're just annoying.
Mahomes should really not have that Super Bowl. That's how I really feel.
Connor, let me talk to you. Connor, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, and I'm with you on that. This fixation with the number 10 that Guru has, it's a fixation. It's a fetish. It is.
What was the lead in Chicago?
Let me guess, 10.
What was the lead last week? 10.
To who?
Kansas City. And I didn't even...
Well, they were also up 2. They were up 3.
But
they were up 7.
But
they were up... Well,
10 is his
how many
magic
games
number.
is one team up 10?
NFC Championship game, up 10 in the 4th. He can't put that coffee down,
God.
Kyle. Glenn Ross, one of the greatest movies ever. You got to close. I get what the caller's saying. Watch that game again. I've watched it a million times. They suffocated the Chiefs, and Mosley blew the 3rd and 15. I got to run it back. They blew that game, and Kyle kept throwing when all he had to do was keep running.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree, Steiny, though, that not all 10-point leads are created equal as a man of nuance?
Of course. A 10-point lead 6 minutes into a game against the Chiefs.
You know who's using that?
Means very little.
But that game,
a 10-point lead to start the fourth quarter, obviously that's much different. A 10-point... When the Chiefs go up 10-0 7 minutes into a game,
oh no, that's
and a 49er fan says, well, we got this in the bag.
I'm not saying that.
Of course not.
I'm talking about these are in the 4th, money time, 4th quarter last year. You
Not
know who's using
against the Chiefs.
You know who's using your nuance?
Steph Curry.
No, keep going. Somebody here.
I know.
Shasky.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been using it.
I got so many leftovers. You can use my second string comments. Evan, were you going to say something?
Oh, no, I was just simply, stating that a lead in the fourth quarter in the Super Bowl when you got a number 1 defense, maybe the best defense all year, certainly different than a 10-point lead like the caller was saying. It seemed like he just kept harping on the 10-point lead against the Chiefs. That is very different on Sunday.
And up first and second quarter halftime study is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about up 10 like Chicago
they weren't
in the 4th. The 4th quarter.
Okay,
That's
so
just a
you're
regular
not
season
using
game.
Kansas City.
This last week, no.
Okay.
Yeah, because you would.
Okay, so how many total games has that been?
Well, it's 2 with last year's NFC Championship game.
Okay.
The Super Bowl.
Okay.
And
so there's 3.
Well, there's actually 2 because I'm not using.
And that's
the
a
regular
trend.
Season. Yeah, it's more than a trend. It's
Take
real.
that for data.
There you
well,
go.
if it's more than a trend, then 1's a trend too.
And they're late leads. Bill Walsh with Jimmy Johnson, they would close.
They're Hall of Fame guys.
Yeah.
How come we always jump to that? We always jump to, well, Jimmy Johnson closed. Well, Jimmy Johnson is one of the greatest of all time.
Right. Bill Walsh.
How about Wade Phillips? Would Wade Phillips finish these games?
That's interesting.
I don't know.
I think highly of Wade.
Okay.
Yeah, but
he's a run and
hardware.
shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of Jerry Glanville.
I love Jerry.
Can Jerry Glanville close games? Huh?
Yeah. He wouldn't be my example I would go to.
Dave in El Cerrito. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
I'm just calling back because right before the season started, people told me Jimmy G was a great insurance policy, but he's about as good as a California Silver Plan.
Please, that's not a bad line. Please be more specific. Please be more specific.
This guy wasn't wanted by anyone for a reason because everyone saw what we all saw. And people talked about him going to the Giants. That to me was crazy. I always thought Daniel Jones was a pretty good quarterback, but I get back to the point of what if they had just taken Justin Fields? Not the best quarterback in the world, but certainly can be effective for what Kyle wants to do.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Why didn't they take Justin Fields?
Well, I like what I'm seeing from them. They're finally acting like, hey, we'll do what you do good, but I'm not ready for that yet.
I mean, I get so Trevor. Here's what I keep thinking. Okay, Trevor Lawrence. He was always going to be number one. He's going to be number one before his senior season even started.
Oh, okay.
All right, so he's off the board. All right, Jacksonville stinks. No Trevor Lawrence. You know you're not getting him. I'll say it again. Why would you give up 2 first-rounders to move up?
That is
8 spots or 9 spots for a quarterback that you don't even know. You don't know who you're going to take. You haven't assessed the quarterbacks. And then you take a quarterback who has absolutely no experience. And here's the biggest, and I say this.
This is real.
The 49ers moved up for a number. They didn't move up for a quarterback. Because you know what? If Kyle Shanahan thought this quarterback draft was so great that he had to move up to 3, guess what? He can't assess a quarterback class because none of these guys are great right now, at least after 2 years. Maybe they'll be good after 4 or 5 years. But, I mean, now you look at it and it's like, well, if Kyle Shanahan moved up for Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, or Mac Jones, it's like none of those are worth the move.
Right.
Not even close.
Well, I'm going to add something, Steiny. Caveat. I got to be honest. All those guys that you mentioned, not named Trey Lance, would have loved to have been drafted by a team with the riches of the San Francisco 49ers. So I'll leave that there.
He took the biggest unknown.
We got to go. But when I was young, I used to ride the 10-speed. I could do it riding.
Schwinn.
The Schwinn, looking the other way backwards. I didn't do it because I liked to. I did it to show off. Right. And I think Kyle did that with the draft picks on whoever I take. I'm so superior to you in my mind that this guy's greater, and I'm going to enhance it by spending draft capital, and now you're Wildy Coyote.
And I got an alternative to that. So if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're really a genius, why don't you stay at 12 and say, I'll make whoever's left over the best quarterback in the NFL.
Hello.
Cam Inman on the other side.
Hey, it's James Wiseman with the Golden State Warriors.
Cool pick and roll, feeds Draymond, lob, Wiseman catches and slams it through.
If you didn't already know, you can watch every one of the 95.7 The Game shows on Twitch and YouTube live right now.
Here comes Poole the other way from Draymond, lob, Wiseman, dunk!
Game day, Dub Nation. Lock in all day right here on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio
patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. At 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
First I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a 49ers insider. What's up, Cam? How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
We're doing well. Let me just ask you this, and maybe the bar is very low as it pertains to drama and stuff. But do you feel like we have more drama right now in the Kyle Shanahan era than we've had at any other time?
When you say drama, I take it that you think that people are saying there's too much heat on Kyle Shanahan.
Well, just
criticism. Is that what you're saying?
Well, and Jimmy Ward, saying he's in a contract year, and a lot of people are also talking about the George Kittle. We have a standard, and we've got to meet it. A lot of people said he was trying to send a message to somebody. So that, and maybe a fan base that's wanting more out of Kyle. Yes,
I would say it's status quo. To be honest, it's. I think they might be getting a little tense because as the losses pile up, you don't want to fall too far off the pace. But the NFC, for the most part, is not very competitive in their division, at least. So, as bad as they've played the last 2 weeks, if you beat the Rams and you improve to 3-0 in the division, then everybody's saying, great, this is they're the masters of their domain, and Kyle Shanahan dominates the Rams, which you need to do, and everything's happy again next week. But I hear the same outcry from everybody, whether it's on Instagram or Twitter, and everybody's saying, hey, he deserves to be called out and have criticism. He agrees. It's just the team is not clicking very well, and you can't blame it all on injuries anymore. Especially offensively, they have all their parts for the most part, excuse my language, but they haven't seemed in sync. And now you've added Christian McCaffrey, hoping that he can add that spark. But I just came off the practice field, and Deebo Samuel's not there for the second straight day.
Good to talk to you, Cam. Let me ask you this, because I got to put all my cards on the table. I've been hard on Eric Armstead from the beginning. And last year when they moved him inside, the run defense went from 24th to 1st. He's not there. I don't know when he's going to be there, but now all of a sudden I'm seeing teams like the Chiefs, the Falcons, they're having some success running against this defense. Any correlation there? And when should Niner fans expect him back, Cam?
Oh, I think there's definite correlation there. I mean, he's a big-time force on the inside on that defensive front, and he's a big guy. The guys who replaced him haven't played as well as they should, whether it's Hassan Ridgeway, Kevin Givens, Akeem Spence. They aren't holding the line as well as they should, and that's putting Fred Warner out of position. And I think it's a trickle-down effect throughout the defense. So, yes, you're right. I mean, the Falcons, they had a different brand. Like, they bullied the Niners, right? And then the Chiefs essentially out-schemed them and suckered them into coming in on a pass rush or something, and next thing you know, they're running a jet sweep right by them. So it was two different packs to exploit this run defense. The Rams don't run the ball. If they do, it's going to be Cooper Kupp on a fly sweep, which he didn't do when the Niners beat the Rams handily here last month. So the Rams are, creative offensively, but I mean, for the most part, I think this game is going to be more pressure on the defensive ends than it would be that interior run stuffing, as in the past couple games.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. Christian McCaffrey. So the last time he was healthy in 19, he led the league in touches. Assuming he's healthy, who's he taking 18 to 20 touches from?
I would say, well, if there's no Deebo, he's getting those.
Yes.
And he may be getting a couple of Jeff Wilson Jr.'s carries. I mean, Matt, this is how I guess we can talk the grand picture for the season, but I'd say specifically for this Rams game, it would not surprise me if McCaffrey gets targeted, say, 10 to 12 times in the receiving game and gets maybe 10 carries in the run game. I think it's going to be that much of a balance because he's such a great threat as a receiver. And then you're down receivers because Deebo's not playing. Well, maybe he is. He just hasn't been practicing. And Juwan Jennings, he hasn't practiced either this week because of a hamstring injury, although today he was working out on the side, so we at least saw him. But I think that's where McCaffrey's presence might be needed more is in the receiving game, and that, he's a short-range target, which is great where Jimmy Garoppolo, that's where he does his work, where you still have Jeff Wilson Jr. in the backfield and that where Jeff can pound up the tackles. McCaffrey did that pretty well too, but McCaffrey also, we can't wait to see his speed go to the outside, right, in this stretch zone scheme that they've succeeded with so far in the past few years. So, like you said, I would think he's going to eat into some of Deebo's work, some of some of the running backs, but you got to get him the ball, Matt. I mean, he's an obvious playmaker. He's healthy. I think he knows the system enough where Shanahan's going to be comfortable getting him the touches needed to get this offense going.
Cam, there's so many things floating around out there in regard to stats and the Niners and Kyle Shanahan under him, 1-30, trailing by 3 or more in the fourth. What do you make of that? And also the scripted plays. What happens after the scripted plays? Like, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's perplexing. I mean, it's not just this season, though, right? This has gone back over the years where you go, what happens in the fourth quarter to their offense? They just kind of they get lulled to sleep and they don't attack the way that they were attacking before. I will say, the victory, the fourth quarter comeback they did make. Do you know where that was? Any idea?
Yeah, it was the Steelers.
New Orleans.
The Steelers.
Oh, well, go back last year when they were at SoFi Stadium. And they fell down by 7 in the fourth quarter, gentlemen, and they won that regular season game in overtime. But that was the biggest fourth quarter comeback I believe that they've accomplished, and it was against the Rams. So you got that going for you, right? So, but I mean, it's a terrible stat. I don't know how many coaches really have that success saying, "Oh, we can always." This offense isn't necessarily built that way, and it's something that they got to figure out. I mean. Whether it's a trust factor between Jimmy or Kyle, I just don't think I mean, Kyle had this with Matt Ryan, right? In that Super Bowl, Kyle trusted Matt Ryan and a little too much, right? And Matt Ryan got sacked, and that was part of the downfall. So it's football. There's so many parts that have to fit together, and I don't think Kyle cowers and gets into puckered up mode in the fourth quarter. It's just things don't go their way, whether it's penalties or field position. It's an amazing confluence of events.
Hey, Cam, thank you as always. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks.
Oh, gentlemen, have a great weekend. I look forward to our chat next Thursday, as always.
Absolutely. That's Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, covers the San Francisco 49ers.
Vontae Shasky would have just ate that for dinner. When was the last time they were down 10?
He said...
in the fourth.
He said Kyle doesn't pucker up.
But he was...
I believe that's another way of saying lemon booty.
No doubt. It works. But... he also said, without saying it, it's a thing. And if you would have just said in one particular season, I'd have been like, oh, there's some extenuating circumstances. This has followed him. Something to watch.
Well,
I'll tell you what, when you're playing the Niners, get the lead and you got action.
So I'm really starting to focus in.
I say hone in. Yeah. We just became best friends.
Why?
I'm happy, man. Go ahead.
Why are you happy?
We got a meeting at 3.
I know.
Yeah.
I can't, you do like those meetings.
I do, man. And I like seeing a different part of you.
What do you mean a different part of me?
Because you can poo-poo me all day on the mic, and people think you tough guy. You're not. You got to let you do stuff. But when the boss is in there, I get to just watch how you operate with your, it's respect thing. E too. And then, of course, me. I ask the most questions.
Again, I had a point to make.
You're about to hone in?
It probably wasn't very good.
No, you're about to hone in on something.
Nevertheless, it was going to take up the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I believe it was Kyle. You said, I'm honing in on something.
Something's fishy with this Christian McCaffrey.
That is interesting.
Something's fishy. And I can't quite put my finger on it. But Cam kind of alluded to it, where he said, Christian McCaffrey, you got to get him the ball. You got to get him the ball.
Okay.
The 49, no matter how you look at it, they are going. It's like a basketball team bringing in a new leading scorer. A guy who's going to be the leading scorer. Because McCaffrey's going to touch the ball more than, Jimmy aside, McCaffrey's going to touch the ball more than Debo. He's going to touch it more than Kittle and Ayuk. So that in and of itself, isn't that a huge adjustment? Huge adjustment. how much is McCaffrey? How many carries does McCaffrey get Sunday? And then is that about what he'll get each game? What do you think? How many carries McCaffrey get?
Are we assuming Debo's not going to play?
And see, that is in a way that kind of helps their situation this week.
No doubt.
Because now they can use McCaffrey like a bell cow.
Because Debo wasn't there.
Right.
But I know what you're talking about.
Let's say Debo Samuel comes back after the bye.
12 to 15 carries, Steiny.
Kind of what I think.
It's not going to... See, this shouldn't be... We got him...
How many catches?
6 to 7.
That's 20 touches.
But I would come up with a game plan to know and have sense. I got a dude, 19 problems that these words came out of my mouth. We're using them too much. So he might have even been thinking that. So to me, I got to keep those two before I go to Kittle and Ayuk. Like, I got to keep Debo fed. It can't be.
Yeah, well.
Because then you're telling me Debo is just now.
I think it's going to be hard.
You're a one-trick pony again. And did you see them try to run McCaffrey? Wasn't his fault through the tackles? Oh, my God, because he's smaller than Debo. And the Chiefs were waiting on it.
Are you saying he stinks?
No, that's what was happening to Debo. That's just pain. Keep him out of that. But I get he's a running back. But I want to see them compliment each other. Steiny, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. It does. And that's my question, is how does McCaffrey
fit in without taking away from your boy?
Exactly. And in fact, how does getting McCaffrey, how does it make the Niners better? And I'm not saying it doesn't, but somebody please explain to me.
Because the defense can't focus just now on 19.
Well, you better be able to make more plays out of fewer opportunities.
Well, you're going to hate this one, the people out there. Clay and Steph don't have a problem, and Jordan Poole. Durant and Kyrie Irving don't have a problem. Who's another powerful offense out there? Giannis and Middleton. Like, there should be enough for everybody.
Yeah, but if there's two guys who have similar skill sets, then I do think it's a problem. And you know what? Maybe Debo's skill set and McCaffrey's skill set are somewhat similar.
Debo's just
so. In other words, it would be to me. There's a chance of you bring in. It would be like, okay, you're going to pair. Who takes more shots per minute? Like you're gonna pair the two highest usage players. Most shooters in the game.
Okay.
They're just scorers.
Right.
And you put two scorers together. But because they're two scorers, they don't really rebound. And they don't pass the ball well. And they're not great defenders. And even though you got two great scorers, you're not very good.
So let me
Is that possible? Is that possible that you bring in McCaffrey? He gets his touches. Debo gets less from him. And now, actually, as a team, we're lesser.
I think they're staring that in the face.
Right.
And that's why I can't wait. And I'm going to be so upset. I really will if Debo can't go, because it'll be another week.
You'll just have to wait. That's all right.
And I'm not good at that. But I want to just throw this to you. So, okay, everybody knows McCaffrey didn't play the whole game. But Debo left Sunday's game against the Chiefs with one rushing attempt.
All right.
Do we assume that Debo is driving home happy about that? Or do you think Debo was like, well, damn, okay, y'all were overusing me, but one? Because to me, that is not enough for Debo. I don't care if O.J. Simpson was just acquired.
It's a good question.
But moving forward, if that thing dwindles and that's what it's going to be, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And I love C-Mac, but Debo getting the ball back there is a problem. Don't go away from that unless Debo's behind closed doors saying, thank you, Lord.
The other, so somebody's saying Curry and KD.
It worked.
Well, but those players are far more well-rounded than McCaffrey or Debo. In other words, Curry can pass. Durant was playing defense. Like, yes, they both could score, but they were also doing other things. Durant they were talking about him for Defensive Player of the Year.
I remember.
Steph Curry's always going to be a threat to pass it. So, All right. Does Guru know about this?
When did you get this theory? So seriously
theory?
about
Oh,
C-Mac.
I think about
when
it all the
happened,
time.
I'm telling you, you know who to me, it's more critical to is Kyle. Because we're about to taste the stew, and it's going to be obvious to everybody, oh, you're mixing it up. This offense is greater. But if that doesn't happen, this is more of an indictment on, dude, maybe you ain't that genius.
I don't think he's going to.
You don't think he's going to spread it out? You better, man. I mean, the offense better get more.
They just acquired a guy who's going to lead the team in rushing attempts.
Oh, man.
And maybe pass catches.
So you're saying opportunities?
Yeah, they're less for everybody else. Let's go out to the city. What's going on? Who we got here?
This is Papa Shasky calling in.
What's up, Mr. Shasky?
What's going on, hey, Steiny?
Hey.
Look, I just wanted to say something. You know, you're talking about Kyle in the first 25 plays. Okay, so when I was coaching Little League Baseball, I would do situational plays during practice, right? There's going to be second and third, first and second, one outs, no outs. Okay, where are you going to go with the ball if I hit it to you, right? So you're getting the kids that, you know, when the game time comes around, they've already kind of got an idea of where the ball should go, okay? Now I'm just thinking, you know, I know it's professional football, but they should be doing the same type of thing, right? So you're going to do, I need to get 40 yards in 2 minutes, okay? So let's just get 40 yards, get us in a field goal position or whatever, okay? So you're going to go first and 10. Okay, say you go second and 15 because you take a sack. And then you go third and 23. You got to come up with some plays and work the plays into that 2 minute situation. I just don't see that. I just don't see the urgency.
No, I love that. I got a question for him.
Thank you. Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Listen, because my dad is my best friend. Your son is beautiful, and he's like me. He's a fan. He's passionate. You gave that to him. My question, and I want to know this, where did you get yours from?
Well, me growing up, my dad coached me as well, right? And my dad took me to Kezar. So, you know, when I couldn't go to games, I'm at home. I can remember listening to Barry Bonds at his first home run. We're sitting in the front row on old couches. I got the transistor radio. I'm laying on the floor listening to Bobby Bonds hit his first National League Grand Slam, and I'm on the floor. My dad's listening to the game while they're watching TV. So that's where I got the
That's great.
I
had to ask.
Down.
Oh, man. Well, you did a great job. I love it. It's Steiny. That's where, hey, he played hoop with me, too. We teammates, but that's what I'm talking about. And my kids ain't Cowboy fans.
I'm going to chime in. I just thought that the 49ers, if they did a little urgency and worked on some of those long plays that you just can't dial them up and expect the players to know these. If you work on them in practice, then you've got an idea of what you're going to do in the game time. I just don't see that when it comes to crunch time.
Wow. He's robotic. I love it, Kyle. That's a Kyle problem. I love that. That's love, Steiny. You know, Papa Shasky calling our show.
What's love?
When he calls.
Tina Turner.
Oh, that's a 2. What's love got to do with it?
My fault.
Are you going to talk to Shasky or am I?
He's on the line?
No, I mean in private about his dad calling in here.
But Norm ain't never called. Your dad did a session with us.
Do you want to do it or should I?
No, that's super
I'll
fair.
do it.
No, please.
I'll do it.
You can't. I won't let you do it.
See it.
But listen, your dad did a show with us, a segment with him. Whoa.
That was his
He said
make-a-wish.
he used to play with the ethnics.
That was... You can't... Dude.
Evan wasn't here. Me and Bonte were like, whoa. Yeah, but we got through it.
Shout out Reading.
Yeah,
that was my
there you
dad's
go.
make-a-wish. That's why he was in the studio.
Okay, there you go. Hey, you know who's good?
I don't know.
Your boy from Reading, PA. I'm sorry. I told you this before you came.
Who?
Lonnie Walker III. It ain't his fault. He can get to the rim. He can shoot. I like him.
Well, he's athletic.
Like Tip Kawakami. I'm sorry, Steiny.
By the way, Lakers win last night?
Dude. And it wasn't Westbrook's fault. Anthony Davis.
Is he good?
20% from 3, and he keeps jacking.
Huh. Interesting. Sounds like the Houston
Darvin
Rockets.
Ham, was he really the right pick?
Nope.
You could have just hired Handy. Honestly, that's what Darvin Ham. Well, Hammy ain't a former NBA player.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
LeBron's hadn't been 0-4 since his rookie season.
Oh.
I'm not saying like that.
Well, I know you like him.
I respect him.
Yeah, I like him too.
Draymond does too.
Yeah. How's he get? Like, how are they going to get through the year? I'm kind of dead serious.
You call Indiana right now and try to get Turner and Buddy Hield. There's no other way.
But that's not good enough.
Oh, you think so?
No.
Oh, my God.
I know. I mean, like, okay, you can bring Miles Turner and Buddy Hield. That's not a championship team. Not
Kendrick Nunn. I apologize to you, Steiny. I said I was looking forward to him balling. I don't know what's happened to him. He is awful right now.
They're not very good.
They're on national TV left and right. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Just like the Denver Broncos. Jeff's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right, man. Doing all right.
All right. Yeah, listen, I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. One is, a lot of people are talking about replacing Shanahan with Harbaugh. And my whole point is, who would want to come play for the Yorks? I mean, the Yorks had to get Shanahan and Lynch, two unproven people in their a first-year head coach, a first-year anything in the office, an unprecedented 6-year deal just to come here, just because that's how much people don't want to be a part of the York regime. I honestly think that it starts from the top. As long as the York family's in charge, I don't think anything good is going to happen. Now, on the side of the field, when was the last time, as far as this vanilla offense, when was the last time we saw this team run a flea flicker or attempt a fake punt or do anything out of the ordinary other than throw these 3-yard screen passes and hope that one of their guys can break it for 50?
Yeah, Jeff, thanks. No, I got to get now.
That is great, man. That's what Papa Shasky was saying.
When's the last flea flicker?
I can't remember. New Orleans.
Well, I could say
3 years ago. New Orleans.
What was the play?
When Jimmy threw for 400 yards.
That's not a flea flicker.
No, the running back gave it to him and he gave it back, pitched it back and he threw it to.
Well, who were the players again? Like, remind me.
I want to say Sanders was on the receiving end. Might not have been a flea
I'm talking about
flicker.
a Statue of Liberty.
But no.
No.
We don't do that here. They don't do that here. I know what you're talking about. Razzle dazzle.
Yeah. When's the last flea flicker?
It ain't a style.
I love that flea flicker. A flea flicker's a play. You can run one flea flicker.
Kyle's drink alcoholic beverages with tonic. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no margarita or nothing. It's something with tonic.
You can be conservative and call one flea flicker a flea flicker.
Simmer.
One every 4 games, can't you? Do something crazy?
You think people are picking up the phone with this? They're mad, and that's why I keep telling you, I know he's not going to get fired. They're fed up, man.
Who?
The 49er fans.
I don't sense it.
With this boring-ass offense.
I don't sense as much frustration as you do.
Do you really mean that?
I do mean that.
We just took 2 calls. We've been doing this since last year.
Well, first of all, the last call definitely wanted to stick it to Jed Ewing. For whatever.
But he was right. When was the last flea flicker?
That's true. When was the last flea flicker, everybody?
I'll tell you, Chas still knows.
888-957, and Chasky was at the game. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. 49ers, Rams must win, and it's pretty darn close.
Big, fat choke artist.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags. And stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart, and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Cupertino, it's sunny. Highs near 71 today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
and a little bit of chicken fried. The Zach Brown Band is coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Wishing I was deep in the water somewhere. For your shot to win tickets, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
This is a legacy game, and it's making me sick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, I got so much on my mind right now, Goo.
Share with us.
Some of it's non-sports related, so I'll eschew that.
You ain't going Kanye.
What did he do?
That's what
Other
he
than
did.
badmouth everybody.
Well, he got dropped by everybody. Anyway,
I don't have any affiliations. I could literally not get dropped by any company except this one.
No, you got the pest control company that you referred to me. What's her name?
They're just. I just use them.
But Pacific Pest Control.
Well,
I get what you're saying.
So I'm looking up flea flicker, and I got a little problem. I got a little problem with the definition. So I'm looking at a website, and they say the flea flicker is a specific play. When you hand off to the running back, he runs to the line of scrimmage.
Gotcha.
He flips it back to the quarterback, and someone runs a go route.
Yeah.
A flea flicker, to me, is more broad than that. For example, if you run a double reverse, that's a flea flicker.
No, it's Steiny. Oh, my God.
If you run the Statue of Liberty, that's a flea flicker. A hook and ladder, I might even consider a flea flicker. I didn't know flea flicker was the fumble-rooski. Absolutely is a flea flicker.
The double reverse, you're going east and west, though.
So it sounds like every time there's a lateral, it's a flea flicker then.
There's no lateral in a Statue of Liberty.
I hadn't heard that.
Oh, it's just a handoff, right? And then
he's trying to take it up high.
Nothing like the flea flicker. Rams run it. Brady's ran. Dude, nothing better, too. Some coaches let them hang to where they use the first play. That's what they do.
Yeah. Anyway.
Did you run a flea flicker with that offensive line in San Francisco?
Now that is the rat on the table. Damn. Dude, but you could have went and got an offensive lineman and kept Jimmy. Like, everything that they are going through, and I don't know what they're going to ultimately end up being, Kyle's made this. If you got acne, quit eating cheese. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what?
You get, if you eat a lot of cheese, your face will break out. But listen, Steiny, I'm telling you, everything that's happening, he's created.
Not a doctor.
Yeah, but he's created. Well, you could have went and used one of those draft picks on, you went and thought.
Isn't that what GMs do?
Well, see, wow.
They create the team.
Yeah. But he's not a GM.
Yes, he is. He's got the ultimate say.
Obviously, he's got more say than the owner, who's just been crickets. Let me own a team. I'm going to be Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
I'm going to be Jerry Buss or
winless
Jeannie
in
Buss.
decades. Winless for decades. Is that what you'd be?
But it's a money machine. What do they call it?
No, it's all about the money.
Well, sometimes. Yeah, that's all. It's a cash cow.
How about pride and dignity?
They're selling merch.
Who is?
The Cowboys. Jerry.
So are we. Big deal.
You're right. Tonight.
Yeah, you can go to the Cowboys shop. Go to 95.7 The Game shop. You can get the same thick sweatshirt.
It's cold, too.
Gabriel's in Napa. How you doing, Gabriel? What's going on, man?
Hello, Mr. Steinmetz. This is Gabriel in HR. I'm sorry to call you in, but this thing that you just said about flea flickers, any trick play, we're going to have to put you on a performance improvement plan.
Wow. Does that mean a paid suspension?
No, it means a performance improvement plan, dog. No go. I'm just calling to say something I said last week when we chimed in about what could possibly go wrong. How is this? Is there anything negative about doing this trade? That was your question. I couldn't think of anything. I think it's a no-brainer. Go for it. But it's funny that today you're talking about the thing is like, okay, how many touches? I'm not suggesting it's the disease of me thing. I think it's probably Shanahan's deal to deal with. You got one ball. You got Debo. You got Kittle. You got McCaffrey. Enough of that. That's going to be a thing that has to be resolved. The third thing I want to say is that Shanahan has kind of created his temple to himself, and there's a lot of dudes out there that I went to college with, played sports with. The rich kids always have a different opinion of themselves than the guys that hustled. You know what I mean, Goo?
Wow, look at it.
Now, Gabriel was a very interesting caller.
Tip, brought me back from all days.
Not sure. See, this is not sure altogether where he's coming from.
But he's smart.
Talks in a little bit of a staccato style. Calling out rich kids.
Yeah.
And he knew the show well enough to know that you're not a rich kid. You're a grinder.
Well,
that's why he wanted.
Hold on, Union City was very.
What?
We were right beneath upper class, so we were very.
No, but it's got to do with work.
Oh, okay.
Not less money.
Yeah.
Like you grind.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Exactly. In other words, he's saying,
Yeah, I get it.
You pulled yourself up by the bootstraps.
But he also said Kyle's you made the bed, lie in it.
Yeah.
I took that from him. I still can't get over Myers.
What about him?
With the clay, something's going on. Did you?
Oh, okay. You want to go back to
that? I know I'm a remote control, but
okay. Guru and I interviewed Bob Myers earlier in the show, and this has caught Guru's attention.
He was pissed off. He's frustrated. He's not playing the amount of minutes, and that's not directed at our training staff or Steve. It's just what's going on, and he holds himself to a pretty high standard. Hates to lose, hates to not play well, and that's how it came out. And the guy's been through a lot. There's other stuff going on that he's going through, and it came out in that way. And so that's what we saw. And it happens. I'm surprised he took that long to get kicked out of a game. A lot of people are on edge these days, I feel like. There's a lot of that going on. So short off season, I don't know.
Any guess?
Oh, of course. See, this is where you and I are different.
But this was in regard to Clay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but this is where you're like, what do you think?
Yeah.
You're right. What do you think it is?
That's how I feel.
What do you think it is?
I got my pen.
Okay. Well, I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm sure I can get pretty close. Might have something to do with a woman. Might have something to do with a family member. Might have something to do with somebody in his family's not doing well.
Non-basketball.
Might have something to do with Jordan Poole got paid and he sees the writing on the wall. Might have been that deep down he's wondering if he can ever get back to that level before.
Well, you're going to have that on a good day.
I don't know.
With what he's gone through. But I'll say this. I love Clay, and I honestly believe he's a lifer, but they've had his back at every turn, and rightfully so, through the injuries. I just don't I don't put him up there with Draymond like, oh, Poole got paid. What's my future? If anything, I think Clay might be like, you know what? I'll give some back to stay.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm serious, man.
Oh, I wholeheartedly disagree.
How much Clay getting this year? 47?
Well, I disagree.
I get you.
He's not taking a pay cut.
But it's not to the point to where I think that's keeping him up at night. It's about him, the competitive, can I get to be the old Clay? No. I just believe, it's just me, Steiny, had I got hurt and those checks were still cashing, I wouldn't be like, man, where am I? Now, it would cross my mind, but it wouldn't it's about physical.
Goo, this is the guy who, when they said Kevin Durant's coming, said, I'm not sacrificing S.
That was it. That was pre-injury, though, Steiny. That was pre-Clay.
Clay Thompson's not going to. See, this is also where, to me, being the son of a player, it's like, he ain't doing anybody any favors. He's a businessman. His dad was a businessman. They know the way the ins and outs of the NBA go. They're not going to take a pay. They're not going to get lowballed. I'm not saying
you stick that on you tape it on your jacket and go in there to meet with them. But even Pops played the game.
So let me ask you this.
Let me finish. You got to have some perspective, right? Of you've missed. You haven't played in almost 1,000. I'm not saying you're not worth anything, but Pops got to probably tell you, hey son, do you think it should go up? That's what I'm talking about, perspective of I've really been hurt. You know, I wasn't out there.
So
like
you don't think
you trying to get the bag too? And if you are, I get it. But Steiny, real life is this team has had my back.
You know what else real life is? They just signed Jordan Poole to a $140 million contract, and he's a 2 guard, and he's one of our 3 guards, and he takes a lot of shots. And I'm not where I want to be in my career. And I'm a little concerned maybe that I can get back to the level I was. And you know what? Maybe I have gotten my last big boy contract.
Wow. All right. Yeah.
Somebody's saying at the ring ceremony, shouted out his mom. Evan, you got some more detail on that? I don't remember.
You know what? This is why really, I don't even know if you read this. I'm going to read it. You about to read it from the Xfinity mobile text line?
Go ahead.
Matt and Guru, what about Clay's comments about his mom not being at ring night? Maybe something's going on. Health, man. That's okay. And that just hit me.
Sure.
Like, I'm going to zip it.
Well, no, it's
real life. And like Curry with his parents last year. And again, he never said that, but I'm sure he's human. Might have had something to do with something. It's real out here.
Yeah. I wonder if...
Damn, you just said that, and I just saw the text. Like, you're right.
Ace is in Marin. Hey, Ace, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas, how are you today?
Doing well, man.
Good to talk to you. I wanted to revert back to your comments about Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
One thing that you didn't discuss is what are you going to do without the guy? Are you going to say that Jeff Wilson Jr. is going to be your bell cow, or the guy they just cut, Coleman? Come on now. I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
All right, that's fair.
But the proof's in the pudding.
I mean, he's not wrong. The caller's not wrong. But I mean, do we know this team couldn't have made a run with Jeff Wilson Jr. like they did a year ago?
I told you it was Super Bowl or bust on the people before McCaffrey came to town. So this is not like we haven't seen this cast of characters pre-CMAC not get to great heights.
See, what was the college name?
You know,
Ace.
I'm running.
Huh?
Ace.
I mean, that's my thing, Ace. I'm not saying the 49ers can't be better with McCaffrey. You got to tell me how they're going to be better and what's it going to look like. There's absolutely, positively, there's a scenario in which Christian McCaffrey is acquired by the San Francisco 49ers and the dynamic of the offense changes. I don't know how, but I think that's possible. So tell me why it could work out. I'm just saying one aspect that we have to think about might be a challenge is touches.
But if I'm in my car listening to us, obviously that couldn't be possible. You're looking at it from an individual standpoint. And what I believe kept Kittle quiet and he was okay with his lack of touches or whatnot and blocking was the betterment of the team and the success they had. If the Niners go out and score 40 or 34, 35 a game, Steiny, I don't care what the numbers are. I'm going to be like the offense is greater.
But it's not going to be. It's not going to turn into a 35-point offense.
You don't think?
Of course not.
Then what was the reason to go get him?
To maybe get an extra 3 to 7 points a game. See, this is where
because to beat Buffalo and Kansas City and those teams, you got to put up points.
I know you got to put up points. Can you with Garoppolo?
And this is the lowest NFL scoring season through weeks 8 since 2009. It's too high safeties. They're saying a lot of teams are running that.
Who's they?
PFF. A lot of teams not throwing it downfield.
A lot of teams not throwing it downfield. Interesting. I mean, you can't throw a bomb on every play. TC in Sacramento. Hey, TC, what's going on? I just thought of that meeting we have after work.
Yeah. What's up, Guru and Steiny? It's your boy.
What's up, baby?
Hey, look, Steiny, though, to what you were saying earlier as far as callers calling in and, not being off the Kyle Shanahan train, I'm one of those callers, bro. I'm kind of past the guy.
Okay.
We can get rid of him today, and I wouldn't lose sleep. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of callers that's calling in, a lot of us aren't calling in like Guru when he's talking. We're not talking and calling in just for the hell of it to say, "Oh, we're mad." No, I really want Kyle Shanahan gone, bro. Right. He's not a good coach. You get what I'm saying? And it's a lot that hangs over that. It's not calling in just to do it. I want dudes going. And as far as CMC can help us get some points, but it wouldn't be if we didn't get CMC, we'd still be in the same predicament, trying to run with Mitchell, Wilson, and whatever third back we can have. So CMC is here. He can make the offense a little better, but I don't think it's going to make the offense that much better. And if Kyle leaves and CMC wants to go, then let him go, bro. You ain't going to lose sleep over that. That's the problem with a lot of Niner fans. Everybody's thinking that if we let Kyle Shanahan go, we're just doomed. We won't be doomed, bro.
Fair enough, TC.
Man, that was, pain. That's why when I said we could take a lot of people done with Kyle, you kind of like, nah, Goo, it's half and half.
You do realize that people who want Kyle fired are more likely to call a sports talk radio station than people who don't want Kyle Shanahan fired.
And if you don't want him fired, what they want is more improvement.
I have
they want
no doubt there's people out there that don't care if Kyle Shanahan is the coach or not. I'm just saying, I don't think it's like 50-50. Okay. I think it's a smaller percentage than that.
So, if we didn't do radio again, you and I together, and the subject matter was
I don't
Kyle
know if
Shanahan.
I'd miss it. I swear to God. Am I getting paid? Am I retired? Am I drawing a paycheck?
No, you're done. You're done.
So,
we're done. We walk away.
So we're doing our last show today, and I don't have any employment
because if
for
I
tomorrow.
hit Powerball last night, I spent $14. I wasn't coming back.
But then you have money.
Yeah.
So, but I don't have anything. This is our last show, and I have nowhere to go.
Your pocket's got the mumps. You're good. You're out.
No. Okay, it's our last show.
Okay.
All I want to know is, am I getting paid after this, or no, I just have what's left?
You have what's left.
Yeah, I don't want to do, I can't do that.
Well, anyway, my thing with Kyle would be, number one on my list is the 10-point lead conundrum, which I believe it's real. But I'm asking you, and I'm picking your brain for the people.
What?
You really don't think that fourth quarter coming back, how big of a deal is that in your world? Like, is that the biggest indictment on Kyle Shanahan, that you could sit him down and say, hey, Kyle, since you've been head coach, you are 0 and umpteen down 3 or more points in the fourth quarter?
Man, I don't like.
Because I know you're a man.
What's your question?
How heavy is that stat?
Line? That's not flattering. It's not flattering, but it's like any stat. I would use it for illumination and not support, but that's just me.
But not an indictment.
Not necessarily.
But
I'm not saying there's nothing to it either.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying there's nothing to it. Yeah. But, they come back and beat the Rams this weekend. Like, okay, they're 1-29 when they're more than 4 points down in the fourth quarter.
may not even play.
Well, that's
Armstead. Where
I know people are going to call me crazy.
You got your safety not playing his position, Ward, dude. But you got McCaffrey. All right.
I don't think Debo's. And people could be like, you're crazy, but Debo not playing is not an excuse.
Wow.
For me, just give his touches to McCaffrey. McCaffrey touches the ball 25.
Though, Steiny.
No, he's pretty darn good,
on
right?
the end arounds, the jet sweeps.
Yeah, well, Debo Samuel hasn't been Debo Samuel either.
Yeah, but he did it in Dallas in the playoff game. He did it against the Rams. Those short he's a locomotive. And
last year, and he's hurt. He's hurt.
Or flea flickers.
Yeah, that's a 4. Did that go over here?
That's not a 4.
Or flea flickers. Get it? He brought what we were talking about back.
How much time we got?
Dude, the meeting.
2 minutes.
By the way,
who do the boys got?
Either the next 2 minutes or the show up until this point has been sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. What do you want it to be? The last 2 minutes or the first 2:50?
I got to tell you something about yesterday. First thing about yesterday. Ratto goes, and he meant it.
Which one?
Ray, you okay? I go, I need to change.
What would happen?
Because just the look in his eyes was like the sincerity he had in that, you okay? I said, man, I had a rough one yesterday.
What happened?
Just rough.
I said what I said.
Right. He was on today with the roast. It was real pleasant. Dude, here we go. I got my notes, my questions.
Anytime a player, especially a guy like George Kittle, who doesn't have a reputation for being that blunt, being that candid, starts saying things like that, you have to wonder, is there something going on behind closed doors that is wearing on the players? And, Kyle's been there a long time now, and we hear this all the time. Do coaches sometimes get to a point where the message gets stale. It happened with Pete Carroll in Seattle. He eventually had to basically throw everybody out except Russell Wilson because the message got stale. Veteran players rolling their eyes like Richard Sherman. You can't have that when you got younger players that you're trying to properly indoctrinate into the way you do things. So anytime you hear that kind of stuff, especially coming from a guy like Kittle, there's some frustration that he's not able to fully maintain and manage and conceal. So, yeah, I think it's something that merits attention, because if it's coming from him, there's other guys who feel it, and I have a feeling it's just a matter of time before other guys start saying the same thing.
All right, there you go.
Wow, man.
All that is a backdrop for Sunday's game against the LA Rams.
Big game.
Warriors Heat tonight.
Big game.
Don't go anywhere. Ratto and Damon are next. Dickinson with the pregame. Tip-off at 7 from Chase.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home as their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg.
Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with auto pay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com. 95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are worth $7 billion. How's your day going, Joe Lacob? My goodness. They have a 25% year-over-year increase. 25% year-over-year is an absurd number. Most everybody in sports, you're lucky if you see a double-digit increase, 10, 12%, something like that. To be 25%, my God, that is a huge number. And let's be honest, if they're worth $7 billion on paper, on an actual open market, what's the number actually get to? Like if the for sale sign went up today on Chase Center, what are they actually getting? It's remarkable. It's one of the biggest turnarounds I think we have ever seen. It's not even a turnaround. It's not even a turnaround. It's something that couldn't exist, and now it does. The Warriors have knocked off the Lakers and the Knicks as the most valuable NBA franchise. It's the first time any team has knocked off one of those two teams in about 2-3 decades. So something else, and the Miami Heat are in town tonight. It is officially Rams week. We got our friend George Sedano. He's going to join us coming up in just a little bit here. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game. How are you, Pookie?
I'm not worth $7 billion, and my name's not Pookie.
If you would sell those naming rights, though, I mean, that'd be how you get your first bill. Can't get to 7 without getting that first bill.
Yeah, well, I'll die comfortable in knowing that I'll not get to the first bill.
We're not going to make it. But maybe the station will be worth a bill now that we have some merchandise to sell. Have you seen the new 95.7 The Game merchandise, Ray? It's focused basically on you.
No, it's not. I'm quite sure it's not. There is one thing I saw, but I really am not going to mention it on air.
Hey. Well, the fact that you could mention it on air means that you have turned your microphone on. So we're halfway there.
That's not what I'm talking about.
To mentioning it. Oh, is it coming?
No.
Is it happening?
It's already happened.
Will there be maximum football before this day is over?
There better not be.
Ooh. We have an awful lot to get into, though, because it is a big game coming up for the 49ers. And look, if you are a Niner fan, it's just as simple as this. You got to hope that the ownage formula that Kyle has over the Rams just holds up again this week. Of all the regular season ownage that Kyle Shanahan has, it feels like this week's game would just be the wrong week to see a reverse in that trend. You do not want to lose to the LA Rams this weekend. You do not want to be 3-5 once again. You don't. You don't. So, big game. Very big game. Some people are trying to make a big deal, Ray, out of where the 49ers are, the minutes that they're handing out. I did a podcast today.
You mean the Warriors?
Yes, the Warriors.
I thought you said the 49ers.
Oh, excuse me. I meant
you confused me.
I confused myself, obviously. Everyone's talking about minutes galore. Minutes galore. Calm down. It's the 5th game of the year. Can you think back to a single championship season that the Warriors have put up? And they put up quite a few of those lately. Can you think back to a single championship season where anything that you saw established in the 5th game of that year's regular season really translated to mattering in the postseason?
Well, more to the point.
Or is it just another point?
No, well, it's a second point because the answer to your point is no.
Exactly.
But the other point is, why is minutes a crisis? You get what you earn. That's been the message on this team for years. And if you're unhappy with Jonathan Kuminga's minutes, then the solution is clear. He needs to be better. It's not about gifting anybody minutes. We went through this with James Wiseman 2 years ago. It's, hey, they got a draft choice I'm interested in. They ought to give him 30 minutes a game just because he shows up. It's not how it works with Steve Kerr. It's not how it works with any good team. You earn what you get. And if you don't earn it, you don't get it.
And the thing is, if you haven't earned it in the first 5 games, it doesn't mean that you won't. We are not on some trajectory of player truth that'll be a linear straight line to who anyone is. That didn't happen for Jordan Poole. It's not happening for James Wiseman. It certainly didn't happen for Steph Curry. It didn't happen for Andrew Wiggins. The only guy who's basically been like the same guy since pretty much day one is Klay Thompson. Like, Klay showed up and just hit a lot of threes and played an awful lot of defense, and he just wants to get back there. But the linear, nothing ever changes. This is the trajectory. It won't be altered. It's just enough. It's enough. So people need to calm down just a little bit.
They need to calm down a lot, but they won't. So,
well, that's why we're here. We are here to make a better, more rational, more functioning sports fan.
In other words, we are here to spit up a rope.
We are failing miserably in our jobs, but we will continue to try earnestly to make everyone just calm down. Calm down. Game 5 of an NBA season for a team that is built like this, that is leading the NBA in scoring essentially before the Milwaukee Bucks put up their huge number on the Nets last night. So just relax. There's a lot to still play out here. If the Warriors honestly reach the postseason healthy and with Andrew Wiggins playing like NBA Finals Andrew Wiggins of last year, they're going to be in really good shape just based on those 2 things alone. Will the bench matter? Of course it will. Do younger players have to start pulling their rope defensively more than they are right now? Of course it will. Does this team have to actually find its pace? Yes, it does. Bob Myers, he said it's real simple. They don't even know who they really are yet. It doesn't mean they don't understand who they might be, but not really knowing who they are right now this early in the season is not an admission that anything is wrong.
It's an acknowledgement that they're doing something weird and risky simultaneously, which is trying to build the 2024 team while you're just getting the 2022 team together. And the insanity of trying to make those 2 things sort of mesh at once is one of the things that I think Warrior fans will find very distressing for a long time. Because at some point you have to abandon the notion that the 20-year-olds need to get their jobs now. Because they don't. Their jobs are Play 7 minutes a game, or play 13 minutes a game, or play 20 minutes a game, as long as you can hold those minutes. That's the Darwinian nature of all sports. It's you get to play as much as you earn. And good teams figure out who should have those minutes. Bad teams don't. And that's the difference.
Bob Myers today with Steiny and Goo.
What do I know? The starting unit's pretty good. They're good. They have proven to be good. Clay will get back to where he was at the end of last season. I believe that. Draymond's already playing pretty well. Looney stuff looks in great shape out of the gates. Wiggins has played really well. Poole is a sixth guy. So now what after that? And I don't know. And nobody knows. So we got to see what happens from six guys on, because none of them have really proven it yet with our team. And so we'll find out, Matt. But I can't say when that'll be.
Andre Iguodala, by the way, says that he is tracking to joining the Warriors as a player soon enough, but when that actually might be, he's not coming off that information. We will have some sound from Andre Iguodala. Steve Kerr joined us yesterday. We'll revisit that in some sound bites. There's some things to go over there. And what else we got going on today? We're a day closer to the World Series. Did you remember that it was even baseball's postseason? That's kind of a problem that baseball needs to address when their ALCS and their NLCS end so early. Is there anything they could do? I think, Ray, last week we agreed there's really nothing they can do because moving around a World Series is a logistical nightmare. But I thought about it. I ruminated for a day or two. I have a suggestion to throw against the wall, and then you'll tell me why I'm wrong, I'm sure.
No, I won't tell you why you're wrong. I'll tell you why they don't do it.
Well, I think I know why they don't do it. I'm offering a possible solution that would allow them to do it, because you don't want your viewers scattering away like roaches while they're waiting for something to start, because they had to wait so long because the last thing ended so early. So we're going to get into that. NFL Week 8 officially starts tonight. I got a stat on Tom Brady that just shows really how unbelievable he has been. On the Xfinity Mobile text line, somebody says, are you ready for another field goal fest tonight? It's Thursday Night Football. We could absolutely be in the works for that. I'm going to tell you right now, I need Lamar Jackson to have himself a big game tonight, because basically my fantasy team is its bench this week. So while Warriors fans are worried about their bench, I'm worried about my fantasy bench. And that, I swear to you, will be the last thing you hear about my fantasy football team, because nobody cares and no one wants to hear about it. We have quite a bit to get into today. Someone wants to know, Ray, are you cutting coupons? Remember, they can watch us. They're watching you.
Well, I'm cutting what I want to cut.
Are you trimming coupons?
No.
No? 2 for 1, beef and cheddars, Arby's for everybody?
I think we've established no.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to find out what you might be working. A little arts and craft for Halloween? You putting together a Halloween costume?
I've already got the gun turrets in place.
Are you going to wear a Halloween costume?
No.
To the show tomorrow?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I thought for sure you'd be in the spirit of Halloween.
I am in the spirit of Halloween. The house will be dark. I will be watching baseball. I will not answer the door. There will be no candy for anyone.
There is a contest on Monday, Ray. Best costume wins a $100 gift card.
To where?
To our merch shop.
To a merch shop? Can we get Ray? Can we get Ray shirts about Ray that he'll hate?
No,
Is there an employee discount that any of us can enjoy? That's the question.
We may get 1 or 2 for the show, just so you guys can promote it on YouTube and Twitch, but we'll see. That's TBD.
Get an extra medium for Ray. Let's just have him in here. Just
Schmedium?
Yeah, a schmedium. Schmedium's for everyone.
You live in optimism's world.
Ain't
nobody on this show's wearing a medium.
I'm an optimistic guy. Maybe with a little work. Maybe with a little effort. Maybe with some starvation and months of running. We can be mediums one day. It is good to have you here. We got George Sedano joining us next. He is a man from Los Angeles who came to Los Angeles from Miami. So he is a man who knows about the heat as well. It's a perfect time to have George Sedano on. He joins us next here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto. And you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch. You can listen to us right here on your radio, because that's how radio works.
In Berkeley, mostly clear overnight, lows in the high 40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Hey, you like 95.7 The Game, right?
Yep.
Then you'll love our brand new merch store.
think I got my swagger back. Oh.
We've got custom t-shirts, long sleeves, and hoodies with your favorite quotes from the show.
Oh, yo, yo! Can we just put the rat on the table?
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
O'Reilly. See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-490-8291. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-490-8291. That's 800-490-8291. Again, 800-490-8291.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
That's not a rumor. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yep.
And I can actually ship there, right?
We have UPS right here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples has all your shipping supplies and UPS service in store. And right now, get 25% off UPS Express shipping services. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Valid only in Staples U.S. stores.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So we're going to have George Sedano joining us in just a little bit, and Ray and I were, talking about, hey, what are we going to ask George about? Obviously, he's all over the L.A. Rams since he is based in L.A. We've got to ask him about the Rams. We'll open with the Rams. And I said, he used to work in Miami, so we'll talk a little bit about the Warriors and Heat tonight. And Ray was like, and we cannot forget the Lakers. Oh, my gosh. LeBron James is 0-4 for the first time since his rookie year. And last night, during the middle of the Lakers game that I watched for just a little bit, and then I was like, get it off. It's unwatchable. I saw the stat that through 3 games, they had the worst three-point shooting percentage in the history of basketball. So that's the start that the Lakers are off on. Ugh. It's glorious.
Yeah, they're horrifying. It's not the worst start ever, just because early on in the three-point world, teams were very reluctant to shoot, so you had some really low percentages. But since the three became a thing in maybe like 2010, it's clearly the worst.
It's bad. It's really, really bad. They've got... what I think is the most amazing thing is that Rob Pelinka literally had 2 examples of how you build a champion around LeBron, and he's ignored so thoroughly those 2 examples. You basically put shooters around that guy, and that guy can win you a title. They have no shooters around that guy, and their defensive principles right now make the Golden State Warriors' struggling defense look like the 1985 Chicago Bears.
But more to the point.
Or is it another point?
No, it's more to the point. I thought about it this time.
Okay.
It's the fact that they don't mind the fact that they shoot poorly, because they shoot a lot. I mean, I just looked it up. They're like 8th in the league in threes attempted. It's like, the law of big numbers will take care of it. At some point, we have to get hot. Shooters shoot. Yes, but you don't have any shooters.
Right.
That's the problem.
Keyword, shooters shoot.
Yeah, and it's not just Rob Pelinka who did this. It's the brain trust above him, and it's the most expensive player below him, because he's the one who wanted Russell Westbrook, and he's the one who has an unusual amount of say in what the roster is and who's on it. So it's genuinely a team effort. There are guys who can't shoot, there are guys who can't spot shooters, and there are guys who can't attract them. And they've all come together in one happy place.
What you're saying is you're impressed with all of it.
It's a staggering pyramid of garbage.
We've got George Sedano from ESPN, our man in Los Angeles, joining us in just a bit. Real quick, though, let's say hello to Steven in San Jose. Hello, Steven. What do you got?
Hey, how's it going, guys? On the last show, they were talking about Kyle Shanahan, and someone called in saying he needs to go. And I just want to know what you two thought about Andy Reid not getting a Super Bowl for so long and still being considered an offensive genius. And if people remember the Singletary and Chip Kelly days, I'll listen off there.
Well, do you remember when everyone said that Phil Mickelson was the best guy who had never won a major until he won a major, and then no one could say that about Phil anymore? I mean, I do think that that's the world that Andy Reid lived in for a while, where he was this, offensive mastermind who just could not put together a Super Bowl team. The fact that he knocked on the door so many times in so many NFC title game appearances also led to Andy falling into that level of who hasn't done it yet conversation. When you're on a lot of majors leaderboards at the end, but you never win them, Colin Montgomery, you get stuck with those things. But then you win one, and no one can ever say that about you again, and that's why Kyle's, I'm sure, desperate to win one.
Well, the more specific complaint about Reid was that he didn't handle clock situations late in playoff games.
He didn't.
And
it was a fair criticism, by the way.
I think it was, and it's the reason why when I hear criticisms of Kyle Shanahan, I wait for the specificity that can't be disputed, and I almost never hear it. You can make a quibble about that 8-minute drive in the Atlanta game. Maybe he doesn't have the kind of urgency in situations like that maybe he should. But there aren't a lot of examples of that. So it makes me wonder, okay, well then, why would he choose to do that unless you think he's unaware of the game situation? And I don't think he ever is. I think he makes choices based on what the best percentage is for the roster he's got. And I think ultimately what you end up realizing is that he's a better coach than he is a general manager. That's the problem, because this team offensively kind of doesn't fit yet. And last year he had to create a running back out of a wide receiver to make that offense run. I don't know what his move is this year. Maybe it's McCaffrey. But the fact is he's still way better than average as a coach. And he doesn't have to go. And in fact, if you're waiting for him to go, you may well reach retirement.
One of the things that we talked about yesterday is it's basically unfathomable to think that he will be asked to exit stage left before 2024. So at the very, very least, he is the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers through 2024. 2025 is his last year as this team's head coach under the contract which he's operating right now. So, I would think that a lame duck year out of Kyle Shanahan wouldn't be something that the Niners would want, that he would want. It would be an indication that things weren't going very well over the next remainder of this year and following 2 years. But 2024, 2025 is when we're going to be circling back to what do you do with Kyle? And depending on what he does with Trey Lance in the post-Jimmy Garoppolo era, or the Jimmy Garoppolo era still continues, there's so many moving parts still to this team, which prides itself on continuity and an awful lot of things that should generate more of an offense than they have right now. To talk about Niners and Rams, who, it's a matchup that has favored Kyle, with the exception of the single biggest game in this matchup since Kyle and McVay became head coaches in the NFC title game. With all that is the Rams coming up on the horizon, and with the Heat in town, and with some Lakers questions, we're very happy to welcome back from ESPN Radio down in L.A., George Sedano, one of our favorites. Let's just start with, how's the back, brother? I heard it went out a couple weeks ago.
Oh, man, it was brutal. And then, of course, I'm an idiot. That should be completely, it doesn't need to be said at this point. But nonetheless, I am an idiot, even more so than I thought, because a week later, I'm feeling okay. It's still probably like 75%. And my kids are like, Dad, can we go shoot some hoops? And can we hit the ball at the ballpark? And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Whatever. Like, I'm fine. And about halfway through that, I started to regret it tremendously, because then it lasted about another week because I just kind of re-injured myself. But other than that, I'm great now.
The aging process, freaking relentless. She truly is.
But I will say this. You have just realized that you've been given your free out the next time the kids want to go out and play and you don't want to. And if you don't use that roughly 200 times a year, they'll never believe you again.
So at least you got that going for you.
Yeah, it's a chronic injury now, kids. That's the reality of it.
So, look, let's just start with the Rams, who are, like the Niners, not off to the start that I think a lot of people expected them to start with. Cam Akers, what the hell happened there? Explain it to me.
It seems like him and Sean McVay just were not on the same page by any stretch of the imagination. And look, this is just hearsay at this point, so it's not me like with a firm, hard report. But there's plenty of rumblings about this that Cam, that is, and him didn't see eye to eye just based on things like preparation, how serious he was potentially taking the game plan. That stuff is out there, so it's not like I'm, giving out government secrets. But from what I've heard, that sounds right, that they just were not seeing eye to eye on how serious he needs to take the game and the game plan from a week-to-week basis.
Well, they're not your secrets to keep, so I'm glad you blurted them out. But beyond that, how long was that a problem? Because he did seem to last a long time on that roster after his position as the lead running back seemed to fade.
Yeah, look, that first rookie season, he kind of came on the scene and burst out quickly, and then unfortunately had the injury issue that next offseason. They needed him in their run to the Super Bowl. They needed anybody they could get their hands on at that point, just because they wanted some semblance of a running game. He came back sooner than anticipated, which I thought, first of all, was an incredible athletic feat, number one, but I did question how smart that was for him personally. And I don't know if that played a factor in it at all, because it does feel like going into this season, it never felt like he really regained the explosion he had previously. And again, no one was expecting that to be the case when he came back in the postseason run. But certainly this year, I think people felt like, hey, well, we'll see the Cam Akers of old, who we saw as a rookie, really make an impact. And that didn't seem to materialize either. So I think that he lasted that long just based on just the initial impression. And I think because they really felt that he was an athletic phenom, and I think they gave him every chance to try to kind of work through whatever issues they had.
George Sedano here on 95.7 The Game. So based on Cam Akers' declining stock, how hard were they knocking on the Panthers' door for Christian McCaffrey? And what do you think of the haul that the Niners ended up giving to get that deal done?
Well, I know they were definitely knocking down very hard on that door. And it basically boiled down to an extra fourth-round pick, I believe, that the Niners gave up. And I guess the Panthers really had no interest in Cam Akers at that point either, because that was also part of the equation. And if I recall correctly, that really was the difference between the two offers that were put on the table for the most part. And, yeah, look, I think as far as the Niners are concerned, I'm a big believer in you give what you got to give up if you feel like you can win it, because the windows in professional sports are so freaking small, and they're always smaller than we even anticipate. So I think because of that you have to go for it when you have a chance. And I think the Niners did what they needed to do. Like, I had no issue with what they gave up.
Is there a level of irony in the fact that the Rams don't get Christian McCaffrey because Les Snead valued a fourth-round draft choice too much?
I would imagine there is some irony to that for sure, but I do think, though, while his strategy is F them picks, I think at some point you don't want to be like a worse version of the Mike Ditka Saints who gave up a whole draft for Ricky Williams, where you may not have any picks at any point. So I think that they need to kind of stock the cupboard a little bit. And they've done a nice job when they've actually had picks to make. So it is fascinating that they do not value them the way they do. But, again, it got them a Super Bowl, so I guess at the end of the day, it's all worth it.
Hey, George, we're going to get a version of the NBA Finals that might have been in the multiverse with the Miami Heat in town to take on the Warriors tonight. Warriors got valued at $7 billion, my goodness, from Forbes today, putting them in front of the Knicks and Lakers, really the only other team that has ever knocked the Knicks and Lakers off that one line in the last 20, 30 years in terms of NBA valuation. It's amazing how the Warriors' fortunes have risen to just an ungodly level. And at the same time, a team that you're also around all the time in LA sees the Lakers, obviously retaining franchise value, but my goodness, their 0-4 start is about as helpless an 0-4 as I think we see in basketball.
Before we get to the Lakers, though, can we just all agree that while Chase Center is really nice, the real reason they're valued at $7 billion is because of Raymond Ritter, right?
Raymond will tell you that for sure.
Their PR man extraordinaire.
You need something from him, don't you?
What's that?
Ray asked if you need something from him, because this is a good way to go about getting it.
No. I texted him the other day. Actually, funny story, quick side note. So my 8-year-old daughter is starting to really get into basketball. And so I said to her, last year, I'm like, so are you going to pick a team to root for? Because my wife grew up here in L.A. She's a Lakers fan. I obviously grew up in Miami. I have a lot of long relationships with the Heat. And she's been to a bunch of, Laker games and Heat games over the years in different cities and here in L.A. And we're sitting there watching the Warriors Suns, and she goes, Dad, I think I've made my decision. And I'm like, what is it? She's like, I want to be a Warriors fan. I'm like, all right, cool. We'll rock that. So it's funny. I did send Raymond a text, and I said, you have a new fan. So I said, next time I'm at Chase Center to do a game, we may have to put an extra seat between you and me. So he thought that was great. But to answer your Lakers question, this thing's a mess, man. Like, there's really no other way to describe it. And people can blame LeBron for the Westbrook thing, but that's now a year ago. Okay? Like, you had a chance to just erase that mistake in some way, shape, or form. And they chose not to because they wanted to extract more value out of the transaction. And whether you believe that Kyrie was really on the table and Joe Harris was really on the table or not, look, I happen to think that there probably was a moment in time where they didn't think Kevin Durant was coming back to the Nets and that thing was going to completely implode. And the Lakers might have had an opportunity and they didn't pull the trigger, right? And then there's obviously the Indiana deal with Miles Turner and Buddy Hield. And Indiana, and anyone, by the way, is going to exact what I like to call the Lakers tax and say, hey, you got those 2 picks. You want to get rid of Russ so bad? You need to give them both to us. And I get not wanting to give up 2 first-rounders for Buddy Hield and Miles Turner, particularly Miles Turner because he's a free agent next year. And, Buddy Hield's a nice player, but it's not like he's some sort of difference maker. So they're between a rock and a hard place, man. And Rob Pelinka has done a really bad job this offseason. They went from an AARP team last year with all the old guys to an AAU team this year where it's just too many young guys and not enough shooting in a sport that's evolved to the point where you need that spacing on the floor. And they don't have any of it, and they're doing it at historically bad proportion.
Let me ask this, since you brought up Rob Pelinka. How much freedom of action does he really have as the general manager there, or is it a matter of too many spoons in the pot?
So, Ray, there was a time where I feel like he had autonomy, or at least enough autonomy where he could kind of position himself the way he wanted on specific moves. I think now, and he's actually said this openly, where they're a collaborative situation there. And I get him in this situation saying to himself on any of these moves, saying, wait, if I'm the only one that's willing to give up both these picks for whatever it is we want to deal for, I'm not putting myself on that island, because if I'm on that island, I'm the first one to get, pushed into the water and fed to the sharks. So I get it, self-preservation 101. He doesn't want to go against the grain. But unfortunately, no matter what, he's going to be the person that's going to be on the chopping block, because they already used Frank Vogel as a meat shield and got him, pushed out the door when, look, and I like Darvin Ham, but I don't think it was Frank Vogel's fault that they were bad last year. And he's now the next in line. He has put a bullseye on himself after Vogel got dismissed. So that's the situation. And to elaborate even further, Ray, I know that Sam Amick wrote this recently in The Athletic, that the younger Buss brothers, Joey and Jesse, who have run the G League team and also run the draft for them for many years now, have kind of gotten a larger voice in the room. And if I had to guess, and this is just purely speculation on my part, they probably have some say on those draft picks that they haven't given up.
George Sedano covers the NBA for ESPN down in L.A. doing radio, but as he said already, he knows the Heat like the back of his hand all the time he spent in Miami, his original hometown. With the Heat here tonight, let me just ask you, what do you think the Warriors are looking at? Because this is a Heat team. Bam hasn't exactly come out of the starting blocks the way he wanted to. Kyle Lowry had a good game last night as they sent Portland to the loss column for the first time this season. Duncan Robinson, hard to find, getting minutes for him right now. What do you think Eric Spoelstra's biggest concern is stepping into a year after overachieving so much last year?
I think that they're trying to figure out what they've got, particularly at the power forward position. And Caleb Martin had a nice game yesterday, and I think they like him. He certainly was a really good player for them off the bench last year, good defender, shot the ball well, can get to the basket. He's a nice role player, especially at his price tag at $7 million. But I don't know if he's a starting power forward, and I don't know if they know if he's a starting power forward, but they're going to kind of play that for now. And I think they're just kind of trying to see what they have with the rest of that roster. Can these guys continue to elevate? Can Tyler Hero elevate more? And offensively he has, but can he defend, which is really what they need him to do? Can Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, and those type of guys, can they take their games up another notch? So far, Strus looks like he has. And, Gabe's played all right. He's played to kind of his norms. And can Bam take another leap? To your point, that hasn't been the case. He kind of got a lot of garbage points at the end of the game yesterday. But the other thing is they haven't played kind of their style of defense, which they've been known for basically since Pat Riley was there, started there in 1995. At least the first couple of games, you didn't see that. You did see it last night. They seemed to defend yesterday. So I think between that and just kind of Kyle Lowry getting, I guess, more acclimated to the situation. He had moments last year in the regular season where I thought he looked great. So I think they're just still trying to kind of figure it out. And they drafted this kid in the first round, Nikola Jovic, not to be confused, obviously, with the two-time MVP, who they threw out there for a couple of minutes yesterday. And he looked like what you would think a 19-year-old would look like, a little bit like a chicken with his head cut off. And kind of running around. He picked up 5 fouls. But despite all that, he didn't look terrible, and he certainly can space the floor, and he's a decent ball handler for a guy at 6'10". I think they like him long term. I'm just curious to see if they give him more opportunities during this road trip. But I just think ultimately, back to my original point, they're still a team kind of feeling it out a little bit, and that's kind of always been Spo's way. He likes to tinker those first 15 or 20 and then kind of settle into something.
George, good to talk some NBA with you. I know you're going to be back on our TVs tomorrow night. We got sideline for Pelicans Suns. That's a sexy game, man. I mean, it really is. That should be an up and down game. Is Zion feeling good? Is he going?
He's questionable right now, and I agree with you. On paper, it should be fantastic, even despite the fact that Brandon Ingram is out with a concussion. I still think the Pelicans are really, really impressive. And the Suns, a lot of chatter about are they going to fall off, all the stuff that happened after that Game 7 against the Mavs. I was there for the game against the Mavs on their opening night, and that was pretty electric stuff there in that second half. And they obviously did a nice job against the Warriors the other night.
Yeah, they just put the beating on them pretty good. When are your duties bringing you back to Chase? Do you know that far ahead in advance?
No, I do have you guys on the road in Phoenix, though, in a couple of weeks. But I don't have anything, at least. We have our schedule through the first week of January. And all I got was a preseason appearance at Chase this year. So I don't know. I don't know when I'll be back, hopefully after the turn of the calendar.
Maybe you stop pestering Raymond Ritter for stuff, and maybe you get in more often.
Maybe he's got more pull than I do at my own shop, but as far as getting those assignments. So,
George, when you do get back up here, let us know in advance, man. We'd love to see you.
Will do, man, for sure. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. George Sedano, ESPN, one of the nice guys out there in a world where not everybody works in sports is a really good guy. Sedano is a really, really good guy. We thank him for stopping on by. We went over a lot of things there. When we come on back, open lines for sure at 888-957-9570. And just in time for Halloween, the Warriors' newest two-headed monster. Ooh, that's a tease, boys and girls. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
This is Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and we are 11-3 on weeknight pro football games after our easy winner between Chicago and New England Monday night with the over. Tonight, we have our one and only Thursday night game of the year for free on the hottest recorded hotline in the country, Baltimore, Tampa Bay. Call 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. This Thursday night football game of the year is guaranteed by the next 30 days of our service. It is absolutely free, and it's on a recorded message. 888-9-WIN now is the number to call. That's 888-994-6669. If you are looking to start your football weekend with the easiest winner that could be, we got it for you tonight for free. Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Thursday night football, one and only game of the year. 888-9-WIN now is the number to call. 888-994-6669.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
O'Reilly! Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus double O rewards points. Get more fuel-saving tips from the professional parts people at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do. like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Merch. There is merch. You can find station merch. 957thegameshop.com. Check it all out. I wouldn't call it a wide array, not yet, but I know new things will be added. What, daily, hourly, seasonally? I'm excited. I know Ray is too. I can feel it. Just feel it coming off of you. Merch. Sell some merch, Ray. Sell some merch for the station.
Yeah, buy stuff.
There you go. It's a good commercial. Buy stuff.
Well, that's what every commercial is. It's essentially a documentary about capitalism.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's like hanging out with Michael Moore over here. Documentaries on capitalism. It's good stuff.
Well, what is an ad other than that?
Yeah, it's a call to action.
Yeah, it's whining for your money.
Go spend a little money. Do it with us.
Yeah,
the good people, the good guys. Yeah. Look at it this way: if this is capitalism, maybe some of that gets to us one day.
Really?
I don't know.
There are a wall of people at Odyssey in New York who are going to see to it that doesn't happen.
Stand in the way of our profits. I mean, come on, you're using my intellectual property, or have I already signed that away to the state? I think I signed that.
Oh, that's gone.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Ray, what if I told you could make some money off of what you hate the most? What if I told you there was an opportunity to maybe make a little money off something that you detest so much that I dare not play it because it bothers you so? But what if I told you could become rich via
Maximum Football!
Would you make that deal?
I'll tell you what. Every time you play that, give me $100. I'll be okay with it.
Capitalist overlords?
Yeah. But they're not making money off this either. You're just doing it to piss me off.
A little.
No, a lot.
A touch.
Yeah.
Well, the kids also love it too. You mean you got to go ahead and give the kids what they want. The kids want some maximum football. And look, they're going to get it. NFL Week 8 officially starts tonight. Kind of an interesting stat in play tonight, Thursday Night Football. We know we've gotten some real dogs in this game. 4-3 Ravens at the 3-4, starting to get a little desperate. Tampa Bay Buccaneers tonight. All eyes are on the decline of Tom Brady, if it's actually happening. How about this? A Tom Brady-led team has never been under 500 8 weeks into an NFL season. And if they lose tonight, the Bucs are 3-5. If they win tonight, they'll get back to 500, and Tom Brady's never been under 500 after Week 8 continues. But if it's Ravens, Tom is not having the graceful exit that I think he was maybe hoping for.
Yeah, he's spending a lot of time being badgered by TMZ about shouting matches with the wife now. So
that's got to go over well.
Oh, yeah. He's got to be pleased. But here's a stat that actually you can make some money on. In his last 12 primetime games, Tom Brady is 2-10 against the spread.
Ooh, a trend, if you will.
At 12 games, yeah.
Okay.
So, fade the public.
Fade the public. Fade the Brady in a primetime game. Again, he's getting older, so it means he's missing his early bird special at the Villages.
And in fairness, fading the Brady and he's getting older. Those aren't, I mean, you need to fade the Brady, and he was getting older about a decade ago. He's past getting older. He's old.
He's old. This is Big Dave in San Leandro. What's going on, Big Dave? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Ratto, I wish you didn't just bring up that stat because now I'm tempted to throw some money down in the game, and I can't do that because I had a parlay that would have hit if the Patriots didn't choke. My goodness. Anyways, that's not what I'm calling about. I'm calling about the Warriors. Specifically, the report that came out in terms of how much they're worth, right? Anthony Slater, I think the Morning Roast talked about it this morning. I've been trying to get some feedback from one of you guys on the station in terms of, come on, man, like the Warriors, let's take a step back. If the Warriors didn't win the championship, if the Warriors weren't great, how much would they be worth today? Obviously, not as much. The reason why they're valued as much and people are buying all these seats and especially whatever is because they're winning. So I'm just saying, like, if I negotiate as part of my job for a living. I'm telling you right now, Joe Lacob coming out and saying how much they're willing to spend, Draymond coming out asking for a max extension, it's all negotiating. At the end of the day, if the Warriors win the championship again this year, it's all going to stay together because the Warriors need that. The Warriors will continue to make money if they win. If they don't win and they go back to that, not even making it to the play-in tournament, I'm sure they'll still be worth some money, but they're not going to be worth as much. So for the short term, I would expect Joe Lacob to actually pay more. I don't expect Draymond to get a max, but I'm sure he'll pull a Spurs move and get something, friendly a bit. But why not pay the money if you're going to continue to be as valuable as you are? And I get it. It's not liquid cash at the moment, but as an investment, come on, you got to spin to win. So I just think it's all negotiating. Joe Lacob just putting it out there. Draymond's coming in with the max, and everyone's going to be in the middle, and the Warriors will stay connected if they win the chip again.
Well, we know this.
Comes down to.
We know this, Big Dave. We have not seen the number that Joe Lacob will not meet. We have not met that number yet. He has floated that there is a threshold which he will not cross. But again, he's only floated that. And whatever that number was that he would not cross yesterday has moved based on today's valuation. You would think it just has to. And that one title added, and I don't know how much of it was just the one title or the new media deal or just Chase Center being open in a world that is just moving on from the pandemic, so tickets are getting sold and concerts are selling out and they're open for business, 300 nights a year now at Chase Center. But a 25% increase year over year is an absurd number. That's absurd.
The one thing
it's more than just a championship. It really is.
It's no, because they were talking about generating the most revenue after paying their revenue sharing check, and this comes from the Forbes story by Kurt Badenhauser, and Mike Ozanian. I'm sorry, Kurt Badenhauser's.
Get it right.
No, it's the revenue is far beyond what the Warriors take in when they open the gates. It's about the sponsorship deals that they've had running for several years now. It's not just this championship. It's the run they've had. This is a buildup of years of being able to get any sponsor they want at the price they want because they've won not just this last year, but over the years. The other thing is real estate.
It's like compounding interest, basically.
Yeah, it's also the real estate, which they're just now figuring out how to develop around the arena. So, they're fine. And the other thing that was mentioned in the story is that the NBA is now starting to operate investment portfolios for each of its teams that are separate from whatever they do on the court or in their buildings. And so they're basically operating like the NFL now, is where they're making money that they're not even having to invest. And at that point, you're a casino.
Yeah, what is it called? A latent income? It's like, so, you buy a vending machine once, and all you got to do is fill it with candy weekly, and it just makes money for you all the time. And that's sort of what they've got right now. They've got this huge vending machine. They've got more slots for more candy to go in because all the buildings around Chase Center are owned by Joe Lacob and Peter Guber and the ownership group, and they're now starting to see their square footage getting rented out again after a year where, office space, there's still a lot of it in downtown San Francisco. The city of San Francisco has not returned in the way that other cities have returned. So as those buildings start to fill up, as this brand continues to win, as the global brand of Steph Curry continues to sell anything he touches like hotcakes, and the Warriors get a huge piece of that percentage, it's a money-making machine. Now, the other question that was asked, like, let's say they have 0 championships. I guess it's almost easier to imagine, like, what would the Warriors' timeline look like had they never drafted Steph Curry? Because if they never drafted Steph Curry, I think it's safe to say that none of this happened, right?
No. Stephen Curry is the single most responsible figure in making all this happen.
Without a doubt. So they never draft Steph Curry. They have 0 championships to show for it. They do not get the land. They're probably still at Oracle Arena, right? They probably
they're definitely at Oracle Arena.
Yeah, they don't get the land deal, which is part and parcel of their value now. I would say that the Warriors are worth somewhere in the mid to high $4 to $5 billion range.
Oh, I think much less.
Maybe even less. But here's the deal. There's the median NBA price is like $3.5 billion, right?
No, it's 2.8.
Is it 2.8?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's according to the story again in Forbes.
All right. So 2.8. I think the least valuable franchise is the Pelicans. I saw them coming in at $1.6 billion. They wouldn't be the Lakers. They wouldn't be the Knicks. But they would be one of those $4 to high $3 billion thing, because they're still doing business in the Bay Area.
They're still doing business in the Bay Area, but they don't have nearly the buzz, which means they don't have nearly the sponsorships or the ad money. I'm going to guess they're in the lower half of the league, probably in the neighborhood of 2.5.
2.5?
Yeah. I mean, no, Stephen Curry and those 4 championships has put roughly $4.5 billion on top of their valuation because they don't get the new arena. There's no interest in San Francisco in letting them have an arena. Just go, no, we're going to keep that land for ourselves. And they're not selling out every night. Remember, they didn't start selling out till the start of the 2014 season. Before that, they were drawing okay, but they weren't filling the building.
Right. Their buildings filling, their sold-out nights were dependent on quality of opponent.
Exactly. So, the difference between, the world in which they currently live and the world in which they would have lived if the Minnesota Timberwolves had done the right thing and drafted him instead of Johnny Flynn is at least threefold, if not 4.
By the way, if you want to know how valuable Steph Curry is to the Golden State Warriors, just ask Andre Iguodala.
Steph got a piece of that? You tell me. I would hope so.
That's Andre Iguodala being asked about the new valuation of the Warriors. Steph got a piece of that? I think at the end, Steph will have a piece of that. I wouldn't be surprised at all. By the way, welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Steph got a piece of that? You tell me. I would hope so.
Iguodala today down at Chase Center was talking about when we might actually see him on the basketball court. I would like to now present to you through a line of beat writer questions to Andre Iguodala. Let's be totally honest. This is the NBA's most boring mystery.
Where are you at just in terms of getting ready for the season? Steve said to ask you.
Yeah, don't ask Steve anymore, please. Let him focus on team, wins and losses. I'll be there when I be there.
You talked about having a plan with Rick. That was part of the reason you came back. Like, what is that plan?
Plan that's in place.
Does it include you playing in the next month, in the next, do you have it scripted out to a point like this is when I would like to be back? Or?
No, in all honesty, I think we kind of know, so we got a target date. So we ramp it up. We got real good days. We got some days that might take you back, but I think we're on the right path.
Any chance you want to hit at that target date?
Nah, because then,
if you're not there,
then you're doing something wrong. And then this noise that is not helpful to everybody else. So soon.
All right. So Iguodala is doing everyone a favor. Doesn't want to add to the noise. I don't know how much Andre Iguodala getting playtime really adds to the noise around the Golden State Warriors. It's a little bit of a curiosity, but it's all in the name of good news. You know, when he does appear, that'll be good news. It'll be a good thing, and he'll get his 8 to 12 minutes. Every other game, I'm guessing Andre Iguodala appears in, if he stays healthy. What if I'm going to set the over-under at 40 Andre Iguodala appearances in a box score other than appearing as a DNP. Taking the over or under on that?
I think I'll take the over. And the reason why I'll take the over is while they're not going to play him a lot of minutes, I think one of the reasons why he's still here is as sort of a guidepost for the younger guys. And you get more throw weight with guys who play if you're playing yourself. If he's in street clothes a lot, it's harder to get the young guys to listen to him because they go, well, what are you telling us? You're not playing.
Well, I mean, he was in street clothes for every game but 27 games last year, and they told you how important he was to the entire mix.
Well, I know what they told us, but I don't know. The point is, it's always been true. If you're in uniform and you're playing in minutes or playing innings or playing whatever you're doing, when you're playing, your voice is louder than if you're not.
Well, of course.
Well, but I'm saying that
I would say the one guy who could test that formula would be the 19-year NBA vet whose name was Andre Iguodala. He doesn't. Andre Iguodala doesn't play a minute more of basketball in his entire life. No one's taken away from his bona fides.
No. This is not about anybody's evaluation of him as a player. But there is a basic truth that when you're talking about young guys, they tend to be pretty tunnel visioned and myopic about their world. And it's, wait a minute, if you're not playing, why are you telling me how to play? Because young guys are more prone to that because it takes them a while to learn how much work and how much sweat equity is involved in lasting that long. Andre Iguodala is for them a concept. He's not a real thing that they go to and go, tell me about this or tell me about that. It's just human nature. Young people don't get how old people got to be old. And that's just a truth from forever.
Well, talking about the young players on this team, Andre Iguodala was asked if their lack of minutes might actually go about stunting development in year 2 or 3 or 1, depending on what group of young guys you're talking about.
No, I actually think it's the opposite. I think you learn how to win. We've always talking about like our bottom of our league. We got to raise that bar. I think a part of that is, your purpose on the floor. And I think everyone's purpose on the floor should be, how do I put my team in the best position to be able to win? Or am I making winning plays? And I think on bad teams, you develop losing habits. You get comfortable with losing. And then you just put up a bunch of empty stats. And then now you have that problem. When you're a losing team, are those real stats or are those empty stats? And then, you got a guy like Wiggs who gets thrown in there and he shouldn't be. So you just, you're trying to figure out, is it the organization or is it the player? And so I think for JK, even Moses, even Wise, you're learning how to play winning basketball. And then, you got to be patient in this league as well. Who's to say if you go somewhere and you develop to your best ability for your talent, losing, who's to say they give up on you? You see that happen a lot in the league where you see very, very talented guys and teams give up on a guy and they end up in another situation. They do really well. So it's just about them being patient and understanding, like when you learn winning basketball, then you get into your prime. You're still only 20 years old. You're 24 years old. He still got 10 years. He can be dominant, playing at a high level with winning ways of basketball. And I think that's the making of a true champion.
That's pretty interesting stuff from Iguodala. And I tell you, there's an awful lot of truth in what he said. You can have all the skills in the world. In a bad situation, they come out the wrong way because you are on the court too often and too early in your career, asked to do too much. The league gets the wrong perception of you, and you don't go on to be what you're worth over, if you're lucky to get enough, a 10-year-long NBA career. But if you have the luxury, and I know it's hard to see the luxury item of patience in so many young men and women's eyes these days. It's, Generation TikTok wants it now. And they want it in 8 seconds. And then they want it to go to the next thing and the next thing. Patience is not cooked in to the generations behind us. It never has been.
No, your generation was impatient. My generation was impatient. Our parents' generation, everybody's impatient.
Right.
Because when they're 20, they're the smartest people in the world. When they're 30, they just start to understand the stuff they don't know. And by the time they're 40, they're going, my God, how stupid I was.
You want to know who the best example of patience is to show to the young guys of the Golden State? You know, like Jonathan Kuminga, you upset with the minutes that you're getting? Would you like an example of how patience can pay off?
I know you're going to say.
Who am I going to say?
Looney.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to say Looney, actually. But Looney is a very good example of patience, but I don't know if a lot of those young guys relate to Looney in terms of, hey, what I'm ready to do in my rookie year as opposed to what you were ready to do in your rookie year. And by the way, you were the last pick of the first round. I am a lottery pick, for goodness sakes. Different starting points. I think Jordan Poole is the best testament to patience. Like, hey, Jonathan Kuminga, let's say the Warriors actually do want to send you to the G League this year to get a little bit more run. Is he going to react negatively to that? Well, if he's wired in a way that reacts negatively to that, I would be a little bit worried. That'd be a tiny bit of a red flag to me, because look at what Jordan Poole did. He goes to the G League. He figures it out. He builds confidence that the NBA was not allowing him to construct. And, oh, by the way, this guy who exercised a whole bunch of patience, take a look at that checking account. Patience pays off if you continue to improve while this organization is being patient with you. I mean, that's the lesson that I would be teaching to anyone who's feeling right now like, man, I don't like my role. I don't like my minutes. They might send me to the G League. I don't know about that. Look at what happened to Jordan Poole. Look at what happened to Jordan Poole. His patience paid off in a way that no one really saw coming. So good for him. I mean, and good for you if you're willing to go through that. I mean, it ain't easy.
But it's not like it wasn't like he had a choice except to do that. He could have power pouted, in which case he would be on another team by now.
Well, what choice does Kuminga have?
What?
What choice does Kuminga have?
But that's my point. It's not like Jordan Poole, had anything to do except that he listened to people who, in his ear saying, it's going to happen for you, but you've got to do it our way. Because while you're here, we're not going to make an exception for you. You need to be better at these things. And it means you got to get playing time, which you're not going to get up here, which means you're going to be up and down Highway 1 a lot. So strap in, get used to it. And to his credit, he did. But there are a lot of players, and I'm not singling out Kuminga, there are a lot of young players who get drafted in the lottery and cannot figure out why they're not getting 30 minutes a night.
Well, that's where I think you got the wisdom and the communication skills of Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, who have been around this league longer than any new guy could ever pretend to be. And so you listen to them.
Well, you listen to them, but you also watch the guys who are getting the minutes that you're not. Jordan Poole couldn't say, I should be playing more of Stephen Curry's minutes or Klay Thompson's minutes. He, to his credit, he recognized that the box he was in, and that he was going to have to figure out another way to get 30 minutes a game. And he was going to have to be happy with the role he didn't want to have, which was sixth man. Because remember, he fought that early for a while.
Well, and look, I don't even know if six man's on the table for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga at any point in time. So you got to wait to be a role player, and then once you become a role player, we'll see if you graduate to even more than that. Like, that is the world that you're living in as a Golden State Warrior, and even though that might look negative to you right now, young man, understand it's really a luxury that very few careers get afforded in this league. The opportunity to start your career with a little patience and learning. It sounds fantastic. Andre Iguodala's got me sold on that concept, that's for sure. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Like I told you, a two-headed monster is brewing right in time for Halloween. I'm going to get into that next on 95.7 The Game. Stay tuned. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877 877. Web Now 1.
In Berkeley, mostly clear overnight, lows in the high 40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Live life in the fast lane with 95.7 The Game and win tickets to see the Eagles. February 21st, 2023 at the SAP Center. Head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So you can go ahead. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Twitch. Of course, you have found us often right on your radio. 957thegame.com brings it all to you. Go to the Odyssey app. And my goodness, everything we do, every single conversation, every segment can be found right there for you, free of charge, as Ray says, damn well better be. And indeed, it is. Halloween around the corner. I just saw Casey Pratt have a video on Twitter about Christian McCaffrey talking about his preferred Halloween candy. Let me tell you, if Christian McCaffrey tried to bring his preferred Halloween candy into a school right now, they'd have to tackle him at the 5. They'd never let him through the front door with peanut M&Ms. I mean, you might kill a kid with peanut M&Ms. You wouldn't believe the list of things that, should you bring any candy to your child's preschool? Apparently, peanut allergies, Ray, are now like a serious concern. I mean, more than you'd ever freaking think.
I have a niece who's a nurse in Arizona who says that's the thing they worry about more than anything else with kids.
Peanut allergies.
Well, because they're not easily diagnosed until you find out that your kid's got an allergy by eating a peanut and, blowing up like a poisonous Brazilian toad.
Right. I mean, so here's the deal. Your first peanut should not be at school. I would agree with you there, but.
No, I mean, I would imagine that's something that the prudent parent would take their kid to an allergist and just say, what test can you run so we can find out what not to do to our kid? I mean, it's
like, how do you find out if you're allergic to bees until you get stung by a bee?
Well, my understanding, and I could be talking out my ear.
Oh, no, you are a doctor.
Yes. Is that they have tests for nearly everything where they can sort of recreate like the bee sting or a spider bite and, the venom that comes from that. If venom's the right word. And they could say, you have a propensity for this, try to stay away from it.
Well, if you're worried about your kids maybe having an allergic reaction to any form of Halloween candy, keep them away from Christian McCaffrey, who is down with the peanut M&Ms, which is it's a strong candy. There's no doubt about it. Or take your kids to Ray's house for Halloween, because no one can get allergic on a dark front porch.
That's absolutely true. There's a game that night. I don't have time to run out and throw Three Musketeers into a kid's burlap bag.
Wouldn't your wife like to do that? See all the kids coming up, Halloween?
We did our 2 kids. We don't need any more.
You've done time.
We've more than done our time. See, you just started. You don't understand. You'll find out what you think about other kids coming to your house. I mean, when your kids are in high school and they're bringing kids over all the time, you will regret the day you had them to begin with.
Like a 17-year-old kid pulling a heater on my front porch. Hey, trick or treat.
Yeah. Standing on the roof of your car, with a blunt. And the blunt will be the best part of the kid.
I was about to say, well, that kid can probably stick around. He can hang out. We can get down. But
standing on your car's hood?
No.
Yeah. See, I mean, because trust me on this, kids are monumentally stupid until the light goes on about 35. And even then, some of them never get it.
I mean, I sent a 3-year-old to preschool wearing a dragon costume. I'm still very much in the cute phase.
Well,
it's nice. Let me bask in it while I can, Ray.
You asked me.
We know it all ends bad.
You asked me. I don't know what answer I'm supposed to give you and not be a hypocrite.
Are you ready for the 2-headed monster for Halloween that the Warriors want? I've teased this.
Yes, you did.
Are you ready?
Repeatedly. I'm sitting in a chair. I don't know how much more ready I need to be.
Let me just ask you this about the two-headed monster. Do you believe in Kevon Looney?
I think yes, very much so.
I do too. Steve Kerr clearly does. And by the way, so does the NBA. Do you know that right now Kevon Looney is tied for the 5th best plus-minus in basketball? He's plus 51 in his on-court time so far this year. Steve Kerr obviously believes in this guy. Kevon Looney is a completely made man with the Golden State Warriors. There is no doubt about that. No doubt about it.
No, that's painfully evident. And in fact, I would be willing to bet you that Kevon Looney will be a Warrior until the day Steve Kerr retires. Whenever that is, Steve Kerr will never let him go.
That's his Udonis Haslem?
More than Udonis Haslem, because he's one of those guys who subtly, he's now a team leader.
He's Steve's first rook as head coach, so there's always that. There's a guy who's played himself through nerve damage, like leg neuropathy. As we were talking about, if you're looking for an example of patience, I think if you're a young guy who's got, an injury thrown at you earlier in your career, certainly Kevon Looney is a shining example of things could still happen, but you got to learn the fundamentals to be important to the Warriors. You got to be in the right position, not some of the time, but all of the time. Your footwork has to be basically perfect. Let me ask you a second question. Do you believe in James Wiseman?
I don't know yet.
That's fair. Totally fair. I think I do believe in James Wiseman. Like, I can see it. I can see that there's something there that when I think about how he and Kevon Looney now complement each other, Ray, this is a really unique two-headed monster. A very unique two-headed monster. James Wiseman backing up Kevon Looney is a top 3 center in the NBA right now. I mean, you need 2 guys to get it done, but this is a really good NBA center. We're talking about 38.3 minutes, about 20 for Kevon and about 18 for James Wiseman. And you put them together and you got a functioning piece that complements each other based on how polar opposite the two of them truly are. Now think about it. It's maybe as unique a gap in player differences of any two-headed monster that you can think of. Name me 2 big men who are more different from each other than James Wiseman and Kevon Looney, right? So whoever you're playing is literally the exact opposite of the guy that you were just playing a minute ago as soon as there's a substitution one for the other. So that is always just a little hard to keep up with and tabs on for any sort of strategy you're looking to have out on a basketball court. And really, like, one guy's entire career promise is based on the concept of, I'm enough of an athlete to dunk on this entire gym. The other guy's career promise is based on the, well, I'm not that, but what I am is the guy who boxes out the one guy who's enough of an athlete to dunk on this gym.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy who would prevent the guy who can dunk on the gym from dunking on the gym.
Yeah, it's amazing.
In fact, weirdly enough, you cited that plus-minus stat on Looney. James Wiseman is 415th out of 416 players in plus-minus.
So we're going to get into that because his plus-minus is terrible. Jordan Poole's plus-minus is terrible.
He's 412.
And Jonathan Kuminga's plus-minus is terrible.
Which is amazing considering how little he's played.
Well, I think it's part and parcel of how little he's played, to be totally honest.
Well, no, it is, but to achieve that number in that few minutes is pretty remarkable.
Now, you're looking at it right now, so don't just spoil it for everyone. Guess who has the worst plus-minus in the NBA?
I already knew this, so I'm not going to answer it.
Kevin Durant.
Yes.
Kevin Durant's got the worst plus-minus in professional basketball. Raise your hand if you would have guessed that. How many stabs at that would you have needed before your knife plunged into the right answer?
You know who else has a terrible plus minus so far? And again, plus minus is not a great stat, except maybe as something comparable after you've played like 25 games or not. Ben Simmons has a terrible. He's like minus 43. You know, I mean, that's...
Yeah, well, I mean, again...
I mean, it's a statement. It's a statement that Brooklyn's not very good yet.
Brooklyn's not playing a lot of defense. I promise you're going to find some Philadelphia 76ers down in the bottom third of that league because their defense sucks right now. And the Warriors' defense has been not what they wanted it to be, and that's why their second unit is buried on plus-minus charts. As bad as as bad as James Wiseman's plus-minus is, Ray, how do you feel about PER? Player efficiency rating, the John Hollinger. It's
a more useful stat than plus minus.
It is not the definitive end-all be-all of player evaluation, but it measures enough things to be a well-rounded enough stat to explain some player value. So number one player efficiency rating on the Golden State Warriors right now is Steph Curry. Steph Curry has a 26.27 player efficiency rating. It's 18th best in the NBA. Right now, Andrew Wiggins is number 2 on the Golden State Warriors with a 21.27 player efficiency rating, which is good enough for the 40th spot in the NBA. Now, the player efficiency number can fluctuate greatly based on how much court time you're getting. So the more court time a young player with a great PER might get in limited minutes could shrink dramatically if he were out there longer than those limited minutes and get exposed. But I really don't think that that is going to be a problem ultimately for the Warriors' number 3 in PER so far in this year. Care to guess who that is if you're not already looking?
I am not looking.
It's James Wiseman. James Wiseman is number 3 right now on the Golden State Warriors' entire roster in PER. He's the 54th best in basketball. Again, it's a limited amount of court minutes in comparison to other guys who are on this list, and maybe more court minutes for James Wiseman exposes him to the point where that PER goes down, not up. But obviously you're hoping for the opposite of that the more court minutes that James Wiseman makes and has, it'll go up. What I'm saying here is there is something incredibly interesting happening in the Warriors center position when you look at these guys, how they form that two-headed monster, what we know Kevon Looney does and does well, what we hope James Wiseman can do now well and will continue to do better. I think it's just a fascinating thing to look at. And instead of breathlessly analyzing the minutes that Jonathan Kuminga didn't get, another way to look at this basketball team over the next 10 games or so is to look at what James Wiseman's doing backing up Kevon Looney.
Well, Wiseman's a more important player right now. I mean, that I don't think anybody has a question about that. And given the fact that Wiseman's PER number is as good as it is an indication that his plus-minus number, which stinks, when you combine it with all the other Warriors whose plus-minus numbers stink, that's a measure of their team defense. And I mean, that unit's defense, which is appalling. That's why they don't get more minutes, because they don't defend. And that's why their plus-minus numbers are so bad, because it's not a surprise that Jordan Poole's number is through the roof. It's not a surprise that Kuminga's number is through the roof, even though he doesn't play much. I mean, JaMychal Green's number is well into double-digit minuses. I mean, they're not good as a unit defensively. And in fact, to say they're not good as a unit defensively is giving them way too much credit. So the PER, A, is a better standard, and B, to me, the notion of the two-headed monster makes me wonder if there are scenarios in which they could be on the floor together. So they don't seem to mesh well, but I think at some point their paths are going to intersect. Their Venn diagram is actually going to meet, and there will be minutes where they're both on the floor, and that's when it'll be fun.
I think I got your opponent. I like how you're thinking. You're a step ahead of the conversation. Exactly where I was going with this.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It means we got kismet, you and me. That's why it works, honey. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves. Who's rolling out two bigger guys in the middle, even though Karl Anthony Towns is rarely in the middle, but that's Rudy Gobert's job now. I think when this team gets to the Minnesota Timberwolves, we might get our first look at what would James Wiseman and Kevon Looney look like out on the court together. That feels like it would be the right opponent to maybe check that out with. So
you might see at least a little bit of it. I don't know that Steve Kerr would trust James Wiseman on Karl Anthony Towns yet. Just because he's still prone to foul, and if he gets into foul trouble, all of a sudden, now Kevon Looney is going to end up being overmatched by either one of those guys. So I think you'll still see a lot more Wiggins on Towns than you would Wiseman, but I think there'll be little spells here or there where that'll happen.
The other little wrinkle to what really would happen if this two-headed monster takes root, and it's something that you can count on night in, night out, like at the 5, you either got Kevon Looney or James Wiseman, and that's pretty much the way the Warriors are playing. Boy, that takes an awful lot of body weight off of Draymond Green, doesn't it? If Draymond Green can play the 4, drift into that 3 a little bit, he doesn't get beat up on the low blocks, banging against guys who he's given 6 inches and 50 pounds to every single night. And that is, I just think, a good way to go about preserving the year that you hope you start getting from Draymond Green. So the two-headed monster can benefit the Warriors in a lot of ways, and Draymond not picking up collateral damage as a small ball 5 when the other team hasn't gone small yet and he's still getting banged on. It's a good way to find a decent win total when this season is over after all. Like I said, we're 4 games into a year. We have 78 games remaining. So the people who are breathlessly trying to analyze the war, oh my God, what is that? What is wrong with this team's minutes? What is wrong with these young guys? What is wrong with the young unit? Nothing. Nothing's wrong. I have good news for everyone. I understand we have, content to create and vacuum to fill and all that.
Shovelfuls to hurl.
Look, but I don't even know if this is good for us because Sports Talk Radio loves to sell panic. There's no reason to be panicking about the Golden State Warriors, not even close. Not even close. You want to panic about the Golden State Warriors? Troy Murphy starting tonight. That's what panic looked like. Not that, and by the way, Troy Murphy wasn't bad. You should. That's a shot. It's just, he's better than that. But look, this is not. Nothing's wrong with the start of the Warriors. What's wrong with the start of the Warriors season? Nothing. Nothing is wrong with the start of the year.
No, there's one thing that's wrong. They are giving up way too many points. Right. And that is not,
we're going to work on that, though, is my point.
No,
that's going to solve itself.
Well, they are. I'm not going to bother.
You and I have no solutions.
They're on their own. But I don't remember a stretch where they've had 3 games where they have been, if not out and out hopeless, then profoundly disinterested because they want to play at a ridiculously high pace that they're not qualified to do. They might have been able to do this for a few games here or there, but their pace now, and Steve Kerr said it.
It's unsustainable.
It's not, it's unsustainable and it's foolhardy. They're at the stage now where they're not only supposed to be who they are talent-wise, but they're supposed to be smarter than the teams they play. What they did against Phoenix was let Phoenix dictate the pace and let them continue to dictate the pace. That's why the defense is a problem. They allowed Denver to manufacture pace. The Warriors need to be the ones who control the game. And by that, I mean not just shooting percentage and rebounds and all that other stuff. It's maintaining the rate at which plays develop, plays happen, plays end, the next play starts. They're not doing that yet. And I would think that they should be at least further along in that part of the game because they've done that before.
Steve Kerr with us yesterday.
The pace through 4 games has been just ridiculous. It is so high, unsustainably high. We've always believed in playing with pace, but right now it just feels like I'm looking at a pickup game. We're flying up and down the floor. We're giving up all kinds of transition opportunities to our opponent. We're dead last right now in transition points allowed per game. We're not really playing with a purpose. That can mean a lot of different things. What that means to me is we're not connecting the game offensively and defensively. When you have good offensive possessions and you take good shots, generally you're in position to get back defensively and to get a stop, and vice versa. You play great defense, you're in a better position to score. Right now there doesn't seem to be much purpose to our game. We're just sort of out there flying around, and even though we're playing hard and guys are trying, we're just kind of rudderless.
And he's right about all that. But fans need to understand that reacting to NBA results on a nightly basis should not feel anything like reacting to NFL results. It is not, every game is not a fork in the road of the season you're about to have. Just think back to any one of the Warriors' 4 championships here in the Steph Curry area, in the Steph Curry era, or Bay Area, whichever you prefer. But think back to every single championship. What did you know about any of those teams through 4 games? I mean, the team that started 4-0, that was good. That was great.
The team that started 24-0 was probably
that was a pretty good indicator that the year was about to be fantastic. Might I also suggest they did not win a title that year?
Yes.
So there you go. What do October results mean? I think to some teams they would mean more. To the Golden State Warriors, it almost means absolutely nothing. Well, what about Draymond's defense? Do you think Draymond gives a rip about October basketball? He's admitted as much, where he can't get himself up and lathered and ready to go in games that don't mean much.
But he's been up and lathered for these 4 so far because he's got the other issue.
He's been okay.
Well, he's not been a negative at any point.
No,
as a player so far.
No,
and I think when you talk about he's playing against the Lakers, they stink.
Here's what
against
Draymond
Sacramento, they stink. He played hard in all of them.
Yeah, well, Draymond's always going to play hard, but really good defense. I don't know if we've even seen that from him yet. What he is doing right now is shooting at an offensive clip that borders on remarkable, considering it's Draymond Green. He's about 60% from the floor already this year, where he is a career 40-something guy. So that's what he is really done well. He started off hitting buckets, making buckets. He's been good at the rim. He hit a couple jumpers. Damon, you want to know what panic was from the 9-2-5? Patrick O'Brien is your starting center when Ike Diagu is at the 4. So tell people to calm down. Eric Dampier on line 2.
That wasn't panic. That was the acceptance that they were going to be bad that year. Because they were.
Right.
And they were bad the year before, and they were bad the year after.
The minutes that were handed out to those teams didn't matter. I didn't hear anyone talking about minutes in the Diagu era.
Nobody was panicked about those Warrior teams because they weren't watching them.
Well, I was. Those were long nights. Those were long, long nights.
But you knew what was coming whenever you went to the arena.
Right. Damon,
they're not going to be good. They're going to give up 117. They're going to score 99. That's lather, rinse, repeat.
Xfinity Mobile text line says, Draymond's been pretty solid. Yeah, and he's really not even out there brass knuckles Draymond yet. He has been pretty solid. Once he goes brass knuckles Draymond, 10 more games from now when they start really buckling down defensively, I'll tell you, this road trip's going to be a good chance for them to go ahead and find some defensive Jesus, because if they don't, they're going up against some teams that can put up some points. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Heat. We'll talk about the NFL Week 8, which is starting in just a little bit with Thursday Night Football. Don't you go anywhere. It is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire day. So don't you move. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors.
Full right side, right corner, Moody. It's a 3, and it's money in the bank for Moses Moody.
It's game day, Dub Nation.
Moody, he'll fire away. 3-ball! Moses Moody forces a timeout. The Warriors lead by 18.
Lock in all day right here on 95.7 The Game.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
The award-winning documentary Beyond Homeless, Finding Hope offers real hope for transforming homelessness in San Francisco. Watch at beyondhomeless.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill people and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So we're going to hop into the NFL's Week 8, which is going to start tonight, 49ers and Rams. And if you're a Niner fan, you just got to hope that the regular season ownage that Kyle has enjoyed over Sean McVay plays out one more week. We'll worry about next year. Just one more week of beating the Rams like it's kind of easy is exactly what the 49ers need, because then they get a bye week. Then they really get this offense hopefully up to speed. And you go take your chances with the rest of the NFL year. Hopefully looking at a 4-4 record through their first 8 games. 7 more coming up after that. A lot of games at home still. So more than that. More than 7 games. So I'm bad at math, Ray. Turn your mic on. God. This is why the Ray Turn Your Mic On t-shirt is the number one seller right now.
I was too fascinated by the fact that if they win on Sunday, they're now 3-0 in the division. And since the division tends to stink, that's a huge number.
That might be enough to put them in the postseason right there.
Yeah. I mean, that's worth the mention. And it's why ultimately the Kansas City game will fade in importance pretty quickly. Because Kansas City is going to win that game 11 times out of 10.
The choice between beating the Chiefs or beating the Rams is no choice at all for the 49ers if they had to actually choose between the two.
Yeah, well, and not only that, the fact that Kansas City boat raced them is of no consequence unless they get into a situation where point differential matters. And if they do, then they don't deserve to be in the playoffs.
By the way, Jason Verrett is practicing and activated. So hopefully that makes whatever's gone wrong defensively go a little bit more right as they take on what is essentially the throw it to Cooper Kupp Los Angeles Rams. That's what you're going to face. You're going to face the Rams defense and Matthew Stafford throwing it to Cooper Kupp. That's the team. That's the mission. Beat Cooper Kupp, beat the Rams.
Yeah, and they're not going to beat Cooper Kupp. They have to beat all the other guys because Cooper Kupp's getting his 12 receptions for 137 yards no matter what they do.
Wouldn't it be great?
He's like Travis Kelce. He's getting his.
Wouldn't it be great if you could say Deebo Samuel lived in that world? Christian McCaffrey better been brought in to live in that world. 20 McCaffrey touches come hell or high water. If he ain't hurt, 20 touches. I don't mean 20 targets. I mean touches. Touch doesn't count unless he catches it or runs with it.
Well, I mean, that's 7 catches and 13 rushes. That's not a preposterous number.
No, it's not. Yeah, again, it's one of those, the only guy who can hold back Deebo or Christian McCaffrey might be Kyle Shanahan.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan, having gone to the trouble of getting Christian McCaffrey for what he had to spend to get him, is going to keep him under a blanket. There's no reason to keep him a secret.
I hope you're right. I hope he isn't just trying to be extra cautious at all times because God forbid you get him hurt or anything like that.
I don't think he's cautious about how he uses guys. I mean, the big criticism in the offseason was that Deebo Samuel was getting worked too hard. And one of the people making that criticism was Deebo Samuel. And so I don't think he's bashful about using assets.
Ask Trey Lance, right?
I don't know what to tell you.
I know, but a palms up gesture doesn't do well on radio.
People are watching, remember? You keep telling me that.
Yeah, but not nearly as many as the millions of listeners.
Millions?
Over the course of a month.
Are you counting insects?
Yeah, well, yeah, hey, anything with ears. Does this insect have a meter? Could be the difference.
Does an insect have a meter? Let's consider that for about, an hour and 5 minutes.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if they could strap meters on insects.
Oh, no question.
They do it.
Oh, no, yeah. I'm surprised your kids haven't been metered up.
It's against the law. I've been told. I've already asked.
You asked about having your kids metered?
No, I'm kidding.
No, but I mean, I don't see an illegality there.
Oh, you are not allowed to carry a ratings monitoring device if you are the child of a talk show host.
Show me where that says.
Oh, I guarantee you.
If you're a child, the child is an independent contractor. The child does not work for Odyssey.
No, but the child will do what his father says, and if he says you listen to this radio show,
if your kids do what you say, they have failed.
No,
that's what they have a mother for.
No. Mommy's going to say, we bring home more bacon if we could get 1 meter listening to every minute of every show. That's how it works. It's nuts. 1 meter changes the world, right?
Then you know what? Buy a dog and strap the meter to him.
Strap it on insects, dogs. We don't care how you listen to the show. Just do it, and do it with a meter.
Yeah, see? There are ways around everything. Being unscrupulous is the American way.
Not me. I'm a Boy Scout. So, Steve Kerr, on with us yesterday, said something interesting that he wasn't saying about this team last year. That this team might need, one more stalwart, a veteran coming off the bench to really start functioning.
You think about this run that we've been on, we've always had veterans coming off the bench who were stabilizers. You know, Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, Zaza Pachulia, David West, David Lee. You know, we've had these guys who have been around for a long time, who were helping guide the team, helping lead the team. You know, now we have a group of guys coming off the bench who are just trying to figure out what's what. And so it's a very different leadership dynamic, very different roster dynamic that we're looking at this year, and that requires different leadership from within and a different way of looking at things.
And look, I'm sure, Steve knows his team very, very well. Maybe he's feeling the absence of a veteran presence, the ilk of Sean Livingston, David West, guys whose reputations would have landed, big in any locker room, universal respect guys around the NBA. And I don't know if some of the veterans that they have coming off their bench right now are universal respect guys. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo, maybe. JaMychal Green, not yet. Iguodala, when that does happen, certainly that's going to happen. But this team doesn't need any more veteran leadership. Now when you got Steph, Clay, Dre, Iguodala, and guess what? At this point in time, you can say he's young. Jordan Poole's a leader. He's a veteran. Jordan Poole's a veteran of many NBA seasons. Kevon Looney, a veteran of many NBA seasons. If you played more than 1 year, you're a veteran. Not this decorated stripes on your shoulder level veteran, but there are only a few guys who are walking around all wide-eyed. Wow, look at the NBA. I've never even been to this arena before. If your name is not Ryan Rollins or Patrick Baldwin Jr., I don't want to hear about it. Do they need one more veteran on their bench? No, they don't. What they need is to go through the growing pains that were baked into this year's cake with having a young bench.
They need another veteran presence on the second unit. And Steve Kerr, as much said, is that's not going to happen.
How? Exactly.
Yeah, but the truth is they could use a guy on the second unit on the floor during games, go, you need to be here and you need to be ready to do this.
Because Iguodala's coming.
How many minutes is he going to play in a game? You said yourself, 6 to 8. That's not much of a presence, at least not on the floor. I mean, because a lot of learning that young players do is being told in the middle of a game, at any dead ball, okay, we need you to do, this is what you're going to do now. Because young people, especially ones who fret about their minutes, are all in their own heads. They're not seeing the game as one of five. They're seeing the game as me against the world. Because all young guys are that. There are almost no players when they come into the NBA who understand their place among four other guys. It's too hard to do because they don't play enough college ball to figure that out, and most of them in college are first among equals.
Well,
so it's a skill that takes work, and it takes somebody who they can look at and say, that guy knows what he's talking about, and the coach is telling him he knows what he's talking about.
You know who the young guy is on this team that I think fits that mold perfectly? Is Moses Moody. Because Moses Moody was a Ware Bayesian blend high school player with the teams that he was on. I mean, he was playing with NBA lottery picks when he was in high school. So there's a guy who found his own level in the water at that, and then he was obviously at Arkansas. Like, Moses Moody does understand the value of playing a role amongst a team of better players. So I think that's why we're seeing Steve Kerr sort of lean on him a little early here. I think we're going to see more and more of Moody before we see more and more of, Kuminga. And rightfully so, because he fits. Well, he fits.
But he's also, the problem that Moody has, though, and this is not a criticism of it, is he's the fifth guard. So it's hard to get minutes when you're the fourth guard. Maybe the fifth sometimes if DiVincenzo comes back.
Right. Well, I hope you're not including Ty Jerome in that equation.
Not yet. I need to see him do more before I decide where he fits in the universe. You're right about Moody's qualifications, but it's going to be hard for him to get minutes under any circumstances. Kuminga is, the third big man?
Right, yeah.
Truth is, when in doubt, they're going to put Wiseman in situations, not Kuminga, because all they've said in the last, since the season ended, is how much Wiseman has developed as a thinker. That he's getting what they're trying to impart to him. I've yet to hear anybody say that about Kuminga, which means that when in doubt, those minutes will go to Wiseman, not Kuminga. So you're right. I think they do expect more that way from Moody right now. But Moody's problem is he's stacked up way down the list of guards.
Let's start by welcoming all the boys and girls listening to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
The frustrations with the transition defense, the frustrations with a younger bench, the frustrations with the second unit. Steve Kerr on with us yesterday and said, look, you're looking at early enough in the season to say, yeah, with a group like this, what you're looking at in terms of our struggles, it's kind of normal.
No, I think this is normal. And coming off of a championship, not only a championship, but our sixth trip to the finals in 8 years, it's hard to expect, Draymond, Clay, Steph, Loon, hard to expect these guys to be in, playoff mode from an intensity standpoint. I think they've all played hard and they've all played well. Wiggs has had a great start to the season. Draymond's pushing in transition over the last few games has been fantastic. So it's not that guys aren't playing hard. It's just the mental focus and attention to detail that it takes to really be connected with a new group is not there yet. And that's what we've got to work towards.
And I think they're going to figure it out because the Warriors, historically, in the Steve Kerr era, if they're healthy, they more than figure it out. They win an NBA championship for the most part. When they are healthy, they figure things out to the tune of, we did it again. They also owe it to themselves to go through these growing pains. It needs to be a year where the torch is not passed. That's way too formal, but the torch is shared with the new generation of players. They owe it to themselves to go through these struggles. It's the best thing, maybe not for the short-term future, but for the long-term future, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that that's the best thing for them, to struggle a little bit now. It will all pay off and come out in the wash by the end of the year. If you're still looking at terrible transition numbers around the NBA All-Star break, if you're still wondering why Jonathan Kuminga can't get minutes and why his plus minus has dropped to like minus 300, if these things are happening in February, we got something else to talk about. Then we got ourselves what's going on for real.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we're a long way from February.
Oh, we're a long way from, November as far as that goes. I mean, the fact is, you don't make a judgment on anybody in 4 games. And when you're talking about
except the Lakers.
True. But the Lakers were this last year, too.
Right.
And the Lakers, other than their title year in the bubble, have been this for a decade.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're a surprise. No, but yeah, if Kuminga's not getting it any better than he's getting it now, and it's February, there's a trade deadline. And the truth is, and nobody wants to face this, the 2-track, development that the Warriors are talking about does not necessarily require that the young guys they currently have will be the young guys that are on this team when that younger generation has to pick up the bulk of the minutes. There will be changes between now and then. There will be far fewer changes among the veterans than there will be among the young guys, because there's always going to be another Kuminga. There's always going to be another Moody. There's always going to be another, you name it. Change on rosters is inevitable, and change is almost always about young guys you draft, and you got to see if they're any good.
888-957-9570. Donald in San Jose. What's going on, Donald?
Yes. You were talking about we needed some veteran presence on the court and on the bench. Jay Crowder is sitting there just twiddling his thumbs. Why can't we try to sign him?
Well, right now the Warriors are very much spending an awful lot of money on this roster.
They're cap-tastic.
Yeah, they really are. Look, I'll just say this about Jay Crowder. Whenever I see him, he's usually playing the Warriors. And for some reason, when Jay Crowder plays the Warriors, he plays well. I like Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder does not have the splits or minutes or, stat line that you'd think would really help this team out, but that veteran presence, Jay Crowder's defensive commitments, if that's where veteran presence really needs to be, pulling in that direction, I don't know if he's the right guy there, but I don't dislike Jay Crowder. I just don't think that Joe Lacob is looking to add Jay Crowder to the tune of $30 million. I don't care how much they're worth today. I don't want Jay Crowder with a $30 million tax bill.
Well, this would be the last year of his deal, which is 10.1. But
so
with
by
the
time he's a Warrior, is 30 easy.
Yeah, probably more than that. It's again, given the the vagaries of the tax, I'm not sure what the number is, but it's multiples of 10. So is Jay Crowder worth $40 million? Is Jay Crowder worth 60? Whatever the multiple is, I don't know that that makes sense. But then again, Joe Lacob's got 25% of a $7 billion company. So shut up about it. Sign Jay Crowder today.
Who are you cutting?
You can cut anybody. Send Ryan Rollins. Make him a Fort Wayne fire ant or mad ant.
Mad ant.
They are.
I've been to a Mad Ants game. That's
ANTZ.
That's all I have to say about that.
You were there, though.
I was there.
It's a better nickname than most of the ones in the NBA now. I'd rather be a Mad Ant than a Thunder.
I don't like the Thunder. It's always been a weak nickname for sure.
It was a terrible idea based on terrible ownership.
I'm all about the singular mascot not being pluralized with an S on it. I think that's cool if you do it right. But just Thunder, no.
Yeah, but
and it also put somebody out of work in Oakland. The Warriors mascot, he got jobbed on the whole Thunder thing.
Well, life's hard, and then you have to become another stuffed animal. But the Heat is a bad nickname. We're used to it because it's been there forever.
I always thought it fit. It fit Miami Heat. It's perfect. Like, it's Miami, so it works.
Miami humid. Like Miami sticky.
Yeah. I honestly think that the single greatest team invented in my lifetime, given a nickname that automatically worked, was the Arizona Diamondbacks. I thought that was perfect. Like a diamondback, snake, desert, diamond. I get it.
But then they went away from the snake pretty quickly because political lunatics complained.
They didn't like the snake. Their colors suck. They still haven't really figured it out. But I always thought it was a great nickname.
The Arizona Coyotes is a great nickname, and particularly given that what they did with their logo eventually was such a good idea.
It was. Yeah, I saw that they brought that back on the reverse retro jerseys.
Yeah. Well, no, they're wearing them regularly. This is just a different color.
What kind of attendance are they getting in their 9,000-person stadium?
Try 4,700.
4,700, pardon me.
So I don't think they'll get 9.
I mean, what a crowd they had that night.
Well, I think their opener is on the 28th, which is tomorrow.
Oh, they still haven't even played there yet?
No. Well, I think they were still finishing the final touches on Mullet Arena.
I hope you truly enjoyed this Arizona Coyote segment. It is now over.
It was 30 seconds. They can get over it.
This is Ariel in Palo Alto. Hello, Ariel.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about the Warriors really quick. I mean, it's definitely way too early for people to start freaking out. I would say, obviously, coming off a championship, it's normal to have these kind of growing pains. Also, I just want to say, the guys deserve to take a couple nights off. You know what I mean? And I would say, games like that, fuck it, let the new guys just go ahead and have a run.
Ariel, we cannot use the phrase "F it" on the radio. Thank you very, very much. God almighty. Like, I love that you're that comfortable, that you're just feeling like you're talking to us.
But imagine the disappointment when you realize you're talking to us.
I don't like to see Mark Grandy panicked like that. The look of horror that comes across Grandy's face.
Gotta hustle. Make sure I hit that dump button in time.
Way to go.
You got 7 seconds. You did it.
Always begin with what did he just say?
There's our next T-shirt. Respect the dump button.
There's no way that won't be taken wrong. That said, he's wrong about give the guy some run. That's not what the Warriors do, and that's not what the Warriors should do. You don't just give guys run. You make them earn their run. And James Weissman is the living embodiment of that. They gave him run, and he wasn't up to it. And they had to send him down a couple of times. Then he got hurt and delayed everything. So
I wonder how much his developmental arc would have changed had he never been hurt. If his physical nature had never been a question, I wonder how much patience they would have given him struggling, trying to figure it out in real time. I think the Warriors probably, if you sodium pentothal, Bob and Steve would tell you that those injuries were a little bit of a blessing in disguise because it gave them an opportunity to sit him down and teach him things that maybe he just wouldn't have learned otherwise.
I think, though, that they also would have sat him down anyway because Steve Kerr, in particular, who gets to decide these things more than Bob Myers does, has very little patience for people who are making the same mistakes over and over again, which is usually what young guys do while they're still trying to learn their craft. And so I think even if he was healthy, he wouldn't be playing 26 minutes a game. He'd be playing about 12. And Kerr would think of some other way to deal with those minutes. It might have meant, going out and getting the veteran big guy to play 6 minutes after Looney plays his 17. But he wasn't. They weren't going to stand pat with Weissman being perpetually confused out there, because it's self-defeating after a while. It becomes a confidence problem. It becomes a I don't know what they want from me problem. It's I don't know why he's not paying attention to what we're trying to tell him problem. And then it becomes a real issue. So I think they would have curtailed his minutes anyway.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think they just let him out there to suffer and die and have team, play poorly because of him. But it would have been interesting to see how long that leash would have gotten I just, again, the multiverse of the Golden State Warriors. Now we're exploring things that could have never happened. This is Bob Myers today with Steiny and Guru talking about being a young guy on the Warriors roster. It ain't an easy thing.
It's a little bit tougher with us as a young guy. We don't throw our young guys out there for 30 minutes and watch them make 25 mistakes. They get a short window, and when it doesn't work, they got to sit down. And that's tough. And it doesn't mean he also has a ring. So as a young player, you either probably get too long a leash or too short a one. It's never perfect. And then eventually you got to sink or swim at some point in your career. But you'll get it at some point in your career, and at some point with us, Jonathan will get bigger minutes. I believe that because that's just how the season goes. But until then, it's just the path of a young player. Very rarely do people walk in. I mean, Matt knows he was writing stories when AC Law was finishing games and Curry wasn't. That happens. That's a fact. The challenge for us is how do you keep guys' confidence? How do you keep them focused? And our coaching staff and player development is constantly doing that stuff. You don't see that stuff, but that's where we hope when he does get the big minutes, it shows up on the floor.
Bob Myers' sales job, Steve Kerr's sales job to these young players is that leash that Myers is talking about right there. I know it always sounds better that you get the longer leash, but in this instance, on this team, on this roster, be thankful that you get the shorter leash. Just be thankful. I know you know, a lot of you guys are convinced that the only way you're going to get better is to get out there and play through all your struggles. But when you're playing to go where we want to go at the end of the year, that can't really happen. Your short leash is a luxury afforded very few lottery picks. Normally, lottery picks are pushed into the pool, the deep end, saying, we really hope that you go from doggy paddle to backstroke to the 200-meter butterfly quickly, almost overnight. You got to learn all these different disciplines instantly in the deep end of the pool. It's a luxury to be able to take swim class in the short end of the pool. I know it doesn't feel like that. I know it doesn't look like that. I know players don't want to hear it or accept that. Your short leash earlier in your career can be better for you than a long leash where you're out there learning bad habits, bad technique, and not really getting how to win. You can learn how to win when you're a Golden State Warrior. And that's a skill. It's a skill in this league. How to win. Doesn't just happen. Everyone's got talent. There's not an untalented team in the NBA. This is where you want to say a Lakers joke, don't you?
No.
No?
I was going to say the Kings.
Okay, well, come on.
One of 3 winless teams.
It's early.
With the Kings, it's been early for 16 years now.
Mike Brown's going to put it together. Give him time.
Yep, 31-51.
Ouch. You know what? I guarantee if you walk up to Mike Brown right now and say 31-51, buy or sell, he might buy. Based on what he's seen?
Based on what he's seen, nah, it would drive him nuts.
Still holding out for 33?
Yeah.
This is John in Oakland. What's going on, John?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, I'm just calling to say that I've come a long ways, as a Warrior fan, been watching a long time, and honestly, I look forward. I only tune in to watch the young guys play. I'm interested in them getting better, and I'm not rooting for if they make a mistake that I get them out of there. I understand that, that the limits are going to be, minutes are going to be short because they're young guys, but I tune in to watch them. I'm rooting for them, not like, 10, 15 years ago where you just prayed that we can get a win. I'm not really interested in wins and losses. I just want to see those guys get better. I'm rooting for them to improve each week. Because honestly, watching Curry and them at this point does nothing for me. I can watch Curry go for 50 tonight and they can beat Miami, but what does that really do? That doesn't tell me anything. They've won 4 championships. It's nothing that, the most entertaining thing about that Phoenix game was Clay getting kicked out, because winning that game does nothing for us. It does everything for them, but it does nothing for us. So watching the young guys play, I just hope the fans, the true fans, will know, just root for the young guys to get better, to improve, just like JP. In my opinion, Kuminga and all them are ahead of where JP was. We see how bad it got for him before it got better. So I'm hoping the same thing for the rest of the guys. I just, I want to see them play. I want to see them improve. I'm never going to get down on them. There's the team can do that can discourage me, because they won 4 more championships than my mind will ever be able to understand. So I love them for that, and I'm just rooting for those guys to get better, and I'm not worried about, wins and losses and this and that like most fans, because you don't live in reality, and I know you want your team to win, but I just want to see these guys get better, because we're closer to the end of the Curry and them than we are the beginning. So I'm rooting for these guys to get better, and even if that means they have to struggle to get better, I'm okay with that.
Well, John, you got is some nuance to your fandom. You do. And you should be given full credit for that. Now, I hope you're not taking Steph Curry for granted. I mean, that's a hell of a show that you get to watch in your life, and you should enjoy it all. If he goes for 50 tonight, I have a feeling you'll enjoy that, and you'll be leaning forward as he's launching that 3 with 47 to see if he gets the 50 burger. But having said all that, you understand that it's not for a team as established as the Golden State Warriors. It really isn't whether you're winning or losing. It is how you're playing and how you're developing. Like I said, they owe it to themselves to go through the growing pains of this year to better secure their future through a few struggles today that'll be worth going through when you come out of the tunnel on the other side of this season. So you're a smart fan. You understand what is now important to the Warriors. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, these guys have established themselves. It's up to Jordan Poole and the rest of the cast behind them to establish themselves to where you're getting a consistent performance. Sometimes in the NBA, you lose basketball games. It's a make-or-miss league. Tonight's game against the Miami Heat is an ultimate example of a make-or-miss game. If the Warriors hit their shots tonight, the Heat are in trouble. It's just that simple. If the Warriors have a tough night from the floor, the Heat are absolutely going to be in this game, and you might even like them plus 7.5, whatever they were getting this morning. Ready to look that up.
I am.
But you're on a heater, go. It's more important. It's more important to get a good night out of young players that builds upon them becoming better players than it is to beat the Miami Heat tonight. It is. It's more important to do that.
Yes and no. And by that I mean, if they're doing the things that they're supposed to do, they'll win. See, that
right,
winning
it
is
takes
not
care of itself.
Yeah, winning is not unimportant here, but it's not vital. I mean, it's not if they lose tonight. Oh my God, the wheels have come off and they're heading into the ditch. But you learn through habits and getting success for those habits, and that's why winning does matter. It's not, they're not going to play Curry 43 minutes tonight in search of beating the Heat. That's not what we're talking about.
We're not chasing wins?
No, but these are wins that are easily attainable. I mean, Miami's a good team, but they're playing them at home. And they'll play them again in a couple of weeks. So it's not,
next week.
Never say winning's not important. Not to Steve Kerr, not to Bob Myers, not to Stephen Curry. But in October, it's not the only thing. But you don't do that by, letting young guys have more minutes than they've shown they can competently use.
Process matters. Process matters.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Not just results. Process matters. By the way, Heat at Warriors tonight. When Ray and I are done 40 minutes from now, our friend, your friend, a trusted agent indeed, John Dickinson is getting you ready from Chase Center tonight with Warriors pregame at 6:30. Tim Roy takes over. 7 o'clock tip-off tonight. Remember, Heat and Warriors, this was, 3 buckets away from being last year's NBA Finals. Remember, the Celtics won Game 7 in Miami by, 6 points? Whatever it was just a couple of buckets. So Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals could have easily spit out the Miami Heat, and that was your NBA Finals last year. But no, indeed, it was the Celtics. I can tell you this about the Heat. Like the Warriors, they have not exactly picked up right where they left off last year. Jimmy Butler has not busted out of the gates. The offense has been dragged down by a slow start defensively. I heard one person, as I was like doing a little research today on this matchup, reading a couple previews, one person was suggesting, hey, maybe the Miami Heat early going here are missing P.J. Tucker. P.J. Tucker was a big part of what Miami did defensively, and I thought to myself for a minute, okay, maybe P.J. Tucker's absence is affecting the Miami Heat. And then I remembered that P.J. Tucker is with the 76ers right now, and what's that doing for their defense? So I don't know if it's really a P.J. Tucker as much as just the Miami Heat aren't off to a great start. Basically, Miami asks itself every night, can Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson hit enough threes to justify guys blowing past them defensively? Because neither one of those guys plays much defense, and Duncan Robinson is not getting many minutes right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all early.
And yet, their problem is that they're like 27th in offense.
106 points to the Warriors, 125.
Yeah, but they give up 106. So defense as a team is not a problem, but every possession's a slog for them. It's hard for them to get much traction, and they had to fight like hell to win last night, and that was against
Portland.
Well, it was against the Portland team that lost Damian Lillard fairly early on, and now he's out for at least 2 weeks. So Miami's got its own issues, and playing back-to-back isn't going to help solve them.
Here's what the Warriors also have going for them tonight. Tonight's not the night to slow down that pace. Like Steve Kerr said earlier, like their pace is almost unsustainable. Well, sustain it for one more night. You're going to want to go ahead and try to run Miami off the floor, only so they're just not setting up their half-court defense, because that's what Miami is best at. And the other thing that Miami does really doesn't play into the game that the Warriors play. Miami is very good protecting the rim. The Warriors really don't play at the rim. So that's another thing they got going for them. Was I right about Miami 7.5, or has that moved?
6.
6. Okay. So money's coming in Miami.
Some of it, sure. I mean, I don't know how much action you get on a West Coast game in late October.
On a back-to-back.
Yeah.
But it was Miami 7.5 this morning. Now it's 6. 7.5 kind of felt like a lot of points. Maybe you'd want to roll with Miami that, but the 6, I think the Warriors cover that.
Yeah, they'll win by 6.5.
I tell you, whoever masters those half-point shots is really going to mess with Vegas.
Well, you've seen Duncan Robinson shoot, so he could do it.
Stephanie in Emeryville. Hello, Stephanie.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to thank you for the conversations that have been going on by all of the fans and the wisdom and the insight that a lot of people are sharing, including you guys saying it's a process. And we here, I lived in Miami before we had a basketball team. And so when the Heat came, everybody was just so happy to have a team and a place to go and to watch basketball. We have a championship winning team and people that are amazing on them. And so having people that are your veterans that can hold that part of the fort down, and then watching people like Kuminga, and this is where I'm going with the Kuminga piece. Jonathan Kuminga, I think people forget where he came from, how he got here, the fact that he is who he is at this age, living in a different country, learning a different language, and everything else. I would like to see him paired, and I'd like your thoughts about having him paired with Wiggs, because I think part of the thing is that when Wiggs was named to the All-Stars, and I called in because everybody was so down on Wiggs, and I championed him because my feelings were that he knew who he was and he needed to be able to step it up and to find a place to come together and gel with the team. And that's what all the tinkering is about. And I think that if we have somebody like Wiggs, where his athleticism paired with JK's athleticism, and he can more watch the game and take pointers from him than have somebody like Dre get in his face. I think that we would see a different kind of resilience come from him, because I think that's what he's looking for. We've asked a lot of him for the changes to be made. in how he plays this game and not do as much showboating as everybody was so excited about when he first started doing that. And so I'd like your thoughts about having him paired with somebody like Wiggs, who is more of a...
Well, yeah. So, Stephanie, let me jump in, because it's, number one, going to be hard to do because they're both power forwards. And there aren't a lot of teams that are throwing two power forwards out there together. But if you did want to talk about what is the most athletic front line that the Warriors could put together, Wiggins, Kuminga, and James Wiseman would be a combo that would be tough to keep up with athletically. The two of them on the court at the same time, I don't know how that would fit. I understand what you're saying in terms of there's an example of how to do it, how to, redefine what people think of you. And I think the best point that you made, Stephanie, is that Jonathan Kuminga is still very much a fish out of water, not just in his NBA life, but in his life. This is a big, whole new world that he's operating in now. And how totally comfortable he is on a day-to-day. I know that the Warriors go way out of their way to make sure that he is. And he seems to be acclimated very, very well. There really is not a language barrier for him, but just how comfortable you are is a question that a lot of 19, 20-year-olds are asked when they take their first big job in a big city that's somewhere else from home.
The other thing, though, that gives me pause is the notion that the Warriors need to prioritize making Kuminga comfortable. And I don't think that's the case. I think what they need to prioritize as it pertains to Kuminga is that they spend time with him in practice and over and over and over again, getting him to be familiar with what they want him to be. And because I'm not at practice, I can't say how that process is going. I only know that, minutes per game says that he's still not trusted with that. So it's not about, let's pair him with this guy and see how it goes. No, it's got to be about whoever you're playing with. You figure out the rotations. You figure out how to get through a screen. You figure out how to block a guy off. All the things that you have to know to survive in the NBA. And that's not about who you're paired with. That's about how well you absorb the lessons they're trying to pound in you in practice.
The most important matchup that Kuminga needs to show the Warriors that he is comfortable with is the guy he's guarding, not who he's playing with.
Yeah, it's just, show us that you can keep your body between the guy with the ball and the basket.
And somebody's like, hey, Damon, Wiggins is most definitely a 3. Yeah, I understand that. But he's also very much most definitely a 4 as well. He's that new position of front court. Andrew Wiggins is a front court player. Is he a 3? Is he a 4? Yes.
He's a 3 offensively, a 4 very often defensively, based on who he guarded in the playoffs. But, we're quibbling about stuff that doesn't matter. It's not about who he's paired with or not paired with. His minutes are going to be his minutes based on what he can bring, not about how he can bring somebody else along. The NBA is not, preschool. It's where big kids wear clothes. That's the deal. Show us what you can do no matter who's on the floor with you. And that's where Jonathan Kuminga is at right now.
I want to turn our attention to Week 8 in the NFL here in just a minute, but a couple more notes for you concerning tonight's game against the Miami Heat. Steve Kerr pregame said that we got bumped minutes for both Klay Thompson and Draymond Green tonight. So obviously their ramp up has gone well enough to where Klay is going to be looking to play around 27 minutes tonight, according to Steve Kerr. Draymond going to be edging 30 minutes tonight. So hopefully that gets the Warriors a bit better defensively than they have been to this point. Steve Kerr also says he plans to keep on using Ty Jerome in the rotation due to the absence of Dante DiVincenzo. And okay, if Moody's tired, I want to see Ty Jerome. But I would like to see, I want to see Moody before. I'd like to see maybe even a little Ryan Rollins before. And I know that Ty Jerome has played in the NBA, but I I think the Warriors got other guys that I'd like to see seasoned ahead of Ty Jerome minutes, but here we are.
Well, they're not prioritizing Ty Jerome minutes either. I mean, they're using him when other stuff doesn't work.
Right, but why can't Moses Moody be the guy who you said was having trouble getting minutes based on the glut of players at his position in the
Because
backcourt?
their most important thing is not developing this player or that player. It's developing a style. It's developing a system. And Bob Myers said it today. They're still trying to figure out who they are and who they aren't. It's not like they desperately want Ty Jerome to have 25 minutes a game. It's that they need to see who can do the things they want done now. And it's not just trotting out Moses Moody just to see what he's got. It's show us what you can do. It's earning the minutes. It's not about...
Stop. It's this
Don't
year's...
stop me.
It's this year's Avery Bradley. That's all he is. He's a placeholder until something better comes along.
Okay, well, when that something better comes along, he'll get fewer minutes. But
I'm
for
saying
right
that something
now,
better is probably already here.
maybe not. If he was, he'd be playing. I mean, if it's a process, it means that where somebody is right now may not be where they are in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Ty Jerome is not a long-term anything. We both agree on that. But it's not just, well, let's give Moses Moody some more minutes, see what happens. That's not how the Warriors do stuff. They say, show us how you earn the minutes that we're ready to give you when you're ready to get them. That's it. It's not about...
What has Ty Jerome shown them?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen enough of him either. But...
He's this year's Avery. He's this year's, we're going to keep making mistakes with that guy. That's who he is. That's who he is. Look, I am very complimentary of the Warriors and how they built their roster, what they're trying to do. I get it. I see the fourth dimension of the three-dimensional, fourth-dimensional chess that they're constantly trying to play. I get it. Enough with the Ty Jerome. Let's be honest. Let's stop. He's this year's Avery Bradley. He's
but
the
it's
mistake.
not about Ty Jerome. It just isn't. I mean, it's not like he's stealing Moses Moody's future away from him. Moses Moody will get more minutes when he shows that he can have more minutes.
I would like to know what Ty Jerome has shown them to where they're absolutely more married to the concept of him coming in to save the Dante DiVincenzo day.
They're not married to that. What they're telling you is we're ready to give Moses Moody more minutes when he shows he can handle them. Ty Jerome is indeed a placeholder. There's no question about that. We're in agreement there. It's philosophically, the Warriors are not going to just say, well, Moody's got a better long-term future than Jerome. Let's just play him more. They believe in you earn the minutes we give you. It's not the other way around.
All right. I think Moses Moody would do better with his minutes tonight. But that's just Steve knows a little bit about the Warriors, so we'll let him.
Just a little bit, though.
We'll let him make the
choices. If
choices.
he knew more about the Warriors, he wouldn't have to spend time talking to us.
Oh, no, it's just the fun part of the job.
I will be willing to bet you that if he gave us $1 for every minute of fun he's had with us, we'd each have $1.
Oh, more than just 1 minute. We've had some real nice moments. The real nice moments were before.
There you go.
Before
it takes
you
a lot
arrived.
of moments to get to
I talked to Steve Kerr in a bubble bath. Have you ever talked to a coach in a bubble bath?
Were you in the bubble bath with him?
Thank God, no.
Okay, then you weren't there. You just know that he was there, or he says he was there. He might have been lying about that, too.
No, we heard it. There was audible evidence.
All that means he was running water. Doesn't mean he was in a bubble bath.
No, he was definitely splashing, making little circles in the water, just talking to Damon. He was having a great time. Okay. NFL.
Man, you are just making my flesh crawl.
Week 8, it's tonight. It starts, and they are underway, and Tom Brady is leading the Baltimore Ravens 7-3. It is early. It's on Amazon Prime, which, of course, we don't have here at the station. Although, I'm guessing you guys are enjoying it in the studio, right? You could plug.
Are they watching it?
Probably. They got a laptop.
You have the game on in here. Yeah.
Why don't you bring it in here?
It's Lucas's laptop.
Well, that's the thing.
Then bring Lucas in here and just make sure he doesn't say anything.
Is there any way that some of that laptop action could hit some of these screens in here? Can we get some hot laptop action? Is what I'm going to
do. You have an Amazon
Jordan?
You have an Amazon Prime subscription?
I do. Well, can I pinch off Lucas's at work, or is he not willing to share that?
Well, then you don't have an Amazon Prime subscription.
No, I totally do.
Well, then why are you trying to lift his?
Because we're at work.
You can just log into yours on any of those 3 screens in front of you.
No, I can't. I don't think these screens work like that. And this is where all the fun comes from. If I had Amazon Prime up here, I couldn't do this to Ray.
Maximum
You could also go old school football and old school radio and just throw it to this booth and be like, hey, what's going on in the game? Let's get an update. If you want.
Hey, what's going on in the game? Let's get an update.
7-3, and your Tampa Bay Buccaneers are leading with a 1-yard touchdown rush from Leonard Fournette.
See, I just said that, except I didn't give the detail about how the touchdown happened. But thank you very much. I feel informed. How about this? If Tom Brady doesn't win tonight, he will be under 500 after 8 games for the very first time in his entire career. So we'll see, and we'll keep an eye on it so you don't have to. 49ers, obviously.
Actually, we can't keep an eye on it.
No, actually, you're right about that. We will theoretically read from the internet and disseminate information to you as it passes in front of our eyes. Kyle Shanahan, what does it mean to have all those fans down at SoFi, baby?
I mean, I talked about it last year being one of the coolest things I've seen in sports, and home field advantage is a big deal in the NFL because of crowd noise, and when you don't have to worry about that as much on the road, it's huge, and when you actually can get the crowd noise, it doesn't happen very much, but it's a big deal.
Lucas is now standing in the studio holding his laptop up. You're like the Vanna White. You know what I feel like? I feel like what's the show where Meghan Merkel
We're not at sea. Keep the screen steady.
What, Meghan Merkel opened the suitcase and someone was like, "Yeah, you can be queen." What was that show? She was a model. No deal? Huh? Deal or No Deal. That's what. Yeah, there you go. I mean, she took the deal, and then she said no deal.
You stand there for 19
minutes. Out of the monarchy.
Minutes. That's the deal. There's nothing you have to do in the other room. Should we stand there?
Should we just be watching?
Yeah, let's.
Should we just be watching? That's good. No. Stand right there. Stand right there. Stand right there.
That was a magnificent punt that you almost prevented us from seeing.
Lucas, get a little closer to Ray so I can see too.
Yeah, if you did step closer to the window, Grandy could also enjoy this.
We finally discovered something he's useful for. He's a TV stand.
It's like when the replay official comes out with an iPad strapped to his face, and then the other official looks at the official's iPad.
Literally, if you had flatter shoulders, you could hold drinks too.
Be like R2-D2 on Jabba's barge. Do you even get that reference?
Absolutely not.
Do you know what movie or chain of movies R2-D2 or Jabba the Hutt?
I presume that's Star Wars.
Come on!
But whoever else you were talking about there, I have no knowledge of. No, stop moving that around.
Big game at SoFi, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's in a commercial break, and we're going to be in one soon too, Lucas. So you can vamoose. Thank you very much.
Make him stay.
Do you like that commercial? The Whopper.
It's not about the commercial. It's about making him do what we told him to do.
That thing gets so stuck in my head.
Then it worked.
It did. We're talking about the power of capitalism earlier. Are you shopping yet? Have you already bought your Ray Turn Your Mic On t-shirt on 957thegame./buy me? What's the website's name, Grandy? Grandy, what's the website's name that we're
957thegameshop.com.
957thegameshop.com. Don't spell shop with an E. You're not in some charming old English town. It's a good old-fashioned American shop.
Yeah.
I will get through the rest of NFL Week 8 interest. We will spare you any thinking man's Thursday because there's one or two other things that I want to get to, including some aggressive marketing that has come out ahead of the World Series. So don't you move. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. And remember, stay tuned because coming up next after we get off the air, your friend, our friend, John Dickinson, is giving you a little Warriors pregame starting at 6 o'clock tonight live from Chase Center here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
The Eagles Hotel California Tour.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Live in concert with a full orchestra. Performing their iconic album Hotel California, beginning to end, plus a greatest hit set. The Eagles.
One of these nights.
SAP Center at San Jose, February 21st. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
There was a 3 seed last year. Does anybody remember that? And everyone said, oh my God, Memphis has home court in the second round. I don't care.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
If McCaffrey doesn't redo his deal, start reasoning and reckoning with the idea that Brandon Ayuk will not be back.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Are we seeing the real George Kittle? And I'm not mad if we are about, you know what, damn it, I need to be used more.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
So people need to calm down just a little bit.
They need to calm down a lot, but they won't.
Well, that's why we're here. We are here to make a better, more rational, more functioning sports fan.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, well, let's start with a thank you to George Sedano for joining us from Los Angeles in our first hour. We talked to him about, we went over the Warriors and Heat. We talked about the 49ers and the Rams. We touched on the Lakers. We went around the block with George Sedano. Always good to have him on. Thanks so much to Lucas for coming in here and being our Thursday night football version of Vanna White. We actually saw a few plays. I know Ray would like you back in here, Lucas. You have very important work to do at this point in the show, I'm guessing.
It's commercial again anyways.
Okay, fair enough.
He has no idea. He's not doing anything in there. Are you kidding?
Looking,
he could hold a potted palm and be of more use.
How often do you think 49er fans actually get to root for the New York Giants? It feels like a bridge that is rarely crossed throughout the history of professional football.
I think when the circumstances are right, they would.
They're right this week. If you are a 49er fan, by definition, you are a New York Giants fan this week because they're at the Seahawks in what is oddly one of the games of the weekend. Nobody saw New York Giants at Seattle as like a really big game in Week 8, but indeed it is. You have two first-place teams. You have 6-1 versus 4-3. Something's gotta give.
I hope it's a scoreless tie.
Green Bay Packers are a 10.5-point underdog at Buffalo in Week 8. Aaron Rodgers has never been a double-digit underdog in his entire career. I guess since we're having a little gambler going right there, I need to tell you that tomorrow at 4:15, Joe Fortenbaugh for a little Fortenbaugh Friday. We'll give you the Fortin nuts of the information you need to go and gamble correctly this weekend. By the way,
are we calling that fading the Joe?
No, we will listen to the Joe. We will fade the public. But Fade the Public did take a loss for the very first time. Fade the Public is now 3-1. We decided to back the Chargers -5, and again got undone by these damn Seattle Seahawks. So,
well, you got undone by the Chargers.
Well,
they're the worst close game team in football.
We're not allowed to blacklist teams from this, are we? Because if we can, they'd be off of it, and so would the Broncos.
Nope. This is the beauty of Fade the Public Friday.
Yeah.
We don't pick the line. We don't pick the team. We don't pick the setting. We don't pick the location. We don't pick the circumstances that any of these games are being played in. Fading the Public is the only priority when it comes to making this bet. So if the number spits out Los Angeles Chargers again, so be it.
Yeah, and get back in here and be the furniture you were meant to be.
Bears at Cowboys. Again, I don't know if this thing got more interesting based on what happened on Monday night. It feels like the Dallas defense should absolutely own the evening against the Chicago Bears. and the Bears just moved one of their best defensive players to the Eagles. Robert Quinn is gone. So that feels like an awful lot of Dallas coming for the Chicago Bears. Patriots at the Jets. Bill Belichick, does he have a quarterback controversy? Could you even pretend to care, Ray Ratto?
I can pretend to care, but that's what all it would be. It was a pretense. And he's already decided that it's going to be Mac Jones anyway.
But Mac Jones, let's say 3 and out, a pick. Zappy?
Maybe, but as of right now, Bill Belichick knows what he wants to do.
The Lions.
Come on, Dees. Dees nuts.
Yes. The Detroit Lions.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
That might be a lie, because the Lions are desperately seeking their second win of the season, which would be twice the number of ass cheeks that has been threatened by their head coach, whose name is escaping me right now. Dan Campbell, thank you very much.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
He and their general manager just got votes of confidence from Sheila Ford Hamp, who is the owner of the team. They're doomed.
That is, what do you call it? The
kiss of death.
Yeah, but how do you say it in Spanish to sex it up? Make it sexier.
I don't know. Lucas, come in here. Say something in Spanish.
Smuche de muerto.
Beso de muerte.
Muerto? I don't know.
Sure.
We're asking 4 people who don't speak the language to speak the language. That's not insulting at all.
Raiders at the Saints. Nothing wrong with trying, Ray. Raiders at the Saints. Raiders have not won a road game this season. The Saints have only won once at home this season. There's a something's got to give. Let's see. Eagles, they're looking to go 7-0 against the Steelers. And by the way, the Phillies start the World Series in Houston tomorrow night. The only thing I can tell you is that they're probably, at best, coming out of Houston split, right? Nobody's beaten Houston yet this year. There is a chance Philadelphia could go back to Philadelphia for Game 3, down 0-2. Either way, you are going to have a drunk and pissed off city of Philadelphia greeting the Steelers at that Eagles game because of whatever the Phillies might do. I'm just going to say, good luck, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think most Eagles games have that feature permanently provided by the citizens of Philadelphia, but I don't like the Phillies' chances, because Jay Jaffe of Fangraphs pointed out that all of a sudden this year, after a couple of years where starting pitchers don't seem to matter that much, now they're mattering a great deal again, because teams have shortened their bullpens, and Houston's got way better starting pitching.
It's amazing how starting pitching matters in games that matter.
Yeah.
How about that?
Exactly. I mean,
bake that into your analytics and metrics.
Yeah. And Justin Verlander's been so good, he should win both leagues at Cy Youngs.
He's been awesome. He's the 4th oldest starting pitcher in World Series history going this weekend, I think, behind Roger Clemens, Pedro, and Early Wynn or something like that.
Yeah, well, Early Wynn pitched for 100 years, so yeah.
About 100 years ago. So, having said all that, the city of Philadelphia is either going to be incredibly hungover or in a big lather.
Incredibly hungover.
Yeah, it'll just have kept going at that point, or it's going to come crashing down, and then you're going to have the angriest link you've seen in a while. So it's going to be a long day for the Steelers, is my underwriting point.
The only thing that's in question at this point is whether the cops are going to have to grease the light poles in Philadelphia. You know that they bought more grease for that.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, because, Ray, they didn't need to buy the grease. They've been gifted lube. The adult website Cam Soda, which lets you into a world of peep shows and cam girls, is getting involved in the World Series, even though the World Series doesn't want them to be a sponsor. They're getting involved in Philadelphia's end of it anyways. The website, knowing that the city of Philadelphia has greased up light poles in the past, has sent 10 50-gallon drums of lube to the city of Philadelphia to help manage that rowdy crowd around the light poles.
But do we know if the city of Philadelphia is going to use them?
Either way,
it sounds like a scandal waiting to be unearthed.
So what you're saying is you want physical evidence of 10 50-gallon drums of lube.
I don't. What I
want to see the lube, Ray. Show me the lube. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I want to see is the city of Philadelphia not use them, because if they do, somebody's going to lose their job.
Would you just please say, show me the lube, so we can make that into a T-shirt?